Ouch! When Zhou Yi awoke, he felt as if his brain were trembling. Wasn't he laboriously toiling away, striving to earn enough for his employer to arrange a second marriage for him next year? Where was he now? In the next moment, memories flooded his mind, and he suddenly realized that he had traversed dimensions. He first recalled that his appearance was as extraordinary as in his previous life, resembling an ethereal being, rivaling even the most discerning readers. Thus, Zhou Yi comprehended that he had crossed over into a realm dominated by female narratives. Soon, he learned that he hailed from a prominent family, the legitimate heir, a veritable young master of wealth, and his heart surged with excitement. Yet, there had been a misunderstanding. This was a tale of opulence. Regrettably, he had only just dyed his hair golden the night before, and had yet to encounter his employer's several enchanting girlfriends, leaving him no time to inherit the legacy of Wei Wu. At that moment, he abruptly realized he was standing before the ancestral hall of a small clan, where a young man was glaring furiously at him. Beside him stood a seemingly innocent girl, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was instantly bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. At this juncture, his memories fully awakened, and Zhou Yi comprehended that he was in a narrative he had once perused in his previous life, one centered around a resurgence of spiritual energy. In this world, humanity had awakened extraordinary abilities and was continuously developing them, ultimately categorizing them into 10 ranks based on power levels. Each rank further subdivided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. The prowess of the supreme beings is unfathomable, rivaling the invincible entities of legend. It has been quite some time since a Tier 10 powerhouse has emerged globally. Even the 5 mightiest pillars of the Eastern Empire are merely Tier 9 warriors. Abilities are classified into 9 grades based on their strength: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The higher the grade, the stronger the power at the same level of cultivation. There is a young man with the surname Yi who has awakened the holy body ability, shattering the limits of his physical form and achieving invincibility in combat. A blind boy suddenly regains his sight and awakens a top-tier ability, nurturing divine beings. Additionally, a man named MacArthur awakens the power of a 5-star general and acquires the heavenly phoenix body, being revered as the supreme emperor by a certain nation. Yet, upon reflecting on a multitude of chosen ones, Zhou Yi cannot help but scoff. Why does the heavenly path seek so many sons? He quickly regains his composure and excitedly begins to recall his experiences in this life. As a transmigrator, he ought to be a child of destiny, or so he thought. However, in the next moment, his expression changes dramatically, and he nearly erupts in disbelief. Destined villain? Oh heavens, are you toying with me? As the name suggests, a destined villain is one who, wherever they go, inevitably encounters those blessed with fortune, only to be humiliated and transformed into mere experience fodder for the protagonists. Despite Zhou Yi's remarkable looks and prestigious family background, he discovered 6 months prior that his innate talent was tragically subpar, unable to even awaken to inflexible ability. From that moment on, he became the subject of ridicule among his peers, and even Ling Wanru's attitude towards him soured as she returned to the embrace of her childhood companion, Tang Sirui. At the awakening ceremony scheduled for tomorrow, he would be publicly humiliated by a schoolmate who had awakened an 11 ability, a so-called destined child. Subsequently, the Zhou family, in a desperate bid to salvage his reputation, spent a considerable sum at an auction to procure a commendable ability for him, only to incur the wrath of a formidable Slevel youth, resulting in the family facing severe repercussions. Then, 100 days later, under the ominous blood moon, the apocalypse descended. Zhou Yi, having lost everything, was falsely accused by a protagonist of betraying his kind and was labeled a traitor, ultimately facing a gruesome sentence of 1,000 cuts and utterly harrowing fate. This tumultuous and tragic destiny nearly drove Zhou Yi to despair. After enduring a lifetime of frustration, he found himself cast as a villain in this new world. Determined to alter his fate, he resolved to devise a plan before the awakening ceremony, to fundamentally change the trajectory of events, and to prepare adequately before the blood moon's arrival. In a bid to escape the impending doom and live a life of opulence as a wealthy heir. Yet, just as Zhou Yi was fervently contemplating his next move, he was startled by an unsettling voice that sent shivers down his spine. "Brother Yi, I implore you to grant us our wish." He snapped back to reality, his gaze falling upon Ling Wanru. "Almost forgotten, there remains a challenge to overcome. The woman before me is the primary female protagonist, named Ling Wanru, renowned in the campus beauty rankings as the epitome of purity. Zhou Yi, in his previous life, was nothing more than a sycophant to Ling Wanru. To extract benefits from him, she would occasionally bestow upon him tokens of affection, only to later lament to the true protagonist, Tang Sirui, that Zhou Yi was relentlessly pursuing her. The former Zhou Yi was infatuated to the point of losing his senses, allowing Ling Wanru to exploit him significantly, which ultimately led to his lack of resources and, consequently, his humiliation at the awakening ceremony scheduled for tomorrow. However, the current Zhou Yi is not the naive individual he once was. Before his transmigration, he had navigated the Douyin platform for many years, amassing a collection of numerous charming women. One could say he has seen and experienced much, having faced countless challenges, and he finds Ling Wanru far less enchanting than many others, easily discerning her true nature as a manipulative and deceitful character. Tang Sirui, too, is not a paragon of virtue. Though he hails from a modest family, he shares a childhood bond with Ling Wanru. Over the years, Zhou Yi has lavished gifts upon Ling Wanru, which are taken for granted by her, enabling his rapid rise in strength and earning him the title of the Jiang family's prodigy. Yet, he now finds himself the target of Tang Sirui's ire, who accuses him of daring to vie for his affections, declaring that Zhou Yi has sealed his own fate. Thus, in accordance with the original plot, Zhou Yi, spurred on by Ling Wanru, causes a ruckus at the Jiang family estate, demanding the annulment of the betrothal with Tang Sirui, inadvertently granting the latter the opportunity to proclaim, "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." Subsequently, Zhou Yi sought to reason with the other party, only to be maliciously accused by Tang Sirui of attempting to seize love and resorting to violence. As a result, not only was he unjustly branded as a bully, but he also endured a severe beating before being unceremoniously thrown out. This incident not only allowed Tang Sirui to shine, but also rendered Zhou Yi the subject of ridicule among all. Even more infuriatingly, the two managed to tear a substantial piece of cake from Zhou Yi, indulging themselves to the point of gluttony, and both ascended to the rank of seventh-tier powers. Unbeknownst to them, the previous incarnation of Zhou Yi, as a devoted sycophant, had readily forgiven her, and he was even elated at the prospect of assisting his goddess, which led to Zhou Yi's unexpected transmigration. Reflecting on this narrative, Zhou Yi felt a surge of blood pressure, internally cursing his predecessor as a pitiable simpleton, and he extended his disdainful thoughts to the author's entire lineage. What was this absurdity with the likes of Fei Yangyang, He Xiaohu, and Shuang Mingui? Given his status, he could have effortlessly attracted various suitors even while languishing in bed. Yet he chose to hang himself on the crooked tree of Ling Wanru. Could it be that this individual harbored some peculiar proclivity? Perhaps it was merely a reflection of the author's own psyche. Thus, Zhou Yi endeavored to alter the course of events, only to discover that due to his predecessor's actions, he was now powerless to halt the progression of the plot. Forced to watch helplessly as Tang Sirui was about to utter that infamous line, the fate of the destined villain was at its lowest ebb. However, at that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in Zhou Yi's mind. Destiny's Child detected, the destined villain system activated. This system serves as an aid to the destined villains, capable of extracting items from myriad realms. By seizing the protagonist's fortune and altering the narrative, one can draw forth corresponding talents in exchange for an array of skills and items, a veritable cornucopia of possibilities. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this not precisely what I desire? I have no intention of playing the pathetic, sycophantic villain. I shall slap the face of the child of destiny. The fortune of the fated villain is unparalleled. At that moment, Zhou Yi observed Ling Wanru, who was still absorbed in her performance, and Tang Sirui, whose expression was fervent and on the verge of exclaiming, "Do not underestimate the impoverished youth." Abruptly, He extended his hand to silence Tang Sirui. Hold on a moment. Are you two implying that you do not wish to annul the engagement? Very well then. Let the engagement remain intact. I shall take my leave. Zhou Yi's sudden interjection disrupted Tang Sirui's train of thought, causing his words to lodge in his throat, leaving him stammering, "You," while failing to utter anything further. Ling Wanru, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. However, she quickly regained her composure, letting out a shriek as she clung to Zhou Yi's arm, then softly murmured in a pitiful tone near his ear, "Igij, do you wish to abandon me?" In the past, whenever she spoke to him in such a manner, he would immediately acquiesce to her whims. Yet this time, what she encountered was Zhou Yi's cold gaze. "Your childhood camaraderie and mutual affection have moved me deeply, prompting my reluctant withdrawal, as you both wished. Yet, why do you appear so displeased?" Zhou Yi gazed at the two, his expression one of bewilderment, leaving them speechless and wide-eyed. Their intention had merely been to extract more resources from Zhou Yi. How could this infatuated fool take it so seriously? Tang Sirui's inner fury surged as he thought, "Zhou Yi, how dare you contemplate ceasing your support for us? That would be a path to ruin." At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Zhou Yi's mind, interrupting Tang Sirui's fortune-bearing, successfully obtained initial lottery opportunity. "Would you like to commence the lottery?" Outwardly silent, Zhou Yi's heart brimmed with joy. Needless to say, let's begin. In his consciousness, 3 mystery boxes suddenly materialized, and Zhou Yi swiftly grasped the lottery rules. Each lottery opportunity allows the selection of one from 3 mystery boxes. Currently, the primary system rewards comprise 5 tiers: Common 40, Uncommon 30, Rare 20, Extraordinary 9, and Legendary 1. As the host's strength increases, the probabilities of rewards will adjust accordingly, unlocking higher tiers of rewards. Please, host, double your investment. No, I mean endeavor in cultivation. Wait, did you just inadvertently voice your true thoughts? Zhou Yi mused with a hint of sarcasm before directing his gaze towards the 3 mystery boxes. The 3 blind boxes before him were part of a novice gift pack, each concealing a legendary reward from countless realms, each exceedingly potent. Thus, he casually selected the one in the center of the boxes on either side instantly dissolved into bubbles, while the central box shattered, emitting a radiant golden light that streamed into Zhou Yi's eyes. Commencing talent extraction. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a legendary reward, Strength Spirit I Talent, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Basic Version. Chapter 2. The first draw of the Kaleidoscope, rejecting the green tea female protagonist upon hearing the system prompt. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, he was overcome with sheer elation. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This was an invincible ocular technique, revered as the strongest divine eye in another realm. A complex kaleidoscope pattern flickered briefly in Zhou Yi's eyes. Simultaneously, a mysterious aura swiftly enveloped the entire room, causing everyone present to feel as though they were being scrutinized by a pair of elevated, all-seeing eyes. In the face of this gaze, no secret could remain concealed. The crowd was instantly struck with astonishment, and several elders of the Tang family exhibited drastic changes in their expressions, abruptly rising from their seats. They unleashed formidable abilities in a desperate attempt to resist the probing of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Who dares intrude upon the Tang family? As they spoke, beams of extraordinary energy swept through every corner of the space. Yet, regardless of their thorough search, they could not uncover the presence of the intruder. Exchanging glances, they recognized the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Despite their prowess, they were completely oblivious to the timing of the mysterious ability's Master S appearance or their current whereabouts. Most critically, they sensed no trace of the intruder's strength, leading them to conclude that the individual was either a newly awakened, unstable ability user or possessed such overwhelming power that they were unworthy of detection. The elders of the Tang family discreetly cast their eyes over the few unawakened youths present. If it were the former scenario, could it be their prodigy, Tang Sirui? Or perhaps the young girl from the Ling family? Or, no, Zhou Yi, with his F-grade ability aptitude, was utterly inconceivable. The esteemed elder merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Yi before diverting his gaze elsewhere. This could only imply the second scenario. Yet, The question lingered as to why this enigmatic powerhouse had made an appearance at the Tang family's doorstep. The members of the Tang family were perplexed, but upon confirming that this extraordinary aura bore no hostility towards them, and that the scrutinizing gaze merely brushed past the entrance without venturing inside, they could only resign themselves to the whims of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan until it vanished from sight. In their minds, they conjured an image of a formidable master endowed with unparalleled ocular techniques, unaware that this so-called powerhouse was none other than Zhou Yi, whom they had deemed insignificant. What astonished them further was that within mere seconds, Zhou Yi not only unraveled numerous concealed mechanisms and codes hidden within the Tang family's estate, but also discovered a secret vault right beneath his feet. The prowess of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was truly extraordinary. Zhou Yi felt a surge of elation. Indeed, this was the key to unraveling the conundrum he had long sought. It was as if a young calf had taken to standing on its head. Moreover, with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan at his disposal, he had effectively overturned the results of the talent assessment conducted 6 months prior. At tomorrow's awakening ceremony, he would undoubtedly present a momentous surprise to all those who wished to revel in his misfortune. With this thought, Zhou Yi found himself rather eager for the forthcoming event. However, he quickly regained his composure upon noticing the term basic version following the mention of rewards, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. System, what precisely does basic version entail? The kaleidoscopic Sharingan possesses a myriad of top-tier abilities, yet it lacks exclusive techniques such as Amaterasu and Kimui, and cannot summon Susanoo. With the existence of the basic version, one must wonder if there are advanced, upgraded, and ultimate versions. In response to Zhou Yi's inquiry, the system fell into a brief silence, only for Zhou Yi to soon perceive a flicker before hearing the system's voice again. This system is by no means a predatory pay-to-win game, so please do not cast unfounded accusations. As for the subsequent developments of the basic version, please continue to seize the fate of heaven and acquire more opportunities for draws to explore on your own. Although there was a certain noble tone in the words, Zhou Yi couldn't help but smirk. It was evident that he had hit the nail on the head, and the system was merely deflecting. Nevertheless, having obtained the kaleidoscopic Sharingan on his first draw, and clearly realizing that S rank was not the pinnacle, Zhou Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Moving forward, by continuing to follow the system's guidance to seize fortune, not only could he acquire more extraordinary abilities and items, but the kaleidoscopic Sharingan could further evolve. Wait, altering the plot and seizing the fate of the destined child? Zhou Yi's eyes widened as he gazed at Tang Suri and Ling Wanru below, a spark of realization igniting within him. Here, before him, stood an unascended protagonist, a most opulent opportunity, indeed. At that moment, Ling Wanru wore an expression of disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend why Zhou Yi had suddenly ceased his affections, pondering how her luxurious lifestyle would be maintained. Tang Sirui, on the other hand, gave a cold snort, questioning in a rigid tone, "What are you up to now? I must inform you. Do not assume that the Zhou family can dominate Star Sea City. I will never relinquish my hold on Xiaorou." He then turned to gaze at Ling Wanru beside him, feigning a deep emotional connection as he locked eyes with her. "Rest assured, Xiaorou, I will not allow anyone to take you away. You belong to me, my gentle Xiaorou." Upon hearing Tang Sirui's melodramatic confession, Zhou Yi could not help but chuckle. No one is vying for this green tea, but considering the numerous gifts I have bestowed upon Ling Wanru, it is only fair that she compensates me in return. I recall the Valentine's Day last year when I granted you admission to Star Sea High School. On March 8th, I gifted you a core from a 4th-tier demon beast. Last month, when you mentioned feeling down, you explicitly requested my soul vial of elixir capable of nurturing high-grade abilities. These are indeed precious items, and as for the other resources for ability development, they are countless. With each item Zhou Yi enumerated, Ling Wanru's expression grew increasingly grim, until finally, she hastily interrupted him, her anger palpable. "Zhou Yi, do you still consider yourself a man? To request back the gifts you have given, I never imagined you could be such a person." Beside them, Tang Sirui nodded vigorously, knowing that the majority of those items had been consumed by him. If Zhou Yi were to demand recompense from Wanru, he would undoubtedly be implicated. Given the limited wealth of the Jiang family, even selling himself would not recoup the losses. Others present, upon hearing Zhou Yi's casual mention of those possessions, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Zhou Yi has certainly gone to great lengths in his pursuit of romance. Indeed, it is no surprise. The rare elixirs and 4th-tier crystal cores are each worth their weight in gold, and the admission slots at Shanghai High School are exceedingly valuable. Available only to the affluent or those with exceptional talent. No wonder Tang Sirui, who previously displayed mediocre aptitude, managed to gain entry into Shanghai High School and subsequently rose to prominence. It appears he has been living off the advantages of others. Hearing the murmurs around him and observing the disconcerted expressions of the couple across from him, Joey could not help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that his predecessor had finally accomplished something worthwhile. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears once more. Unmask Tang Sirui as a freeloader. Strip him of substantial fortune from the heavens, and gain 2 lottery chances. It was indeed effective. Chapter 3, Legendary Illusion. Tsukuyami, the smile at the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth was almost uncontrollable. Seizing the chaotic situation, he silently commanded the system to extract everything within his mind. 6 blind boxes materialized at once. Utilizing multiple lottery chances simultaneously permitted consecutive draws, increasing the likelihood of obtaining remarkable items. Joey wished to discern any patterns among the blind boxes. However, despite his scrutiny, they appeared entirely identical. Ultimately, he had no choice but to randomly select 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully drawing a rare reward. 1 C-grade extraordinary space ring. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully drawing an extraordinary reward. Tsukuyami Skill Experience card. Allowing unrestricted use of Tsukuyami for half a minute. In the next instant, a silver ring materialized in Zhou Yi's hand out of thin air. As he probed it with his spiritual energy, his face lit up with delight. In this world, extraordinary treasures, combat techniques, and abilities are categorized into 9 grades. SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, much like supernatural talents. However, unlike these abilities, the value of extraordinary treasures cannot be solely determined by their grade due to their varied applications. Take, for instance, the storage ring in Zhou Yi's possession. Those familiar with novels know that, although it is merely a C-grade treasure, its worth is immense, boasting a capacity of 64 cubic units, allowing for the storage of numerous items. Another reward has Zhou Yi brimming with excitement, the most formidable illusion, Tsukuyami. Though it is merely a half-minute trial card, it is sufficient to safeguard his life in perilous moments, serving as a luxurious trump card. To his astonishment, the first 2 items drawn from the system proved to be incredibly useful. Could it be that the system offers a novice protection period? Upon exiting the system space, only a fleeting moment had passed. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Tang Sirui, who bore a mischievous expression, preparing to frame him as in the original storyline. Yet, Joey remained composed. His eyes gleamed with determination. Initially, his intent was merely self-preservation, but now equipped with the system, he not only aimed to counterattack but also sought to extract further opportunities for rewards from his adversary. To him, Tang Sirui had ceased to be merely a person. He had transformed into a mobile treasure trove of novice gifts. Moreover, Lian Wanru, standing nearby, could also be considered one of the female leads. Although she may lack certain qualities, she should still yield some chances for rewards. Thus, before Tang Sirui could utter a word, Zhou Yi preemptively donned an innocent expression and shrugged towards Lian Wanru. Bao Qian, the gifts I previously bestowed upon you were intended for my future wife, with marriage as the ultimate goal. You are well aware of their worth, even in my most infatuated state. I could never casually bestow such a substantial sum upon an unrelated individual. Should you fail to return them, at the very least, you will be charged with the crime of possessing assets of unknown origin, which would not only require you to compensate for my losses but also irrevocably tarnish your futures. As they beheld the smile upon Zhou Yi's face, Tang Sirui and Ling Wanru were so startled that they forgot to prepare their accusations against one another, trembling involuntarily. It was the first time they had witnessed such an expression from Zhou Yi, reminiscent of a shadowy mastermind. Tang Sirui was the first to regain his composure. Wanru, since you have taken so many items from Zhou Yi, you should promptly return them. We shall revisit our marriage contract thereafter. At Tang Sirui's words, Ling Wanru gazed incredulously at her childhood sweetheart, whom she had cherished for over a decade. She offered a sorrowful smile, which quickly morphed into a fierce demeanor. Do not think you can extricate yourself from this. The majority of the gifts bestowed upon me by Brother Yi were utilized by you. And did you not realize? Each time I handed you something, I retained evidence. Therefore, the responsibility to compensate for most of these items lies with you. What? You vile woman? You even kept evidence? It was you who insisted on giving them to me. Your so-called concern for my well-being was nothing but a facade. I have misjudged you. You are courting disaster. Compelled by your actions, I found myself reluctantly holding back. Initially, my loyalty to you is unwavering, yet I never anticipated that these matters would truly bear fruit today. As I observed the two of them bickering like dogs in a fierce quarrel, their faces flushed with anger, even resorting to physical altercations, it resembled a farcical display. At some point, I had even fetched a small stool, casually munching on seeds while applauding their antics. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications echoed in my ears. Incite discord between Tang Suri and Ling Wanyu, leading to their estrangement, granting 3 lottery opportunities, expose Tang Sirui's hypocritical facade, humiliating him before the crowd, granting 1 lottery opportunity, alter the narrative, plunging Ling Wanyu into panic and crisis, seizing the protagonist's fortune, granting 2 lottery opportunities. In a mere few minutes, I had amassed a total of 10 lottery opportunities, causing me to rub my hands together in anticipation, eager to return home for a cleansing ritual followed by a thrilling draw. However, at that moment, an elderly voice abruptly interrupted the altercation. Silence. Is it merely about money? The Tang family shall bear the cost. The Tang family's elder cast a shadowy glance, instantly silencing Tang Sirui and Ling Wanyu, compelling them to retreat obediently. I couldn't help but admire the art of their pretense. Yet, the next moment, the elder's gaze shifted toward me, his fierce eyes capable of instilling terror in anyone. What a clever strategy. With just a few words, you have fractured the bond between Sirui and Wanyu. Fortunately, you are but a useless fool. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly become a stumbling block in the rise of the Tang family. Nevertheless, even in the face of such audacity, daring to challenge the Tang family and shamelessly demanding the dissolution of the marriage contract, you shall not leave here today. Let the Zhou family bring forth the ransom. Zhou Yi's gaze was filled with fury. The face of the Tang family's elder was astonishingly brazen. He had yet to be captured, yet he was already distorting the truth. If he were truly apprehended, with his cunning, he would find himself in a predicament beyond redemption, unable to articulate his innocence. Meanwhile, Tang Sirui and Ling Wanru exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of excitement. Indeed, experience prevails, and in adversity, one must rely on the elder's wisdom. They had even begun to fantasize about how to utilize the resources extorted from the Zhou family. However, when the elder of the Tang family unleashed his full strength, a pair of ghostly claws aimed menacingly at Zhou Yi, he found that his hands passed right through Zhou Yi's chest, devoid of any tangible sensation. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi's form transformed into an ephemeral shadow, vanishing before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Where had he gone? Although this young man appeared to be of no consequence, one must not forget that he was the legitimate heir of the Zhou family, possessing several life-saving talismans. The elder of the Tang family maintained a facade of calm, yet his eyes gleamed not only with malice but also with an insatiable greed. Yet, no matter how extraordinary these tricks may seem, they are mere externalities. Upon closer inspection, I have already activated the family S Grand Formation. Zhou Yi is undoubtedly trapped. Upon hearing the elder's proclamation, the members of the Tang family became even more invigorated. Yet, as they burst forth from the house, they were met with a scene that left them utterly stupefied. The Tang family originally resided in a bustling urban area, yet at this moment, an eerie silence enveloped them, devoid of any human presence. What unsettled them further was the ominous crimson moon hanging overhead, casting a foreboding red glow that tinted everything in its light. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, directing everyone's gaze toward the source of terror behind them. The expression of sheer fright captivated all, even the eldest elder, who instinctively turned to follow the direction indicated. There, inexplicably, materialized a mysterious shadow. Chapter 4. A successful counterattack, reaping abundance enshrouded in a dark robe. The figure struck an unsettling chord within the elder of the Tang family, particularly due to its eyes, crimson orbs devoid of pupils, instead displaying a complex kaleidoscopic pattern. Upon merely locking eyes with this entity, the elder felt as though his very soul was being drawn in. He instantly recognized that these kaleidoscopic eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the mysterious powerhouse encountered moments before. Could it be a bodyguard summoned by the Zhou family to protect Zhou Yi? A sense of foreboding rose within him, quickly replaced by a fierce resolve. What if this being were indeed a powerful entity? On the territory of the Tang family, I possess the right to confront you. With that thought, he unhesitatingly activated the family's protective Grand Formation, enveloping the entire Tang estate in a white semicircular barrier, which instilled a sigh of relief among the Tang members. This Grand Formation, fortified through generations, held immense power, formidable enough to thwart even a third-tier powerhouse. Regardless of the strength possessed by this mysterious figure, it mattered little. However, Amidst their grotesque smiles, the enigmatic figure merely raised his hand slightly, causing a raven to alight upon it. While the others remained oblivious, the Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically. This place was already enveloped by the family's grand formation. From whence had this raven come? Its eyes, too, glowed a deep crimson, with 3 swirling tomo revealing an aura of arcane power. Be cautious, do not gaze into those eyes. Yet, it was too late. In the next instant, the figure transformed into countless swirling ravens, shrieking as they surged outward, shattering the family's protective formation and overwhelming the crowd with an uncountable swarm of birds. Damn it. These creatures fear even the flames of extraordinary abilities. Ah, it hurts. I am being torn apart. Beware, do not allow yourself to be captured, lest you be besieged by the raven horde and torn to shreds. Regardless of their strength, they would ultimately be ensnared, descending into an endless cycle of torment. Even the Grand Elder could only endure for mere minutes before being immobilized upon a cross. Before he could comprehend what was about to transpire, he beheld a vast flock of ravens approaching, each one tearing a piece of flesh from his body. The excruciating agony drove him to scream in madness. Yet he remained motionless, unable even to faint, forced to endure being shredded into a mass of mangled flesh, only to be resurrected and pecked at again. Repeating this torment dozens of times, on the brink of insanity. At that moment, the mysterious voice finally resonated once more. Today serves as a mild admonition, a lesson for the Tang family to remember. In the next instant, everything around them vanished, and the onlookers found themselves inexplicably returned to the normal world, where the once dilapidated Tang family estate stood intact. They exchanged glances, recognizing the lingering shock in each other's eyes, and upon checking the time, they could not help but exclaim. Remarkably, less than half a minute had passed since the elder had spoken. Yet they felt as though they had endured the torments of that infernal realm for a century, or even longer. The trauma inflicted upon them caused involuntary shudders to ripple through their bodies. Was this an illusion? What level of sorcery could ensnare them all so stealthily and without warning? The elder was struck with trepidation, too fearful to contemplate the moment when Shoei had departed from the Tank family. Instead, he fell to the ground with a resounding thud, repeatedly bowing towards the direction from which the aura had faded. Esteemed elder, my Tang family acknowledges our transgressions. We shall never again disturb young Master Shoei. However, his pleas for mercy elicited no response. After 2 minutes of remaining prostrate before the empty doorway, the elder abruptly rose, his face now adorned with an air of authority, as if the obsequious figure he had just embodied was a stranger. For him, the ability to unleash such vast illusions instantaneously was no ordinary power, and bowing before such a formidable being was not a cause for shame. From this day forth, no member of the Tang family shall approach within 50 meters of Zhou Yi, nor provoke him in any way. Otherwise, they shall bear the consequences. I do not wish for that esteemed elder to misunderstand our intentions. Little did he anticipate that the enigmatic powerhouse he envisioned was none other than Zhou Yi himself. Otherwise, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. At this moment, Zhou Yi strolled out of the Tang residence with an air of nonchalance. In a mere half-minute, he had utilized his kaleidoscopic Sharingan to unlock the underground vault and absconded with all its treasures. Gazing at the bountiful array of resources and valuables crammed into his storage ring, he could not help but marvel at his fortune. Even after reclaiming all the expenses he had lavished on Ling Wanru, he still had a surplus. Truly, this is the pinnacle of illusionary arts, he mused, and this is merely a half-minute trial. If I were to draw the ultimate version of Tsukuyami, how exhilarating that would be. With a light chuckle, he hailed a taxi and swiftly made his way home, eager to exhaust all his lottery chances and promptly elevate his powers to alter the destiny of the villain destined for demise. Meanwhile, Tang Surui's father, standing off to the side, suddenly recalled something and hurriedly extended his mental probe 3 meters into the ground beneath him. However, upon glimpsing the disarray of the underground warehouse, he nearly succumbed to rage. The fortune he had painstakingly amassed over the years for his outside concubine and illegitimate child had been utterly ransacked. What infuriated him the most was that this formidable individual had such discerning tastes that not a single valuable item in the warehouse was overlooked. Not even that coveted treasure he had concealed amidst a pile of refuse in the corner. Upon reflecting on this, a chilling sensation enveloped him. Yet he dared not confront Zhou Yi or that formidable individual. Instead, his ire was directed towards Tang Suri and Ling Wanru. With a tempestuous stride, He approached them and struck Tang Sirui down with a forceful slap. "It is you two who have brought this calamity upon our household. I shall obliterate you, ungrateful wretch." In the next moment, the Tang family estate echoed with the anguished screams of Tang Sirui and Ling Wanru, akin to the wails of slaughtered swine. Even the elders of the Tang family observed with cold indifference, showing no inclination to intervene. These two had inflicted such dire misfortune upon the clan that, were they not the prodigal child of the Tang family and the esteemed daughter of the Ling family, a mere beating would be far too lenient. However, this debt would undoubtedly be settled with the Ling family in due course. Meanwhile, Zhou had already returned to his opulent rented mansion. Although the moon reading experience card was a one-time use, upon its conclusion, he discovered that his mastery over the kaleidoscope Sharingan had significantly enhanced, as had his prowess in illusion techniques. At that moment, a series of messages flashed through his mind. Tang Sirui was humiliated and lost control in the family escort. Ridiculed by all his peers, suffering a significant loss of fortune. Congratulations on receiving one lottery chance. Ling Wanru has been detained by the Tang family, using this opportunity to extort a substantial sum from the Ling family, thereby losing their favor. Congratulations on receiving one lottery chance. Zhou himself was taken aback. A single moon reading experience card had granted him 2 lottery chances while conjuring a mysterious, powerful figure in the minds of the Tang family. He had securely closed the doors and windows, lit incense, bathed, and then, stretching his fingers, silently chanted within his heart. System, commence the lottery. Chapter 5, The Void Prism. The Miracle of Abilities. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before Zhou swiftly receded, and he found himself within the confines of the system space. Currently, the host has 12 chances to draw. Would you prefer to draw separately or all at once? Was there even a need for discussion? Naturally, it was to be a single, comprehensive draw. As soon as Zhou Yi's words fell, dozens of identical mystery boxes materialized before him, nearly overwhelming his senses. After scrutinizing them for a while, he could discern no differences, resigning himself to fate and randomly selecting 10 from the multitude. Beep. Congratulations to the host for drawing a common reward, 1 military rations pill. Beep. Congratulations to the host for drawing a rare reward, B-grade lightning affinity ability. Beep. Congratulations to the host for drawing a common reward, a small inner garment of Oshan, capable of randomly appearing within a 1-meter radius. Beep. Congratulations to the host for drawing a transcendent reward, A-grade lightning attribute combat skill, 1,000 birds. Within the system space, Zhou held a triangular lace fabric. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Oshan was a female teacher at the school who had shown considerable care towards another student, the destined child who had lost both parents. Under her favoritism, this individual had repeatedly humiliated Zhou, ultimately amassing fortune and elevating Oshan to his harem. Yet, when Zhou merely sought to defend himself, Oshan accused him of bullying a classmate. Not only was he compelled to apologize in front of the entire school, but he also had to compensate the other party with significant resources. The mere recollection of her saintly demeanor filled him with revulsion. He nearly discarded the small garment. But at the last moment, he halted his actions. In a previous life, the sage Aristotle once proclaimed that there are no worthless rewards, only undesirable ones. If he was destined to be the villain of fate, it was only fitting for him to engage in actions that corresponded with his character, was it not? Upon reflection, such a notion seems extraordinarily audacious, particularly in light of the awakening ceremony scheduled for tomorrow, where it will undoubtedly yield unforeseen consequences. The other rewards amounted to mere trivialities of little value, yet he was fortunate enough to acquire a thunder affinity and a modified version of the thunder technique, Chidori, which provided him with a sense of relief, contrasting the unforgiving nature of certain games from his past life that featured no guarantees after a series of attempts. With these 2 rewards, alongside the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he had secured a modicum of self-preservation, ensuring he would not be so easily manipulated as depicted in the original narrative. After cataloging the treasures from the system blind box, Zhou directed his attention to the spatial ring upon his hand. The resources contained within surpassed those he had previously expended on Ling Wanru. A mere glance elicited a raised eyebrow from him. Most of the items he had discreetly acquired were intended to enhance his innate potential, yet 2 in particular captured his interest. The first was an S-grade talent elixir. This caliber of potion far exceeded the one he had gifted to Ling Wanru. In fact, even Zhou, with his esteemed standing, had never encountered such a potion before, let alone find it in the Tang family's vault. This elixir possessed 2 remarkable effects. Upon consumption, It guaranteed the random generation of an S-grade superpower. And when applied to the body, it could significantly elevate one's innate potential, akin to a complete metamorphosis. Had it not been for the activation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Zhou Yi would have unhesitatingly chosen the first option. However, with the assistance of the system and upon discovering the object concealed beneath a heap of debris, Zhou Yi decisively opted to enhance his innate abilities through the use of a potion. It was a crystal, dark and ashen like coal. Had it not been for the kaleidoscope Sharingan revealing the flow of spiritual energy, Zhou Yi would never have fathomed that such a priceless treasure lay hidden in the basement. The Void Prism? Zhou Yi couldn't help but softly utter the name of this extraordinary artifact. It possesses but a single ability, to enable the possessor to awaken multiple extraordinary powers. Typically, an extraordinary being would only acquire one power during the awakening ceremony on their coming-of-age day, though a rare few fortunate individuals may experience a secondary awakening, gaining further abilities. The Void Prism, however, guarantees the possessor a 100% chance of multiple awakenings. Despite its current unremarkable gray-black exterior, once refined, it can condense several facets of crystal, each representing the maximum number of powers one can harbor. Yet, just as he prepared to secure the Void Prism, Zhou Yi's movements abruptly halted. A sudden realization struck him. As a destined antagonist, retaining such a treasure could inadvertently transform it into a boon for the protagonist, akin to an experience package of fortune. Even a mere 1 in 10,000 chance equates to a certainty for the destined child. A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Yi's forehead as he pondered why he felt compelled to conceal it. This could only be the machinations of fate. Thus, before the Void Prism could warm in his grasp, Zhou Yi promptly swallowed it whole, leaving no opportunity behind. In the next moment, an enigmatic aura began to coalesce within Zhou Yi, rapidly forming into the shape of a monolithic crystal. This indicated that the Void Crystal had become futile, failing to bestow upon Zhou Yi a single new ability. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yi was instantly filled with rage. Even if the Void Crystal were to be destroyed, it would not be permitted for him to gain anything from it, simply because it had not been left for the favored child of destiny. Very well. If this is how it shall be played, then summon the system. Were the system capable of personification, it would undoubtedly have 3 dark lines etched upon its forehead at this moment. However, it was swift in action. A brilliant flash swept through, abruptly halting the crystallization process, which then proceeded to take shape at an even swifter pace. Yet, upon completion, Zhou Yi was left utterly bewildered. The Void Crystal, which was on the verge of becoming a monolithic form, had inexplicably transformed into a sphere. By surface standards, a spherical void crystal could be considered to possess but a single face, yet it could also be perceived as having countless planes. Lacking any other abilities to verify this, Zhou Yi set the void crystal aside, reassured that it could not be taken from him now that it had been refined. He then shifted his gaze to other items, meticulously cataloging them for some time until he had organized all possessions. Such a vast wealth elicited admiration from Zhou Yi. Indeed, Tang Sirui's father had spared no expense in providing for his illegitimate son, even secretly hoarding the void crystals. Even the remnants he had left behind were likely imbued with more thought than what had been lavished upon Tang Sirui. If Tang Sirui were to discover this, one could only wonder if he would be consumed by jealousy. Regrettably, at this moment, these resources are solely available for Zhou Yi's enjoyment. While the cost will undoubtedly be borne by Tang Sirui and Ling Wanru, akin to a pair of sycophants, merely contemplating this makes Zhou Yi feel an enhanced comfort in utilizing the spiritual crystals within the ring. As the night passed, Zhou Yi not only felt invigorated but also rejuvenated. Perhaps this is the joy derived from counting wealth? He glanced at the clock, noting that in a few hours, the awakening ceremony would commence. According to the narrative, he would be subjected to a humiliating experience, transforming into a mere vessel for the protagonist's grandeur. However, this time, he was no longer the talentless individual rated F, but a prodigious genius who had awakened an S-level ability. Zhou Yi could scarcely contain his anticipation of witnessing the expressions on his peers' faces upon seeing the talent assessment device. Chapter 6. The Pinnacle of I Techniques. Nicknamed the Prison Sovereign. Today, the atmosphere at the first high school is particularly boisterous, with the air feeling more heated than usual. Inside the classroom, everyone is animatedly discussing the upcoming awakening ceremony. Even those habitual latecomers have arrived at their seats early today. The ceremony is imminent, and I feel a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of my own potential for supernatural abilities. I heard that last year someone awakened an A-level ability, the Thunder Law King, and was directly admitted to Zijin University. Additionally, a senior awakened a mysterious spatial ability and was exceptionally recruited by top professors from Magic City University. I do not wish for much. I merely hope to awaken a C-level ability of elasticity. I feel the same. Do you all aspire to awaken abilities? I hesitate to expose the truth. Unlike me, a mere D-level hardening would suffice. As the incessant chatter filled the air, Zhou Yi pushed open the classroom door. In that instant, the once vibrant atmosphere froze, and all eyes turned towards him. Sympathy, indifference, and a hint of schadenfreude mingled in the gazes of his peers. It was well known that Zhou Yi had been deemed utterly talentless before the awakening ceremony. However, due to the influence of the Zhou family, no one dared to overtly provoke him, though their disdain for him was nearly palpable. No matter how powerful your family may be, you remain nothing but a waste incapable of awakening, they thought. Little did they know, with just an S-grade talent potion, Zhou Yi had already transformed his potential into an unknown realm, not to mention his S-grade kaleidoscope Sharingan and the destiny of a villain system. He had no worries about the awakening ceremony today. Among the onlookers, however, was not one who would recognize his destiny. Near the window on Zhou Yi's left, a slender boy with delicate features scoffed disdainfully, his face adorned with open mockery directed at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, with today's awakening ceremony, shouldn't you scurry back home and keep your tail tucked between your legs? What do you hope to achieve by coming to school? To embarrass yourself? Upon hearing the young man's cold voice, Zhou Yi turned to face him. The young man was named Guan Tianming, orphaned with no siblings or home to call his own. Despite struggling on the brink of survival, for reasons unknown, he harbored an intense hatred for Zhou Yi. Moreover, due to the favoritism of their homeroom teacher, Ms. O'Shan, it was always Zhou Yi who bore the brunt of their conflicts. However, Guan Tianming believed that the world owed him a debt, that he was destined to turn misfortune into fortune. He thought of Zhou Yi, the idle scion of a wealthy family, and fantasized about the day he would trample him underfoot, seizing his inheritance to pave his own path to glory. Observing Zhou Yi, clad in bespoke designer attire, whose breakfast alone surpassed a week's worth of his own sustenance, he felt a surge of jealousy that roared within him. Yet, when confronted by this rabid dog, Zhou Yi chose not to retaliate as he usually would. Instead, he smiled faintly and disregarded him entirely. He was no longer the mindless antagonist of his former self. When a mad dog barks at you, one should not stoop to engage in a verbal spat. Rather, one should let it be for a moment, then strike decisively at its most vulnerable point, ensuring its swift demise. Moreover, for an arrogant individual, what stings more than insults is the sting of indifference. Indeed, Zhou Yi's dismissive demeanor instantly enraged Guan Tianming, yet he found himself powerless against Zhou Yi's nonchalance. Consequently, he could only vow with fierce determination that during the upcoming awakening ceremony, he would surely slap Zhou Yi's face until it was swollen, making him acutely aware that the chasm between genius and mediocrity was vaster than that between man and beast. At that moment, a girl in the class suddenly let out a series of excited exclamations while gazing at her phone, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Have you heard about Prison Lord?" she exclaimed. "Of course. It's trending on Weibo. So enigmatic, so elegant. He is the epitome of a perfect idol. I declare, from this day forth, I am a devoted fan of Lord Prison. What does being a fan even mean? I would gladly be Lord Prison's loyal dog. Woof woof." Upon hearing the fervent discussions of the crowd, Zhou Yi felt a surge of curiosity. Last night, he had been preoccupied with processing the gains acquired from the Tang family, thus neglecting to pay attention to the online chatter. Consequently, he was unaware of the unfolding events or the identity of the so-called Prison Lord. Intrigued, he leaned in to observe, only to find a familiar scene on his phone. In the video, a hazy figure stood proudly amidst the throng, undeterred by the pack of wolves surrounding him. As he slowly opened his eyes, a crimson kaleidoscope spun within his pupils, exuding an enchanting and mysterious aura. At that moment, many remained oblivious to the impending events, inundating the screen with sarcastic comments. Is it merely a spiritual liability? How dare he call himself the Prison Lord? The current state of social media allows for such audacity. My cousin's great and also awakened a spiritual liability, and hers is even more flamboyant. Yet, it possesses no real power. It is said that 99% of spiritual liabilities are just like that. If this fellow truly belongs to the remaining 1%, I shall livestream myself standing on my head and swallowing my pride. A screenshot was provided as evidence. How disheartening. I expected something rare, yet this is all there is? I'm out of here. Despite the barrage of mockery, no one dared to refute the comments. Even the supporters of the prison lord in class wore expressions of anticipation. What could be more thrilling than witnessing a slap in the face? In the next moment, the camera revealed a layer of ethereal hellish imagery that enveloped the entire Tang family, trapping their formidable experts within an illusion from which none could escape. In the sky, a blood moon hung high, its kaleidoscopic gaze fixed upon the anguished cries of the Tang family below, rendering the solitary figure standing aloft even more awe-inspiring. In those fleeting moments, not a single comment traversed the screen. All present were left spellbound by the spectacle before them. It was only when the surroundings returned to normal, revealing that the preceding events were mere illusions, that the barrage of comments erupted, swiftly inundating the entire display. How curious that those who had just moments ago been mocking fell silent now. It was indeed the illusion of the hellish cycle he summoned that earned him the title of Lord of the Abyss. Goodness, what did I just witness? Was I truly blind to such greatness? It appears that while names may be misapplied, titles are never mistaken. The name of Lord of the Abyss is well-deserved. Everyone, rise in reverence for the arrival of the Lord of the Abyss. And what of that fellow who was just stooping for food and drink? Share the live stream number. And I shall send you a moment from a minute ago. No need to send it. I shall seek him out personally. Allow me to enlighten you. Typically, illusions affect only select individuals, with certain advanced forms capable of simultaneously hypnotizing many, yet they can never deceive machines. However, the Lord of the Abyss, through the screen, allowed us all to witness the realm of illusion. What does this signify? It indicates that the Lord of the Abyss's illusions have transcended the realm of mortals. I have only heard of a few ancient masters who have dedicated decades to the study of illusions achieving such feats. I leave the rest to your imagination. Upon reading this passage, astonishment washed over everyone. Does this not imply that the Lord of the Abyss's illusions have reached an invincible level? At this moment, in a certain apartment far away in the bustling metropolis, a young man removed his hands from the keyboard, his face etched with seriousness as he repeatedly watched a video, ultimately sending it to his supervising professor. Before long, his phone vibrated. It was a call from the professor. The young man's gaze flickered, and as he answered, he heard the professor's urgent voice. Is the video you sent me genuine? You also noticed the alterations in the surrounding architecture after he unleashed his illusion, did you not? If I am not mistaken, this individual's illusion has reached a level capable of influencing reality. In simpler terms, it is potent enough to elevate him to divine status. Chapter 7. The Awakening Ceremony. The entire network in an uproar. Zhou, oblivious to the happenings in the distant metropolis, gazed at the lively barrage of comments and was astonished to discover how his moon reading appeared to others, never anticipating that this scene would be recorded and posted online. Fortunately, under the influence of the moon reading, the lens failed to capture Zhou Yi's appearance and physique, only revealing a vague silhouette. Following the conclusion of the video, every student in the class displayed expressions of lingering intrigue, their discussions becoming even more fervent than before. If I am not mistaken, the location in the video should be the Tang family ancestral hall, which implies that the Lord of the Abyss may very well be in our Donglin city. I had inquired earlier, but it seems the Tang family is shrouded in secrecy regarding this matter, steadfastly refusing to divulge any information. Thus, to this day, no one knows the origins of the Lord of the Abyss. It is said that a wave of fervor, dubbed Finding the Lord of the Abyss, has swept across the internet, with numerous influential figures and various factions eager to ally with him. Truly a testament to my keen insight. Guan Tianming clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. A true gentleman ought to be thus. I aspire to be like the prison sovereign, or even surpass him, and then annihilate the Zhou family where Zhou Yi resides. Slay Zhou Yi, and seize his inheritance. The latter declaration echoed in his mind. Yet the menacing glint in his eyes made Zhou Yi instantly suspect that this lad harbored no noble intentions. Conversely, the rest of the class was inspired by Guan Tianming's earlier words, with the class beauty, Zhuang Wei, gazing at him with tender eyes, her gaze almost palpable. This young woman was also one of Guan Tianming's harem, and leveraging her identity as the granddaughter of the grade director, she had posed numerous challenges to Zhou Yi, even having bullied the original owner previously, contributing significantly to the latter's poor academic performance. However, Zhou Yi did not anticipate that this so-called prison sovereign identity would incite such a commotion. Yet he soon realized that with the prison sovereign alias, should he encounter similar rewards in the future, he would be able to accomplish a great many things. At that moment, the class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Oshan, entered the classroom right on time. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and surveyed the room, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Guan Tianming. She had heard his earlier remarks and felt a profound sense of pride. Indeed, he was a student she had devoted herself to, and his ambitions were commendably lofty. She had also watched the video about the prison sovereign and had just been discussing the matter with other teachers in the office. Numerous individuals online have dedicated themselves to analyzing the battle of the prison emperor, with several formidable experts even lending their voices to affirm that they too are incapable of allowing illusions to influence reality. These individuals are indeed top-tier masters guarding their domains. Consequently, they collectively concluded that the prison emperor is undoubtedly a terrifyingly powerful ancient entity. One instructor lamented that if only he could meet such a strong figure, he would not squander his life in this manner. Oshan and others nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with this sentiment. Thus, when she learned that Guan Tianming had set the prison emperor as his target, aspiring even to surpass him, she felt a profound sense of relief, as if her efforts had not been in vain. In stark contrast, she cast a disdainful glance at the idlers, Zhou Yi and his ilk, like one would look upon a pest, quickly averting her gaze as if lingering any longer would tarnish her vision. These individuals were almost entirely devoid of any extraordinary abilities, leading her to refrain from expending much energy on them. Particularly Zhou Yi, who had clashed with her cherished student multiple times, displaying an utter lack of self-awareness. What did his affluent background matter? Such bullies, who have relied on their privilege since childhood, irked her the most. She could never believe that the revered prison emperor, pursued by throngs, could be the same Zhou family scion, who, despite his looks, appeared to have already been sentenced to failure. However, as a teacher, she concealed her emotions, calmly announcing that the awakening ceremony would commence in 10 minutes, instructing all registered participants to report to the stadium immediately. With that, she personally led a few promising individuals, followed by Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei as they exited the classroom first. Is this to cultivate a foundation for Guan Tianming? Zhou Yi smiled faintly, relishing the leisurely atmosphere as he sauntered alongside the main group towards the stadium. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a wave of intense heat. In the next moment, amidst the gasps of the crowd, a burst of flame surged towards him. Though the boy unleashing the fiery ability appeared frantic, Zhou Yi discerned a glint of malicious triumph in his eyes. Not far away, Guan Tianming, who was queuing up, wore a smirk, subtly gliding his hand across his neck. This individual was among Guan Tianming's closest associates. Had Zhou Yi truly been an untalented wastrel, he would certainly have been disfigured by the blaze. Yet, just as everyone was caught off guard and unable to rescue him, a crimson kaleidoscopic pattern flickered in Zhou Yi's vision. In an astonishing turn of events, the once violent flames abruptly redirected, unexpectedly targeting Guan Tianming instead. At that moment, neither Guan Tianming nor Zhuang Wei had awakened their abilities, caught off guard. They stood frozen until the searing heat singed their eyebrows, jolting them into awareness with a chorus of anguished screams. Meanwhile, Oshan, awakening from her stupor, hastily conjured a sphere of water, extinguishing the flames engulfing the pair. However, by that time, Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei's garments had been reduced to ash, clinging to their skin and causing numerous burns, while their hair had been entirely singed away, leaving them exposed before the onlookers. In utter disbelief, she exclaimed, "What a treasure!" "Silence! Such treasures will only lead to your ruin. Good heavens, it possesses jade-like feet." Zhuang Wei was momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure, letting out a scream as she clasped her hands to her chest and sank to the ground. Meanwhile, Guan Tianming's expression turned particularly grim as he glared at the chubby little boy who was spewing fire, his eyes radiating a fury that seemed capable of annihilating him. Zhuang Wei had long been regarded as his own, and now, exposed to the gaze of the entire school, how could his fastidious nature ever allow him to marry her? Would he no longer enjoy the privileges of his position as department head? The chubby boy himself was bewildered, unable to fathom how the flames originally intended for Zhou Yi had somehow turned upon his own leader. Was it possible that his newly awakened powers were still beyond his control? Yet, in the next moment, upon witnessing Guan Tianming's murderous glare, he trembled in fear, his corpulent body quaking with despair. However, while Guan Tianming was reveling in his authoritative display, he failed to notice that behind him, Oshan's expression darkened as she beheld the hairless, naked form. Her willingness to support Guan Tianming stemmed not only from her genuine affection for the student, but also from the fact that his handsome visage resonated with her desires. Yet, As she observed Guan Tianming with his hair and eyebrows singed into a state resembling a boiled egg, she realized that his appearance was far from what she had envisioned. He appeared gaunt, almost monkey-like, and even the more substantial aspects were woefully lacking. Oshan suddenly recognized her waning affection for Guan Tianming, prompting her to introspectively question whether this student truly merited the considerable investment of her time and energy. Meanwhile, as Zhou was engrossed in the spectacle before him, a sudden alert from the system reverberated in his mind. Chapter 8. Unveiling Talent. Although he was eager, he restrained himself. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly and discreetly cast a glance at Oshan. Indeed, the admiration she previously held for Guan Tianming had dissipated, replaced instead with a hint of confusion. Zhou had not anticipated that his unintentional actions would yield such significant rewards. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As a series of notifications continued to chime in his ears, cause a rift in the relationship between Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei, significantly altering the original narrative. And earn 3 lottery chances. Instigate discord among Guan Tianming and his subordinates, forfeiting the opportunity to establish the Tianming gang, and earn 2 lottery chances. Expose Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei in a public setting, shattering his dignity and causing the destined one to lose composure, and earn 4 lottery chances. Zhou, observing the increasing number of lottery opportunities, nearly burst into laughter, forcing himself to conjure dozens of melancholic tracks from the depths of a late-night playlist to suppress the rising corners of his mouth. Truly, he was not just a prominent internet celebrity, but rather the favored protagonist of destiny in no time. The lottery chances harvested from Guan Tianming nearly rivaled those from Tang Sirui. This opportunity must not be squandered. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos within the stadium, Zhou focused his mind on the system and silently uttered the command to commence the lottery draw. In a fleeting moment, a series of blind boxes materialized in his mind. This time, Zhou had familiarized himself with the procedure, and thus selected 11 based on the birthdays of himself and his family. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn a common reward, an E-grade mystical treasure, the Spirit Jade. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn a rare reward, 500 explosive talismans. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn an extraordinary reward, a shinobi roll card. Zhou gazed at the succession of notifications flashing before him, yet he was utterly astonished by the most prominent one. Another extraordinary reward. This shinobi roll card would allow him to momentarily acquire the abilities of a shinobi at random, and if utilized wisely, it could provide Zhou with significant assistance. At that moment, Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei had donned their spare school uniforms. However, when Guan Tianming surveyed the surroundings, he inadvertently caught sight of the smirk at the corner of Zhou mouth, nearly causing him to choke with rage. He was suffering from an undeserved calamity while this fellow appeared to be reveling in amusement. Fuming, Guan Tianming trembled as he pointed at Zhou, exclaiming loudly, "You." Zhou, seeing your classmate in such dire straits, not only show no sympathy but instead wear a mocking grin. Are you even human? I even suspect that you orchestrated this calamity. Speak up. Is it because you consider yourself a waste that you wish to drag me and Xiaowei down with you? But think again, this minor setback cannot possibly defeat me. With that, Guan Tianming reached directly for the nearby talent awakening device. In the next moment, a crimson glow soared into the sky, overshadowing the talents of others, while Guan Tianming erupted with a crisp sound akin to a sword song. As if he had transformed into a drawn blade, igniting the atmosphere into a fervor. An A-level ability, the 8-direction sword control. Moreover, it was a growth-type ability, destined to strengthen as he wielded his weapons, approaching the legendary S rank in rarity. It had been ages since our school had produced such a high-level ability. Truly, the prodigy esteemed by teacher O has not disappointed. Now I find myself convinced of his words. After all, an A-level ability is hardly likely to slander a talentless individual, reduced to nothing but a privileged wastrel, for he is simply unworthy. Hearing the chaotic discussions around him, a smug expression crept across Guan Tianming's face, completely disregarding that the arsonist was his own subordinate, acting under his instructions to disfigure Zhou, which led to this unexpected incident. The embarrassment of being burned in such a humiliating manner necessitated someone to take the fall. Although he lacked concrete evidence, he fervently hoped the scapegoat would be Zhou, thus allowing him to exploit the situation for a substantial sum from the Zhou family. As for the notion of not being defeated by setbacks, or more colloquially, possessing thick skin and indifference, it was astonishing how he could articulate such lofty ideals with such self-righteousness. His group of brethren erupted in cheers. while Zhuang Wei's gaze was filled with a fervor that suggested she wished to consume him on the spot. Oh Shan's impression of him had also shifted. For his A-level ability was sufficient to overshadow all his flaws. Without exception, they all coldly fixated their gaze upon Zhou Yi, eagerly awaiting a command from Guan Tianming, ready to pounce upon him like a pack of ravenous hounds. Ah, Zhou Yi, all you need to do is kneel before me and Wei, bow your head thrice, and offer up all the resources you possess. Then I shall pardon your grievous disrespect this time. Otherwise, do not expect to maintain your standing in this school. However, upon hearing Guan Tianming's twisted reasoning, Zhou Yi remained unfazed. Instead, he applauded in approval. TSK, truly deserving of the title Child of Destiny. His SSS-level ability to manipulate words was nothing short of masterful. Had the original, inept Zhou Yi been in this situation, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. But alas, Guan Tianming's A-level powers were mere trifles in the face of his current self. Coincidentally, the male student ahead of Zhou Yi had just completed his talent assessment, prompting Zhou Yi to step forward with a smile, placing his hand upon the awakening device like the others. What on earth was he doing? Had he not already been deemed utterly devoid of any special abilities? He must be unwilling to accept reality, insisting on witnessing the results for himself. Yet, who could blame him? If I were in his position, I would also struggle to believe I was a failure, particularly as the heir of the Zhou family. It was nothing short of self-degradation. The more he played this game, the more he invited contempt. If the awakening instrument failed to emit even a flicker of light, he would indeed become the greatest laughingstock of the school, and even of the Zhou family. Around him were those who mocked him, those who lamented life's ironies, and the impartial observers, yet not a single soul was willing to speak in Zhou Yi's defense. Even Zhou Yi himself could not help but chuckle, reflecting on how much envy his predecessor had endured. Although he was reluctant to dampen the spirits of certain classmates with the surname Guan, he believed that talent assessments could indeed err, as the detection devices possess limitations. Only the awakening device can truly unleash one's potential. Just as Zhou Yi finished speaking, a beam of green light surged skyward from his detection device, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, silencing those who had intended to mock him. They could only stare in awe at the verdant glow piercing through the crimson sky. A B-level ability, and a formidable one at that. Capable of surpassing ordinary A-level powers with its affinity for lightning. It turned out Zhou Yi spoke the truth. He was no longer a waste. But what difference did it make? He still paled in comparison to Guan Tianming. The expressions of Guan Tianming and his companions darkened as they beheld that flash of green overhead. The chasm between a talentless disgrace of the Zhou family and the legitimate heir endowed with B-level abilities was as stark as heaven and earth. Had Zhou Yi remained a useless individual, they might have bullied him, and the Zhou family would have turned a blind eye for the sake of their genius. Yet now that Zhou Yi had awakened a B-level ability, he had become the treasured jewel of the Zhou clan, the legitimate heir. Who would dare to bully him? That would be tantamount to slapping the Zhou family's face. The thought sent a pallor across the faces of all who had previously ridiculed Zhou Yi, save for Guan Tianming, who grit his teeth in defiance. Do not fear. Although he has awakened his powers, I am still a growth-type ability, and I remain above him. With my protection, even the Zhou family would not dare to speak out. Upon hearing Guan Tianming's words, Zhou Yi nearly succumbed to laughter. What a colossal infant must he be to utter such phrases? He had merely awakened his extraordinary abilities, and at most could be regarded as a potential genius of the future. What value did his reputation hold? Should the Zhou family desire it, they could easily render him a fallen prodigy by nightfall. However, Guan Tianming was akin to a bountiful crop, and Zhou Yi would not let him go unscathed. He was determined to reap him entirely. The most effective method for harvesting such a crop is to trample upon them at their pinnacle, in the very realm where they bask in their pride. Are you afraid? While I understand your urgency, I implore you to hold your horses. There are matters ahead that will ignite your impatience even further. With that, Zhou Yi exerted a bit more force, and a radiant golden light erupted once more from the awakening device, leaving the entire assembly in stunned silence. Chapter 9, S-Class Abilities. Slapping the face of the Child of Destiny. Golden? A golden legend? An S-Class ability has manifested. Goodness, just moments ago an A-Class growth-type ability was born. And now, scarcely a few minutes later, an S-Class legendary ability emerges. Has this year indeed become a haven for geniuses? At Tianyu No. 1 High School, the performance of this year's workforce has finally been safeguarded. How moving! Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the golden light entwined with the green, first forcing the once mighty A-Class red light into the farthest corner, before astonishingly breaking free from the confines of the sports arena. a dual ability, one of which is an S-class spiritual ability. Before yesterday, even an S-level ability from the Lingyan system would be dismissed with scorn, deemed a waste of such high potential. However, now all gazes directed towards Zhou brimmed with envy. How could one not be awed? This was a talent on par with the esteemed prison lord, undeniably impressive. Meanwhile, Guan Tianming seethed with frustration, his teeth clenched. Today's awakening ceremony was supposed to mark the pinnacle of his life, a moment to humiliate Zhou and seize valuable resources for his training. Yet, to his dismay, this genius from the first high school found himself utterly overlooked, as all attention gravitated towards Zhou, trampling his dignity as if it were dirt beneath their feet. Yet, beyond anger, a deeper fear took hold. In terms of both lineage and appearance, he was vastly inferior to Zhou. His previous dominance over Zhou stemmed solely from talent, and in this realm, talent and strength reigned supreme. Today, however, the very talent he had prided himself on was effortlessly surpassed by Zhou, leaving him bereft of any standing to assert before him. Should the Zhou family desire, a mere flick of a finger could extinguish his existence. Habitually, Guan Tianming cast a pleading glance towards Oshan, only to find that the teacher who once focused solely on him was now fixated on Zhou, eyes sparkling with admiration he had never witnessed before. Clearly, he had lost Oshan's favor. Zhou, how could you do this to me? In a fit of rage, Guan Tianming felt darkness close in, fainting on the spot and causing an uproar. Meanwhile, Zhou received a series of system notifications, turned Guan Tianming's first-class talent into a laughingstock, causing him to lose the attention of all students and gain 3 lottery opportunities, significantly divert Oshan's attention, leading Guan Tianming to lose his support. Obtaining 2 lottery chances awakened extraordinary abilities to suppress Guan Tianming, preventing him from showcasing his talents in public, altering a critical plot point, and greatly diminishing the fortune of fate, resulting in 10 lottery opportunities. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he resolved to further ignite the flames against Guan Tianming. With a facade of concern, he stepped forward to assist amidst the surrounding crowd. Witnessing this scene, many classmates and teachers, oblivious to the enmity between the two, were nearly moved to tears. Just look at them, the top 2 students in the entire school, sharing the same class and appearing so amicable. It truly elicited envy from onlookers. Had Zhou been privy to their inner thoughts, he would have smiled in agreement and joyfully continued to extract lottery opportunities from Guan Tianming. At that moment, whether due to the surrounding clamor or the jostling of the stretcher, Guan Tianming slowly opened his eyes. However, the first visage that met his gaze was Zhou's remarkably handsome face, one that stirred feelings of jealousy within him. Zhou, Guan Tianming trembled as he reached out, but before he could articulate his thoughts, a sharp pain shot through his arm as something fell from his sleeve. Immediately, he heard a chorus of gasps from those around him, their gazes shifting to him with an expression of peculiar intrigue. A sense of foreboding washed over Guan Tianming, prompting him to exert effort in turning his neck to follow their line of sight to the ground. There, he beheld a delicate piece of fabric. Whose could this be? Oh, did this object just fall from me? Before Guan Tianming could comprehend the situation, Oshan in the crowd was already flushed with urgency. How could she not recognize this garment? No wonder she had been unable to find it last night. It turned out to be on Guan Tianming. Had it been before, she would have vehemently dismissed any suspicion against him, but now she felt nothing but revulsion, her gaze towards him turning icily cold. The student she had painstakingly protected over the years, even at the cost of offending the Zhou family, repaid her in such a manner? Even if this item did not belong to her, she felt utterly disheartened to have taught a pervert who steals from girls. Guan Tianming finally grasped what had transpired, his expression morphing into one of terror as he shouted, "It's not me. I didn't do this." He then pointed at Zhou, trembling as he declared, "It was him. Zhou definitely stuffed this in my sleeve." However, with the keen eyes of all the faculty and students upon them, it was evident that Zhou had not touched Guan Tianming's clothing, let alone stuffed such a conspicuous item into his sleeve. Consequently, the crowd's disdain for Guan Tianming intensified, with several girls whispering amongst themselves, casting him glances akin to that of refuse. Who would have thought that the top student of our school was, in fact, a lecherous man? Moreover, not only did he steal from girls, but upon being caught, he attempted to frame another. Did he truly believe that we were all blind? Indeed, just moments ago, Zhou had kindly assisted him with a stretcher. And this was how he chose to repay such kindness? How I once held him in such high regard, only to be met with profound disappointment. Upon hearing their words, Guan Tianming could no longer contain himself and spewed forth a mouthful of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. He was swiftly carried into the ambulance. However, this time, neither Oshan nor Zhuang Wei, nor any of his comrades, chose to follow. Zhou Yi, with a smile, waved farewell to the ambulance. As a series of notifications unfolded before him, Guan Tianming has lost Oshan's trust completely, no longer shielded from the storm. Granting 3 chances for a lottery draw, transforming Guan Tianming into a laughingstock before the entire school, significantly diminishing his fortune. Granting 5 chances for a lottery draw, infuriating Guan Tianming to the point of bloodshed, eliminating any chance of his resurgence, granting 7 chances for a lottery draw. Zhou Yi fought valiantly to suppress his emotions until the awakening ceremony concluded. Upon returning home, he finally liberated himself, laughing heartily. Today's awakening ceremony not only allowed him to perfectly retaliate against Guan Tianming, but also bestowed upon him an abundance of lottery opportunities. Effectively eliminating the second child of destiny, what a tremendous gain. In his elation, Zhou Yi felt particularly fortunate today, prompting him to seize the moment and take a chance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a common reward, 100 yuan bill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a common reward, 3 grilled sausages. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a common reward, a specially crafted meteorite dagger. As he observed the stream of information flashing before him, Zhou Yi gradually fell into silence. With only 3 chances remaining, hope had begun to wane, yet he still opted for one final draw. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light flashed before him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an extraordinary reward. Chapter 10. What is his supernatural ability? Zhou Yi suddenly sat up straight, then carefully read the message again, confirming that he had not misread it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an extraordinary reward. Grade A material. Tian Shuyun Jin. Indeed, a miraculous single draw. In the pitch-black system space, a silk ribbon at least several meters long descended from above. Zhou Yi gently touched the Tian Shuyun Jin, feeling its remarkably soft and pleasant texture. According to the system's description, the most significant function of Tian Shuyun Jin is its defensive capability, capable of absorbing up to 80% of damage. Moreover, the system thoughtfully offered Zhou Yi a redemption service, with the consumption of a single draw chance. He could request the system to weave the Tian Shuyun Jin into the required attire, with no limit on the number of times. After pondering for a few seconds, Zhou Yi decisively chose to redeem it. In this world, he is the destined villain. Such top-tier material must not be entrusted to others, for it could easily end up in the hands of some protagonist. The system did not disappoint his expectations upon his request. A flash of light revealed a black coat adorned with red clouds before him. He had admired this outfit in his past life, never imagining he would don it after crossing over. However, in the next instant, Zhou Yi found himself smiling. This black coat with red clouds suited his identity as the destined villain quite well. Finally, he tried on the garment to ensure it fit perfectly before exiting the system space. At that moment, he suddenly felt his phone vibrating incessantly. Upon picking it up, he discovered it was a call from his mother. Staring at the familiar yet distant contact name, Zhou Yi fell into silence. In his previous life, he had been utterly alone, but in this world, Zhou Yi, as the destined antagonist, not only enjoyed the presence of both parents but was also indulged by them, which had fostered his arrogant demeanor. As for his humiliations at school, enduring the whims of Ling Wanru, he had resolutely chosen not to confide in his family, intending to resolve his troubles alone, only to end up with devastation and ruin. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yi was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. He quietly answered the call, and instantly, a gentle voice resonated from the other end. "Ear, how have you been recently? Are you adjusting to sleeping in the unfamiliar bed? Tomorrow is your grandfather's birthday. When do you plan to come back? Or should I send your father to pick you up?" Hearing his mother's caring words, a wave of warmth surged within him. Was this the feeling of being loved? He managed to respond briefly, ultimately resigned to promise that he would leave immediately, which pleased his mother. With a grand gesture, she transferred a substantial sum of pocket money to him, encouraging him to spend it freely. After hanging up, Zhou Yi hastily tidied up before stepping out of the house, only to encounter an unexpected figure at the door. "Ling Wanru, what are you doing here?" Zhou Yi gazed at the slender figure clad in a white dress standing at his doorstep, feeling a surge of exasperation. Had it been in his previous life, he would have been deeply concerned at the sight, but alas, having witnessed far more splendid vistas in the past, he regarded this trivial display with indifference. However, Ling Wanru remained oblivious to Zhou Yi's emotions. During the awakening ceremony that morning, she had awakened her sea-level ability, the Wind Whisper, and was eager to see if she could attract a genius. Instead, she witnessed Zhou Yi awaken his B-level lightning attribute ability. In that moment, she was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, forgetting entirely about the earlier embarrassment Zhou Yi had caused her. Surely, that was merely a moment of petulance on his part. With a little coaxing, he would soon return to his adoring self. At that point, she would effortlessly marry a wealthy and handsome man and ascend to the pinnacle of her life, leaving no room for Tang Sirui. Thus, as soon as the awakening ceremony concluded, she hurried to the entrance of Zhou Yi's opulent mansion, manipulating the Wind Whisper to create an enchanting demeanor, convinced that this devoted admirer would surely be touched. Yet, while Ling Wanru was lost in fantasies of a passionate romance with the domineering Zhou Xiao, Zhou Yi had silently bypassed her. When she came to her senses, she discovered that he had already entered his car. Waving goodbye with a smile from a distance before driving away, leaving Ling Wanru alone, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, fleeing amidst the curious gazes of onlookers. Successfully dismissing the green tea female lead, giving the devoted admirer a sense of vindication, and earning one lottery chance. Observing the system notification, Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Indeed, the excessive flattery from his previous self had become intolerable even for the system, inadvertently granting him a chance to participate in a lottery. As he gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery, Zhou Yi dismissed any thoughts of Ling Wanru and soon arrived at a grand villa sprawling on the outskirts of the city. This estate, known as Zhou Tian Mountain Villa, served as the stronghold of the Zhou family. With the patriarch's birthday approaching, the villa had been bustling with activity for the past few days. At that moment, a sharp-eyed individual caught sight of Zhou Yi, and their expression shifted subtly as they discreetly stepped back. They were all familiar with the infamous reputation of the Zhou family's wayward son. As the fated antagonist, Zhou Yi had been indulged, growing into a notorious troublemaker. Subsequently, his complete lack of talent was revealed, causing outsiders to steer clear of him, fearful of becoming embroiled in his misfortunes. Zhou Yi, however, was unconcerned. He relished the tranquility and leisurely prepared to celebrate his grandfather's birthday. Little E has come to see Grandpa. So what if he has no abilities? It is of little consequence, for the vast Zhou family shields you. Should you face any grievances outside, simply inform your cousins, or directly approach your parents and uncles. If all else fails, there is always Grandpa to command respect. Hearing his grandfather's commanding voice, Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile. Indeed, as the destined antagonist, regardless of his perceived uselessness, the unwavering support of his family was assured. This was precisely why protagonists often targeted the younger generation to draw out the elders, ultimately devouring the entire clan as an experience package. Yet, the warmth of being cared for and cherished was something Zhou Yi genuinely appreciated. However, just as the crowd engaged in conversation, a magnificent spectacle erupted within the villa, accompanied by an extraordinary display of swirling energies and billowing dark clouds. Within seconds, another courtyard was engulfed in a scene of ominous black mist rising to the heavens. The attendees were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning peculiar as they discerned the origins of these phenomena. Zhou Yi recalled the storyline and immediately grasped the nature of the unfolding events. The Zhou family, traditionally united, harbors a branch that has long remained estranged from the clan. This branch belongs to Zhou Yi's uncle, Zhou Jian, who severed ties with the family years ago to elope with a lover from a rival faction. Since his departure, he has never returned. It is only for the occasion of the old patriarch's birthday that he brings his wife and son back to the Zhou Tian Mountain Villa after a decade. The separate quarters they occupy were specially prepared for them by the elder. Zhou Jingyan's son, Zhou Hao, emerges as the third pivotal character in this narrative. As the story unfolds, Zhou Jingyan's family has barely settled and when an unexpected crisis befalls their 8-year-old son, Zhou Hao. Witnessing the eruption of conflicting dual phenomena emanating from his child's body, Zhou Jingyan is rendered helpless. The manifestation of these two opposing attributes in a single child suggests that, without external assistance, Zhou Hao would be unable to endure the strain. As they observe their son in distress, the parents are frantic, akin to ants on a hot pan, completely at a loss for what to do, until a deep voice suddenly resonates from behind them. One righteous, one sinister, a congenital dual ability. Jingyan, you have borne a remarkable son. Zhou Jingyan's body trembles as he turns to see the patriarch, accompanied by a host of high-ranking Zhou family members, intently gazing at the frail figure on the bed. Father, I implore you, lend a hand to Hauer. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Mingzhan does not intervene. Instead, His gaze is inscrutable, as if he is deep in contemplation. Zhou Yi was acutely aware that the child before him had awakened a rare dual innate ability. The first was the supreme heavenly bone, possessing an extraordinary S-level power, heralded as a natural embodiment of supremacy. The second was the ability to unleash a terrifying supernatural force, ominously referred to as the human calamity or the evil spirit eye. Possessing either of these gifts would be sufficient to earn the title of a prodigy, however. Zhou Hao was endowed with both, rendering his future unfathomable. Yet, in a bid to bestow powers upon his seemingly inept grandson, the elder commanded the extraction of Zhou Hao's supreme heavenly bone and had it implanted in Zhou Yi, while simultaneously destroying his evil spirit eye, casting him into a desolate graveyard to fend for himself. Little did anyone anticipate that through a twist of fate, Zhou Hao not only survived but was also bestowed divine assistance, evolving his once-defunct evil spirit eye into the unparalleled heavenly eye, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Zhou family and embarking on a path of invincibility. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yi lowered his gaze, and a kaleidoscopic pattern began to manifest in his eyes. According to the narrative, although Zhou Yi had received the supreme heavenly bone, he was left with merely a D-level deformity of power, which subsequently led to the auctioning of abilities. However, even if the supreme heavenly bone had not been extracted, Zhou Hao was destined to face mortal peril. Just as Zhou Yi grappled with his predicament, a system notification unexpectedly materialized before him. Detected that the child of destiny has awakened the evil spirit eye. It is advised that the host sees it as soon as possible, which may consume all remaining lottery chances to exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan and acquire exclusive skills. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be so? A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, barely perceptible, yet a few individuals discerned the change in his expression. At that moment, Zhou Mingzhan finally stepped forward. In the hopeful gaze of Zhou Jingyan and his wife, he turned his attention to Zhou Yi. With conflicting attributes and no prior preparation, this child seemed beyond redemption. It would be wiser to utilize him as a mere resource. Here, do you wish to acquire the supreme heavenly bone and become an innate supreme? As for the evil spirit eye, although it possesses formidable power, the malevolence within it is something even the Zhou family cannot contain. It would be better to destroy it, lest this child wreak havoc upon the world and ultimately bring disgrace upon our family. Upon hearing Zhou Mingzhan's words, not only were Zhou Jingyan and his wife taken aback, but even the onlookers who had gathered to witness the spectacle were left in astonishment. Was the old master of the Zhou family out of his mind? To forsake a naturally born supreme in favor of transplanting the supreme heavenly bone into the seemingly worthless Zhou Yi, such favoritism was unprecedented. Who would have thought that Zhou Yi might actually have a chance for redemption? Yet, even if he were to obtain the supreme heavenly bone through this means, I would still hold him in contempt. I just saw him smile. Perhaps he secretly urged the old master to take this course of action. Driven by self-interest and employing despicable tactics, I must commend the old master's cunning. After all, a man must possess a certain ruthlessness. Given that Zhou Jingyan and his wife have already severed ties with the Zhou family, this way, at least one innate supreme remains within the family. A remarkable gain indeed. Around them, the crowd buzzed with chatter about the unfolding scene, yet none dared to intervene. After all, the old master of the Zhou family was a formidable figure who had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. They could only stand on their moral high ground and voice their opinions, but would never dare to take action. Only Zhou Jingyan stood with tears streaming down his face, desperately pleading as he clung to his father's legs. Father, I implore you to save Howard. He is also your grandson, carrying the bloodline of the Zhou family. If you extract his supreme heavenly bone, he is certain to perish. However, since Zhou Mingzhan had made up his mind, he swiftly cut through the chaos, forcefully kicking aside Zhou Jingyan and his wife. He then approached the bed, preparing to retrieve the radiant supreme heavenly bone from Zhou Hao's chest. At that moment, a figure stepped forward and grasped Zhou Mingzhan's arm. What is it? Yeah. Do you also wish to hinder me? Do you not desire to awaken your supernatural abilities? Or perhaps the innate supreme-level powers of the supreme heavenly bone? Zhou Yi calmly met Zhou Mingzhan's frigid gaze, slowly lifting his head. His kaleidoscope-patterned eyes locked with the old patriarch's, prompting a surprised reaction from the elder. You, young man, have awakened your abilities? A confident smile spread across Zhou Yi's face as he unleashed a terrifying surge of thunderous power, causing all electrical systems within a radius of dozens of meters to malfunction instantaneously. Blue arcs of electricity, accompanied by the spiritual pressure emanating from his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, elicited gasps of astonishment from everyone present. Grandfather, with my spiritual eye, I am already invincible. Why would I need to rely on another's bones? Those who had previously condemned and mocked him were rendered speechless. What is happening? Isn't Zhou Yi supposed to be a talentless wastrel? How has he awakened supernatural powers? Moreover, judging by the quality of his spiritual pressure, it is indeed of a remarkably high caliber. Oh my, I was just ridiculing this fellow for taking advantage. Little did I know he is the true man. The spiritual gaze has become an invincible path. Why should one rely on the bones of others? This phrase exudes an overwhelming aura of dominance and pride. Zhou Yi is incredibly handsome, indeed. I once thought he was merely affluent and attractive. Yet it seems he embodies the epitome of perfection. My dear sisters, I must rush ahead. But the most exhilarated are undoubtedly the Zhou Jingyan couple. As they gaze upon Zhou Yi, a flicker of hope ignites in their previously despondent eyes. Zhou Jingyan nearly kneels before Zhou Yi, but fortunately, Zhou Yi reacts swiftly, supporting him. Little uncle, as members of the Zhou family, shouldn't we aid one another? How could it come to such extremes? Without further ado, little Yi. Regardless of whether Hauer can endure this trial, my life belongs to you. Observing this scene, Zhou Mingzhan surprisingly exhibits no anger. Instead, a glimmer of admiration graces his expression, transforming his gaze towards Zhou Yi from indulgence to recognition. The enduring strength of the Zhou family is largely attributed to their unity. How could the future head of the family be one who would harm his kin for the sake of acquiring supreme powers? Thus, only one final question remains. However, ensuring this child's survival while facilitating a successful awakening presents an almost insurmountable dilemma regarding a tribute conflict. What do you intend to do? Furthermore, the evil spirit eye, once this extraordinary ability is stripped from Zhou Hao's sight, it will instantaneously transform into a formidable malevolence, endangering the lives of all present. Yet, if the evil spirit eye is not eliminated, the only recourse is to extract the supreme heavenly bone. There is no alternative pathway. Upon hearing the somber tones of Zhou Mingzhan, everyone lowered their heads, feeling as if they had returned to the classroom, fearful of being called upon by the teacher. Only Zhou Yi maintained a steady gaze toward Zhou Mingzhan, and the figure of Zhou Hao reclined upon the bed, offering a gentle smile. I wonder if grandfather and Uncle Zhengyan are willing to believe me? Zhou Zhengyan nodded fervently. Zhou Yi had just saved Zhou Hao's life, and he would unreservedly trust whatever Zhou Yi proclaimed. Then, allow me to take charge, he declared. With that, under the watchful eyes of all present, Zhou Yi perched himself upon the edge of the bed and placed his hand over Zhou Hao's eyes. Since the evil spirit eye could not be removed, he would absorb it instead. Chapter 12. The Eternal Kaleidoscope. Awakening of the exclusive skill. Divine might witnessing Zhou Yi's actions, everyone present was alarmed and rushed forward to intervene. This was no trivial matter, it directly pertained to their lives. If Zhou Yi inadvertently provoked the evil spirit eye and allowed the malevolent entity to resurrect, would they not become mere sacrificial offerings of the Zhou family? Even Zhou Yi's parents and the venerable Zhou Mingzhan furrowed their brows, yet they chose to trust their son, resolutely positioning themselves in front of the crowd to prevent anyone from approaching. Old Master Zhou, it is not that we distrust Zhou Yi, but rather that for millennia, there has never been a successful case of removing the evil spirit eye. As for his claim of absorbing it, that is sheer folly. Indeed, while Zhou Yi's awakening of extraordinary abilities brings you joy, do not place your faith in him so blindly. After all, Zhou Yi is merely a child. He cannot possibly comprehend the true implications of the evil spirit eye's emergence. However, before the crowd could surge forward, the scene before them abruptly halted their commotion, each face reflecting sheer astonishment. As Zhou Yi pressed his hands against Zhou Hao's eyes, the evil spirit eye was inexplicably drawn into Zhou Yi's own eyes like a whirlpool. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Yi silently invoked a command in his mind. The onlookers were astonished to witness the so-called catastrophe, the evil spirit eye that everyone had shunned, being effortlessly absorbed by Zhou Yi without a single splash of water. The kaleidoscopic patterns in Zhou Yi's eyes grew increasingly intricate and profound, rendering anyone who met his gaze dizzy and disoriented. What extraordinary ability is this? A tremendous upheaval stirred within the hearts of the spectators, all of whom were evolved beings with a certain resistance to mental assaults, yet they still felt the impact. Those who had previously considered him a useless scion of the Zhou family now perceived him as someone employing cunning tactics, masquerading as a fool to ensnare the unsuspecting. This young man possessed an unsettling depth of thought. Zhou Yi, oblivious to the grandiose image they had conjured of him, was instead focused intently on the series of notifications that appeared in his system. Save Zhou Hao's life and take away the evil spirit eye, depriving him of the opportunity to comprehend life and death, awakening the eye of heaven, and obtaining 3 chances for a lottery draw. Leave behind the supreme heavenly bone. drastically alter Zhou Hao's life trajectory, reverse the fortune of the heavenly path, and gain 8 chances for a lottery draw. Absorb the power of the evil spirit eye, successfully evolve the kaleidoscope Sharingan to SS grade, and acquire the exclusive skill, Kamui. Upon reading the final line, Zhou Yi couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The space-time ninjutsu, Kamui, enables the user to traverse through temporal tunnels, facilitating spatial displacement, while also possessing the ability to distort space. It boasts formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. This technique, even within the realm of shadows, ranks among the pinnacle of powers. To think that by absorbing the evil spirit eye, in addition to a few lottery chances, he would obtain such an extraordinary ability was nothing short of a windfall. With his spirits uplifted, Zhou Yi offered some words of comfort to his uncle, just as he was about to return with his grandfather. A small hand unexpectedly tugged at the hem of his clothing. Turning around, Zhou Yi was taken aback to see Zhou Hao, who moments ago bore a pained expression, now with a rosy complexion and bright eyes, gazing at him with innocence. "Big brother, did you save me?" Hearing the little one's endearing voice, Zhou Yi felt a mischievous impulse arise within him. He reached out, gently tapping Zhou Hao's forehead, a devilishly charming smile gracing his lips, one that could easily win the admiration of any child. "My foolish little bean, this is merely the beginning. Recover swiftly, and endeavor to develop your supreme heavenly bone to keep pace with me." Having spoken, he departed the room without a backward glance, leaving behind a child whose eyes sparkled with admiration, entirely fixated on his retreating figure. The child, Zhou Hao, had become infatuated with him, earning the title of the favored child of destiny, much to the astonishment of the system, which rewarded him with 10 opportunities for a lottery draw. Zhou Yi's lips curved into a smile. Indeed, children were often powerless to resist the charm of a handsome older brother. Zhou Jingyan and his wife exchanged glances. Recognizing the expression on their child's face, even if he were to ascend to greatness in the future, he would undoubtedly relish the role of Zhou Yi's devoted companion. The other guests observed this family with keen interest. With the shackles of the evil spirit eye now lifted, Zhou Hao had successfully awakened, signifying the emergence of yet another future prodigy from the Zhou family. Naturally, these astute individuals would seize the opportunity to cultivate favorable relations with Zhou Jingyan and his spouse. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had entered the study alongside the elder. After dismissing the others with a wave of his hand, Zhou Mingzhan retrieved a toy house from the drawer and placed it before Zhou Yi. "You performed admirably today. You resisted the allure of the supreme heavenly bone and displayed the demeanor befitting a legitimate heir of the Zhou clan. However, your abilities are still lacking. Having only awakened your powers at 18 places you several steps behind the next generation of heirs from the other families. I have a task for you. With only a month until the college entrance examination, devote yourself to developing your abilities over the coming period. You must reach at least intermediate level 1. Particularly with those spiritual eyes of yours, I can sense the power they harbor, potentially even more formidable than the evil spirit eye." Zhou Yi keenly perceived the elder's change. In the original narrative, although Zhou Mingzhan dotes on Zhou Yi, he has never imposed any demands upon him, let alone juxtaposed him with the heirs of other families. Has he been chosen by the old master? As for resources, our Zhou family may lack in many areas, but we will certainly provide you with ample resources. This is the Xiumi small abode, which contains various resources for the development of supernatural abilities. Use it for now, and if you find it insufficient, simply inform the family. It is also an artifact of grade B, quite practical in nature." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. While he feigned modesty, he gleefully tucked the Xiumi small abode into his pocket, leaving Zhou Mingzhan momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter. "All right, that will be all. For the upcoming college entrance examination next month, ensure that you return with an outstanding result, so I too can bask in some glory." Zhou Yi nodded vigorously, smiling as he exited the old master's study, eagerly returning to the separate residence that had been prepared for him, ready to explore the treasures within the Xiumi small abode. However, as soon as he opened it, a wave of spiritual energy surged forth. At that moment, Zhou Yi was astonished to discover the living room brimming with spirit coins, their shimmering brilliance nearly blinding his 24K pure gold kaleidoscope Sharingan. Spirit coins are essential items for supernatural beings, utilized for the enhancement of their abilities and the absorption of spiritual energy. To elevate one's strength, whether through arduous training, combat experience, or the use of potions to develop abilities, spirit coins are indispensable. Not long ago, during the awakening ceremony, He overheard classmates lamenting the difficulty of earning spirit coins and the unpalatable nature of their sustenance in their pursuit of developing extraordinary abilities. Some had even resorted to selling PG. Teachers too spoke of meager salaries, barely amounting to a few dozen spirit coins a month, leaving families on the brink of poverty. Yet now, as Joey cast a casual glance, he beheld 1,000 spirit coins before him, prompting him to reflect on the significant investment his grandfather had made. Such an abundance of spirit coins would sustain him for quite some time. However, as he continued to inventory the other items, he was nearly overwhelmed. Chapter 13. First Promotion. The family's gift Thunderflower, a rare plant of the lightning attribute, served as a crucial ingredient in the formulation of the lightning attribute potion, gathering thunder liquid. Yet, despite having all the supplementary materials, he was missing one vital element: pure water essence. The spirit will crystal, an exceedingly rare treasure only found deep within large spirit stone mines, was also one of the primary materials for crafting the spirit elevation pill, a potion that could enhance one's spiritual power beyond that of others at the same level, though it lacked another essential ingredient, the spirit nurturing lotus. Zhou Yi's eyes twitched as he surveyed these items. He categorized them and discovered several potion recipes among them, each capable of doubling his power. Yet each one was missing crucial components. It was evident that his grandfather had set this challenge for him. To obtain the potions, he would have to seek out the remaining materials, a process that would not only hone Zhou Yi's abilities but also serve as a test from his grandfather. Truly, the wisdom of age prevails. Yet, upon realizing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile. How could he, as a grandson, disappoint such earnest intentions from his grandfather? Moreover, he is indeed the destined antagonist. Even if he were to lie idly at home awaiting his demise, he would still be met with unexpected assaults from protagonists emerging from the shadows. Therefore, it is far more prudent to take the initiative. Once his strength is sufficient, he shall settle the score with the old rascal of the heavenly Tao. Thus, Zhou Yi ceased his ponderings and retrieved a few spiritual coins from the Sumi Pavilion, cradling them in his palm as he endeavored to absorb spiritual energy for the first time. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a pure energy gently flowing from the coins into his being, enveloping him in a sensation of warmth and comfort, akin to a long-parched land finally receiving the caress of a meandering stream. His entire body was rejuvenated by this influx of spiritual power. As the old man had informed him, the greater the amount of spiritual energy absorbed during the ascension, the more significant one's innate potential. With the kaleidoscope, eternal Sharingan, and the dual abilities of lightning affinity, his talents should be commendable. Let him first experiment with 3 coins. Zhou Yi murmured to himself. Yet if anyone had been present to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly lament and chastise him for such extravagance. For those who have yet to ascend, even an S-rank ability user typically requires only 1 spiritual coin to be filled to capacity during their initial absorption, with any excess energy dissipating into the air and utter waste. However, before Zhou Yi could fully accumulate the spiritual energy within, his kaleidoscope Sharingan and lightning affinity abilities transformed into ravenous wolves, fiercely vying to devour the 3 coins entirely. As though still unsated, they gazed longingly at Zhou Yi, prompting him to furrow his brow and produce 2 more spiritual coins. It appears that 3 spirit coins are insufficient. No wonder they say that spirit coins are difficult to earn. If this continues, the coins bestowed by the old master may indeed not last long, and it is unlikely that an ordinary person could bear such expenses. As all 5 spirit coins were absorbed, a kaleidoscope materialized within Zhou Yi's pupils, and countless arcs of lightning danced around him. A surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted, shattering all the glass in the courtyard. Zhou Yi successfully ascended to the initial stage of the first tier, becoming a true supernatural being. However, the commotion caused by his breakthrough attracted considerable attention. Within mere moments, the small courtyard was surrounded, with everyone eager to discover who would dare disrupt the old master's birthday celebration. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Upon the guard's glance, his expression turned serious, and he immediately stood at attention, offering a salute. "Old master, what brings you here in person? Rest assured, we will swiftly ascertain what has transpired." At that moment, the onlookers realized that the venerable old master had indeed arrived, causing a stir of astonishment as they speculated about the identity of the individual within. Their curiosity piqued when they witnessed Zhou Yi leisurely emerging from the house, leaving them all dumbfounded. Was it Zhou Yi who had caused that uproar? Had he not just awakened his abilities and not yet entered the tier? Zhou Mingzhan looked on with satisfaction at his often troublesome grandson, growing increasingly pleased. Ultimately, he even chuckled and patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder, gesturing grandly. Young man, as long as you apply yourself diligently, it matters not even if you shatter all the glass in the Zhou Mountain Manor. Zhou Yi finally noticed the chaos surrounding him, feeling a sense of embarrassment as he sheepishly scratched his head. Rest assured, old man. Even if I were to stir up trouble, it would certainly not be during your birthday celebrations. The onlookers promptly presented their gifts for the occasion, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. For the following days, Zhou Yi restrained himself from causing any disturbances, dutifully sitting beside Zhou Mingzhan. As soon as the banquet concluded, he hurriedly bid farewell to the elder and his parents, making his escape from Zhou Tianshan Villa. The elder's imposing presence had become increasingly suffocating. Remaining at home felt like torment compared to the comfort of the outside world. Oh, how I miss my 3-meter-wide bed. Just as Zhou Yi sighed in relief. Preparing to return home, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as though a venomous serpent had set its sights on him. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Yi summoned the meteorite dagger from the system space, blocking behind him. A sharp clang of metal against metal resonated, and he finally glimpsed the face of his assailant. Tang Sirui? Behind him, Tang Sirui had shed the vigor he once possessed just days prior, now appearing disheveled and armed with a trident of unknown origin. His gaze towards Zhou Yi brimming with malice. It's all because of you. Since that day, I have lost my family's support, and that wretched Wanru has abandoned me, leaving me in this predicament. Yet you, relying on your family's influence, live so carefreely, despite being a worthless waste without any abilities. It is utterly infuriating. As the words left his lips, a surge of azure spiritual energy erupted from Tang Sirui, and the trident in his hand swung with the sound of crashing waves. Aiming directly for Zhou Yi's head. Observing Zhou Yi frozen in shock, Tang Sirui revealed a cruel smile. The trident harbored an exceptionally advanced oceanic energy, and should it strike, Zhou Yi's head would explode like a watermelon. Tomorrow morning, the news would proclaim the tragic demise of Zhou Yi, the useless offspring of the Zhou family, found lifeless at his doorstep. How delightfully satisfying that sounded. However, as he indulged in this fantasy, a blinding light suddenly flashed before him, and he felt the trident in his hand grow heavy, as if obstructed by an unseen force. It was then that Tang Sirui noticed the gathering of countless bolts of lightning surrounding Zhou Yi, which, at his command, surged into the dagger he wielded, transforming it instantaneously into a golden lightning blade that effortlessly blocked the trident. Weren't you assessed to possess a talent of 0? How can you wield a power of such formidable lightning attributes? Gazing at Tang Sirui's astonished expression, Zhou Yi merely smiled faintly, while channeling an immense current of high-intensity electricity in his other hand. Your information is several generations outdated. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Before you stands Zhou Yi, a member of the younger generation of the Zhou family, awakened with dual abilities of S-rank spiritual eyes and lightning attributes. Chapter 14. The Reversal of Destinies, Chosen One. This is the triumph of the antagonist. Zhou Yi's voice dripped with mockery, rendering Tang Sirui's face, illuminated by the lightning, even paler. Lightning technique, 1,000 birds. As the words fell, the lightning in Zhou Yi's palm emitted a piercing sound, reminiscent of 1,000 birds' cries, directly penetrating the defense of the trident and lunging towards Tang Sirui. Alarmed, Tang Sirui could no longer conceal his intentions. He hastily retrieved a small tower from his bosom and cast it away. In the next moment, a brilliant blue barrier erupted from the tower, enveloping Tang Sirui's head, narrowly blocking the onslaught of the 1,000 birds' lightning. Zhou Yi, intrigued, once more brandished the lightning towards the watery veil. Yet it only managed to create a small breach for a fleeting half-second before sealing itself, leaving Tang Sirui utterly unaffected. Tang Sirui, still shaken, gazed outside the barrier, confirming that Zhou Yi's attack could not breach his defenses. His confidence surged, and he began to taunt fervently. Zhou Yi, spare yourself the effort. This is the Sea Goddess Barrier, a treasure acquired through a transaction with a mysterious powerhouse. Not even a first-tier elite can harm me in the slightest. However, if you fail to eliminate me today, I shall only grow stronger, lurking in the shadows, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Rage all you wish. I delight in watching your futile attempts to reach me, your impotent fury. Do you see this small tower? As long as it remains, I can, like the protagonists in novels, seize even greater fortunes. With that, he flaunted the bronze tower in his hand with an air of triumph. To Tang Sirui's astonishment, Zhou Yi simply stood before the barrier, observing him as one would a jester, watching his performance unfold. until he produced the small tower artifact from his grasp. Zhou Yi suddenly broke into a smile. Tang Sirui, you remain as foolish as ever. Even after being cast out by the Tang family, you have yet to grasp the principle of keeping wealth concealed. I truly cannot fathom how someone as inept as you has caught the attention of the heavenly Tao. With that, Zhou Yi's hand once again erupted in blinding thousand-bird thunder, piercing through the sea god barrier. As before, the surface of the barrier rippled, forming an exceedingly small hole that was rapidly closing. However, just as Tang Sirui intended to mock Zhou Yi for resorting to the same old trick, he suddenly noticed that, unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yi's pupils had transformed into the shape of a kaleidoscope. In the next moment, a piercing pain engulfed his entire being, instinctively lowering his head. He was horrified to discover that half of his body had been grotesquely twisted, his legs consumed by the distorted space, leaving only a portion of his rear exposed. Zhou Yi, how did you get in here? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zhou Yi standing before him with a grin. The sea god barrier, once deemed his life-saving artifact, now vanished. In its place, the bronze small tower was firmly grasped in Zhou Yi's hand. That is my tower. Although a fleeting look of panic crossed his face, it quickly morphed into a smile. Even if you hold it, it is of no use. Aside from me, no one else can claim it as their own. Oh, how intriguing. Zhou Yi's curiosity about the small tower was piqued. He attempted various methods of establishing a bond, and even infused his mental energy into it, yet the tower remained unresponsive. With no alternative, Zhou Yi could only inwardly question the system, soon receiving a prompt. Detected the celestial tower of treasures. Would you like to exchange for 10 lottery chances to establish ownership of the tower? 10 lottery chances? This is nothing short of extortion. Zhou Yi silently cursed the system for being a heartless capitalist, but his curiosity about the celestial tower only deepened. It is worth noting that absorbing the evil spirit eye, which allowed his kaleidoscope Sharingan to evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope, consumed less than 5 chances. Thus, it was astonishing that establishing ownership of this small tower required so many. One could surmise that this small tower was anything but ordinary. I told you, this object is my exclusive treasure. Regardless of how thoroughly I might fail or how dire the next encounter may be, I can always rise again. What? However, before Tang Sirui could finish his thought, he saw a beam of light shoot from Zhou Yi's eyes, piercing directly into the small tower. In the next moment, he was horrified to discover that the connection between himself and the celestial tower had vanished, causing him to let out a startled quack. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, manipulating the bronze tower in his hand, began to emit a faint glow, clearly indicating that he had successfully contracted and claimed ownership. Tang Sirui's eyes widened in shock. This was a relic left to him by his mother before her passing. She had said that only their family's blood could allow the celestial tower to recognize its master. So how had Zhou Yi managed to seize it? Tang Sirui was utterly perplexed, but at that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of Zhou Yi's gaze, which resembled that of one gazing upon a corpse, causing a chill to run down his spine. Zhou Yi, the animosity between us has not escalated to the point of life and death, has it? As long as you refrain from taking my life, I am willing to serve you as a mere dog, ready to divulge all the secrets of the Tang family's treasure troves. By the way, have you not been enamored with Ling Wanru? I would be more than happy to instruct you on how to win her affection. In fact, I shall present this green tea to you directly. Tang Sirui's obsequious demeanor momentarily extinguished Zhou Yi's interest. You may linger here to your own devices, but I shall be taking possession of this tower. Yet, in that fleeting moment when Zhou Yi turned away, Tang Sirui's eyes suddenly glistened with defiance. This small tower was his last bastion for a comeback, his final asset. Thus, emboldened by an unknown courage, he lunged fiercely at Zhou Yi in an attempt to reclaim the tower. However, he then caught sight of the smirk curling at Zhou Yi's lips and comprehended that he had been deceived. In the next instant, a bolt of the 1,000 birds pierced through his body, sending waves of convulsions through Tang Sirui. The murderer inevitably meets the fate of his own making. Tang Sirui, I had intended to extend you an opportunity, but you have chosen the path to your own demise. Truly, individuals of your ilk are perpetually unrepentant. It is best that you perish. The 1,000 birds in Zhou Yi's hand erupted with an even more searing brilliance, causing half of Tang Sirui's body to emit the acrid scent of scorched flesh. In his dying moments, Tang Sirui gazed at Zhou Yi with a look of bitterness. If I had not acted just now, would you have truly spared me? Zhou Yi met his gaze and then smiled radiantly. Had you genuinely resisted the urge to ambush me, it would have only further demonstrated the profound depths of your cunning. To forsake even a treasure for the sake of survival marks you as a schemer of the highest order, one who must be eliminated forthwith to prevent future tribulations. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's resolute words, Tang Sirui finally succumbed, his eyes rolling back in exasperation as he breathed his last. However, the self-proclaimed strategist had one final scheme in store. As anyone who has taken a life knows, while killing is easy, disposing of the body is a far more arduous task. He believed that his demise at Zhou Yi's hands would inevitably leave the latter with considerable complications. Yet, this ploy never had the chance to materialize. His body, along with all surrounding evidence, was swiftly collected into a storage space, eradicating his very existence from this world. Zhou Yi remained blissfully unaware of Tang Sirui's final, desperate attempt to incriminate him. Chapter 15. The Council of Prodigies. Another legendary reward bursts forth. At that moment, a series of system notifications materialized before Zhou Yi. Having utterly vanquished Tang Sirui in both body and spirit, and having seized all of his opportunities and fortune, you have been granted 6 lottery opportunities. Having successfully slain your first child of destiny, your designation as a fated antagonist has been elevated, granting you 10 lottery opportunities. Zhou Yi smiled knowingly, for the old leak that was Tang Sirui had finally been uprooted in its entirety. However, he soon felt a wave of weakness wash over him. It seems that I am still too feeble. A single use of Kamui, coupled with a few Chidori, has depleted all of my spiritual energy. I am even weaker than Kakashi of the past. After a brief assessment of his abilities, Zhou Yi was overcome by a sense of urgency. Though he had acquired the ability to single-handedly defeat a first-tier intermediate opponent in just 2 short days, there remained less than a month until the impending college entrance examination, rendering the situation exceedingly urgent. In his previous life as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, the ingrained traits of timidity, agricultural proficiency, and a paralyzing fear of insufficient firepower were deeply etched into Zhou Yi's soul. If he could not exert absolute control over his adversaries, it equated to an utter inability to dominate them at all. How could this be acceptable? He must urgently enhance his strength. Upon returning home, rather than engaging in his usual ritual of incense burning, bathing, and card drawing, he settled onto his soft bed and retrieved the small bronze tower from his pocket. This was the very object that Tang Sirui had mentioned, the one that could turn the tide regardless of how terribly he might lose. Was this not the fabled golden finger of the child of destiny? Zhou Yi continuously fiddled with the small tower in his hand. Having just established a contract of ownership with the Tianjiao Tower, he had already discerned its purpose. The Tianjiao Tower possessed 3 distinct functional tiers. The first tier was for storage. The storage capacity of this treasure tower surpassed that of both spatial rings and the Xiumi small dwelling combined, roughly equivalent to the size of a basketball court. The second tier revealed that the Tianjiao Tower itself was an artifact of A rank or higher. The sea god barrier that Tang Sirui had deployed was merely its most elementary function. What truly astonished Zhou Yi was the tower's remarkable capability to withstand mental assaults. A rarity indeed. The third tier, which Tang Sirui regarded as the treasure for his resurgence, was the hidden Tianjiao Council concealed within the apex of the Tianjiao Tower. Each master of the Celestial Towers is summoned at specific intervals to the Celestial Council, where they engage in trade, exchange intelligence, and even partake in friendly competitions with other tower lords, a function of remarkable potency. It was during previous councils that Tang Sirui acquired knowledge of the trident, the power of the ocean, and the sea goddess barrier, which emboldened him to launch a surprise attack on Zhou Yi. Upon calculating the time, Zhou Yi suddenly realized that the next Celestial Council was scheduled for tonight, merely hours away. Promptly, he prepared himself with incense, a cleansing bath, and a change of attire, then rubbed his hands together and accessed the system space. This time, he resolved to draw several trump cards. After all, the identities of the council attendees remained unpredictable, and absolute safety could not be guaranteed. Thus, he commanded the system, "Give me 2 rounds of 10 draws." With Zhou Yi's command, a series of mystery boxes materialized before him. He chose to open them in accordance with his phone number. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a common reward, a box of chocolate cake. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a standard reward, an E-grade aura blocking mask. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an extraordinary reward, a 3rd-tier experience card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an extraordinary reward, a tail beast orb, comparable to a desperate strike from a 3rd-tier powerhouse. Zhou Yi's expression brightened. Indeed, the 10 draws included guarantees, and not just 1, but 2. Not to mention the long-awaited experience card. He had also obtained a tail beast orb. In his previous life, He had encountered this item in an anime, and its potency was undoubtedly formidable. Should anyone dare to provoke him during the Celestial Talents Council, he would unleash a tailed beast bomb, sending all to meet their ancestors. The other rewards also held their own merits. For instance, the breath-concealing mask could shroud one's aura, rendering their cultivation level undetectable. Alas, this item was merely of E rank, and if the opponent's strength vastly surpassed his own, its utility would be significantly diminished. As for the chocolate cake, it could serve as breakfast, a delight for chocolate enthusiasts. Joey took a bite, and indeed, the flavor was exquisite. It was the finest chocolate cake he had ever tasted. Although this system was insatiable for currency, the products it offered were remarkably commendable. He glanced at the remaining lottery chances, and then seized the lottery tube he had purchased from a street vendor, shaking it vigorously. A stroke of good fortune? System. I wish to draw a single ticket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for an extraordinary stroke of luck. Successfully obtaining a legendary reward. Hashirama cells. Beginner. Joey thought he must be mistaken and scrutinized the results several times before confirming that he had indeed drawn the grand prize. The Hashirama cells were among the most coveted treasures from another realm. Once transplanted, they bestowed a myriad of powerful and wondrous abilities. Furthermore, when combined with the Sharingan, one would attain the fabled sage powers. Thus, Joey silently invoked the acquisition in his heart, and in the next moment, he felt his innate potential soaring rapidly. Would attribute supernatural ability awakened. Sage techniques awakened. Spiritual energy significantly enhanced. However, just as he anticipated the continued evolution of his kaleidoscope, the transformation brought about by the Senju cells abruptly ceased. What is happening, system? I distinctly remember that combining the Sharingan with Senju cells could activate the Rinnegan. Just as Joey was engulfed in confusion, the system presented a notification. Please continue to draw rewards or explore opportunities in this world. Only after acquiring the perfect grade Senju cells can the Rinnegan be unlocked. How frustrating, system. So even Senju cells can be sold separately? I had hoped to ascend to the status of the god of ninjas, only to find it akin to a downgraded version like Yamado. Joey retracted his statement remarking on the system's capabilities. Indeed, the system could even dismantle the kaleidoscope Sharingan into distinct abilities, naturally. It would not overlook the premium Senju cells. However, after acquiring the Senju cells, Joey felt an unwavering confidence in the upcoming elite conference. Those so-called elites would be effortlessly subdued by him. Upon emerging from the system's space, he meticulously prepared. Finally donning a mask and draping himself in a cloak woven from the exquisite Tian shoe cloud fabric, adorned with red clouds on a black background. And then awaited the commencement of the elite conference in silence. A few minutes later, the bronze tower in his hand emitted an immense gravitational force. Joey offered no resistance and was instantly drawn into the elite tower. He found himself in a realm of pure white, reminiscent of a legendary divine kingdom. The first sight to greet him was a vast round table surrounded by 9 chairs, each positioned at different locations. Seated among them were individuals clad in exquisite garments of unimaginable luxury, some enveloped in a shroud of stars, while a formidable man exuded an air of dominance with every movement. Yet, the majority concealed their true forms, rendering them inscrutable. Chapter 16. Transforming into a duality. Instilling on the multitude, Joey occupied one of the positions, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Fortunately, the mask and hood he wore obscured his expression, leaving no one able to discern his demeanor beneath the inky darkness. He crossed his arms, adopting an air of imperturbable confidence, surveying the others with the poise of an esteemed leader. Is this the Celestial Talents Assembly? However, his presence incited a stir among the 8 others. At last, the initially domineering man strode forward, towering over Joey, and with a tone steeped in disdain, demanded, "Who are you? Why is it that you are not my servant?" Joey scoffed, realizing that the so-called opportunity presented by Tang Sirui was nothing more than a chance to serve as a lapdog to the other 8. Receiving meager scraps from their hands, it was no wonder that his pleas for mercy had been so fluid. Particularly, Joey suspected that Tang Sirui's delicate facade had somehow been transformed to mirror that of this hulking brute, provoking the man's ire. Upon noticing Joey's disregard, a flicker of rage ignited in the man's eyes. In a sudden and unexpected move, he raised his fist and struck down towards Joey with ferocity. "You are but a first-tier waste, believing that your concealed gadgets can obscure your cultivation level from my sight? How dare you feign superiority before me? You seek death." The surrounding individuals exhibited no inclination to offer assistance. Some were merely spectators, while others apathetically observed the domineering figure of the burly man. Eager to assess the mettle of the newcomer, Zhou Yi. After all, the previous contender had suffered a shattered spine from a single punch, subsequently reduced to servitude. Catering to the whims of the 8 others like a dog, groveling for favor. Yet, in the face of this man's formidable fist, Zhou Yi remained utterly unmoved. Languidly seated in his chair. Was this individual so feeble that he failed to perceive the force of the blow? Or had he attained such strength that he was confident in his ability to effortlessly withstand it? Each person harbored their own thoughts as they beheld the robust man's fist descend, only to astonishingly pass through Zhou Yi's form and strike the round table with a resounding thud. Was it an afterimage? Or an illusion? The other 7 narrowed their eyes, swiftly scanning their surroundings in search of Zhou Yi's true self. However, amidst their conjectures, they were taken aback to discover that the figure they had presumed to be a mere phantasm had shifted, comfortably reclining in the chair. This was no mere illusion. What extraordinary ability had he just employed? All who witnessed this spectacle felt their pupils constrict. It dawned on them that this visitor was far from a trivial character subject to manipulation. Without the council's consent, no one was permitted to act on their own accord. This time they would let it pass, but should anyone dare to transgress again, they would face no mercy. At that moment, the young man in splendid attire seated on the far left cleared his throat lightly, prompting the burly man to click his tongue in annoyance and return to his seat. Does anyone else have matters to discuss? If not, let the Celestial Heroes Conference officially commence. However, before he could finish his statement, Zhou Yi suddenly rose to his feet, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Newcomer, what do you intend to do? The young man in fine robes asked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. In response, Zhou Yi's face, concealed beneath his hood, broke into a defiant grin. Someone struck me. I ought to retaliate, don't you think? No sooner had he spoken than a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from his palm, and he surged toward the burly man. The latter, momentarily stunned, soon revealed a grotesque smile, unleashing his own spiritual power as he swung his fist at Zhou Yi. You've come to me. Don't blame me for being ungracious. The young man in splendid attire, witnessing Zhou Yi's blatant disregard for his words, instantly turned pale, emitting a dazzling purple light as he retaliated with a powerful strike. A faint dragon's roar resonated in the air, descending forcefully upon Zhou Yi. Observing this scene, those seated nearby narrowed their eyes. Ziwei Dragon Technique, they murmured. It was a unique ability exclusive to the Long family of the imperial capital. This indicated that the young man hailed from the Long family. And considering his presence at the Celestial Heroes Conference, his talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. It remained uncertain, however, which member of the younger generation of the Long family he was. They pondered silently, realizing that escaping the onslaught of these 2 individuals would be no simple feat, causing a subtle change in their expressions. However, when they cast their gaze upon Zhou Yi, they found him still commanding the lightning to surge forward, showing no inclination to evade. A great thinker of the past once proclaimed, "Strike the first blow to prevent 100 from coming." Zhou Yi had long since prepared to establish his dominance at the Tianjiao conference. Thus, upon sensing the near emptiness of his internal spiritual energy, along with the approaching terrifying forces, Zhou Yi resolutely opted to unveil his card. Within the system's realm, an experience card disintegrated into ashes, and in the next moment, a mysterious and formidable energy surged forth from Zhou Yi's being, enhancing the ferocity of the thunder technique, Thousand Birds. Consequently, when the burly man and the elegantly attired youth launched their assaults, they, like before, passed right through Zhou Yi's form. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's thunder technique, Thousand Birds, executed a thrust that pierced through the burly man's chest, unleashing a series of sharp cries. Damn it, not again. The elegantly dressed youth furrowed his brow. Still unable to discern how Zhou Yi accomplished such a feat just then, a kaleidoscopic pattern surfaced in Zhou Yi's eyes, and amidst the spectators' confusion, he struck a pose identical to that of his adversary. The scion of the Long family was employing the ancestral Ziwei combat technique. But what was Zhou Yi attempting? Did he believe that merely mimicking a posture would allow him to master the Ziwei combat technique? Yet astonishingly, a crimson dragon materialized in Zhou Yi's hands. And before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he delivered a palm strike towards the elegantly clothed youth. Even the elegantly attired youth was taken aback by this spectacle. It was not until Zhou Yi was on the verge of shattering his skull that he hastily waved his sleeve, transforming into an immovable deity, blocking the onslaught of the crimson dragon. However, that single blow shattered his sleeve into tatters, and the burly man suffered a grievous wound, his chest pierced through, leaving him in a dire state. This was the famed Ziwei combat technique. Yet, something felt amiss. Nonetheless, he had indeed utilized it. Impossible. The essence of the Z-Way technique lies in the unique abilities passed down through my ancestral lineage of the Long family. The method of channeling spiritual energy is such that outsiders could never replicate it. Thus, there could be only one conclusion. Which generation of disciples from the Long family do you belong to? Moreover, let us not forget, was he merely at the first level? How could he possess such formidable power? Have we underestimated him? The elegantly attired youth's expression darkened as he suddenly demanded Zhou-Yi's identity in a sharp tone. However, the only response he received was a profound silence. Zhou-Yi remained unfazed, continuing to gather the thousand birds' thunder as he slowly approached the burly man. Zhou-Yi had not anticipated that his elite experience card would yield such a remarkable prize, the legendary copy ninja, Kakashi. It was astonishing that the copy abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan, when applied in this realm, could also replicate unique powers and methods of channeling spiritual energy. No wonder it was at least rated S-class. With such a tool, one could indeed indulge freely. However, when the burly man beheld Zhou-Yi standing before him, clutching the thousand birds with only a pair of crimson eyes peering out from beneath the black hood, he was instantly filled with trepidation. Clutching his chest, he feebly shouted at Zhou-Yi, "I acknowledge my error. I should not have provoked a formidable adversary. I am willing to atone." Upon hearing these words, Zhou-Yi ceased his movements and retrieved a pre-prepared list from his pocket, casually tossing it onto the man. The items enumerated therein, if gathered, could very well secure his life. Chapter 17. The Celestial Star Rankings. My alter ego is the weasel god, the burly man, enduring excruciating pain. Picked up the paper from the ground. However, with each glance, his expression grew increasingly grim. Each item listed was exceedingly precious, and he realized he could not amass them in a short span of time. He only possessed a single condensing spirit lotus at present. Carefully, he extracted a translucent, jade-colored lotus flower from his bosom, his face betraying his anguish. This was originally meant to be traded at the upcoming talent conference for the items he required. Yet due to a moment of folly, he had unwittingly gifted it to this enigmatic figure before him. Zhou-Yi accepted the condensing spirit lotus, and with his pupils shifting like a kaleidoscope, a raven suddenly emerged from his sleeve, diving straight into the burly man's mouth. Before he could even muster a defense, he felt the raven transform into an extraordinary force that melded with his very being. "What have you done?" The burly man glared at Zhou-Yi with fury. "Since resources are scarce, let us wager your life with me for the time being. For each session of the Celestial Assembly, you must bring me at least one item. Failure to do so will result in your demise. Only when you have gathered all the necessary items will I return your life to you." With that, he returned to his seat amidst the awestruck gazes of the assembly, reclining leisurely against the backrest once more. However, this time, no one dared to underestimate him. Even the burly man trembled as he made his way back to his own seat, regaining his composure only after consuming a golden elixir extracted from the celestial tower. A cold smile crept across Zhou-Yi's heart. Indeed, in this realm, only the strong wield authority. The elegantly attired youth presiding over the celestial assembly refrained from further ado. Now that everyone is seated, the celestial assembly shall officially commence. This session's theme is free trade. As per previous conventions, there are no specific requirements. All may freely exchange information and trade at the round table. A woman of graceful stature was the first to speak, inquiring if anyone had obtained recent intelligence concerning the pure white celestial realm. However, her question was met with an uncomfortable silence. Undeterred, she appeared to have posed this inquiry many times before. Having anticipated such an outcome, she pondered for a moment before posing another question. Is there anyone who possesses information regarding the recently emerged formidable figure known as Prison Sovereign? I am willing to pay a handsome price for any details related to his whereabouts, abilities, or identity. In exchange, I offer intelligence from the Qinshan Imperial Valley. This time, others remained silent, while Zhou-Yi exhibited a look of surprise. The mention of the Prison Sovereign, a guise that had only surfaced once in the Tang family and had since vanished, was unexpected in this context. Moreover, this woman did not seem to belong to the same realm as herself. What could she possibly want with information about the Prison Sovereign? A figure, exuding a chilling aura and encircled by a multitude of serpentine shadows, let out a derisive laugh, their voice hoarse and indeterminate in gender. Truly, those from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion were relentless, pursuing the origins of even the most obscure videos. The so-called Prison Sovereign was merely a farcical production orchestrated by a group of individuals. Yet, the woman merely cast a cursory glance in his direction. There was no need for the Serpent Clan to concern themselves with this matter. The masters within the pavilion have determined that the prison sovereign's prowess warrants a place on the star ranking. Thus, I seek to gather information about him. Furthermore, his illusionary arts have reached a level of authenticity, one that even the Serpent Matriarch covets but cannot attain, posing a significant threat to the Serpent clan. It is no wonder that the recent emergence of the prison sovereign has stirred your restlessness. Nonsense. The illusionary arts of my Serpent clan are unparalleled, and the Serpent Matriarch is the pinnacle of illusionist mastery. Even the madman chronicled in the annals of warfare can be ensnared in an illusion with but a single glance. It was evident that the figure of the Serpent clan was provoked, as the dozens of venomous snakes above him hissed, their dark tongues flickering towards the woman. Yet, she remained unfazed, her demeanor calm as she surveyed the other attendees, a flicker of disappointment crossing her gaze. Could it truly be that there was not a single fragment of information regarding the prison sovereign? Consequently, we can only exclude the prison sovereign, allowing the subsequent individuals to step forward. Meanwhile, a sudden thought crossed Zhou Yi's mind as he encountered a novel term, the War Chronicles. Through the exchange between the two individuals, Zhou Yi gleaned further insights about them. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion is an organization dedicated to intelligence, boasting that, for a sufficient price, it could ascertain even the most trivial details, such as the undergarments worn by the Celestial Pillar. Additionally, he had heard of the starry rankings mentioned by her. Surrounding the cities of the human race, various territories of alien species exist, with the Serpent clan being one of them. In recent years, as the Blood Moon approaches, these foreign tribes have grown increasingly irritable and have fortified their strength, leading to multiple incursions into human territory, causing significant distress along the borders. In response, the Heavenly Machine Pavilion compiled the strengths of the Eastern Huang, embodying the notion that human strongholds are as numerous as the stars, thus creating the starry rankings to intimidate the alien races. At this juncture, a brilliant idea struck Zhou Yi. Those who could ascend to the starry rankings were predominantly the chosen ones, and upon their ranking, they bore a substantial portion of the heavenly Tao's fortune of the Eastern Huang. Therefore, if his alter ego were to be included in the starry rankings, would he not also be able to wield the destiny? The chosen ones he overshadowed would effectively have their fortunes usurped by him. System. What a remarkable line of reasoning. How had it not occurred to it before? Most importantly, Zhou Yi's notion perfectly aligns with the stipulations of the Destiny Villain system. The matter is not yet concluded. This merely marks my ascent to the ranking as the prison sovereign. No one has claimed that I am restricted to a single appearance on the list. This implies that should my other aliases also grace the rankings, it would equate to bearing multiple destinies, thereby usurping the fortunes of the protagonists on several occasions. The system was once again astounded by Zhou Yi's ingenuity. Had it not been merely a humble system, it would have sought to apprentice under Zhou Yi. Resolute in his determination, Zhou Yi slowly lifted his gaze. I possess intelligence regarding the prison sovereign. How do you intend to negotiate? His voice was calm, yet it brought a glimmer of joy to the woman's expression. With the Celestial Tower, we can establish a platform exclusive to the two of us. Zhou Yi nodded, following her instructions as he placed the bronze tower upon the round table. In an instant, everyone else vanished, leaving only him and the woman across from him. Now we may speak. Upon your revelation of the prison sovereign's intelligence, I shall present you with a treasure inscribed with the secrets of the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley. Zhou Yi nodded once more and disclosed the meticulously prepared information regarding the weasel deity. To onlookers, it appeared as though a mist enveloped the two, obscuring their forms and silencing their voices. The other 7 prodigies exchanged glances, and it was the Serpent clan member who first broke the silence with a chilling hiss. It seems that in their eagerness to compile this so-called star rankings, the human race has included even the most insignificant. I am curious to see what this prison sovereign truly is, to be deemed worthy of comparison with the Serpent Matriarch, although the others remained silent. Their eyes sparkled with intrigue, each contemplating various schemes. The most formidable mental illusion, Tsukuyami, the unquenchable black flame, Amaterasu, along with the mythical treasures Yasukani no Magatamayant Ketsu no Tachi. I had no idea our human race possessed such powerful entities. Yet, this individual chooses to reside in an obscure little town on the border, silently guarding the frontier and sweeping away the chaos for our people. Truly magnificent. The woman grew increasingly excited as she spoke, her cheeks even flushing with a hint of pink. In contrast, Zhou Yi found himself at a loss for words. His hometown was already the largest city in the vicinity. Yet in the woman's eyes, it had become a mere nameless locale. It was amusing to him that his solitary appearance here had led her to imagine him as a recluse, a hidden overlord safeguarding humanity. Chapter 18. Hall of Reincarnation. Dong Shui wished to refute her claims but realized he was too late to speak. She had already recorded all the information about the prison sovereign and then produced an object resembling a USB drive, handing it to him. Thank you for the intelligence. This is the reward we previously agreed upon, the information regarding the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley. Rest assured, its value will certainly not be inferior to that of the information concerning the esteemed prison sovereign. Joey nodded, and the two of them took up the small tower on the table. As the clouds churned, they were instantaneously transported back to the original round table. Clearly, the others had also completed their transactions, with only the domineering, burly man wearing a dissatisfied expression. Evidently because he lacked the spirit lotus and thus could not acquire what he needed. Time is nearly up. Everyone please return. We shall meet again at the next Talented Individuals Conference. Just as the elegantly dressed youth declared the conclusion of the conference, the woman from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion suddenly called out to Joey. Uncertain of how to address him, the woman, having spent only a brief time in his company, instinctively added a respectful tone to her speech. Yet, Joey merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before uttering a few words. Luan Hui Dian, shall. He directly employed the name of the organization from his past life as his second alias. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded in acknowledgement. But before she could pose further inquiries, she found herself inexplicably transported back to her room, leaving her with a profound sense of loss. The Tianjiao Tower only forms contracts with those possessing exceptional fortune, indicating that this Mr. Shao must be quite young yet endowed with extraordinary talent and strength. It is unfathomable that Dong Wang has produced yet another enigmatic genius. Furthermore, the organization he is affiliated with, known as Luan Hui Dian, which attracts such fateful individuals, must also be extraordinary. The fact that the Tianji Pavilion remains oblivious to its existence speaks volumes about the formidable hidden power it possesses. Joey was unaware that the organization he had casually invented had led the woman to conjure an incredibly mysterious entity. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly remarked, truly, those from the Tianji Pavilion know too much, and consequently, they ponder far too deeply. As the white mist enveloped him, within a few breaths, Joey found himself back on his expansive bed, where a USB drive now rested. However, according to the woman's description, this device was not intended for use with a computer. Rather, it originated from ancient times, a jade tablet for imparting teachings that had undergone modern transformation. Joey, employing the method she had taught him, placed the USB drive against his forehead, and soon, a wealth of information began to manifest in his mind. The Green Emperor was one of the pillars of the human race from 3 generations past, a pinnacle 9th-tier warrior of the wood attribute. He had made a name for himself during the Great War of the 100 Clans by orchestrating a floral massacre, eliminating over 10 9th-tier adversaries before departing with an air of nonchalance. The Qingxian Emperor Valley was the site of the Green Emperor's failed attempt to break into the 10th tier, a place of his dissolution, filled with abundant opportunities related to the wood attribute, as well as the legacy of the Green Emperor and the fabled secrets of becoming an immortal. Most significantly, the Qingxian Emperor Valley lay not far from Chun City and was soon to be opened. Joey pondered for a moment. Having transplanted the cells of Hashirama, he too possessed wood attribute abilities, along with the potential to ascend to the highest echelon of powers. Thus, he resolved to venture to the Qingxian Emperor Valley before the college entrance examination, hoping to enhance the Hashirama cells. However, at present, the most pressing matter was to find someone to assist him in concocting the Ascension Elixir to elevate his spiritual energy. He was weary of merely being a fleeting man of 3 seconds. He aspired to become the most enduring powerhouse within the same realm. Consequently, Joey dialed his grandfather's number, and before long, he heard a yawning voice on the other end. "You rascal, in the middle of the night. Do you not realize this is the time for the elderly to rest? If it isn't something of great importance, I might just drag you back here to stay with me for a month." Joey glanced at the clock on the wall. It had just passed 1 o'clock in the morning. In which era did grandfather reside that he indulges in the pursuit of wellness? The current trend is the cultivation of immortality. Staying up until the early hours barely qualifies as refining one's energy. It is only at 2 o'clock that one begins to establish a foundation, and by 4 o'clock, the golden core remains a distant aspiration. At 6, the risk of a spiritual crisis looms large, while an all-night transformation can rival that of a true deity. Enough of this banter. If you have something to convey, do so swiftly. Joey could distinctly hear the chuckle of the elderly gentleman across from him, prompting him to smile in return as he shared his circumstances with Zhou Mingzhan. "What? In less than a day, you have acquired the condensing spirit lotus?" The last known appearance of this rare entity was a month ago, within a forbidden area of the Outer Realms, if memory serves me right. It was seized by a young prodigy named Chu Lintian from the neighboring Shanchuan city. The Outer Realms refer to territories beyond the human settlements, now occupied by foreign entities. Upon hearing that name, Zhou Yi abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Chu Lintian? It is unexpected to hear this name at such a moment, and even more astonishing that the overbearing brute, known for his intimidation of the weak, is connected to him. This individual is destined to become the antagonist at the auction, ultimately leading to the downfall of the Zhou family, and is also among the few favored by the Heavenly Tao. He ranks prominently on the star ranking list as well. However, at this juncture, Chu Lintian has likely already reached the 3rd tier, while the individual Zhou Yi pierced through with 1,000 birds is not even at the 2nd tier. Nevertheless, Chu Lintian's bestowal of the condensing spirit lotus, a top-tier spiritual plant, signifies that this person holds considerable importance in Chu Lintian's esteem. Upon this reflection, Zhou Yi's lips curled into a smile. If that were the case, acquiring the Lingling Lotus from the burly man could be considered an indirect seizure of resources from Chu Lintian. Moreover, as the burly man sought to preserve his life, he would be compelled to present a valuable material at each Tianzhou conference. In order to meet the requirements, he would undoubtedly seek assistance from Chu Lintian, whose materials were all exceedingly precious. Even he would be forced to part with significant resources. This scenario would mean that Zhou Yi, without even meeting Chu Lintian, had commenced the process of undermining his power, gradually eroding his fortune. Zhou Yi suddenly felt as if he were orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, akin to a fateful antagonist. His spirits lifted considerably. Even the elderly gentleman opposite him sensed the change in demeanor. "What is the matter, lad? Are you so delighted to hear I've found you an alchemy master?" However, the old man cautioned, "You'd best be mindful. Master Chung is someone I hold in high regard. Choose your words wisely when the time comes." Only then did Zhou Yi realize that the elder had just informed him over the phone about securing a senior alchemist to concoct the ascension pill for him. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Rest well. I shall resume my cultivation." With that, Zhou Yi ended the call, prompting Zhou Mingzhan to chuckle and scold him lightly, his eyes glimmering with approval. This seemingly carefree youth, who had yet to sleep despite the late hour, had managed to acquire a Lingling Lotus in just a single day. With both talent and a willingness to strive, he was undoubtedly the finest candidate to inherit the family legacy. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yi, Zhou Mingzhan's assessment of him was rapidly ascending. Otherwise, he would have surely burst into laughter. Why has the old man begun to indulge in his imagination? Chapter 19. The Qingxian Emperor Valley. Ascension Elixir. The following afternoon, Zhou Yi, bearing gifts, followed the address provided by the elder and knocked on the door of an unassuming little house not far from his own. He had not been idle the previous night. He had researched the esteemed Master Qing Yiyan, recommended by the elder, and discovered that this individual was quite renowned across various universities, celebrated as a professor of pharmacology. Soon, a cacophony of clattering sounds emerged from within, and after half a minute, the door swung open. An ethereal old man with an air of wisdom peered out and glanced at Zhou Yi. "Ah, the young lad from old Zhou's family has arrived? Splendid. You are at the intermediate 1st level, just the right time to enhance your spiritual energy with the Ascension Elixir. Come in." Indeed, an all-night session of cultivation had elevated Zhou Yi's prowess by another level. Upon realizing that the elder could discern his cultivation level with a mere glance, Zhou Yi felt no indignation. Instead, he smiled and allowed himself to be ushered into the house. As he stepped inside, he was astonished to find that the small dwelling was a veritable treasure trove, equipped with an array of electric cookers, gas stoves, test tubes, and beakers, almost as if it were a blend of a culinary kitchen and a scientific laboratory. "Master Qing, the elder sends his regards. I have also prepared the materials for the Ascension Elixir. How do you intend to concoct it?" Zhou Yi inquired tentatively, only to witness the elder casually lift a rice cooker from the table, instantly instilling him with a sense of foreboding. "Master Chung, you cannot possibly intend to use that to brew the Ascension Elixir, can you?" "Of course, under normal circumstances, I seldom require it. I only bring it out when concocting rare elixirs such as the Ascension Pill." Observing Chung Yiyan's unwavering confidence, Zhou Yi felt a tinge of skepticism. However, recalling that the majority of the ingredients were procured by the elder, he steeled himself and decided to trust the elder's judgment. Yet, when he extracted the 2 primary ingredients, Qing Yiyan immediately exhibited a look of astonishment. How many years had it been since he had encountered such exquisite spirit will crystals and spirit lotus? It seemed that today he would indeed have to showcase his true prowess. With that, the elder's demeanor transformed, becoming exceptionally sharp. As he deftly processed the materials with a grater and a chef's knife, he utilized beakers and test tubes to refine the potion, ultimately placing everything into a rice cooker. This time, it was Zhou Yi's turn to be astonished. He had never imagined that alchemy could unfold in such a manner. No wonder his title was Professor of Pharmacology. Little Zhou Yi, from here on, you shall enter the realm of the alchemist. After a week, you may return to collect the ascension pill. Zhou Yi nodded in acknowledgement. But before he departed, he inadvertently caught Cheng Yi's soft sigh. Alas, the speed and purity of the potion still fall short of perfection. If only I could harness a suitable spiritual flame, the quality of this ascension pill would undoubtedly be elevated, and my alchemical abilities would experience a further enhancement. Zhou Yi silently etched this incident in his mind as he gazed at the bustling crowd on the street. Feeling somewhat bewildered about what he should do during the upcoming week, he then produced a coin. If it landed heads up, he would return home, and if tails, he would venture outside the city for trials. Should the coin split in two, he would head to school. Suddenly, he caught sight of two familiar bald figures fleeting past him. Those two, akin to eggs, were Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei. Zhou Yi rubbed his hands together, nearly forgetting that these two fated individuals were beside him, presenting a newfound opportunity for exploitation. At that moment, Guan Tianming unexpectedly shivered without warning, prompting Zhuang Wei to cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Are you unwell? How can you tremble in this sweltering heat? Guan Tianming himself was uncertain about what had just transpired. He merely rubbed his bald head, recalling the humiliation he suffered at Zhou Yi's hands. A flicker of rage crossing his face. Damn Zhou Yi. I should have showcased my prowess during the awakening ceremony, soaring to greatness, but thanks to him, I have become the laughingstock of the entire school and lost the protection of that irresponsible teacher, Oshan. My plight is worse than that of a rat scurrying through the streets. Zhuang Wei, we are bound by fate, sharing in each other's misfortunes. Just a few days ago, I inadvertently learned of a secret realm about to be unveiled in Spring City, and I am aware that it harbors a precious inheritance. Though I possess a token, I require the guidance of a wood elemental ability user. I recall that you awakened with a B-class wood ability. This vacation, we must seize the opportunity to turn our fortunes around, ensuring Zhou Yi experiences a suffering 100-fold greater than ours. At this juncture, Guan Tianming seemed to have perceived the expression of profound despair on Zhou Yi's face, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Initially, Zhuang Wei regarded Guan Tianming's words with disdain, yet upon the mention of the secret realm, she was taken aback, seemingly astonished by his unexpected generosity in sharing such an opportunity with her. A sense of gratitude washed over her. It appeared that Guan Tianming had not intended to abandon her due to her appearance. However, when Guan Tianming spoke of seeking revenge on Zhou Yi, Zhuang Wei's teeth clenched in indignation. Rest assured, Tianming, once I acquire my fortune from the secret realm, I shall not forget you. You have shown me genuine affection, and I vow to reciprocate with utmost sincerity. Yet, she remained oblivious to the subtle smirk that crept across Guan Tianming's lips, a masked derision aimed at her folly. This foolish woman, unaware that entry to the Qingxian Emperor Valley is solely permitted under the guidance of wood elemental ability users. Otherwise, why would I divulge this secret to her? Stripped of her hair and beauty, she dares to aspire to be my wife. Such aspirations are nothing but a delusion. Once I enter the secret realm, I shall cast her aside, claiming the abundant resources within, along with the Qing Emperor's legacy and the rumored secret to immortality. At that moment, Zhou Yi would find himself in a plight from which he could neither escape nor seek death. Zhou Yi could even sense a palpable resentment emanating from above the heads of the two individuals before him. What troubled him further was the realization that Guan Tianming had also acquired knowledge of the Qingxian Emperor Valley. No, it was precisely because Guan Tianming had learned of it that the secret realm had suddenly opened. After all, if the child of destiny experiences a broken engagement or is subjected to ridicule, even the act of leaping from a cliff could lead to an extraordinary opportunity. Guan Tianming, having nearly lost all dignity during the awakening ceremony and subsequently ending up in the hospital, suffered both a mental and physical setback. Naturally, he was destined to receive a significant fortune as compensation. Perhaps even the elderly guardian prepared something special for him. Wouldn't the opening of the secret realm also be attributed to his efforts? Zhou Yi silently commended himself in his heart. However, considering Guan Tianming's animosity towards him, Zhou Yi had ample reason to doubt that he would be able to partake in any benefits from the Qingxian Emperor Valley. He might even end up as an experience package for Guan Tianming's self-aggrandizement. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Just as Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei were waiting for a long-distance bus to Spring City, a hoarse voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Are you preparing to go to the Qingxian Emperor Valley, my young friend? Chapter 20. The destined protagonist is deceived. Guan Tianming was suddenly alarmed. He had indeed unwittingly learned about the impending opening of the Qingxian Emperor Valley, but how did this enigmatic voice come to know of it? Do not be afraid. Young friend, I am an adventurer, which is how I became aware of the Qingxian Emperor Valley. Moreover, I see you are a person of great fortune, and thus I wish to accompany you, serving as your support. I only ask for a portion of the opportunities you acquire. What do you think? Guan Tianming furrowed his brow. Indeed, with only himself and Zhuang Wei, venturing directly into the Qingxian Emperor Valley would be akin to courting death. However, having finally learned of the valley's secrets, he was reluctant to share this newfound knowledge with a stranger seeking a share of the spoils. Zhou, receptive to Guan Tianming's apprehensions, let out a light chuckle and subtly divulged some intelligence regarding the Qingxian Emperor Valley acquired from the Tianjiao conference, thereby alleviating Guan Tianming's concerns. The information he possessed was evidently far more comprehensive than Guan's own, presenting an opportunity to benefit from his insights while simultaneously securing a formidable ally, a remarkable windfall indeed. Nevertheless, Guan Tianming remained vigilant and inwardly pondered the true extent of his senior's prowess. He had heard whispers of the top-tier legacies within the Qingxian Emperor Valley and suspected that the imminent opening of the secret realm would attract numerous formidable contenders. Before he could finish his thoughts, a thunderous snort resonated in his ears, akin to a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily dazed. Guan Tianming was inwardly astonished, contemplating the source of such might. Even the second-tier mid-level Oshan had never exerted such overwhelming intimidation upon him. Could this be a high-level second tier, or perhaps even a third tier? He immediately donned a smile, bowing slightly with an ingratiating demeanor, and said, Senior, I am in agreement. I humbly request your guidance moving forward. By the way, when do you intend to set forth? Where shall we convene? No sooner had his words left his lips than a mysterious figure, cloaked in a black and red clouded mantle, materialized before Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei, with piercing crimson eyes gleaming from beneath the hood, captivating their very souls. Wei. This esteemed senior will accompany us to the secret realm and provide us with protection. Zhuang Wei's face radiated with surprise. She had previously harbored concerns regarding their safety. Yet here was Guan Tianming swiftly securing a formidable protector. She immediately cast an adoring glance at Guan Tianming, which greatly pleased him. Although he currently sported a rather unkempt appearance, he was, after all, a former campus belle, significantly satiating his vanity. However, neither of them could fathom that the mysterious figure they revered was, in fact, Zhou Yi, whom Guan Tianming despised to the core. Moreover, they had personally invited him into their ranks, unwittingly allowing him to bask in Guan Tianming's destined fortune while they honored and flattered him as a senior, bestowing upon him an unwarranted seniority. Had Guan Tianming known the truth, he would have surely been infuriated. Yet, at this moment, both were exceedingly exhilarated, believing that securing the Qingxian Emperor Valley was all but certain. Guan Tianming, unusually generous for a fleeting moment, summoned a private vehicle straight to Chunqing with a grand gesture. After all, how could one expect a senior of such strength and status to endure the indignity of public transportation? If the senior were to be uncomfortable, it would not merely embarrass him, but reflect poorly on Guan Tianming himself. Alas, this indulgence came at the cost of his wallet. As he gazed at his empty pockets, on the verge of tears, he silently reassured himself that once they reached the Qingxian Emperor Valley, he would recoup tenfold or even 100-fold. Meanwhile, not far from them, a genuine third-tier powerhouse had just arrived at the bus stop bound for Chunqing, inadvertently brushing past Guan Tianming and his companions. He was aware that a secret realm in Chunqing was about to open and was eager to see if he could seize an opportunity. Yet, inexplicably, he suddenly felt a sense of having missed something crucial. Could there be unforeseen complications on this journey? Thus, this pragmatist promptly decided against joining the fray, prioritizing his own safety above all else. Meanwhile, Zhou Yishu comfortably settled into the plush seat, doing nothing but relishing the attentive service provided by Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei. Before he knew it, they had arrived in the vibrant Spring City. He alighted from the vehicle feeling utterly relaxed, whereas Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei appeared utterly exhausted, yet still bore their fatigue with an air of contentment. Even the system, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. It had never encountered such a playful antagonist, and it was certain that the celestial order of this world had also never seen anything like it. What are you staring at? Isn't this the perfect moment to diminish his heavenly fortune? Upon hearing Zhou Yi's complaints, the system finally stirred from its stupor and began to incessantly present notification boxes, preemptively intercept Guan Tianming, causing him to miss the true benefactor, and gain 3 chances to draw lots. Recoil Guan Tianming's heavenly fortune, manipulating him at will, and acquire 5 chances to draw lots. Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction, leading Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei to mistakenly believe they had performed admirably, prompting them to breathe a sigh of relief. Senior, shall we head directly to the secret realm? Or would it be wiser to rest and recuperate before setting off? Upon hearing Guan Tianming's inquiry, Zhou Yi turned to find 4 weary yet expectant gazes fixed upon him, leading him to ponder for a moment. The exploration of secret realms hinges upon fortune rather than swiftness, thus I propose, of course, we should set off immediately. Hearing the first half of Zhou Yi's statement, Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei nodded in agreement, only to find themselves momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at him. Have you not heard the adage that time waits for no one? Moreover, it is often in moments of exhaustion that one experiences the most rapid growth. I am merely awakening the potential and fortune within both of you, for your own benefit. Zhou Yi wore an expression of unwavering conviction. And although the two were already fatigued to the point of mental stagnation, his persuasive words compelled them to nod in agreement, as if conceding that there might be some truth to his claim. Consequently, the trio chose not to linger in Spring City, setting off directly towards the hidden realm nestled within the valley. Upon their arrival, they found the valley enveloped in a thick mist, with various factions already assembled, patiently awaiting the opening of the secret domain. Ah, more souls drawn by the sin of opportunity, a discordant voice chimed in nearby. As per tradition, if you wish to enter the secret realm, you must first pay the toll. As Guan Tianming and his companions felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of the secret realm, they suddenly became aware of a gathering of individuals blocking the entrance, demanding fees from anyone attempting to pass. If he had the means, Guan Tianming would prefer to avoid any altercations at the entrance. However, when he glanced at Zhuang Wei, he saw her wearing an innocent expression, clearly unwilling to part with a single coin. Asking an elder to cover such expenses felt inappropriate. So he cast a furtive glance at Zhou Yi, only to find the elder merely lifting his gaze slightly. These bullies who prey on the weak do not warrant our concern. A swift resolution would suffice. I have heard that the chosen ones consistently engage in battles beyond their level, which is why they advance so swiftly. Thus, my young friend, proceed. Should you encounter anyone formidable, I shall intervene. Upon hearing these words, Guan Tianming, for reasons unknown, seemed to perceive a smile beneath the hooded figure. However, when he vigorously shook his head and looked again, he found only darkness, as though the previous smile had been merely a figment of his imagination. What is the matter? Do you find fault with what I have said? Guan Tianming quickly shook his head. How could someone of such profound cultivation and insight as the senior ever be mistaken? He then turned back, grasped the sword at his waist, and charged forth. The group, enraged by Zhou Yi's initial words, was taken aback when they saw this mere novice, barely at the first level, daring to confront them alone. Confounded by his audacity yet adhering to the principle of not missing the chance to strike, they proceeded to pummel Guan Tianming mercilessly. Despite emerging with a bruised and battered visage resembling a swollen pig's head, he continued to recklessly charge at the group of at least mid-level abilities, instilling fear in them of inadvertently taking his life and bearing the burden of a death they had not intended. Their retreat, however, led Guan Tianming to believe he had genuinely intimidated them. Gazing at his sword, his expression grew increasingly exhilarated. Senior, you were indeed correct. Only through battling those beyond one's level can one achieve rapid growth. I feel myself becoming stronger. Those observing the spectacle could not help but shake their heads. This child is truly beyond redemption. His mind must be utterly broken. Consequently, they chose to bypass the daft Guan Tianming and directed their attacks towards Zhou Yi, who stood behind him. However, when their tricks fell upon Zhou Yi, they bizarrely passed directly through his body, landing on the others behind him who were merely spectators. What the hell? I was just here to watch. Why am I being attacked? Daring to assault our Yunshan Chamber of Commerce. You are courting death. Everyone. We intended to strike that strange individual, yet for some unknown reason, we failed to hit him. It was not a deliberate attack. In an instant, chaos erupted outside the valley, and seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yi led Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei to push down the railing and swaggered inside. Guan Tianming looked at Zhou Yi with a gaze transformed into admiration. The senior merely made a slight move, and the waters were stirred. Indeed, his own cultivation was still far from sufficient. At that moment, a resounding noise suddenly erupted from within the valley, startling everyone. Following that, a chain suspension bridge emerged from the dense fog, extending into the valley with no visible end. Is this the entrance to the Qingxian Emperor's Valley? Brothers, it is said that the valley is filled with the essence of the Qing Emperor, and even the water that flows out is high-grade spiritual liquid. Let us charge in. I do not desire much, merely enough resources and legacies to elevate my cultivation to the 5th, no, 6th tier would suffice. The previously chaotic crowds ceased their fighting, instead scrambling for the opportunity to be the first to enter the secret realm. However, when a wind attribute ability user, leveraging his speed, stepped onto the chain bridge first, he had yet to steady himself before his expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Then, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he plummeted from the bridge, engulfed by the thick fog, without a sound escaping his lips. The onlookers exchanged glances, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Their composure swiftly restored. How audacious to charge in, oblivious to the peril. The first trial of the Qingxian Imperial Valley permits entry solely to those of the 3rd tier or below, and only those awakened with would attribute abilities. Otherwise, they meet their demise beneath the iron chain bridge. Upon hearing the explanation, the crowd finally grasped the gravity of the situation. A mid-level 1st tier would ability user immediately summoned 2 vines, entwining around himself as he stepped onto the iron chain bridge, only to discover that his footing was remarkably steady. Indeed, it was feasible. Some factions felt a surge of delight, as they had already acquired intelligence regarding the Qingxian Imperial Valley. Having brought along would ability users for this expedition, the other teams could do nothing but watch with begrudging expressions, utterly powerless. After all, it is common knowledge that the power of wood abilities ranks among the lowest of all supernatural powers, and such individuals are typically excluded from entering secret realms. Who could have anticipated that only those with wood abilities would be granted passage into the Qingxian Imperial Valley? Although you possess great strength, esteemed senior, I trust you have made adequate preparations. We shall proceed ahead. Witnessing this scene, Guan Tianming also wore a pleased expression, then he wrapped his arms around Zhuang Wei's waist. And they both stepped onto the iron chain bridge simultaneously. Oh, that lad earlier was using sword manipulation ability, wasn't he? What compels him to charge in? Is he not afraid for his life? Did you not notice his mind seemed unhinged? Keep your distance. I prefer not to be splattered with blood. A throng of onlookers, amused by Guan Tianming's audacity as a non-wood ability user venturing forth, immediately began to mock him. At that moment, a green light burst forth from Guan Tianming, attaching itself to the sword at his waist, unexpectedly allowing his sword-manipulating abilities to momentarily transform into the wood attribute. With remarkable ease, he ascended the iron chain and propelled himself several dozen meters forward, leaving the others far behind. Could it truly be so? I mused. How could the secret realm permit only those of the wood attribute to enter? It appeared there was indeed a pass. Just as the crowd gasped in astonishment, several more young men emitted green light from their hands, effortlessly traversing the iron chain bridge alongside their wood attribute companions. Upon landing, they surpassed even the initial group of wood attribute practitioners, inciting envy that turned their faces a deep shade of purple. Yet, Guan Tianming, being the favored child of destiny, remained unmatched, even as other talented youths acquired their passes. Thus, under the judgment of the Qingxian Emperor Valley, his innate talent was deemed the highest among them all. How infuriating! Even within the confines of a secret realm, there exists a privileged class. What significance does a pass hold for entering the secret realm? Inside, all inheritances and resources pertain to the wood attribute, rendering them useless to others. Indeed, what sort of hero relies on external aids? However, I was taken aback by the unexpectedly impressive talent of that seemingly dim-witted little bald man. Someone remarked enviously. Meanwhile, Zhou, observing that the figures of the two were nearly enveloped by the mist, chuckled softly and leaped onto the iron chain bridge. At that moment, others recognized Zhou Yi's identity and exclaimed, "Look, that person is not of the wood attribute and possesses no pass. What could he possibly intend?" He tricked that young man into a predicament. It remains uncertain what mischief he intends to pursue next. However, in the blink of an eye, they witnessed an abundance of wooden vines extending from Zhou Yi's sleeves, ensnaring the iron cables of the bridge. With a gentle sway, they soared ahead, surpassing even Guan Tianming and his companion by a considerable distance. Goodness, this individual possesses dual abilities. This surpasses the prowess of a mere pass. It embodies the strength of various attribute abilities while also allowing for the enhancement of one's realm through opportunities within the secret realm. Is this not an overwhelming advantage? Typically, those who awaken dual abilities find their talents divided, with neither ability exceeding E grade. Yet, from what I observe, both the peculiar power he displayed earlier and the wooden vines he summoned now are undoubtedly no less than B grade, marking him as an extraordinary genius, one whose existence I have never heard of before. Furthermore, the black cloak adorned with red clouds he dons. What organization does it represent? Why have I never encountered any mention of it? The entire assembly was left astounded. Even the most acerbic individuals fell silent, left only to marvel at Zhou Yi's remarkable talent. Chapter 22. The Bamboo Cottage, a realm of opportunities. At this moment, Guan Tianming was brimming with confidence. He stood at the forefront of the iron cable, moving with unparalleled speed. It seemed evident that he would be the first to step into the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley. However, should we not wait for the elder? Upon hearing his murmured thoughts, Zhuang Wei shot him a disdainful glance. Are you foolish? The very reason we formed a team with him was to find support amidst the presence of the powerful. You are the first to enter the valley, facing no rivals at all. What are you waiting for? The key is to seize the opportunity swiftly. Guan Tianming was awakened by a single remark from Zhuang Wei. His excitement evident as he nodded vigorously, suppressing his inner distaste to plant a kiss on her. Truly, my Wei is remarkably astute. Let us swiftly cast him aside and claim the fortune for ourselves. Tianming, what are you doing? Wait, what is that? Just as the two were engrossed in their affection, Zhuang Wei suddenly perceived a shadow darting past, startling her into a gasp, prompting Guan Tianming to turn with a frown towards the source. To their astonishment, they discerned a familiar figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, moving with greater swiftness than Guan Tianming toward the opposite end of the iron chain. Could it be a senior? Zhuang Wei, in disbelief, urged, slap me, Wei, and see if I am hallucinating. Ouch, are you trying to kill me? My goodness. That truly is a senior. Guan Tianming's jaw dropped, nearly capable of accommodating 2 eggs, his expression one of utter incredulity. His talent surpasses both of ours. It was not until he noticed Zhou Yi glance back at them with a seemingly fleeting look that he snapped back to reality, shouting, Senior, please wait for us when you arrive. I am a person of great fortune. Following me will undoubtedly yield benefits. Zhuang Wei nodded fervently, completely oblivious to the earlier conversation about abandoning Zhou Yi. However, Zhou Yi had not yet responded and vanished into the dense mist ahead, instantly causing both of their hearts to race. They were uncertain whether their recent conspiracy had been overheard by the elder. If so, they would lose their formidable support. The iron suspension bridge stretched for over 1,000 meters, its origins unknown, and it tormented Guan Tianming for a full hour before he finally beheld the true Qingxian Emperor Valley. Yet, upon reaching the opposite bank, he was astonished to find the elder calmly seated at the edge of the cliff, awaiting their arrival. Elder, Guan Tianming exclaimed, his voice genuine and laden with remorse. Although Zhou Yi's rebuke had rendered him somewhat obsessive, he remained, after all, a student, unacquainted with the harshness of the world, and inherently noble in character. The memory of his recent discussion with Zhuang Wei about how to dismiss the elder weighed heavily on him. Yet, the elder, without holding a grudge, was willing to be their steadfast ally. This realization filled Guan Tianming with profound shame. The elder's realm was incomparably higher than his own. He resolved that once the moment allowed, he would sincerely apologize, perhaps offering 1/10 of his merits, or better yet, a mere 1%. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, seated upon the ground, felt a wave of relief wash over him as he saw them approach. Heaven knows the number of crises he had faced before Guan Tianming's arrival. Encounters with over-tiered wooden lizards that had lost their way, a colossal blood-sucking tree that nearly ensnared him, and the eerie figures that flitted by, their depths unknown. These objects, which ordinarily would not manifest in the periphery, encountered Zhou Yi on several occasions during this particular moment, only vanishing upon the arrival of Guan Tianming. Thus, the prospect of seeking opportunities became moot. Without the endowments of divine might and the cells of Hashirama, it is likely that Zhou Yi would have perished utterly before Guan Tianming's arrival. Now, upon seeing Guan Tianming, he felt an affection akin to that of a father. Let us depart while others have yet to arrive, he proposed. Guan Tianming and the others nodded in agreement and proceeded to the small abode Zhou Yi had indicated, following the previously arranged sequence. According to the intelligence provided by that woman at the Talents Conference, the Green Emperor had resided in this very cottage for several years before embarking on a solitary journey of enlightenment into the valley. It was highly probable that the resources for his cultivation were concealed within its confines. Guided by the map, the trio swiftly arrived at the doorstep of the cottage. which was nestled amidst a grove of bamboo, exuding an air of tranquility. Guan Tianming, taking the initiative, forcefully pushed open the wooden door. In an instant, the three felt as though the world spun around them. When Zhou Yi opened his eyes again, they found themselves within the cottage. Zhou Yi surveyed the surroundings, noting an array of tables, chairs, benches, and writing implements, all typical of a reclusive scholar's dwelling. At that moment, Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei also gradually regained consciousness. However, as Guan Tianming inadvertently leaned against the corner of a table, a surge of green light erupted forth, only to be severed by his sword. As the green light dissipated, the previously dull table transformed, revealing a vibrant emerald hue beneath. Senior, it appears that this exquisite tabletop is crafted from an entire piece of premium wood spirit crystal. Upon witnessing this, Zhuang Wei's eyes glistened with emotion, and she began to explore the room, but was suddenly met with a flash of green light. She was utterly unprepared, and her body was flung backward, crashing heavily against the wall. I have come to understand that this modest dwelling is rife with opportunities. Yet only through the trials of talent can one attain the corresponding rewards. We are on the brink of fortune. Wei Wei, your innate abilities seem rather lacking, making it challenging for you to pass the trials. Hence you are met with exclusion. It appears that the treasures here are beyond your grasp. Upon hearing Guan Tianming's analysis, Zhuang Wei wore a face of reluctance, while Zhou Yi marveled at the sheer magnitude of the fated individual's power, reflecting that his decision to infiltrate the enemy's ranks was indeed astute. Senior, for the sake of fairness, let us proceed this way. Each of us shall have a turn to see who can garner more rewards. Please, you go first and discover what rewards await. As long as you are able to take them, feel free to collect. I shall not utter a word of complaint. However, should you fail the trial, you must willingly relinquish all that this place has to offer. Guan Tianming feigned sympathy towards Zhuang Wei for a moment, then ostentatiously bestowed the opportunity upon Zhou Yi. In truth, he had already assessed the situation. If he were to select only one item at a time, aside from the most precious few, he could claim the rest. Thus, if Zhou Yi's talents were not recognized, all the rewards would inevitably fall into his own possession. Yet unbeknownst to him, a smile akin to his own emerged upon Zhou Yi's face beneath the hood. He did not bother with pleasantries towards Guan Tianming, casting a sweeping gaze across the entirety of the small dwelling before quietly activating the interstitial cells within his body. Countless wooden vines erupted from his sleeves, enveloping the entire room, extending even to the bamboo at the entrance and the soil 3 feet beneath. A blinding emerald light erupted from all directions, threatening to obliterate the 3 individuals within the abode. Guan Tianming and his companion could scarcely open their eyes, let alone mount any form of resistance. Despair consumed their hearts. It was over. They were destined to perish at the hands of this old coot. I was merely being courteous. Who could have anticipated his insatiable greed? However, at that moment, an equally exquisite wave of wood attribute energy emanated from within Zhou Yi, colliding with the radiant green light. Chapter 23, Talent Upgrade, The Hidden Hand Exposed. Guan Tianming believed he was surely doomed this time. Yet, when the brilliance finally dissipated, he felt no pain whatsoever. Cautiously, he opened his eyes a crack. I'm not dead. I'm still in the Qingxian Emperor Valley. He was immediately engulfed in the elation of surviving a calamity. The old man's insatiable greed, attempting to swallow the entire room in one go without leaving a morsel for him, would surely be his undoing. Now everything belongs to me. I can take it piece by piece. But upon lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of a thick, white mist enveloping the valley above. What is going on? Wasn't I inside the small house? Why can I see outside? He swiftly glanced around, only to discover that the quaint cottage, which had once harbored countless fortunes, along with the surrounding bamboo grove, had vanished into thin air, leaving not even a trace of ash. Not far away, however, Zhou Yi's form was enveloped by a colossal sphere of green light, within which golden bamboo swayed, exuding the radiant aura of classical poetry and literature. A mere glance from Guan Tianming sent him reeling from an overwhelming surge of energy. Astonished, he realized that Zhou Yi had indeed triumphed. This revelation meant that, aside from a single spiritual crystal tabletop, he had gained almost nothing from this opportunity. A fierce wave of jealousy ignited within Guan Tianming, fueling his rage. He leaped, intent on diving into the luminous sphere to claim a share for himself, only to be unceremoniously swatted down into the earth as if he were a mere fly, taking several arduous moments to extricate himself from its depths. Meanwhile, Zhuang Wei was already in fits of laughter, having been ruthlessly eliminated by Guan Tianming moments before. Now, witnessing even this prodigy fail to seize anything of value, she felt a sense of balance restored within her heart. You wretched fool, how dare you mock me? Just wait. Without my presence, you shall find naught. Upon catching Zhuang Wei's derisive gaze, Guan Tianming, infuriated, turned to leave, convinced that his exceptional fortune would ensure he could uncover opportunities elsewhere. Yet, before he had taken 10 steps, an unknown knife suddenly flew through the air, embedding itself squarely in his trousers, mere inches away from severing his source of troubles. Immediately, a chorus of furious shouts erupted, emanating from a group of individuals whose strength was at least at the second tier. Terrified, Guan Tianming froze in place, too afraid to draw his sword. It was only after they departed that he cautiously retreated to Zhou Yi's side, no longer daring to stray even a step away. It was no jest. The Qingxian Emperor Valley was replete with opportunities beyond counting, yet there was but one venerable figure to rely upon. Should he venture away, he would likely face near certain demise. Why sacrifice an entire forest for the sake of a solitary tree? Furthermore, with such an overwhelming influx of energy, what did it matter that he was a third-tier powerhouse? Even if he were to explode, he could not possibly absorb it all. In such a scenario, to avoid being overwhelmed, he would inevitably have to plead for my assistance. The moment he uttered a word, I could compel him to regurgitate everything he had consumed. Rest assured, all these fortunes are mine. Not a single grain of sand shall he seize. While Guan Tianming continued to console himself, Zhou Yi within the luminous sphere furrowed his brow. The supreme talent of the Hashirama cells had indeed allowed Zhou Yi to claim all rewards within the small chamber, yet for reasons unknown. These would attribute resources had transformed entirely into the purest form of energy, surging towards him in a deluge. This was the veritable truth behind the immense green orb that Guan Tianming had observed. However, this orb also presented a grave danger for Zhou Yi. The sheer magnitude of this energy was overwhelming. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been obliterated in that very instant. Even with all the Hashirama cells within him filled to capacity, he had only consumed a minuscule fraction of this energy, while the remainder continued to flood into his body through his pores, manifesting signs of his physical form being assimilated by the wood attribute spiritual power. If this continues, he would completely merge with the luminous sphere, and the world would no longer remember the existence of Zhou Yi. At this moment, however, Zhou Yi was overwhelmed by an immense surge of energy, leaving him in a daze and utterly incapable of resisting the sphere's encroachment. He even felt as if a pair of eyes were fixated upon him, waiting for his final breath. Just then, a long-forgotten mechanical voice echoed in his ear, reviving a flicker of consciousness on the brink of death. Detecting a substantial amount of what attributes spiritual power, would you like to exchange for 3 lottery chances to enhance the Senju cells? Zhou Yi was suddenly jolted awake. Without the system, he would have nearly succumbed here, becoming a mere experience package for Guan Tianming. Thus, he fought against the deluge of spiritual energy, silently chanting the word exchange in his heart. In the next moment, Zhou Yi's body seemed to transform into a black hole, devouring all that would attribute energy. The once massive luminous sphere visibly shrank with each breath until it completely vanished. The Senju cells underwent a dramatic transformation, and when all resources were fully consumed, their quality reached a level comparable to that of his current eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Zhou Yi distinctly sensed that, purely in terms of wood-based abilities, he had already attained an SS rank. With a mere elevation of his realm, he could unleash power akin to 1/3 of the strength of the god of ninjas. His realm did not experience a significant increase. It merely allowed him to ascend to a high-tier level after the breakthrough of the Senju cells, leaving just enough spiritual power to push him to the next stage. He had not anticipated that the first opportunity within the secret realm would yield such immense rewards. Zhou Yi murmured to himself in the depths of his heart. But just as he was about to take his leave, he received another notification from the system. Successfully absorbed all the spiritual energy from Lingyin residents, thwarted the protagonist's meticulously arranged resurrection attempt, and gained 24 lottery draws. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. System, have you made an error? Guan Tianming is not dead yet. And with his intellect, how could there be any arrangement? Before Zhou Yi could finish his thought, his voice faltered. He realized a profoundly terrifying truth. The protagonist mentioned by the system was not Guan Tianming, but rather a figure from an ancient era, possessing strength comparable to that of the Azure Emperor, who attempted to orchestrate a monumental plot to relive a past life through the Qingxian Emperor Valley. Or perhaps it was the legendary predecessor, the celestial pillar, the supreme psychic being known as the Azure Emperor himself. Could it be that the so-called Qingxian Emperor Valley was not the place where the Azure Emperor comprehended the Tao and transcended, but rather a trap laid by the Azure Emperor in his quest for a second life? Joey felt an immediate chill envelop him. Whether it was the mysterious protagonist or the Azure Emperor himself, they were beings far beyond his current reach. No wonder he had sensed a feeling of being observed while teetering on the brink of life and death. Had it not been for the system, he would have been usurped, his body transformed into another's form. He quickly deduced the situation, a shiver running down his spine, and an overwhelming impulse to turn and flee surged within him. However, just as he was about to move, he suddenly halted in his tracks. According to the arrangements of that individual, his body was to be possessed after his death, allowing for his resurrection. However, he has now survived and even managed to extract the entire Lingyin residence, effectively disrupting the man's plans, an affront akin to avenging a father or usurping a wife. This has undoubtedly incurred a grave offense, one that could lead to a bitter enmity that would not easily be resolved. Moreover, as the fated archvillain, should this protagonist truly resurrect, confronting a peak-level superhuman would leave him utterly trapped in a predicament from which he could neither escape nor perish. Contemplating this, Zhou Yi suddenly felt a surge of audacity. He could not afford to flee at this moment. Although the opponent possessed immense power and had left behind countless intricate arrangements, one must remember that the adversary was now deceased. With his own survival at stake, it remained uncertain who would ultimately prevail. Chapter 24. The Mysterious Statue. Celestial Jade Lotus. Thus, Zhou Yi turned around and calmly regarded the two individuals behind him, as if nothing had transpired. It appeared that there was nothing further to be found here. It was time to proceed to the next location. Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei, awakening from their stupor, gazed at him in astonishment. Senior, you actually absorbed all that energy by yourself? And you weren't overwhelmed? Guan Tianming stammered, his eyes reflecting a hint of fear as he looked at Zhou Yi. With his own talent and fortune, he could only obtain a single reward at a time. Yet the senior managed to eradicate an entire room's worth of energy. What was his true identity? Could he be the legendary ancient being who had lived for centuries? Yet Zhou Yi was too disinclined to elucidate, merely offering a faint nod. However, in the fleeting moment of turning away, a glimmer of compassion flickered in his gaze directed at Guan Tianming. This unfortunate youth likely remained oblivious to the intricacies of the schemes orchestrated by others, naively contemplating seizing opportunities, vanquishing his rivals, marrying a wealthy beauty, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Had it not been for Zhou Yi, the one recently usurped by the Qing Emperor would have been him. This modest abode served the purpose of discerning whether one's innate gifts met the requisite standards, subsequently enabling the absorption of energy to facilitate a sudden usurpation and the potential for resurrection. One could only wonder if this child's fortune would shield him from the same fate at the hands of another destined child, particularly one who was once favored by the heavenly Tao, the Qing Emperor, one of the Eastern Huang pillars. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yi sympathetically patted his shoulder thrice, prompting a puzzled glance from Guan Tianming. Did the elder mean to imply that, as is the custom, 3 signifies a wish to grant me another chance? How benevolent of you, Guan Tianming mused. Yet, Zhou Yi's thoughts were rather that the boy was excessively naive in his quest to save others. He would shoulder the burdens of these opportunities, steeped in treachery, since the youth had deigned to regard him as a senior. Thus, the 3 individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, proceeded towards the opportunity that Guan Tianming had inadvertently uncovered. However, before they could draw near, they observed numerous figures hastening towards the same destination. Have you heard? A mysterious inheritance has been discovered over there. Some have received edicts from the Qing Emperor, and others have stumbled upon the Qing Emperor's unparalleled skill, step by step blossoming. It is said that there are many treasures within. Let us make haste. Upon overhearing their discourse, Guan Tianming was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. Elder, could it be that this opportunity has already been seized by another? Zhou Yi uttered softly, merely a few words. We will know once we arrive. With that, they quickened their pace, arriving within a mere 10 minutes at the site of the opportunity, which was the solitary towering mountain in the Qingxian Emperor Valley. At this moment, nearly all those who had entered the secret realm had congregated here. However, instead of gazing upward at the majestic peaks, they all lowered their heads, their expressions rife with greed as they fixated on a nearby cave. At the cave's entrance stood a man, clutching a lotus seed, his face alight with ecstasy. A vibrant green aura emanated from the lotus seed in his grasp, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. Legend has it that the Qing Emperor's initial awakening of his extraordinary abilities was of S rank, which later evolved into the mythical 6th grade Qing lotus. Could it be that this lotus seed contains the essence of the Qing lotus? It is said that within the cave lies a statue of the Qing Emperor. Those who showcase their talents before the statue will be granted opportunities by the revered emperor himself, with the quality of the opportunity correlating to the level of talent displayed. I recognize that individual. He is the foremost prodigy from our small town. Who would have thought he would gain the Qing Emperor's acknowledgement? The onlookers, envious and with eyes aflame with jealousy, yearned to rush into the cave. Only Zhou Yi maintained a detached demeanor. His kaleidoscope gaze fixed on the lotus seed in the man's hand, in the cave entrance behind him, a hint of vigilance flickering across his face. With the lofty aspirations of the Azure Emperor, should not the lotus seeds, symbols of heritage and hope, be placed upon the mountain? Why are they concealed within the depths of a cavern? Moreover, utilizing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and the cells of Hashirama, he perceives that within this seed lies an essence akin to that of the bamboo cottage. This implies that it is also a contingency devised by the enigmatic individual, and one of even greater significance than that modest abode. Contemplating this, Zhou Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, since it was meticulously arranged by the previous generation's protagonist. He, as the destined antagonist, ought to enter with a modicum of reverence. From this moment forth, the tides of offense and defense would shift. At that instant, he heard Guan Tianming's voice. "Senior, let us also enter. Otherwise, the opportunities will be seized by others." Zhou Yi returned to his senses and nodded. As they approached the statue, they found a dozen individuals kneeling on the ground, their faces contorted in anguish. "Why, with my innate talent, have I received no reward?" "Azure Emperor, you are mistaken. My mother has always proclaimed me a prodigy, and the talents of those around me pale in comparison. How is it that I have obtained not even a single petal? This must surely be the fault of the Azure Emperor." Listening to the rising chorus of lamentations surrounding him, Guan Tianming surveyed the scene and recognized that these individuals indeed possessed considerable talent, each at least of C rank or higher, capable of being deemed the best in the entire school. Yet here, they were indistinguishable from the masses. Thus, he too, filled with trepidation, stepped forward. Slowly unsheathing his sword from his waist, and with a single stroke, established an array of 8 directional sword formations, filling the cavern with the shimmering illusions cast by the flying blades. The long dormant statue suddenly trembled once more, erupting with a radiant brilliance that captured the attention of all present. A cerulean lotus gracefully descended, landing in Guan Tianming's hand. It was the celestial jade lotus. As documented in ancient texts, it was one of the extraordinary abilities of the Green Emperor and a pivotal treasure on his path to the celestial pillar. This lotus served as a profound aid for cultivation, for those endowed with what attributes, refining this lotus yielded effects surpassing even that of divine elixirs. The most exceptional talents could even glean the secrets of ability evolution from it. All eyes widened, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves, greedily fixated on the azure lotus in Guan Tianming's grasp. However, Guan Tianming had learned from past experiences and refrained from arrogance. Instead, he silently mocked those around him for their ignorance of true genius. Only he understood that this trifling matter was insignificant. Soon, when the seniors made their move, these onlookers would witness what genuine miracles entailed. Yet, before he could utter a word, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice. "Ah, it is merely a celestial jade lotus. I was led to believe you had received a 10th level inheritance." Zhou Yi turned to see a tall youth, half of his figure shrouded in shadow, rendering his features indiscernible. The others around shot him hostile glares, and a few voices chimed in with sarcastic remarks. "Oh dear, while he may not have obtained a 10th level inheritance, at least he possesses the highest talent seen thus far, unlike certain individuals who, despite having nothing, stubbornly refuse to admit their shortcomings." Upon hearing the derision from the crowd, the individual merely let out a soft snort. He then raised his hand, and a series of luminous halos materialized around him. In the next moment, within the pitch-black cavern, flowers suddenly blossomed all around, and a jade-green talisman engraved with a lotus descended from above, landing in his palm. This is the Qinglian Talisman. Chapter 25, The Precious Jade Decree, Choose One. Upon this exclamation, a chorus of gasps ensued, causing the temperature to plummet significantly. Hiss, the Qinglian Talisman. To behold this talisman is akin to encountering the Qing Emperor himself. It is known that only those recognized by the Qing Emperor are bestowed this talisman directly. Rumor has it that the Qinglian Talisman not only signifies status and identity, but also conceals the legacy of the Qing Emperor, once comprehended. It grants the secret to ascend to the 9th tier. Does this not imply that he is indeed a person acknowledged by the Qing Emperor? My heavens! What extraordinary talent must he possess? Observing the astonished gazes of those around him, the enigmatic young man appeared utterly pleased, finally emerging from the shadows. His visage was strikingly handsome, imbued with a delicate beauty, and with a pair of peach blossom eyes, he surveyed the crowd, ultimately resting his gaze upon Guan Tianming. He chuckled, "With your meager talent, do you dare to compete with me? In my earlier days, you wouldn't even have been worthy to carry my shoes." Yet, before he could finish his statement, he realized that Guan Tianming's attention was not on him at all. He was like a clown prattling on in front of others. The effeminate young man was instantly incensed. Who does this brat think he is to disregard me? He turned around, curious to discover what could possibly captivate Guan Tianming's attention, only to find Zhou Yi standing before the statue, lost in contemplation. How amusing, he thought, expecting to see someone of concern, yet encountering merely a simpleton. A hint of disdain surfaced on his face, while his inner thoughts raged uncontrollably. Ah, the more one worships, the greater the talent they possess. Yet you would never guess that the statue is not the Azure Emperor as you presumed, but rather, it is I. In my final days, I fortuitously arrived at the Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor, where I uncovered the secrets of the Azure Emperor's legacy. Regrettably, my own talents were insufficient to gain his recognition, and all I obtained was a mere Azure Lotus token. Thus, I expended countless top-tier materials to forge this statue capable of siphoning the legacy. The more you display your talents in veneration of this statue, the more you assist me in extracting the Azure Emperor's inheritance. When I successfully live a second life, I shall supplant the Azure Emperor and even achieve the legendary 10th tier. Now, two paths remain before you. Either resist the allure of the Azure Emperor's legacy, refusing to showcase your talents and endure the scorn of the masses, or worship me, becoming the fabric for my ascension. But Zhou Yi chose neither path. Instead, he stepped forward, and in full view of the crowd, with a flick of his sleeve, he claimed the statue from its pedestal. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Zhou Yi, however, merely smiled faintly. Since all other treasures can only be obtained by venerating this statue, does it not imply that the Qing Emperor has already indicated that this statue is the finest treasure? The others exchanged glances, sensing a slight dissonance. Yet the reasoning presented was undeniably compelling. Guan Tianming was rendered speechless. He had anticipated that the elder would showcase his talents to easily overshadow the earlier individual, allowing him to subsequently mock him. However, he never expected the elder to be even more forthright, surpassing his expectations. He silently clenched his fists, acutely aware of the vast disparity in their realms. He resolved to diligently serve the elder, hoping that a moment of goodwill might lead to the elder taking him as a disciple, which would enable him to seek assistance in exacting revenge on Zhou Yi and perhaps even dismantling the Zhou family. Yet, the most astonished was the androgynous youth. Upon witnessing Zhou Yi's actions, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Why was this oddly cloaked figure deviating from the established norms? Furthermore, how had he managed to detach the statue? It was known that, to prevent such an occurrence, he had exhausted his last vestiges of spiritual energy to secure the statue to the entire mountain range. Even a third-tier powerhouse would be incapable of removing it. Who was this person? What was the origin of this mysterious organization adorned with black and red clouds? Given his experience, he had never heard of it before. Could it be that an ancient, reclusive organization was finally ready to emerge? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Zhou Yi silently withdrew the wooden saw from his sleeve. Had it been in the past, even with all his might, Zhou Yi would have been unable to remove the statue. However, when the cells of Hashirama evolved and awakened the complete wood-type abilities, he discovered that he had gained the power to counter these peculiar entities within the Qingxian Emperor Valley. In terms of sheer strength, he could even momentarily elevate himself to a second-tier level. Moreover, he cast a glance at the system panel, which now displayed several system notifications before him. Your actions have left Guan Tianming in awe, earning his utmost admiration. You have once again tamed a destined child, receiving 8 lottery chances. You have removed the spirit-thieving jade statue, disrupting the arrangements of the previous destined child, preventing him from further plundering the Qing Emperor's legacy, and receiving 13 lottery chances. Zhou Yi smiled as he gazed at the statue nestled within his spatial ring. He had merely intended to test it, never anticipating that this object was indeed a trap set by someone, nor that it was intricately carved from the spirit-thieving jade. This jade is extraordinarily precious, a specialty of the thieving heaven forbidden land, sealing within it various treasures captured from the void. After refining it, even with the worst luck, One could obtain a substantial amount of pure spiritual energy. With good fortune, one might unlock various top-tier combat techniques and powerful extraordinary artifacts. There have even been instances where super geniuses, upon refinement, gained insights that led to the awakening of a second ability, causing the value of the spirit-thieving jade to soar exponentially with each gram worth of fortune. It reminded Shoei of the stone gambling of his past life. It was unfathomable how such a massive piece, weighing at least dozens of tons, came into possession of that individual. Damn it, return the statue. If you take it away, won't everyone lose the chance to receive the Qing Emperor's rewards? The effeminate youth was the first to react. His previously composed demeanor suddenly twisted into a grimace, the veins at the corners of his eyes bulging. Only he understood the true value of the statue, beyond the exorbitant price of the stolen spirit jade. It also concealed the legacy of the Azure Emperor that he had pilfered over decades. This legacy was his crucial support for regaining his former glory and even surpassing the 10th tier upon his rebirth. However, he dared not reveal his identity in front of the crowd. Thus, he sought to incite their wrath, hoping that Zhou Yi would feel compelled to return the statue under pressure. Upon hearing his words, the others awakened to the realization, their gazes towards Zhou Yi darkening. Guan Tianming felt a tightening in his throat, his voice trembling as he spoke. Senior, what should we do now? They are numerous, and if it comes to it, we should retrieve the statue first and devise a plan later. Zhou Yi stood silently, observing the opposition. Just when the effeminate youth presumed Zhou Yi was ready to concede, he slowly lifted his head. Beneath his hood, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun in his pupils, reflecting the figures of those opposite him. You want the statue? Then come and take it. As long as you can defeat me into submission, I shall relinquish it. Chapter 26, Mastery over Nature, the Power of the Immortal? With that, he gradually assumed a stance and beckoned to the crowd. In that moment, they seemed to pierce through his hood, catching a glimpse of Zhou Yi's triumphant smile. Goodness. Do you have confidence, senior? Guan Tianming was so astonished that his words stumbled, while Zhuang Wei trembled in fear beside him. Throughout this journey, Zhou Yi has consistently presented a composed demeanor before them. Yet unexpectedly, he reveals an unexpectedly arrogant side, startling both of them. Little did they know that Zhou Yi, who believed that a probability of victory below 100% equated to absolute failure, had already meticulously assessed the comparative strengths of both parties. Despite facing numerous opponents, some of whom concealed their true prowess, Zhou Yi had the fortuitous backing of the Qingxian Emperor Valley, allowing him a brief ascent to the second tier of power. Confident in his own abilities, bolstered by the Senja cells and the kaleidoscope Sharingan, he could compel any onlooker to dance to his tune. However, this knowledge eluded others present. Previously incited by the effeminate youth, they now witnessed Zhou Yi's audacity, stirring a restless energy among them. Finally, a peak-level first-tier Esper could no longer contain himself and extended his hand, forcefully grasping in Zhou Yi's direction. The ground beneath the trio violently cracked open, and a colossal carnivorous flower unfurled its gaping maw, engulfing them whole before sealing shut. Such brashness, yet you presume to possess great prowess, only to be devoured by my little treasure. The classic novel website features the wood-type C-class ability, the bone-corroding demon flower, one of the few wood attributes with lethal potential. The summoned demon plant not only boasted sharp barbs within its mouth but also exuded corrosive fluid capable of dissolving a person into a puddle of flesh in mere minutes. Be attentive, my treasure. After feasting on human flesh, regurgitate the statue for me. However, just as he triumphantly commanded the bone-eating flower, the stomach of this man-eating plant suddenly swelled and then erupted explosively before his astonished gaze. Countless sharp thorns shot forth from the flower's belly in all directions, incapacitating numerous lower-tier ability users on the spot, while many formidable opponents found themselves caught off guard and in utter disarray. It was at this moment that they realized that Zhou Yi, who had been devoured by the flower, was still standing in place, with even the two burdens behind him completely unscathed, not even a corner of their garments marred by corrosion. Is that all? If no one else intervenes, I shall take the statue. Zhou Yi's voice carried a hint of amusement, clearly mocking the others, prompting those who had been merely observing to exchange glances before simultaneously taking action. Dozens of towering trees rose from the ground like a cage, attempting to confine Zhou Yi within, while countless vine-like tendrils, sharp as blades, transformed into invisible whips, striking fiercely. A mere brush against them would result in a significant loss of flesh and blood. The effeminate youth, upon witnessing such a barrage of attacks, could not help but smirk with a sense of cunning triumph. Yet, before he could savor his victory, he realized that, faced with the onslaught. Zhou Yi exhibited not even a trace of panic, aside from a mere flutter of his garment. Was this fellow merely bluffing, or did he truly possess unyielding confidence? Before he could come to a conclusion, Zhou Yi leaped into the air, and just as the towering trees were about to converge into a cage, he spread his arms wide. To the bewilderment of the onlookers, numerous tree stumps shot forth from his sleeves, effortlessly shattering all the giant trees and allowing him to escape the confines with ease. He lifted his head, and the kaleidoscope-like Sharingan in his pupils stirred slightly, allowing him to perceive the movements of all the vines. With a swift dive, he landed on the first vine, using it as a springboard. He adeptly evaded all assaults from the vines and spikes, simultaneously closing the distance to the others, which sent the other superhumans retreating several steps in alarm. Their faces etched with fear as they gazed at his figure. It is widely acknowledged that once a wood attribute superhuman is approached, it spells doom. However, this time, not only were there wood attribute superhumans joining forces, but also other prodigies who had entered with passes. Thus, a young man clad in sportswear, with silver hair and eyebrows, hurriedly positioned himself at the forefront, raising his right hand to the sky and summoning a blinding chain of lightning that descended upon Zhou Yi. Another inconspicuous youth clasped his hands together, releasing a series of bubbles from his palms, further amplifying the power of the thunder. Yet, as Zhou Yi gazed up at the lightning, a radiant smile blossomed on his lips. Then, amidst the puzzled stares of the onlookers, Zhou Yi unexpectedly pointed to the sky. A dazzling bolt of lightning transformed into a silver dragon that erupted from his fingertips, soaring upwards to engulf the opposing lightning chain. Subsequently, under the influence of the water element, its power surged severalfold, morphing into a tempest of thunder that rained down upon the crowd, incinerating half of them into charred remnants. Was he not a wood attribute superhuman? How could he wield the power of lightning? And one more thing, did you all notice that with just a glance, he learned all our abilities and combat techniques? What kind of monstrosity is this? I no longer desire this inheritance. My life is more precious. It's time to make an exit. Amidst the clamor of voices, the terrifying nature of Zhou Yi became apparent, prompting all to flee in disarray. Before long, only Zhou Yi and the effeminate young man remained. I misjudged you. I never anticipated that such a figure would exist in this era. The young man grimaced, the corners of his mouth tugging downwards, his expression particularly grim. He had not foreseen that his meticulously devised plan would encounter such an unforeseen variable. But do you think that after plotting for so long, I have gained nothing? Allow me to enlighten you. The true legacy of the Qingxian Emperor Valley is not solely comprised of the artifacts left by the Qing Emperor, but also encompasses the legendary secrets of ascension. In a fit of rage, he let out a fierce roar, and the lower half of his body suddenly melded into the ground like liquid. Instantly, the entire Qingxian Emperor Valley began to tremble violently, and a deafening crash resonated as a colossal hand of blue stone emerged from the mountain, quickly transforming into a towering stone figure over 20 meters high. I believe I have encountered this in some tome. It is an A-grade ability known as the stone puppet, capable of manipulating stones to form puppets. Though I had heard that this power had long been dormant in the realm of mortals. Moreover, why does this giant seem more agile than the average stone giant? It is as though the stone figure has morphed into a living being. Zhou Yi too emerged from the subterranean cavern, gazing up at the colossal stone figure and the effeminate young man, who was manipulating it from above, with only the upper half of his body visible. A vague suspicion began to form within him. Could this be what is referred to as celestial power? However, at that moment, Zhou Yi suddenly realized that the interstitial cells within him had inexplicably become extraordinarily active, as if they were yearning for the ethereal energy of the effeminate youth. A light chuckle escaped his lips, revealing an eager expression. Let me see if what you call ethereal is truly the divine power I seek. Chapter 27. Zhou Yi's hidden card. At this moment, the effeminate youth was exceptionally exhilarated. He could sense an unceasing influx of natural power surging into his body, not only allowing him to maintain his peak performance at all times, but also doubling the strength of the stone golem. Is this the divine power? With a mere thought, he commanded the colossal stone golem to raise its fist and strike fiercely at a nearby mountain peak. A thunderous sound erupted as the towering mountain was crushed, leaving a deep crater that astonished the onlookers. Could this truly be the stone golem? I had never heard of it possessing such terrifying strength. To shatter a mountain peak, surely even a third-tier being could not achieve that. I had presumed that the effeminate youth was merely a master of manipulation, lacking any real prowess. To my surprise, he was the one who concealed the deepest potential within the entire secret realm. Even that fellow from earlier could not possibly surpass this esteemed figure. The effeminate youth was exceedingly pleased with the crowd's reaction, though controlling the divine power proved somewhat taxing, and soon he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Yet, when he regained his composure and began searching for Zhou Yi, he was unable to discern the panic he had anticipated on Zhou Yi's face. Instead, he found Zhou Yi perched atop a grand tree, quietly observing the stone golem's display of prowess. Unbeknownst to him, a series of system notifications were emerging before Zhou Yi's eyes. You successfully severed the spirit-devouring jade statue. Thwarting the previous protagonist's scheme to consume the legacy of the Azure Emperor, thereby earning yourself 12 opportunities for a lottery draw. You incited the former protagonist into a corner, compelling him to utilize the unrefined legacy factor, awakening celestial powers that inflicted significant harm upon his body, granting you 16 additional lottery chances. It became evident that his celestial power was derived from external sources, which explained the apparent difficulty he experienced in harnessing it. Beneath the hood, Zhou Yi's penetrating gaze startled the effeminate youth, prompting him to hastily direct the stone puppet to swing its fists downward. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Yi clasped his hands together. The effeminate youth acquired an incomplete celestial power. Yet Zhou Yi simultaneously received the enhancement of the wood spirit energy from the Azure Emperor Valley, which harmoniously aligned with the supreme wood power bestowed by the Sinja cells. In the next instant, several colossal trees erupted from the ground, transforming into an equally towering wooden figure that caught the stone puppet's fist and retaliated with a resounding slap to the stone figure's face, shattering half of its head. However, before the debris could descend to the earth, the effeminate youth exerted a forceful tug with his hand, and the natural energy, akin to spider's silk, drew all the stones back into place, rendering the giant stone puppet seemingly unscathed. Yet, this maneuver appeared to have drained considerable strength from the effeminate youth, who gasped for breath and glared forward, only to discover that Zhou Yi had positioned himself atop the wooden figure's head. The disparity between the two individuals was striking. The effeminate youth, despite summoning a formidable stone golem, bore a sinister expression, his lower body ensnared within the very rock, evidently burdened by the celestial power he wielded. In stark contrast stood Zhou Yi, poised with his hands behind his back, the wind rustling his garments, yet he maintained a calm and unwavering gaze upon the effeminate youth, rendering the difference in their states unmistakable. Had I lost my sanity, or had this world gone mad? The effeminate youth had just conjured such a powerful stone colossus. And yet here I stood, summoning a wooden golem that matched his in strength. Moreover, have you not noticed that both of them are still at the first level? Why does my first level differ from theirs? Is the prevailing notion that true strength is not determined by the highest realm in the arena, but rather by being at the first level? I do not recognize either party. So I shall speak candidly. The effeminate youth appears to be in a less favorable condition than his counterpart. Upon overhearing the multitude at the foot of the mountain chattering, particularly when Guan Tianming interjected with a pointed remark, the effeminate youth nearly erupted with fury. Yet, Guan Tianming's words rang true. The spirit-devouring jade was now in Zhou Yi's possession, and he felt overshadowed by Zhou Yi's presence, rendering his previous ambitions nearly unattainable, forcing him to seek a secondary course of action. Thus, he tugged at the corners of his mouth with determination. Your condition indeed surpasses mine, but given the prowess we have displayed, you cannot easily best me. I possess celestial power, even if you find a means to suppress the stone golem. Unless you can utterly destroy it in an instant, I can swiftly restore the golem, hindering your escape. Thus, why not bring forth the soul-devouring jade, allowing us to share the legacy of the Azure Emperor and unveil the secrets of the 10th tier? What do you think? However, Zhou Yi merely smiled faintly. A test paper scored out of 100 may see some achieve 99 due to their sheer prowess, while others attain a perfect score solely because the highest possible mark is 100. Suddenly, his hands transformed into a gesture of tightly clasped fists. The effeminate young man had yet to react when a wooden dragon unexpectedly emerged from beneath the stone figure's feet, ensnaring it like a rope of immortal binding, rendering it utterly immobile. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi commanded the wooden figure to unleash a flurry of punches upon the stone figure. Numerous fragments cascaded from the stone figure, diminishing its size considerably, allowing it to subsequently free itself from the wooden dragon's grasp. As soon as the stone figure broke free, the effeminate young man wielded the power of the immortals to restore it, then forcefully severed the wooden dragon, wielding it like a whip to lash against the wooden figure. In no time, the wooden figure appeared battered and torn, yet it did not regenerate like the stone figure, teetering precariously. On the other hand, while the stone figure remained intact, The effeminate young man showed signs of aging due to prolonged exertion of the immortal's power. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and his forehead bore several new wrinkles. Nonetheless, he seemed utterly indifferent, casting a cruel smile at Zhou. I have already stated that with the power of the immortals at my disposal, I stand invincible. Your summoning of that wooden dragon is but a futile endeavor, which only allowed me the opportunity to seize the advantage. Truly, a fool. I had previously refrained from squandering the vitality inherent in this corporeal form. However, I have since reconsidered. Surrender the jade carving and permit me to imprint a slave seal upon you, vowing servitude for the duration of your existence. Or I shall unveil to you the veritable essence of excruciating torment. In response, Zhou emitted a soft chuckle, followed by a gesture toward the colossal stone golem beneath the youth. Have you not discerned the additions to the stone automaton? The effeminate youth experienced a surge of trepidation. Yet, upon surveying his surroundings, he failed to perceive the objects to which Zhou alluded. Consequently, he channeled his celestial power into his eyes, whereupon he detected inconspicuous slips of paper lodged within the crevices of the stone golem. Adorned with indecipherable symbols, he surmised that these missives portended ill. The youth's pupils contracted as he deduced that Zhou Yi's summoning of the wooden dragon served not to ensnare the stone construct, but rather to insidiously embed these slips within its form. His true objective, 500 detonating talismans, should suffice to obliterate the stone golem. Wouldn't you concur? Observing the youth's expression of terror, Zhou Yi raised his right hand and gently gestured. Detonating talismans, detonate. Chapter 28. The blame falls upon the reincarnation hall. Why should Zhou Yi be concerned? A series of explosions reverberated throughout the valley, causing the entire secret realm to tremble violently for several seconds. The towering mountain peak was forcibly diminished in height. At its base, the once vainglorious and imperious stone golem was instantaneously reduced to fragments by the 500 detonating talismans, scattering debris across the landscape. Zhou Yi leapt into the desolate ruins, and at that moment, the once effeminate youth had transformed into an entirely different visage. His skin, resembling the gnarled bark of an ancient tree, rendered him akin to a decrepit elder. Yet, what instilled greater terror was his lower half. Previously concealed within the colossal stone puppet, it had gone unnoticed. However, it was now revealed that his lower body had morphed into something akin to tree roots, deeply entwined within the limbs and essence of the stone puppet, manipulating its movements like a neural network. Witnessing this grotesque transformation, all those who had gathered to spectate recoiled in fear. No wonder the stone puppet moved with the agility of a living being. I pondered. Perhaps this was the legendary secret of immortality once sought by the Azure Emperor? Yet, such a fate was too terrifying. If the price of acquiring immense power was to become this ghastly, half-human, half-ghost form, I would rather forsake that power altogether. None dared to approach. Yet Zhou Yi felt no revulsion. Instead, he stepped forward and reached into the youth's sleeve, swiftly uncovering a jade pendant radiating a verdant glow. This pendant, which sealed the essence of immortal inheritance, was nothing short of a curse. Whoever activated the power of the immortals would meet a grim end, the Azure Emperor being no exception. The voice of the effeminate youth was feeble as he turned to fixate intensely on Zhou Yi, and after a prolonged silence, he suddenly broke into a horrifying grin. I do not believe that once your organization obtains the inheritance essence, you will be able to resist its allure. However, I find myself wishing that you would not depart so soon. In that case, at some point in the future, we might meet again. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden burst of white smoke enveloped him as he was entirely consumed by the power of the celestial beings, transforming into a tangle of withered tree trunks. In an instant, a system notification appeared before Zhou Yi. You have slain an incarnation of the former protagonist. Seizing the opportunity you cherished and gained 17 chances for a lottery draw, you have successfully acquired the legacy of the Azure Emperor, causing a certain unfortunate destined child of the future to perish before his growth, and earned 11 chances for a lottery draw. Gazing at these lines, Zhou Yi felt a chill creep down his spine. Wait a moment, an incarnation of the former protagonist? Could it be that this individual was not merely the corporeal form he had assumed in this era? In the next heartbeat, everything before him dissolved into nothingness, revealing a towering silhouette that loomed above him from the heavens, its gaze strikingly similar to that of the effeminate youth, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds. I shall remember this attire. You have destroyed my incarnation and stolen my fortune. I shall not let this go unpunished. Immediately after, Zhou Yi felt his mind grow heavy, realizing he had returned to the Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor. Yet, He felt no trepidation regarding the threat posed by the formidable former protagonist. What does the machinations of the Reincarnation Palace have to do with me, Zhou Yi? At this moment, he had cast aside thoughts of the former protagonist, eagerly delving into the study of the jade pendant he had just acquired. The moment he obtained this pendant, the system began to erupt with notifications. You have seized the jade pendant imbued with the power of the sage, thwarting the most favored child of destiny from successfully awakening the forces of nature, thus granting you 20 opportunities for a draw. Upon detecting that the host has acquired a pivotal treasure, the system inquires whether to disregard the risks and utilize it directly, or to expend the 20 draw opportunities to enhance the cells of Hashirama, thereby attaining sage mode. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened, for according to the system, this jade pendant concealed significant secrets. Using it could potentially lead to a fate akin to that of the aforementioned avatar, one that ends in utter devastation. Furthermore, given the nature of the system, enhancing the Hashirama cells would necessitate the simultaneous consumption of both the pendant and the 20 draw opportunities, indicating that the value of the enhanced Hashirama cells surpassed that of the pendant itself. Having resolved his thoughts, Zhou Yi prepared to directly opt for the enhancement of the Hashirama cells. However, just as he was about to make his choice, a bolder idea flickered through his mind. System, the legacy of the Azure Emperor is also of the wood attribute. How many draw opportunities would it require to exchange for the enhancement of the Hashirama cells? The system briefly faltered, taken aback that Zhou Yi could resist the allure of refining the Azure Emperor's legacy for the sole purpose of enhancing the Hashirama cells. Yet, it quickly provided an answer. Expenditure of 35 draw opportunities, along with the Sage Jade Pendant and the Azure Emperor's legacy, can yield a level reward. Perfect quality Hashirama cells, granting power and potential on par with that of the ninja god from another realm. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up instantly. To him, the Azure Emperor's legacy held little significance. The rewards obtained from the Destiny Villain system were the true foundation of his existence. Moreover, the level of this reward was so elevated that he discovered it displayed 3 question marks. After sacrificing the Qingdi inheritance and the Jade Pendant, the system still demanded that he invest an additional 35 lottery chances before it would consent to enhance the Hashirama cells to perfection. He had an inkling that the upgraded Hashirama cells would undoubtedly yield a tremendous surprise. Consequently, Zhou Yi's hand remained steady as he resolutely pressed the start button. Within the realm of the system, the Qingdi inheritance and the Jade Pendant were drawn into a colossal wheel, and soon, a beam of green light surged into Zhou Yi's forehead. Upon reopening his eyes, he felt the Hashirama cells within him had completed their evolution, a surge of formidable power leaving him astonished. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the Qingdi inheritance, the Hashirama cells were undeniably powerful. The most apparent enhancement was his immense strength. Following the evolution of the Hashirama cells, Zhou Yi sensed his physical power had quintupled, with his spiritual energy and recovery rate soaring as well, and the higher his level, the greater the enhancement. Next came the wood attribute abilities and the sage mode. These 2 abilities were most closely linked to the Qingdi inheritance and the immortal Jade Pendant, thus elevating them to an extraordinarily high level. However, Zhou Yi's own realm was too low to fully harness the true potential of these capabilities. After acclimating to his newfound powers, he exited the system space. At this moment, the Qingxian Emperor Valley lay in ruins, still reeling from the aftermath of the battle. Most of the inheritance had been depleted by the previous protagonist using the spirit-stealing jade, and the remnants had been thoroughly rummaged by others who ventured into the secret realm. Hence, Zhou Yi felt no lingering attachment and turned to depart from the secret realm. Guan Tianming gazed at the celestial jade lotus in his hand and the wooden spirit crystal tabletop, wrestling with his thoughts until he noticed the surrounding crowd fixating on him with the same voracious appetite as one would regard a succulent piece of meat. Startled, he hastily trailed behind Zhou Yi, escaping the Qingxian Emperor Valley as if fleeing from a predator. However, at the moment of parting, he suddenly gritted his teeth, retrieved an object from his bosom, and knelt before Zhou Yi, raising the item above his head. "Senior, I beseech your assistance. Help me dismantle the Zhou family and capture my nemesis, the malevolent Zhou Yi." Chapter 29. This matter resolved. Trending again, Zhou Yi maintained a calm demeanor. Yet internally he was engulfed in confusion. What is happening? You wish for me to apprehend myself? But he quickly regained his composure, seizing the object that Guan Tianming presented, and nodded slightly, adopting the stance of a reclusive sage. Despite the pang of pain contorting his features, Guan Tianming was buoyed by thoughts of the senior's formidable prowess, while the complete annihilation of the Zhou family might be ambitious at the very least. A mutually destructive confrontation could ensue, potentially allowing him to reap the benefits and emerge victorious. The prospect of having the senior intervene filled him with elation. But senior, how shall I contact you in the future? Zhou Yi chuckled softly, his form gradually fading from the view of Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei, leaving only his tranquil voice resonating in their ears. When the time is ripe, I shall seek you out. The two gazed at the now desolate path before them, a sense of uncertainty washing over them. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had already changed into another set of garments and was cheerfully seated in a luxurious compartment on the train home. After indulging in some bravado, he took a moment to relish the exhilarating view outside the window. With nothing pressing on his mind, Zhou Yi casually purchased a bottle of beverage. To his surprise, upon uncapping it, he found himself the fortunate recipient of a second bottle. Without hesitation, he plunged into the system space, opting for the one-click 10 draws. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a common reward, a bottle of joy water. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a standard reward, an E-grade spiritual energy potion. Following the 10 draws, Zhou Yi gazed at the 10 new trinkets strewn across the ground, his expression darkening considerably. Frustrated, he unscrewed the cap of the joy water he had just drawn. Another one? The inscription on the cap momentarily stunned him, but he quickly steeled himself. Fortune favors the bold, let us go for it. Deciding to reserve only 5 draws for emergencies, he allocated the remainder for individual draws, prompting a flurry of notifications to appear. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a common reward, a test paper. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a rare reward, B-grade water manipulation ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining an extraordinary reward, 1 additional chance for dirt reincarnation. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhou Yi felt tears welling in his eyes. He had staked nearly all his fortune this time and had finally drawn a few promising cards. He first extracted the water manipulation ability, and a beam of azure light instantly surged into his forehead. Within him, the void prism, now aptly termed the void sphere, reflected not only the purple hue indicative of lightning attributes, but also a new blue light representing the water element. This week, Zhou Yi finally confirmed that this void orb crystal should be considered as the latter conjecture, a spherical crystal equivalent to possessing countless facets. This implies that it grants Zhou Yi an abundance of extraordinary abilities. His spirit soared, yet for reasons unknown. The kaleidoscope Sharingan and the Hashirama cells were not accommodated by the void orb crystal, thus failing to occupy any of the ability slots. Zhou Yi dismissed this thought and turned his attention to today's most significant acquisition, Edo Tensei, a forbidden technique that once ignited a cataclysmic war in another realm. Although he had only drawn a single resurrection opportunity, if utilized wisely, it could undoubtedly provide him with a formidable ally. And just a moment ago, Guan Tianming had presented him with an intriguing item. Judging by his expression, it was likely not an ordinary treasure. With this in mind, Zhou Yi opened the small cloth pouch that Guan Tianming had given him, only to discover a crystal nestled inside. However, what truly held value was the petite azure green flame that was gently flickering within the crystal, emanating waves of warmth. Yet, as Zhou Yi leaned in closer, he sensed a profound vitality emanating from this flame, and a sudden realization struck him. Could this flame be the coveted spiritual fire that old Master Cheng had longed for? Zhou Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Guan Tianming would bestow upon him such a magnificent gift. This item is a coveted artifact for any alchemist or blacksmith, and perhaps, in times of need, it could be exchanged for something of great worth. However, since Guan Tianming was unfamiliar with alchemists, he had never considered the implications. Furthermore, as Zhou Yi lacked the ability to control fire, he decided to simply accept this gesture as a favor, thereby earning the goodwill of his esteemed predecessor. He promptly relocated the crystal to a more secure location and tidied up the remaining items before contentedly exiting the system space. Checking the time, he estimated that it would be several more days before the elixir of ascension was successfully refined. Thus, the following day, as soon as the vehicle arrived at the station, he prepared to rush home. Since his arrival in this world, he had scarcely had the opportunity to rest on his spacious 4-meter-wide bed at home. This time, seizing the rare moment of leisure, he intended to savor what it truly meant to live. However, just then, He unexpectedly spotted Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei disembarking from the same train, looking travel-worn. They appeared quite disheveled. Having squeezed onto this train only after Guan Tianming borrowed money from Zhuang Wei to purchase the cheapest standing ticket. Upon noticing Zhou, they were astonished. Failing to consider why he would also be at the station, merely assuming it was a chance encounter, Guan Tianming, with a venomous grin, cast a brazen glance at Zhou, seething with resentment. It's just a bit of filthy lucre. Let you bask in your glory for a few more days. Once my senior has cleared the path, I shall hang you from a lamppost. To an uninformed listener, Guan Tianming's disjointed comment would undoubtedly be perplexing. Yet Zhou, being the subject of his ire, comprehended the underlying meaning, almost bursting into laughter. However, he bit down hard on his lip, in the end. Guan Tianming mistakenly believed that Zhou was intimidated, prompting him to burst into laughter. Delightedly clutching his remaining 2 treasures, he rented a small electric scooter and rode home. However, neither of them anticipated that someone had brought a video camera and uploaded the footage online. Consequently, the entire internet soon became aware of the events that transpired in the Qingxian Emperor Valley. The cloak adorned with a black background and crimson clouds swiftly soared to the top of trending topics, surpassing even the notorious Yuzuan. Upon returning home, Zhou collapsed into slumber, only to awaken after an entire day and night. After a thorough examination of his body, he was astounded to discover that all fatigue had vanished, and the columns of cells had perfectly integrated with his physique. Was this the marvel of the columnar cells? In a fit of excitement, Zhou casually opened his phone, only to be greeted by the top trending topic emblazoned with the words, Reincarnation Hall. An ominous premonition washed over him, prompting an immediate click on the video. Initially, the footage showcased the effeminate youth wielding celestial power to summon the colossal stone puppet. As the scene unfolded, the barrage of comments erupted. What a terrifying display of strength, one punch obliterated a mountain. Haha, could you at least make it look somewhat believable? No one would believe that a stone puppet possesses such power. It's true. I was there, this camera captured it. Yet, while everyone was busy mocking and sharing memes, a figure clad in the black and red cloud cloak appeared on screen, hands clasped together. A similarly gigantic wooden figure rose up, obliterating the stone puppet with a single strike. Chapter 30. A New Identity. I've given you face. In that fleeting moment, the barrage of comments inexplicably vanished. The screen fell into a brief tranquility until, in the video, Zhou clasped his hands and effortlessly summoned a wooden dragon to ensnare the colossal stone golem, prompting a flurry of comments to resurface. What did I just witness? He summoned a wooden figure and then a wooden dragon with such ease. How much spiritual energy must he possess? It turns out the wood element has such applications, henceforth. Anyone who claims wood-based abilities are inferior shall be met with this video in their face. The wooden figure consumes less spiritual energy than the stone golem, so it is only natural for its combat power to be slightly weaker. Observe, the stone golem retaliated. The mysterious individual is likely to face dire consequences next. Continue watching, and you will understand. The latter part is exceptionally thrilling and bound to astonish you. Spoiler alert. However, this time, everyone has learned from past experiences and refrained from taking advantage of the situation for free food and drink. Yet, when they witnessed Zhou utilizing the golem's characteristics to stuff hundreds of paper slips into the crevices of the stone, ultimately shattering the golem from within, they all gasped in genuine awe. Upon discovering the golem's characteristics, he immediately devised a strategy to vanquish it. What a godlike maneuver. I declare this individual my new idol. Following the esteemed lord of the underworld, I am particularly curious about the nature of this explosive paper-like talisman. I know where to procure such talismans. For those interested in purchasing, please click the link below. Enough already, stop the sales pitch. The barrage of comments was a chaotic mess, however. Upon the conclusion of the video, the creator appended a remark, although we remain unaware of his true identity. The diligent inquiries of the UB community have unearthed a whisper of information regarding an organization clad in a crimson cloud-patterned robe upon a dark backdrop, known as the Hall of Reincarnation. They seem to have emerged from the void, with their members and origins shrouded in mystery, suspected to be an elusive sect. Yet, each time they manifest, they display formidable prowess that astonishes all. Should anyone possess information pertaining to the Hall of Reincarnation, they are encouraged to visit the nearby Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, where we are willing to purchase such intelligence at a generous price. Zhou Yi's lips twitched. It was, after all, a video from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. He involuntarily recalled the woman who had disclosed the news regarding the Qingxian Emperor Valley to him. It was entirely plausible that she would have access to the videos within the valley. However, Zhou Yi had not anticipated that the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion would disseminate information about him across the entire internet. At this moment, discussions surrounding the Hall of Reincarnation on trending topics had surpassed 10 million, with some even bestowing upon him the moniker Wood King. Zhou Yi offered a faint smile. Wood King, Prison Sovereign, and now, in addition to the self-revelation at the Talent Conference, the enigmatic Hall of Reincarnation, he had amassed 3 aliases alongside this newfound mysterious organization. Yet, despite the grandiose portrayal of him outside, he was merely a first-tier advanced novice. His current capabilities, such as the top-tier abilities of the Hashirama cells and Kimyi, could only be employed sparingly within a short time frame, and they were already bound to his aliases, making them difficult to reveal readily. Meanwhile, his other abilities and combat skills lacked the overwhelming power needed for domination. For someone plagued by an ancestral fear of inadequacy, the sense of security is utterly lacking. The Ascension Elixir represents the key to augmenting his spiritual power and enhancing his strength. Time swiftly passed, and at the appointed hour, Zhou Yi arrived punctually at the residence of Old Master Chung. As before, the old man took several minutes before finally opening the door, but this time, Zhou Yi noticed the presence of a refined young man beside him, adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles. Old Master, I have come as agreed to collect the Ascension Elixir. Initially, Old Master Chung appeared quite pleased upon seeing Zhou Yi. However, upon hearing his purpose, he unconsciously cast a glance at the young man beside him. Zhou immediately sensed that the atmosphere had shifted. Indeed, the cultured youth adjusted his glasses and arrogantly declared, "You are the Zhou Yi for whom Master Ching is concocting the Ascension Elixir? Let me be frank. While crafting this elixir, Master Ching inadvertently produced one of perfect quality. This elixir is now capable of revealing how to create a flawless treasure without the use of spiritual fire. It is a treasure belonging to all humanity and cannot be bestowed upon you." Zhou Yi furrowed his brow at once, as his past experiences and confrontation alerted him to the moral coercion employed by this individual, who showed no intention of offering the elixir willingly, but rather seemed to be in the position of granting a favor. Thus, he smiled, refraining from immediate rejection, and instead turned to Old Master Ching, inquiring, "Old Master, who is this?" With an awkward smile, Chung Ian finally introduced, "He is the grandson of a friend of mine, currently studying at the Pharmaceutical Academy in Magic City. This morning, I successfully concocted the Ascendant Spirit Pill, and to my astonishment, it turned out to possess perfect quality. Coincidentally, he came to visit me and laid eyes upon this remarkable elixir." Thus, Zhou Yi instantly grasped the situation, noticing Ching Ian's disinterest in the young man. With that, he felt no need for restraint and prepared to unleash his thoughts. He initially feigned a probing inquiry, all the while luring the enemy deeper into his trap. "However, this Ascendant Spirit Pill rightfully belongs to me." The refined young man's eyes flickered with a hint of displeasure. "Are you truly this selfish? This matter pertains to the entire alchemical community. If I can unravel the secrets of this perfect Ascendant Spirit Pill, the benefits would extend to all humanity." He resolutely refrained from discussing the ownership of the pill, incessantly speaking of his research, blissfully unaware that he was gradually falling into Zhou Yi's scheme. Zhou Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "I shall offer my support, but setting aside the value of this perfect quality elixir, at the very least, you should return the original materials to me." The refined young man was momentarily taken aback. The Ascendant Spirit Pill was an exceedingly rare concoction, and gathering even a few of its essential ingredients would be a daunting task for him, let alone his grandfather. He had originally intended to achieve his goals without any investment, only to find himself seen through by Zhou Yi. Moreover, Zhou Yi's request was entirely reasonable, earning Ching Ian's tacit approval, which left him with a flushed face. "How pedestrian of you! In the midst of such a grand endeavor, you dare to discuss monetary matters with me?" Zhou Yi finally revealed a smile. "You expect to take the Ascendant Spirit Pill without offering anything in return? Old Master Chung, it would be wise to secure your doors and prevent any stray cats or dogs from barging in and causing a ruckus. Otherwise, not only will it disrupt the efficacy of the alchemical process, but it will also affect one's mood." Ching Ian smiled and acquiesced, seemingly oblivious to the implications in Zhou Yi's words, which left the refined young man exasperated. Frustrated by his inability to acquire the Ascension Pill, he stormed out, lacking even the courtesy to close the door behind him. Zhou Yi muttered a remark and accepted the medicinal box handed to him by Chung Ian. Upon sensing the potent energy within, Zhou Yi felt a surge of excitement. The Ascension Pill of perfect quality would enhance his spiritual power far beyond that of ordinary pills. Yet, he did not forget to respectfully bow to Cheng Yiyan before turning to leave. Just then, however, Cheng Yiyan called out to him, "Zhou's young man. In a couple of days, the Alchemist Symposium for the Southwestern region will be held right here. Would you like to join me for some lively engagement?" Chapter 31. The Prodigy and the Alchemist Symposium. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Cheng Yiyan's invitation to the Alchemist Symposium. "Rest assured, consider it merely a chance to mingle. Simply say you are my junior. Your approach aligns perfectly with my sentiments. I have long held a disdain for that fellow. Huofeng. He has inherited little of his grandfather's prowess, yet all his bad habits remain intact. Furthermore, this aligns with your grandfather's wishes, as he desires for you to meet more contemporaries." Cheng Yiyan, having discerned Zhou Yi's hesitation, promptly elucidated his reasoning. Upon learning that this was indeed his grandfather's suggestion, Zhou Yi readily agreed. He also took note of the refined young man's name. Huofeng. Wasn't he the protagonist of the alchemy segment in this very book? Zhou Yi swiftly recalled matters pertaining to Huofeng. This fated child had risen to prominence during the recent Alchemist Symposium, where he astounded the audience with his remarkable talent for concocting perfect-grade elixirs without the aid of spiritual fire, thus elevating his status at an astonishing pace. Zhou Yi was taken aback to discover that the source of Huofeng's flawless elixirs originated from this very place. It was no wonder that after achieving success, he returned to the realm of alchemy to suppress the Zhou family, and after their downfall, he plundered their entire stock of medicinal materials. However, contrary to his claims of selflessness and contributions to the alchemical endeavors of humanity, he hoarded the secrets of perfect elixir creation for his own gain, exemplifying the utmost selfishness. Reflecting on these revelations, Zhou Yi became increasingly resolute in his decision to attend the Alchemist Symposium. He made arrangements with Cheng Yiyan and eagerly returned home, retrieving the perfect-grade spirit elevation pill. In that instant, the room was filled with a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Even a mere whiff invigorated Zhou Yi, causing a surge of spiritual energy throughout his body. Without hesitation, he did not allow the pill to linger in his hand for even half a minute before swallowing it whole. As a fated antagonist, he understood that any valuable item he possessed could inadvertently end up in the hands of the Child of Destiny, thus cultivating a habit of never hoarding resources. Soon, the effects of the spirit elevation pill began to manifest. While an ordinary spirit elevation pill could double one's spiritual power, the perfect variant promised even more astonishing results. Zhou Yi sensed a rapid increase in his spiritual energy without any elevation in his cultivation realm, the enhancement rivaling that of the Senju cells. The myriad exclusive skills of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, while undeniably potent, are marred by a significant flaw. They consume an excessive amount of spiritual energy, allowing for only a fleeting use, akin to a mere 2 strikes of a true man. However, the Ascension Pill has seamlessly rectified this shortcoming, enabling him to employ the power of Kamui multiple times in rapid succession. What remains is to swiftly acquire a greater repertoire of skills, allowing the kaleidoscope to evolve to its zenith, thereby unlocking the ultimate ocular technique of that world, the Rinnegan, in conjunction with the cells of Hashirama. Just as Zhou Yi was engulfed in fervent anticipation, preparing to indulge in a celebratory solitary draw, a sudden knock at the door jolted him from his reverie. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the disingenuous visage of Huofeng, whom he had encountered not long ago. "Ah, sir, it appears we meet again. This time, I come bearing sincere intentions to purchase the Ascension Pill you possess. Wait, what is that scent?" Despite the disdain evident in Huofeng's eyes, his countenance remained composed and genteel. On this occasion, he had procured an enigmatic pill from his grandfather, said to originate from the final batch concocted by a prodigious young alchemist before his mysterious disappearance. Leaving behind only a cryptic phrase, "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying by evening." Countless esteemed alchemists have scrutinized this batch, only to deem it utterly ineffective, with some even speculating whether the prodigy had unwittingly transformed himself into the very medicine. Although this item lacks the intrinsic value of the perfect Ascension Pill in Zhou Yi's possession, it holds immense sentimental significance, making it a fitting object for exchange. Huofeng hoped that Zhou Yi would not dismiss this opportunity. He had made another contingency plan. When Zhou Yi opened the door, a shadow stealthily slipped into his home through the window. Should Zhou Yi prove too greedy to negotiate, the intruder would pilfer the spirit elevation pill, leaving Zhou Yi with naught but empty hopes. However, just as he was consumed by the desire for the flawless spirit elevation pill, a fragrant aroma wafted from Zhou Yi, igniting an ominous premonition within him. Oh, are you referring to that spirit elevation pill? I have already consumed it, Shoei remarked with a subtle smile. His words laced with the essence of the elixir, rendering Huofeng momentarily speechless. Upon regaining his composure, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Consumed it? That is the pivotal elixir that determines whether I can perfect my alchemical skills. How could you so readily partake of it?" Zhou Yi casually removed something from his ear and then activated the door alarm. Within moments, 2 practitioners arrived at his doorstep, escorting a dejected thief. "Sir, as you anticipated, we have apprehended this individual," one of the guards reported. Zhou Yi expressed his gratitude with a smile and cryptically remarked, "Once the thief is captured, certain truths may be extracted, unless someone is willing to vouch for him." The guards, oblivious to the underlying implications of Zhou Yi's words, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, sir. It is entirely your decision whether to turn this thief over to the police or to release him." Meanwhile, Huofeng, witnessing the thief's capture, fell into a state of panic. He had never encountered such a predicament and was acutely aware that as an esteemed alchemist in the imperial city, he could not afford to be implicated by the thief. Otherwise, his reputation and life would be irreparably tarnished. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's deliberate words, his eyes instantly brightened with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to rummage through his belongings, but could only uncover a solitary box. Although the elixir was valuable, it held no significance for his research. In comparison to his reputation, it was practically worthless. Thus, Huofeng gritted his teeth and thrust the gift box into Zhou Yi's hands. "He doesn't seem like a thief. Perhaps he has his own burdens. Here, take this as a guarantee." Zhou Yi accepted the box, and with a mere flick of his eyelid, the security personnel handed the thief over to Huofeng. The 2 of them fled in disgrace, suffering a loss far greater than anticipated. Zhou Yi generously rewarded the 2 security guards for their efforts before finally opening the box, only to find a pitch-black pill devoid of any medicinal properties. He furrowed his brow, ultimately deciding to call Cheng Yan. "Old Master Cheng, I have a black pill here and would like to consult you about its nature." Zhou Yi swiftly recounted the recent events to Cheng Yan. After a moment of silence, the old man sighed deeply and eventually revealed the origins of the pill to Zhou Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with growing intrigue. The legendary prodigy alchemist, who vanished after concocting elixirs, was the pill he possessed a relic of his path to enlightenment? Was this not the perfect candidate for reincarnation from the foul soil? Chapter 32. New member of the Reincarnation Hall, Shangchen. Zhou Yi had long coveted the unique professions of alchemist and artifact smith. These individuals are extraordinarily wealthy, accumulating vast fortunes merely from commissions for crafting potions, elixirs, and weapons for others. In times of need, they are also capable of concocting a variety of potions. Hence, every organization aspires to possess an alchemist. According to the esteemed Elder Chang, the missing alchemist possesses prodigious talent, deemed nothing short of monstrous. Although his prowess in potion making is unparalleled, he is equally adept in the art of crafting artifacts. He even lamented that had the young man survived to this day, he would have undoubtedly become the youngest top-tier alchemist in the imperial capital and might have even risen to become the first pillar of creation in history through his exceptional abilities. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi proceeded into the study and began to rummage through the disordered shelves. A series of mechanical sounds echoed, and a hidden door behind the study unexpectedly opened. After Zhou Yi stepped inside, the door swiftly closed behind him, as if it had never existed. As he navigated through the concealed passage, he arrived at a space beneath the villa, filled with various tools intended for the development of extraordinary abilities, a secret base Zhou Yi had long prepared for the future. He carefully cleared a patch of ground and delicately retrieved a black pill from its box. Subsequently, he immersed his consciousness into the system space and inquired, "System, can this pill summon the genius alchemist?" Detected key item from the deceased, conditions for reincarnation satisfied. Could it be that this pill was indeed crafted by that individual? Reflecting on the necessity of genetic material for reincarnation, Zhou Yi silently scoffed before accumulating a substantial amount of soil. As the vessel that carries the soul, Zhou Yi was certainly not deranged enough to use a living person. After communicating with the system in deep contemplation, he reluctantly decided to sacrifice a portion of the soul-thieving jade, sculpting it into a human form. This jade, imbued with life after bearing the legacy of the Azure Emperor, possesses a delicate texture. Legends speak of divine beings who have utilized such jade to forge their corporeal incarnations. Yet this might be the first time such a feat has been realized. Without further hesitation, Zhou Yi meticulously prepared the materials and silently uttered the word "begin" in his heart. In the next moment, A surge of earth enveloped the elixir and the jade figure, swiftly transforming into an enormous coffin. A soft sound echoed as the lid of the coffin gradually opened, revealing a handsome visage before Zhou Yi's eyes. Am I not already a martyr to my path? Where am I? The young man within the coffin slowly opened his eyes, initially clouded with confusion, but soon recollected everything. He turned to Zhou Yi and immediately knelt on one knee. I am aware of your act of resurrection. From this day forth, Shangqin is willing to serve you as master, to toil like a loyal hound. The astonishment in Shangqin's lowered gaze was palpable. The revival of the deceased transcended his wildest imagination. Such a miracle could only be achieved by the legendary elixirs of myth. Yet, here stood a young man who had genuinely brought himself back to life. What manner of identity does this master possess? Furthermore, as he took a moment to assess his body, he discovered that it was not only incredibly resilient, but also brimming with natural vitality, comparable to certain extraordinary physiques. And indeed, it was the very constitution that all alchemists aspire to attain. Zhou Yi was equally exhilarated. For this was the reputedly extraordinary young alchemist he had heard whispers about. To him, this represented an invaluable boon, justifying all the efforts he had expended. From this day forth, you shall forsake your former name and become a member of the Reincarnation Hall, he proclaimed. With that, Zhou Yi presented Shangqin with a cloak adorned in crimson clouds upon a black backdrop. Once donned, it imbued him with a celestial aura distinct from Zhou Yi's. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi gestured grandly, revealing a crystal from within his robes, a generous gift for his dedicated alchemist. Is this the azure spirit flame? Shangqin marveled. For this ethereal fire was said to arise only from the heart of nature's most potent ley lines and could only be discovered by those of exceptional fortune. In his previous life, he possessed his own spirit flame, yet it paled in comparison to the azure spirit flame. Zhou Yi, unbeknownst to him, had acquired this remarkable ember from Guan Tianming, unaware of its significant origins. In truth, the azure spirit flame was a serendipitous find for Guan Tianming in the valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor, which he had not cherished and casually bestowed upon Zhou Yi, not realizing the magnitude of his loss. With the azure spirit flame, Shangqin's alchemical prowess would surely flourish, enabling him to assist Zhou Yi even more effectively. Thus, he graciously accepted the crystal containing the azure spirit flame and immediately set about its refinement. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was not idle. He anticipated his imminent encounter with Huofeng, the child of fortune, and resolved to fully utilize his remaining 5 chances for the lottery. Wait a moment, Shangqin. Are you capable of concocting a potion to enhance luck? Shangqin cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Yi before nodding. He selected several ingredients from Zhou Yi's collection and skillfully crafted a golden elixir, leaving Zhou Yi in awe. It is no wonder that Shangqin is renowned as the most gifted individual in a century, a prodigious alchemist of extraordinary talent. Zhou Yi swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Although he felt nothing, he immediately began to move his fingers with fervor, selecting the most appealing of the 3 mystery boxes before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn an extraordinary reward, the Susanu, a signature skill of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Zhou Yi. System. The elixir is indeed genuine. Even the system was taken aback. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn an extraordinary reward, the Yada Mirror. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn an extraordinary reward, the Tinfist Sword. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn an extraordinary reward, the Kusanagi Sword. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a rare reward, 500 explosive talismans. Gazing at this complete set of Itachi's divine treasures, Zhou Yi's eyes widened in amazement. Shangqin, can that elixir truly bestow good fortune? Upon hearing Zhou Yi's query, Shangqin did not even lift his head. How could that be? Luck is an ethereal concept, impossible to enhance through mere potions. What I concocted for you was simply a vitality-boosting elixir. Perhaps with renewed vigor, you would cease to ponder such matters. Moreover, if such a miraculous potion truly existed, it would not be so easily crafted. Zhou Yi felt utterly speechless. It appeared that this time, fortune had truly favored him. And even the system seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, he suddenly heard a faint sound, and to his astonishment, the crystal in Shangqin's hand shattered, releasing the azure spirit flame that gracefully danced to his fingertips, indicating it had been successfully refined. The azure spirit flame, ranked 7th on the spirit fire list, was the only one imbued with vibrant life force, capable of nurturing spiritual herbs. making it one of the most coveted flames among alchemists. Shang-Chen gazed at the flame flickering at his fingertip, a smile gracing his lips. I recall that tomorrow is the Alchemist Symposium. It has been ages since I last encountered those esteemed seniors. I shall certainly surprise them. Zhou Yi also smiled, recalling Huafeng with Shang-Chen's presence. What was originally destined to be a moment for this favored child of fortune to shine would likely transform into an opportunity for him to reap the rewards. Chapter 33. The Azure Spirit Flame. The symposium commences. Zhou Yi had not anticipated that Shang-Chen would refine the Azure Spirit Flame so swiftly. However, Shang-Chen nonchalantly remarked that he was accustomed to it, leading Zhou Yi to subconsciously believe that refining spirit fire was not particularly challenging. Thus, he did not linger on the matter. At that moment, he suddenly noticed several system notifications had popped up while executing the impure Earth reincarnation. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, and it took him several minutes to untangle the intricate web of logic within. He had not anticipated that the seed of the Azure Spirit Flame was, in fact, the pivotal opportunity for Guan Tianming and Huafeng to forge their acquaintance, which ultimately led to the downfall of the Zhou family's entire enterprise. Moreover, it became evident that the Azure Spirit Flame was not Guan Tianming's fortune, but rather a possession of Huafeng. Following the seminar, Huafeng not only acquired the Azure Spirit Flame but also the alchemical skills of Shang-Chen, explaining his future acclaim as the foremost alchemist of Dongwang. What a remarkable turn of events! It seemed that Zhou Yi, the destined antagonist, could intricately intertwine with two seemingly unrelated fated individuals through the faintest connections. A light chuckle escaped him. Huafeng had become his fortunate star, bestowing upon him Shang-Chen's legacy and granting him the opportunity to cultivate an extraordinary alchemist. Just when Zhou Yi's chances for the lottery had reset, Huafeng promptly gifted him 10 additional opportunities, igniting a sense of security amidst uncertainty. He resolved not to disappoint Huafeng and was determined to seize the opportunity to benefit from this fortunate turn of events. Thus, he conferred once more with Shang-Chen regarding the seminar's matters. The following morning, he arrived at the designated meeting place agreed upon with Old Master Cheng. "Oh, young Zhou has arrived." Upon encountering the elder, Zhou Yi greeted him with a warm smile, and Zhou Yi, in turn, returned the gesture with a respectful bow. Seizing the opportunity to inquire, "Elder, I happen to have an acquaintance who is also an alchemist. Might it be possible for him to receive a slot to participate in the seminar?" With this, he took a step aside, revealing the figure behind him, clad in a robe of red clouds against a black backdrop, adorned with a hood. "Your friend? Since you have mentioned it, let him join as well. It is beneficial for the youth to gain more experience." Cheng Yi nodded. However, just as he was about to proceed, he noticed that Zhou Yi and his companion remained stationary. "Not quite, Elder. What I meant was for him to actively participate in the discussions, rather than merely sit below as an onlooker." At the mention of a recommendation slot, Cheng Yi's gaze sharpened instantly as he scrutinized Shang-Chen intently. He was a man of character, more than willing to mentor promising juniors, yet such individuals were few and far between. Zhou Yi and Shang-Chen discerned the elder's intent, prompting Shang-Chen to refrain from further words. He extended his hand from beneath his cloak, and a vibrant azure flame suddenly ignited in his palm, slowly flickering to life. "This is the Azure Spirit Flame." Cheng Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a canvas of disbelief. "Young Zhou, do you realize how arduous it is to obtain a spirit flame? For alchemists, the ability to refine a unique spirit flame is akin to an extraordinary being acquiring an A-grade weapon, let alone the top-tier spirit flames ranked among the top 10, which are exceedingly rare and elusive. After all, given his identity and strength, he had been unable to obtain the coveted spirit fire, which underscores its rarity. Furthermore, even when one encounters spirit fire, the endeavor to subdue and refine it is fraught with challenges. A single misstep may result in the fire vanishing, which would be considered fortunate, while ill fortune could lead to being reduced to mere ashes. Thus, those of the younger generation who manage to tame spirit fire are undoubtedly renowned geniuses within the realm of alchemy, all of whom congregate in grand metropolises such as the imperial capital and the demon city. Yet today, in this southwestern city, he encountered an unknown genius alchemist. Ever since the era of the Azure Emperor, there had been no reports of anyone successfully refining the Azure Spirit Flame. Old Master Cheng appeared somewhat outdated, failing to recognize that the black attire adorned with red clouds was the very garb of the reincarnation hall that had recently become a sensation online. Consequently, he exhibited a trace of excitement, promptly promising a spot for Shang-Chen, almost impatiently. The Alchemist Symposium ought to be a gathering of prodigies, where mutual exchange and sparring can foster collective advancement. The three soon arrived at the Alchemist Association building located in the heart of the city. At the entrance, even the guards wore expressions of arrogance, loudly shooing away those merely seeking to spectate. However, upon seeing Cheng Yiyan, their demeanor immediately shifted as they respectfully saluted him. Master Cheng, you have arrived. Your seat is at the highest level, one of the 10 mentor positions. Cheng Yiyan nodded slightly and gestured toward Shang Chun, saying, "This is my junior. Grant him a spot to participate in the symposium." A few individuals exchanged glances, astonished that the notoriously discerning Cheng Yiyan, who had no disciples under his wing, would proactively recommend a young talent to participate in the seminar. Could this individual possibly be his enigmatic disciple? However, as their gaze shifted toward Shang Chun, the familiar black robe adorned with red clouds caused their expressions to alter dramatically. Unlike the elderly Cheng Yiyan, these individuals were well acquainted with the recently acclaimed Reincarnation Hall and could hardly believe they were witnessing an actual member today, who was also set to partake in the seminar. It was rumored that the Reincarnation Hall was a clandestine organization, home to elite powerhouses. Could there also be an alchemist among them? They dared not be remiss and promptly ushered Zhou Yi and his companions into the venue, swiftly informing the seminar's organizer of the extraordinary developments. What? Elder Cheng, a veritable iron tree, had bloomed and recommended a newcomer for the seminar? And that youth is clad in the attire of the Reincarnation Hall. These two sensational revelations left the president of the Southwest Alchemist Association momentarily stunned, but soon he regained his composure, his eyes brimming with excitement. Historically, seminars in various regions had seen the Southwest lag behind. However, this time not only were there several prodigies from across the nation, but also a mysterious alchemist from the Reincarnation Hall. This time, I shall redeem our past shortcomings. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had already taken his seat along with Cheng Yiyan and Shang Chun. While awaiting the commencement of the seminar, he picked up the booklet provided at his seat. Gaining insight into the significance of the Alchemist Seminar, a grand event organized by the Alchemist Association across various districts. The seminar typically adopts various formats, allowing young pharmacists to engage in friendly competition, showcasing their respective talents in alchemy, ultimately selecting outstanding young pharmacists from across the nation. Just as Zhou Yi was engrossed in the event, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. How could someone like you, who knows nothing of alchemy, dare to attend the pharmacist seminar? Zhou Yi looked up to see Hua Feng, adorned in an extravagant alchemist uniform, gazing down at him with disdain. However, Zhou Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this just an invitation for him to take advantage of Hua Feng's arrogance? Today, Hua Feng had certainly made an effort to present himself well. He was not only representing his grandfather, but also serving as a representative for the pharmacists of the Magic City. Having been invited by the president of the Southwest Association to compete in the Southwest, thus earning his status as a special seed contestant. He had a premonition that today's seminar would be particularly significant for his life. Therefore, upon witnessing Zhou Yi, who was utterly clueless about alchemy and had the audacity to consume the precious perfect ascension pill, he felt that Zhou Yi was utterly unworthy of being present. With you here, I even doubt the credibility of this Southwest Pharmacist seminar. Who allowed such an individual to enter? Throw him out. However, contrary to Hua Feng's expectations, the surrounding audience did not rally in agreement. Instead, they regarded him as if he were a fool, leaving Hua Feng feeling increasingly uncomfortable. To expel a guest brought by the esteemed Elder Cheng Yiyan, the foremost figure of the Southwest region? Even if one were a special guest, it was foolish to utter such words in public. Wasn't that tantamount to slapping Elder Cheng's face? Instead, Zhou Yi stood leisurely, smiling as he posed a question to him. Is it your implication that the esteemed Mr. Cheng is unworthy? Or do you believe your status has surpassed that of the elder? Do you even presume to expel me? Hua Feng was rendered speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment as he observed Zhou Yi's mocking expression and the crowd gradually converging around them. He dared not speak ill of Mr. Cheng and could only leave with a harsh remark before hastily retreating. It was a jest. For Cheng Yiyan was of the same generation as his grandfather. Even if he had several more audacities, he would never dare to publicly declare that Mr. Cheng was inferior to him. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared before Zhou Yi. You have caused Hua Feng to embarrass himself at the Alchemist Conference, diminishing his reputation. You have earned 2 lottery chances. 2 chances? A modest gain, yet still something. Zhou Yi smiled gently, not rushing to seek immediate gain. The upcoming Alchemist Seminar would be his prime opportunity for substantial rewards. On the other side, Hua Feng sat in the lounge, seething with frustration. when he overheard a conversation among a few passing individuals. "Have you heard? This morning, Mr. Cheng brought someone along, also attending this seminar. Is that so? Mr. Cheng has taken on a disciple in 10 years. Why would he suddenly introduce a junior for competition? Goodness. With so many talented alchemists from across the nation already present, now even Mr. Cheng's protege has emerged, do we still have a chance to stand out?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Hua Feng. The individual who had just arrived seemed to be brought in by Cheng Yin. Although he dared not confront the esteemed Elder Cheng directly, he could subtly undermine him, perhaps by targeting him during the seminar, thereby ensuring his early exit. Such actions would undoubtedly lead to Cheng Yin's embarrassment in front of his peers. With this thought, Hua Feng smirked ominously, causing several young men to believe he was unhinged, prompting them to retreat hastily in fear of being caught in his schemes. At last, amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, the seminar commenced. The opening remarks were delivered by the president of the Southwest Pharmacist Association and a few esteemed elders. Following this, the enchanting host gestured, and suddenly, over 100 alchemical platforms materialized in the venue, as numerous qualified young pharmacists emerged from their respective lounges. The most captivating segment of the seminar, the competition among young pharmacists, was about to unfold. Although the participants were the CRME de la CRME of their generation, countless other pharmacists crowded the audience or tuned in to the live broadcast, keenly studying their alchemical techniques. Zhou Yi perused the handbook once more. This seminar was divided into 3 stages. The first round employed an elimination format, where all pharmacists would concoct the same potion, with only the top 50 successful candidates advancing. The second round, named Potion Ascension, tested their alchemical skills, wherein participants could select their opponents for mutual challenges, ultimately allowing the 3 highest-rated individuals to proceed to the final round. The third and final round assessed the comprehensive abilities of the pharmacists. In this round, there are no restrictions for alchemists, yet only one opportunity to concoct potions will be granted. The assessment and rankings will be determined based on the potions produced. Historically, the first-place winner has always ascended to become a pillar of the alchemical community, earning the title of Sole Alchemist. After reviewing the introduction, Zhou Yi cast his gaze toward the arena. At that moment, numerous alchemists had already ignited their furnaces and commenced the purification of their concoctions. It was then that Zhou Yi truly perceived the chasm between Shangchen and the other alchemists. Observing Shangchen's alchemical process was akin to witnessing a mesmerizing performance. His movements flowed seamlessly, and the various herbs and instruments seemed to come alive in his hands, allowing him to accomplish the entire operation effortlessly. In contrast, the other alchemists appeared to be mechanically fulfilling their tasks, inducing a sense of drowsiness in onlookers. Only a scant few could barely match Shangchen's proficiency. Thus, Shangchen stood out like an extraterrestrial spacecraft upon the beach, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that compelled everyone to look his way. When their eyes fell upon his black robe adorned with crimson clouds, gasps of astonishment erupted. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded as the camera shifted toward him. "Another member of the reincarnation hall has appeared, and he is an alchemist. Just look at his technique. It is extraordinary. If only I possessed even a quarter, no, a tenth of his skill." Do not indulge in fantasies. Achieving his level requires not only relentless practice, but, more importantly, an extraordinary talent coupled with a genuine passion for alchemy. What is the true origin of the reincarnation palace that has seen a succession of enigmatic prodigies? Only Zhou Yi secretly chuckles within. Is this truly astonishing to you? He is well aware that Shangchen is currently far from earnest, barely even making an effort. Without even mentioning the Azure Spirit Flame, he recalls that yesterday, while carelessly concocting a luck elixir for himself, his technique surpassed what he demonstrates now. Yet, not far from him, Hua Feng's eyes brim with malice. He had long since learned of his target's whereabouts. However, upon seeing the individual's attire, he was taken aback. How did Cheng Yin forge a connection with the Reincarnation Palace? Yet this is a fair symposium. If one lacks the skill, even the Reincarnation Palace cannot intervene. In fact, should I triumph over him, perhaps the Reincarnation Palace would dismiss him and extend an invitation for me to join. After successfully completing his alchemical work and advancing to the second stage, Hua Feng diligently began to analyze the opponent's techniques and indeed identified a critical, fatal flaw. Although his methods were not as refined, he retained several extraordinary skills, even possessing an imperfect yet exquisite alchemical technique. Moreover, he observed that while the opponent's movements were fluid, there were several particularly awkward aspects, causing his brow to furrow in contemplation. The art of alchemy is a treasured legacy passed down through various esteemed lineages. much like the renowned Hua family's 5 arts and the scientific alchemical techniques of Elder Cheng. In contrast, those practitioners who lack formal mentorship often exhibit a certain naivety in their methods. Consequently, once such individuals advance to the second stage, they are easily outmatched by professional alchemists with established training. It is amusing to realize that he is not a direct disciple of Elder Cheng, but merely an ordinary junior. Yet, he could never have anticipated that what he perceived as awkwardness was, in fact, a deliberate display of flaws orchestrated by Shangchen, who sought to bait him during the second stage. As Chapter 35 unfolds, titled Ancient Alchemical Techniques, The Roar of the Tiger and the Chant of the Dragon, several alchemical masters seated in the commentary area observe the scene with keen interest. Their insights are far more discerning than those of Hua Feng. They quickly recognize that Shangchen is concealing his true abilities. One elder, a wise matron, cannot help but exclaim, "Talent emerges with each generation. Elder Cheng, this young man you have brought forth is extraordinary." However, Cheng Yin merely responds with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Even he is taken aback by Shangchen's alchemical prowess, and when he recalls that Shangchen possesses a spirit fire ranked among the top 10, a bitter smile escapes his lips. Who could this young man's mentor be? Why has he never encountered such an exceptional prodigy? Unbeknownst to them, the techniques that Shangchen reveals are merely the superficial aspects of his vast capabilities. This once-in-a-lifetime genius has depths that even these seasoned alchemical masters are unable to fathom. Upon successfully refining the elixir and advancing to the second level, Shangchen returned to Zhou Yi's side, observing the remaining participants in the arena with a calm demeanor. "What do you think of the last 2 rounds?" Zhou Yi casually inquired, prompting a light chuckle from Shangchen. "Compared to the symposium I attended in my time, this is far from impressive. Only a handful are noteworthy." He gestured nonchalantly towards a few individuals. The girl at the far end, adorned with a veil, clearly hailed from a prestigious family in the capital, possessing commendable alchemical skills, and her aura was imbued with the fragrance of herbs, indicative of her early immersion in the art of alchemy. The boy in the middle was the first to successfully refine an elixir in this gathering. His talent was commendable, and I believe I am acquainted with his elders. Then there was that individual who deliberately concealed his alchemical prowess in the first round. Had I not been present, the top 3 in this symposium would undoubtedly have been those 3. He pointed to none other than Hua Feng. Intrigued by Shangchen's reflections on his past, Zhou Yi inquired, "Did you also participate in symposiums before? What was your performance?" Shangchen's lips curled slightly beneath his hood. The Eastern Huang Alchemist Symposium is held once every decade, and in that particular session, I emerged as the champion. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. Even with his limited understanding of alchemy, he had heard tales of the National Alchemical Convention held every 10 years. That was the true grand contest of alchemists, where the most skilled practitioners from across the capital gathered to concoct unparalleled spiritual herbs, ultimately determining the preeminent alchemist of the decade. Even Cheng Yin and others participated in the conference, yet none of them achieved their desired rankings, which highlights the event's significance. It was unexpected that Shangchen had once secured first place. Thus, this seminar felt akin to a robust man, skilled in combat, intimidating a group of mere toddlers. No wonder, in the original narrative, Shangchen only appeared as a legend. Such innate talent would render even the so-called children of destiny forever beneath his shadow, unable to rise. Zhou Yi suddenly recalled what old Master Cheng had mentioned about the note Shangchen left before his disappearance, stirring his curiosity. "What profound realization did you attain before your demise?" Upon hearing Zhou Yi's inquiry, Shangchen paused momentarily, then revealed a maniacal grin. "What I have comprehended is the path unique to alchemists. Presently, people perceive alchemy as a supportive profession. Yet they fail to recognize that both pill refinement and artifact forging are merely ancillary products of the true essence of alchemy. The authentic path for an alchemist should be the refinement of self. In ancient times, before the concept of extraordinary abilities existed, alchemists were already among us. Initially, they engaged in pill crafting and artifact creation, but eventually, someone harnessed the cosmos as a crucible, their own being as the elixir, forging the mightiest physique and power in the world, rendering themselves invincible. After reading this passage, I too became curious and sought to comprehend it, and to my astonishment, I succeeded. However, I miscalibrated the process, and as a result, I inadvertently transformed myself into a medicinal pill. Now, with the opportunity to live again, I am determined to resurrect the glory of ancient alchemy, the path of refinement of self in ancient times. Zhou Yi's heart jolted. If Shangchen was not mistaken, There indeed existed a path of cultivation that diverged entirely from the current paradigm of developing supernatural abilities. Moreover, it was a route that transcended the boundaries of these powers, potentially leading to the 10th tier and even higher realms. The thought that such an extraordinary prodigy belonged to his own circle brought a sense of reassurance to Zhou Yi's heart. With the appearance of the 50th youth who successfully refined a pill, the preliminary round of elimination concluded. The remaining alchemists departed the venue, dejected, while Shangchen and his companions stepped forward once more. The second phase, the elevation of medicinal efficacy, emphasized that alchemy encompasses not only the proportioning of ingredients but also the skill and prowess of the alchemist. This segment tested the participants' refining techniques, inviting all alchemists to showcase their innate talents as the competition commenced. With a commanding voice, numerous alchemists reignited their flames. However, the disparities in their abilities quickly became apparent. Alchemical skills could be deemed one of the variables under the alchemist's control, particularly for those endowed with familial legacies of knowledge. In this round, they no longer concealed their brilliance, resulting in notably remarkable performances. The young woman initially pointed out by Shangchen now resembled a celestial being scattering flowers, as various herbs danced gracefully in her hands. In no time, a delicate fragrance wafted from the cauldron. She was none other than the young princess of the Yin family, a prestigious lineage in the imperial capital, renowned for possessing the finest alchemical talent among the third generation of her clan. It was said that she ranked among the top 3 at the recent symposium in the imperial capital, and her ambition in the southwest was undoubtedly to seize the first place. As the discussions continued to swirl, a youth suddenly struck a towering cauldron with considerable force, and a brilliant flame erupted skyward, only to descend gently into his hands like a docile kitten, which he playfully molded into a delicate fire cauldron. Without hesitation, he tossed all the medicinal herbs into the cauldron, skipping even the step of refining the medicinal liquid, which caused many observers to furrow their brows in concern. However, to their astonishment, the various herbs did not clash within the fiery cauldron. Instead, they transformed into medicinal liquids in accordance with his intent, ultimately merging into a singular essence. Suddenly, an elderly man with a long beard on the judging panel gasped, recognizing the youth's alchemical technique. It was the fire control cauldron refinement method. Could this boy be a cherished disciple of Master Guyan? The crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement upon hearing his words. Master Guyan was among the top 10 of the most illustrious alchemist association, a testament to his formidable prowess. It is worth noting that the leader of that cohort was none other than the legendary prodigy, Shangchen. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi chuckled. Realizing why Shangchen had mentioned knowing the youth's elder, it was all connected through this lineage. Just when the crowd was embroiled in debate over who was stronger, the princess of the Yin family or the disciple of Master Guyan, a sudden, thunderous roar of a tiger reverberated throughout the arena, drawing everyone's attention to Huafeng. He stood nonchalantly before the cauldron, yet another tiger roar emanated from within, awakening the spectators from their reverie, this time tinged with fear. The sound of the tiger's roar signified the imminent birth of a perfect quality elixir. Without the aid of spiritual fire, the ability to concoct a flawless elixir is a testament to an exceedingly formidable technique. Yet, this spectacle does not end here. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huafeng forcefully struck, and a fierce tongue of flame erupted, violently shattering the cauldron's lid. As onlookers lamented what they presumed to be a catastrophic blunder, the surging flames astonishingly morphed into a ferocious tiger, pouncing towards Shangchen under Huafeng's command. However, unlike the other alchemists who were paralyzed with fear, Shangchen remained remarkably composed and, in turn, struck his cauldron with equal fervor. This is the culmination of various techniques that has led me to master the art of alchemy. You thought it was merely a matter of striking the cauldron? Yet, before Huafeng could fully revel in his triumph, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, soaring to the heavens. Chapter 36. The initial manifestation of reincarnation power. Wait, did I hear incorrectly? Was that truly a dragon's roar? You heard correctly. The sounds of tiger roars and dragon roars herald the emergence of a celestial figure, marking the 3 great omens of a perfect quality elixir. Moreover, the dragon's roar signifies a quality surpassing that of the tiger's roar. As for the celestial figure, it has been ages since one graced the southwest. This means that today, we are fortunate enough to witness the birth of 2 perfect quality elixirs simultaneously. Upon hearing the astonishment of the crowd, Huafeng's gaze was filled with disbelief. He had believed that his ability to refine perfect elixirs without spiritual fire stemmed from a unique alchemical technique, But what grounds did this individual possess to achieve the same? A flicker of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and then he pointed a finger. The roaring tiger opened its massive jaws, engulfing Shangchen and the alchemical furnace in a sea of flames, prompting countless spectators to scream in terror. Even Cheng Yiyan, seated in the commentary area, was startled into standing. After all, alchemists were typically frail, possessing scant means of defense. Should an ordinary alchemist become ensnared by the inferno, their fate would undoubtedly be a grim demise. However, in the next moment, a resonant dragon's roar echoed, and the fiery tiger's head suddenly exploded. At that instant, the onlookers beheld the sight of a crimson dragon, also born of flames, coiling majestically above the furnace, casting a disdainful glance at the prostrate, wary tiger below. Meanwhile, Shangchen stood unharmed, his garments fluttering in the gentle breeze. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Wu Feng appeared as though he had encountered a specter, his countenance darkening with unease. This is a unique alchemical technique I developed by assimilating the strengths of various schools. How could you possibly possess it? Shangchen was nearly amused by such arrogant words. Unbeknownst to Wu Feng, Shangchen had long ago mastered the diverse alchemical techniques of the present era, seamlessly integrating them, and had even comprehended the ancient methods of alchemy, surpassing the limits of extraordinary alchemical prowess. Such trifles paled in comparison to him, almost as laughable as the equation of 1 + 1, and he could easily outdo Wu Feng. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Shangchen slowly unveiled his eyes from beneath his hood, gazing intently at Wu Feng. The crimson dragon above him unfurled its form, soaring into the air, engaging in a fierce battle with the tiger below, inciting the alchemist watching from the audience to clench their fists in excitement. In a clash of titans, a spectacle rarely witnessed in a century unfolds. The victorious party shall seize the essence of the defeated, transforming it into a flawless elixir, while the vanquished may suffer a decline in quality, or worse, face complete annihilation. The excitement is palpable, truly exhilarating. Engaging in battle with the furnace itself, how had I never contemplated such a method of combat for an alchemist before? As the spectators are captivated by the fierce contest, Shangchen, with a smile, strikes the cauldron once more. A surge of flames erupts, and the azure dragon in the sky is graced with 2 additional emerald-hued eyes, resulting in a remarkable surge in power that effortlessly subdues the ferocious tiger before it. With a resounding roar, it vanquishes the opponent, consuming the scattered flames entirely. Wu Feng's expression shifts dramatically. He had not anticipated that his adversary could further empower the azure dragon. In a rush, he positions himself before the cauldron, fiercely guarding the remaining essence, allowing the azure dragon to soar overhead, returning with another triumphant roar to its rightful place within the furnace. With the alchemical process complete, Wu Feng and Shangchen stand in opposition, one with his head bowed, eyes filled with animosity, while the other remains poised, hands behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility beneath his hood. Ultimately, it is Wu Feng who first unveils his cauldron. At that moment, the crowd glimpses the solitary elixir within. Yet, the intricate patterns that had once emerged now appear as if forcibly erased, leaving a rough and uneven surface. Conversely, Shangchen also lifts his lid, and in that instant, the entire gathering is enveloped by a delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs. His furnace, too, contains but a single elixir. However, upon its perfectly rounded surface rests a ring of ethereal vapors, resembling a bas-relief, bestowing upon the entire concoction an otherworldly allure. Indeed, the elixirs forged through the Dragon's Cry phenomenon are adorned with Dan clouds, which are said to possess greater value than Dan patterns. Not only do they double the medicinal potency, but they also bestow additional effects. This is a gathering spirit pill. This flawless elixir, astonishingly, is merely an ordinary gathering spirit pill. You must understand, the more commonplace the herb, the more challenging it is to refine into a high-quality product. Thus, the worth of this gathering spirit pill surpasses that of other perfect elixirs. Yet, while everyone fervently debated the immense value of this flawless gathering spirit pill, Shangchen casually tossed it to the audience, handing it over to Zhou Yi. Here, take it quickly. This will enhance your abilities. Initially, Zhou Yi did not grasp Shangchen's intent, but as he swallowed the gathering spirit pill amidst the crowd's gasps, he comprehended the extraordinary effect of the elixir. In that instant, Zhou Yi felt a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupting from the gathering spirit pill, instantly breaking through his realm and allowing him to reach the pinnacle of the first tier, teetering on the precipice of the second tier. It is noteworthy that, given Zhou Yi's extraordinary abilities, the amount of spiritual crystals required to advance to the second tier would be monumental. However, to Shangchen, A single pill sufficed. Yet, what delighted Zhou Yi even more was the unexpected fusion of his two formidable powers after the kaleidoscope Eternal Sharingan and the Hashirama cells consumed the spiritual energy. A subtle hint of purple flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes, and within him emerged a previously unexperienced spiritual force, the power of reincarnation. It is worth noting that even the system has stated that certain feats can only be accomplished when both great anomalies ascend to a higher level. Yet, Shang Chun has achieved this through his alchemical prowess. A flicker of excitement stirred within Zhou Yi's heart, for he had previously exhibited the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and its two formidable abilities under the identities of the Prison Sovereign and a member of the Reincarnation Hall, all in pursuit of greater gains. Thus, prior to the evolution of his Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he had refrained from revealing his ocular techniques too readily. However, now, this was a divine ocular technique in that world, and even a fraction of its power, come the Gaokao in half a month, would surely astonish the old master. Yet, as others witnessed this scene, they were utterly astounded. Consumed? Such a precious elixir, and he casually offered it to that individual, allowing him to ingest it, and indeed, the fellow actually did consume it. There were others who lamented in despair, exclaiming the waste. Such a high-caliber spirit-gathering pill should be absorbed gradually to unleash its full potency. Devouring it whole is simply an egregious squandering. Meanwhile, while others were awestruck by the spirit-gathering pill, the commentators at the judging table were engrossed in another matter. Did you notice the glimmer of spiritual light in the Crimson Dragon Eye just now? One elder's gaze turned grave as he directed his attention toward Qing Yan, seeking to extract information from him. Old Qing, your junior is quite remarkable, he remarked. Haha, as for the creations of the youth, we are quite unaware. However, Qing Yan chuckled in feigned nonchalance. The others, upon witnessing his demeanor, instantly understood that the old fellow was merely showing off, and they inwardly cursed him. This old rascal was undoubtedly concealing something. Chapter 37. Playing with Tactics. I shall cast you into the abyss. With the conclusion of the second round of competition, there was no doubt that Shang Chun had secured first place, while the little princess of the Yin family from the imperial capital and Gu Yan's disciple claimed the second and third spots, respectively. The videos of the three engaging in alchemy swiftly went viral across the internet. In contrast, Hua Feng, who should have triumphed with his self-created alchemical techniques, found his medicinal power usurped by Shang Chun, resulting in his failure to even place in the top three. He had become a mere stepping stone for Shang Chun, and whenever his name was mentioned, it was accompanied by tales of his suppression at the hands of Shang Chun, which infuriated him to the core. Yet, he could not muster the face to confront Shang Chun, for this entire contest had been instigated by his own provocations, leaving him to reflect that he had ultimately lost the very positions he sought to secure. At that moment, Hua Feng suddenly received a call from the capital, and upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression changed dramatically. Trembling, he answered the call. You have brought disgrace upon my name. The cold voice of his elder echoed through the line. If you fail to defeat him in the third round, do not bother returning. Hearing his father's icy tone, Hua Feng was drenched in sweat, repeatedly agreeing, only to realize that the other end had already hung up, allowing him to exhale in relief. However, his expression soon darkened again as he spotted Shang Chun in the distance, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, his gaze turning fierce. It is because of you that I have faced my father's wrath. In the third round, do not blame me for being merciless. However, what Hua Feng was unaware of was that while he was enduring verbal assaults, Zhou Yi across the way was reveling in the spectacle and gleefully counting his money. In his mind, notifications from the system incessantly popped up. Your subordinate has defeated Hua Feng at the Alchemist Conference, interrupting his ascent to fortune, earning 7 chances for a draw. Hua Feng has missed the opportunity to showcase his talents, transforming into a neglected failure, and has initially lost the family's recognition, earning 3 chances for a draw. Your subordinate effortlessly utilized Hua Feng's self-created alchemical techniques and counterattacked, causing him to doubt himself, thus preventing him from perfecting his craft and losing the chance to become a future master in the alchemical realm, earning 11 chances for a draw. As Zhou Yi beheld the increasing number of draw opportunities, a radiant smile illuminated his face, secretly thinking that indeed, reaping the fates of others was the most delightful endeavor. Thus, he decided to try his luck with a single draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a common reward, a shirt. Zhou Yi. He then quietly closed the draw interface, realizing that today was indeed not suitable for drawing but rather for harvesting. Shang Chun, unable to see the system interface, looked at him in confusion, puzzled as to why Zhou Yi's mood had suddenly plummeted. Could it be that the elixirs did not suit his taste? It seemed he would need to research more banana and strawberry-flavored elixirs for his master to choose from in the future. Finally, the intermission came to an end. And with a gong sound, the third round of the grand competition began. In this round, there are no restrictions. The 10 contestants can freely showcase their abilities and concoct their finest elixirs, which will then be evaluated collectively. However, this time, Joey noticed that as Shang-Chen stepped onto the arena, he was immediately targeted by several others. Even the young princess of the Yin family and the boy cast sympathetic glances in his direction. You know, Wafeng has offered a substantial bounty to others to conspire against you, and even some judges have been bribed by him. Nevertheless, rest assured, I shall not join them in their endeavors to suppress you. I have always found that fellow displeasing. What if he hails from the Demon City? How arrogant. You performed splendidly in the previous round, but alas, my master instructed me not to engage in such tactics. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to strike down a drowning dog alongside you. Thus, I find you commendable, and that outfit of yours is truly magnificent. Do you know the Yuzuan and Muwang? If you can navigate through this round, I would be willing to acknowledge you as my elder brother. The boy whispered a few words into Shang-Chen's ear before darting away, eliciting a faint smile from Shang-Chen, who remained unfazed by the boy's remarks. With the second gong's toll, Huofeng and 6 others encircled Shang-Chen. 6 massive cauldrons formed a unique alchemical formation that trapped Shang-Chen in the center, preventing his cauldron from igniting and seemingly aiming to refine him to death within. What is this? Just because their alchemical skills do not measure up to that of the Reincarnation Hall's elder brother, they resort to such underhanded tactics? Is it truly so lowly to play dirty when one's talent falls short? Previously, I believed that Huofeng was a gentleman of remarkable demeanor, and I even harbored some affection for him. However, it has now become evident that he is nothing more than a treacherous scoundrel. How repugnant. As for Master Mo, he is currently at a loss, unable to even conjure a flame within the formation, let alone concoct any elixirs. The barrage of comments is a cacophony of chaos, with everyone expressing their disdain for Huofeng. After all, this event was intended to showcase alchemical skills, yet he resorted to underhanded tactics, tarnishing the purity of the competition. At this moment, Huofeng's reputation among young alchemists has plummeted to an all-time low. He is acutely aware of the consequences of his actions, yet he persists in his deceitful ways to avoid being cast aside by his family. Several judges furrowed their brows, visibly displeased. This is unacceptable. Should we halt the competition? Yet, there were dissenting opinions. Although his methods were unscrupulous, they did not technically violate the rules of the contest. If the competition were to be suspended merely for the collusion against one individual, it would set a dangerous precedent. Amidst the heated debate, it became apparent that the most crucial figure, Cheng Yan, appeared entirely unperturbed, exuding an air of calm that left others perplexed. Old Cheng, are you not the slightest bit anxious? It was only then that Cheng Yan seemed to awaken from his reverie, stroking his beard with a smile. What is there to worry about? As old Zhao stated, since there has been no breach of regulations, we shall proceed. The other upright judges, both exasperated and anxious, found themselves at a loss for words, resigning to sigh and return to their seats. Meanwhile, in the audience, Shoei revealed a faint smile. Before his eyes, the system presented yet another message. By coercing Huofeng to utilize underhanded tactics, he has become the target of scorn across the internet, his reputation utterly tarnished, and has gained 14 chances for a lottery draw. As the crowd lamented the impending downfall of a genius at the hands of a petty adversary, Shang-Chen discerned a barely perceptible nod from Joey. In response, he offered a subtle smile and raised his hand. A flame of azure hue ignited within his palm. Despite the surrounding formations attempting to interfere, they had no impact on the azure spirit flame. On the contrary, as Shang-Chen cast the flame into the cauldron, a ripple of azure energy radiated outward, effortlessly shattering the array. The 7 individuals who had set the formation simultaneously coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, while the cauldrons of the other 6 exploded, propelling them backward. Only Huofeng managed to stabilize his cauldron, though his pallor revealed the immense toll it had taken. Yet at that moment, the antics of these clowns garnered no attention. All gazes were fixated on the azure-green flame in Shang-Chen's hand. Could it be spirit fire? Chapter 38. The Alchemy Conference concludes. The time for harvest approaches. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the azure spirit flame resting in Shang-Chen's palm. Even the aloof Princess Yin and the young man spectating from the sidelines were left agape in astonishment. It is widely acknowledged that refining spirit fire is akin to scaling the heavens. Many alchemists dedicate their entire lives in pursuit of merely capturing a single type of spirit fire. Among those seated in the judging panel, only one possessed spirit fire, and it was of a middling caliber. Yet, due to this singular flame, he occupied the central position of the panel at that moment. In the realm of spiritual fire, one can only imagine the formidable strength of the top 10 flames of Qi Ling. However, those seated in the commentary area understood far better the profound implications of a young man wielding such power. Even the president of the Southwest Alchemist Association, the elderly gentleman seated among them, had only succeeded in taming spiritual fire in his 50s. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the excitement in the other's eyes. The radiant light they had just observed in the young man's eyes was indeed the brilliance of Qi Ling, and it was no surprise that its sudden increase in strength was so remarkable. "Old Qing, you kept such an important matter from us? Do you no longer regard us as old friends? Pray tell, from whom does this young disciple descend? Is he betrothed? I happen to have a granddaughter, a charming 18-year-old with exquisite beauty." A group of elderly men and women encircled Cheng Yiyan, their voices rising in a cacophony of inquiries. Cheng Yiyan could only manage a wry smile, feeling utterly helpless. He had anticipated this reaction upon discovering that this young man had indeed refined Qi Ling. He felt no different from them. This talent was simply extraordinary, placing him among the top 3 of all geniuses he had encountered, which explained their eagerness. Yet, as Cheng Yiyan cast another glance at the poised and adept Shang Qin on the competition stage, he sighed once more. These individuals, caught up in their excitement, failed to realize that this enigmatic youth had clearly been mentored long before and was undoubtedly far more formidable than they could comprehend. Otherwise, he would have made his move long ago, rather than allowing them the opportunity to witness his prowess. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Shang Qin's lips curled into a faint smile. He then flicked his fingers, igniting the cauldron with the ethereal blue flame. However, this azure fire was not as vehement as other flames. Instead, it exhibited a remarkable restraint, its terrifying heat imperceptible unless one drew near. When the blue flame blazed forth, it exuded a delicate aura of nature and the fragrance of herbs. Just a whiff of it could rejuvenate the spirit, alleviating fatigue significantly. It was said that the blue flame could not only be employed for alchemical purposes, but was also imbued with the power of nature, capable of defying the 5 elements to birth spiritual medicines, truly one of the most coveted flames among alchemists. As Shang Qin manipulated the blue flame to commence the alchemical process, he effortlessly refined all the herbs within the cauldron, achieving an unparalleled quality and concentration of the elixir that left even the judges on stage in awe. At that moment, someone rubbed their eyes and pointed hesitantly at the flickering light within the cauldron, asking, "Did you see that? It seemed like a shadow just appeared. Are you seeing things?" "Wait, I see it too. It looks like a fleeting silhouette." As one after another noticed the peculiar occurrence within the cauldron, they began to grasp the significance of what they were witnessing, instinctively covering their mouths in astonishment. Could it be the shadow of an immortal? Finally, someone voiced their speculation, though it seemed too far-fetched, prompting a self-deprecating chuckle. Yet, Cheng Yiyan nodded affirmatively. "You are not mistaken. This is indeed the legendary phenomenon, the shadow of an immortal, rarely seen even with the most flawless elixirs. It is said that only a flawless elixir can awaken the ethereal manifestations of immortals. Some believe that the figure of the immortal is a genuine deity, while others assert that it is the founder of this miraculous potion. However, there is no doubt that successfully refining an elixir of the immortal shadow level signifies that one possesses master-level alchemical abilities." Cheng Yiyan's calm explanation left everyone in a state of astonishment. Observing Shang Qin effortlessly controlling the flames with one hand on the competition stage, the live broadcast erupted once more. "In other words, Elder Cheng believes that his alchemical skills are on par with that of a master? I declare that from this moment forth, this shall be the plaza of the Reincarnation Hall. The Reincarnation Hall has now been added to my list of most desired mysterious organizations to join." Enough said. You wouldn't even catch a warm meal if you tried. The orders for the uniforms of the illustrious Reincarnation Hall have surged to the point where they cannot keep up, with a backlog stretching 3 months into the future. Truly, members of the Reincarnation Hall have never failed to impress. From the Wood King to this individual, who knows who else may emerge in the future. Products from the Reincarnation Hall are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. The young princess of the Yin family gazed at the confident and upright figure on the stage, her beautiful eyes radiating an incomparable brilliance. The young boy looked at Shang Qin with unabashed admiration, wishing he could acknowledge Shang Qin as an elder brother right then and there if they were not both engaged in alchemy. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, scrolling through the densely packed barrage of comments, smiled slightly, and turned to see Shang-Chen skillfully completing the alchemical process. The moment the cauldron lid was lifted, everyone present could not help but inhale deeply. The fragrance. It was simply intoxicating. This flawless elixir transcended the ordinary medicinal aroma, transforming into an intoxicating fragrance. Shang-Chen withdrew this singular pill, revealing to the onlookers the true visage of an immortal. This was a clear heart pill, an ostensibly commonplace concoction. Yet, unlike its counterparts, this particular pill contained within it a hazy silhouette, standing with hands clasped behind its back, elusive upon closer inspection. It is said that a perfect elixir of this celestial caliber rivals cherished heirlooms of prestigious families, not only perfectly encapsulating its potent essence but also possessing the ability to absorb the ethereal energies of the cosmos, with its efficacy amplifying over time. The tales we have heard of pills cultivating into sentient beings refer precisely to this grade of spiritual elixirs. Remarkably, this divine figure remains unpretentious, despite possessing such extraordinary talents. The elixirs they crafted were merely spirit-gathering pills and clear heart pills, the most unassuming of medicines. One might ponder the profundity of their philosophy. For this exemplifies the principle of the great form is formless, returning to simplicity. The realm of the strong is a mastery we may never attain in our lifetimes. Amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, Shang-Chen emerged as the unequivocal victor of this alchemical competition. In addition to the renowned Mu Wang, the Reincarnation Hall welcomed another esteemed member, a soul alchemist. The young princess of the family of alchemists claimed the second position, demonstrating the formidable heritage of the imperial capital's alchemical lineage. The young man effortlessly triumphed over Huafeng, securing third place. However, he seemed indifferent to his ranking, rushing over with palpable excitement post-competition, eager to acknowledge Shang-Chen as his elder brother. Yet, the most jubilant of all was Zhou Yi. A series of system notifications appeared before him, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. At last, it was time to settle the results. Chapter 39, A Fit of Rage. The Celestial Talents Council commences again. You have successfully secured first place in the Alchemist Symposium, causing Huafeng to lose a significant amount of protagonist luck at a pivotal moment in his life, granting you 14 lottery chances. You showcased your extraordinary prowess in the competition, attracting the attention of Yin Yin and Gu Ding, causing Huafeng to miss the opportunity to befriend Yin Yin, earning you 11 lottery chances. It was only then that Zhou Yi recalled that Huafeng was supposed to display his exceptional alchemical skills at today's symposium, thereby befriending the Yin family's young princess, Yin Yin, ultimately winning her heart and facilitating an alliance between the Yin and Hua families. Subsequently, he would have used the Yin family as a stepping stone to penetrate the alchemical realm of the imperial capital, astonishing numerous masters with his prowess in the Qingling flame, eventually ascending to the pinnacle of alchemy. However, this time, Zhou Yi had resurrected Shang-Chen in advance, intercepting everything he had and seizing a multitude of lottery opportunities from him. It was nothing short of exhilarating, far more refreshing than gulping down a bottle of ice-cold soda in the summer. Meanwhile, online, the Southwest Alchemist Symposium competition once again rose to trending topics, with countless individuals analyzing Shang-Chen's alchemical techniques, while even more were astonished by his mastery of the Qingling flame. In the imperial capital at the Tianji Pavilion, a woman was watching a video sent by her subordinate. This video was clearer than those circulating online, capturing even the smile at the corner of Shang-Chen's mouth. Yet, it was precisely this video that left all the alchemists hired by Tianji Pavilion in awe. Miss Si Yun, such alchemical techniques are indeed unparalleled, leaving even us in awe. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment gleamed in the woman's eyes. The individuals before her were the finest alchemists she could enlist, each possessing a considerable reputation even in the imperial capital. Yet, despite their prowess, they openly acknowledged the extraordinary alchemical skills of the enigmatic young man in the video. However, what intrigued her most was the black robe adorned with red clouds that the youth wore, reminiscent of Xiao from the Young Talents Assembly, as well as the mysterious figure who had recently demonstrated remarkable prowess in the Qingxian Emperor Valley. Seizing the greatest opportunity, all of whom hailed from the same organization, the Hall of Reincarnation. What was the origin of this organization? How could it gather such formidable supernatural beings? The woman pondered endlessly, yet as a member of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, she felt an irresistible urge to uncover the unknown. It was this relentless pursuit of knowledge that had propelled her to become a core member of the pavilion at such a young age. However, the Hall of Reincarnation eluded her understanding, as if it had materialized from thin air, driving her to frustration until she chanced upon the celestial talent tower in her hands, which suddenly brought forth a smile. At that moment, Shangchen obscured everyone's gaze and discreetly placed a box into Zhou Yi's hands. "This is for you," he said, "to be kept in your secret base. It will mitigate the influence of inner demons during your cultivation. The higher your level, the greater its significance, far more valuable than a mere meal." Zhou Yi stealthily glanced and discovered it was a wooden box containing the coveted Qingxin pill. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly stowed it away in his storage space. The allure of this item was unfathomable to some. It was imperative that no one knew it was in his possession, for such knowledge could lead to catastrophic consequences. As long as no one else was aware of this matter, the flawless Qingxin pill belonged to the reincarnation hall. And what concern was it of Zhou Yi? Truly, one who had tasted death once could exhibit such meticulous thought. Zhou Yi subtly nodded in acknowledgement. "You have received everything. But what about you?" Shang Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he gestured towards the podium. "Rest assured, I have already discovered my own path to cultivation. The key lies in the reward for first place. Otherwise, why would I have gone to the trouble of participating in this seminar?" The first prize of this seminar, aside from several rare herbs, included a grand cauldron unearthed from ancient ruins, rumored to have been used by alchemists of a bygone era. However, as no one could utilize such a large furnace, it was repurposed as the first-place reward. On the podium, Shang Chun waved his hand, effortlessly claiming the massive cauldron, further affirming the exceptional resources of the reincarnation hall. Otherwise, where would such ample storage space come from? Meanwhile, Huafeng glared at Shang Chen's flowing black robe adorned with red clouds, his teeth clenched in resentment. Just then, Shang Chen caught sight of him and recalled Zhou Yi's words about seizing Huafeng's fortune. With a smile, he raised the medal in his hand and gestured towards the fourth-place position. In an instant, Huafeng was engulfed by a surge of emotions. And as he contemplated his painful defeat, especially considering the humiliating manner in which he lost, he could hardly bear to imagine how his esteemed elder would chastise him upon his return home. Unable to suppress himself any longer, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly onto the ground. The spectators were left in stunned silence. Most notably, throughout the discussion and sparring session, Huafeng had relentlessly targeted Shang Chun, yet here stood Shang Chun at the pinnacle of the award podium. The stark contrast was palpable. Even Yan Yan furrowed her brow slightly, while Gu Ding's gaze was steeped in contempt. To publicly vomit blood over a mere failure was a display of such poor character. Was this truly how the esteemed Hua family of Magic City instructed their progeny? I believe the collaboration between the Yin and Hua families should be postponed for the time being. Upon hearing Yin Yan's merciless verdict, Huafeng rolled his eyes back and fainted entirely. At that moment, a final system notification appeared before Zhou Yi. Huafeng was provoked to the point of spitting blood and fainting in public, revealing his hypocritical nature, making it exceedingly difficult to gain the recognition of the imperial capital's alchemical families, thus losing his destiny and earning 15 opportunities for a lottery draw. Zhou Yi nodded in acknowledgement, and just then, he felt a slight tremor from the celestial tower cradled in his arms. His gaze sharpened. This indicated that the second celestial conference was about to commence. He exchanged a brief greeting with old Master Chang, who was currently engrossed in applauding Shang Chen's achievements. Although he was reluctant to part with the amiable junior from the Zhou family, he could see that Zhou Yi appeared to be in urgent need of departure. With several steps remaining in the seminar, he was unable to leave, so he instructed his attendants to escort Zhou Yi back. Soon, Zhou Yi returned to his chamber, gazing at the increasingly tremulous tower of elites. With a mere thought, he donned a cloak adorned with red clouds against a black backdrop, relinquishing his resistance and allowing himself to be drawn into the tower. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself once more amidst the ethereal white clouds. At that moment, several individuals were already seated, awaiting the commencement of the council. Zhou Yi adeptly took his place, anticipating the arrival of others. However, this time, none dared to provoke him. Rather, their glances were laden with trepidation. Suddenly, an exquisite figure materialized within the tower of elites, immediately directing her gaze towards Zhou Yi, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. "Shao, your reincarnation hall indeed boasts an abundance of talent, not only making waves in the Qingxian Imperial Valley, but also claiming the lion's share of the spoils. So, was it your organization's other members who entered the Qingxian Imperial Valley, or was it you personally?" Chapter 40, The Starry Secret Realm. The Amaterasu experience card. Upon hearing the woman's inquiry, Zhou Yi slowly lifted his head, a kaleidoscope shimmering within his pupils. In that fleeting moment, the woman felt as though she were being scrutinized by a formidable presence, her heart racing with anxiety. I comprehend now. Please forgive my abruptness. I should not have inquired into your organization's affairs. At last, the woman conceded, her gaze sharper than that of the sect leader. Yet after merely a few seconds of eye contact, she could feel her back dampened with sweat. This shall not happen again. Before this assembly of astute elites, Zhou Yi would utter not a single word, lest he inadvertently reveal his true identity. At that moment, a robust figure abruptly appeared, dragging a chair while grumbling under his breath. What the devil, convening the Celestial Talents Council at this hour? Does no one realize I am embroiled in battle? I nearly turned into minced meat. Yet, just as he was about to take a seat, his gaze fell upon the crimson-eyed Zhou Yi across from him, and he froze in his tracks. The vitality emanating from Zhou Yi suggested he was well prepared for the offerings to come. Reluctantly, the burly man extracted a fruit resembling an eye from his possession. This was the spirit eye fruit, born from the Thousand Eyes tree, an exceedingly rare species that bears but a single fruit in its lifetime, its myriad eyes wilting upon fruition, channeling their sight into this singular offering. Consequently, this spirit eye fruit could significantly amplify the power of ocular abilities. Zhou Yi smiled as he weighed the fruit in his hand, deeming it to be of exceptional quality. It appeared that Chu Liantian was indeed looking out for him. Such a spiritual object would be a considerable drain on Chu Liantian's resources if he were to part with it. One could only wonder how furious Chu Liantian would be if he learned that this spirit eye fruit was gifted to his future adversary by the burly man. Zhou Yi stored the spirit eye fruit within the celestial tower and soon envisioned several concoctions to enhance his ocular techniques. In the past, he would have needed to rely on the elder's assistance to contact Elder Cheng or other alchemists, but now, with Shang Chun by his side, he needn't fret over these matters. This partnership would not only bolster Shang Chen's strength but also serve his own interests splendidly. Having secured the Lingmu fruit, Zhou Yi, finding the council, yet to convene and feeling a sense of ennui, let his curiosity lead him into the depths of the system space. Rubbing his hands together as he initiated a tenfold draw, presently situated within the Celestial Council, a place of great fortune, and having recently acquired a Lingmu fruit, it seemed his luck was favorable. He hoped to procure some splendid items. Zhou Yi clasped his hands in prayer and randomly selected several appealing blind boxes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a standard reward. Spirit Energy Supplement 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a rare reward. C-grade Summoning Power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an extraordinary reward. Amaterasu Experience Card 1. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. To his surprise, he had drawn another trump card experience card, and this one possessed formidable power, Amaterasu's Black Flames. The other rewards were equally commendable, with the least being of standard quality. It appeared that luck in drawing not only hinged on fortune, but also on the location. In the future, he would seek out special places imbued with abundant fortune to partake in such draws. A smile graced Zhou Yi's face, softening even the gaze of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Finally, the elegantly attired youth presiding over the meeting made his appearance, slowly taking his seat, signaling the official commencement of the Celestial Council. Esteemed members, the Celestial Council was not scheduled to convene so soon. However, the sudden turn of events has necessitated this assembly, inviting you all to deliberate together. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Speak swiftly. Do you think you can afford to waste my time? If there is nothing of utmost importance, I shall take my leave. For the family's battle awaits my leadership. The burly man slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice in exasperation. He had just been lamenting the abrupt commencement of the Tianjiao conference and how he had been swindled by Zhou Yi, losing a precious spiritual fruit in the process. Frustrated, he was eager to vent his anger, and the sight of the elegantly dressed youth provided a convenient target. However, the youth merely cast a disdainful glance at the man and scoffed. If you choose to direct your ire at me for your own incompetence in losing something, you are gravely mistaken. What I am about to discuss pertains to a secret realm, and should you wish to leave, you may do so now. You are but a brute with brawn and no brains. The burly man, still intent on speaking further, suddenly suppressed his rage upon hearing the mention of the secret realm, and he returned to his seat. In the grand scheme of things, what is pride worth compared to profit? Zhou Yi and the others shared a solemn glance, confirming that none of them intended to depart. Only then did the elegantly attired youth begin to elucidate the matter regarding the secret realm. At the eastern border of Dongwang, a spatial rift has emerged, prompting several prominent families to dispatch individuals into it, only to discover an unprecedented secret realm, a vast, ethereal expanse resembling a void filled with celestial stars. Upon exploration, it became evident that this secret realm is fraught with peril, inhabited by formidable celestial beasts. Yet it also harbors opportunities, such as spiritual herbs infused with stellar energy, and even treasures that bestow individuals with celestial attributes and extraordinary powers. At this revelation, all present were momentarily captivated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Yet, amidst the fervor, one individual remained composed and unfazed. The previously silent woman was the first to voice her inquiries. "Since your family has discovered such a hidden realm, why share it with us? Is it that upon learning of this remarkable news, you wish to extend an invitation for us to join in the exploration of this opportunity?" At this juncture, even she could not suppress a smile. However, when the elegantly attired young man spoke again, it left everyone momentarily stunned. "Indeed. I intend to invite all of you prodigies to form the strongest team with me to venture into the hidden realm." Joey raised an eyebrow. Aware that nothing comes without a cost in this world, and the young man would undoubtedly have more to convey. As anticipated, he produced a list from his hand, his expression turning grave. "According to the agreement reached among the various families, only we, the younger prodigies, are permitted entry into this hidden realm. I have received word that individuals from other families, as well as my siblings, have assembled powerful teams and organizations to lend their support. Therefore, I wish to invite all of you to join me in forming a team to enter the hidden realm. I only ask that you assist me in defeating the other teams. Once our goal is achieved, each of you may retain the opportunities you acquire, and I shall not interfere. What say you?" Upon hearing this proposition, the crowd fell into a brief silence, until a woman from the TNG pavilion was the first to raise her hand. "I am willing to join." Another individual nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to team up. Meanwhile, a few prodigies from other races sneered and rejected the elegantly attired young man. Yet, he remained unperturbed, turning his gaze towards Joey. "I wonder if the reincarnation hall is willing to lend me a hand?" Joey remained silent for a few seconds before letting out a light chuckle. "I have matters to attend to and cannot participate, but I have an acquaintance who can represent the reincarnation hall." "Who?" "The prison sovereign." Chapter 41. The Concealed Spirit Secret Art. The Divine Will. The prison sovereign? A wave of astonishment washed over everyone, and Si-Yoon could not help but exclaim. Ever since the prison sovereign's video, distorting reality through the moon reading illusion, became a sensation online, this name has garnered immense admiration and reverence. Even the foreign tribes from the outer realms have become notably subdued. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion, in pursuit of more information regarding the prison sovereign, has mobilized all its resources in a frenzied attempt to uncover any trace of him. Yet, the prison sovereign seems to have appeared from thin air, only to vanish just as abruptly, leaving behind nothing but that singular video. Even the Heavenly Machine Pavilion found themselves at a loss in their attempts to include him in the starry rankings, ultimately delegating this task to Si-Yoon. Consequently, Si-Yoon has been on the brink of madness in her quest for the prison sovereign, and now, unexpectedly, she hears his name once more at the heroic assembly. "Can you get in touch with the prison sovereign?" Si-Yoon suddenly leaned closer to Joey, her previously composed demeanor replaced by urgency etched across her face. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted into Joey's nostrils, prompting him to discreetly lean back. "Woman, do not disturb my tranquility. Beware, or I shall pierce you with a shot." Si-Yoon, realizing her lapse in composure, felt a slight flush rise to her charming face. She cleared her throat and regained her usual calmness. "If possible, please convey to the esteemed prison sovereign my earnest hope to accompany him in the starry secret realm. I shall not impose in any way. My sole intention is to gather intelligence to enrich the content of the starry rankings, and I am more than willing to assist him with any task. Furthermore, we shall ensure that the prison sovereign incurs no loss upon the conclusion of the exploration. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is prepared to present a grand gift that is sure to please him. Additionally, from the Cycle Hall, we are also inclined to offer this as a token of our gratitude." Her tone was exceedingly sincere as she pushed a luminous orb towards Joey. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a B-grade combat technique known as the Concealed Spirit Secret Art, which, despite its classification, possessed a value that rivaled that of S-grade techniques. This technique holds a unique capability to obscure one's realm, aura, and even existence itself, allowing any wielder of disparate abilities to learn it. Once mastered, unless facing an exploratory ability, it becomes exceedingly difficult for even those of a significantly higher realm to discern one's true power. It was evident that this combat technique was precisely what Joey urgently required, and he harbored intentions to reveal information about the prison sovereign, thereby ascending the starry rankings and subduing those prodigies beneath him to seize opportunities for fortune and reward. Thus, he graciously accepted the luminous orb without hesitation. While Si-Yun expressed her profound gratitude, overwhelmed by the situation. Indeed, their objectives were inherently aligned, and while receiving the benefits, Zhou felt a tinge of embarrassment at the depth of her appreciation, especially considering the opportunity to gain twice by merely changing his role. Is there anything more effortless than this? Si-Yun, in her own subtle way, harbors a keen interest not only in the prison sovereign, but also in the cycle hall. Utilizing the concealed spirit technique, she aims to leave a favorable impression on the cycle hall, thereby facilitating future collaborations. A well-laid plan. However, at that moment, another individual raised a question. Now that the number of participants has been determined, when shall we embark, and where shall we gather? Fear not. For the opening of the Starry Secret Realm is imminent within the next 2 days. Everyone should prepare accordingly. As for the gathering, I have already devised a solution. I ask that everyone retrieve their celestial tower. Upon concluding his statement, the elegantly attired youth flicked his finger, sending beams of light into the celestial towers of several individuals in the group. This is a teleportation tool that will transport you to the designated coordinates at a specific time, and the celestial tower will issue a prior warning. Additionally, before the teleportation, you must hand over the celestial tower to the esteemed prison sovereign. Even someone as proud as the elegantly attired youth instinctively adds a title of respect when addressing the prison sovereign, a testament to the profound impact this persona has left. Zhou nodded, and in an instant, he felt a whirlwind, only to find himself back in his original world upon reopening his eyes. He promptly headed to the secret base, only to discover that Shang-Chen had long awaited his arrival. However, unlike during the day, the secret base now housed a colossal furnace, radiating intense heat waves that nearly propelled Zhou back upon his entrance. Yet, what astonished him even more was that Shang-Chen was seated within the giant cauldron, refining himself with the azure spirit flame. However, this time, his body did not transform into a pill as before. Instead, it emanated a faint golden light, appearing particularly divine. Observing this scene, Zhou refrained from interrupting and quietly placed the perfect tranquil heart pill into the meticulously crafted cabinet. However, Shang-Chen had already sensed Zhou presence and promptly ceased his cultivation, slowly opening his eyes. In that moment, even Zhou felt an overwhelming aura of pressure wash over him. Zhou estimated that without deploying the Kaleidoscope Sharingan or the Hashirama cells, abilities of a cheating nature, he might find it challenging to defeat Shang-Chen. Yet, if he unleashed his full power, Shang-Chen would not endure more than 2 seconds. It was hard to fathom that such a formidable youth was a pharmacist who had been enamored with alchemy since childhood. If one were to share this information, 99% would disbelieve, while the remaining 1% would likely be found in a psychiatric hospital. After all, it is widely acknowledged that pharmacists are typically powerless. Clearly, after experiencing his own death once, Shang-Chen had truly discovered ancient alchemical methods and had succeeded. Is this the path of self-refinement? Indeed remarkable. To what stage of ability development do you currently equate yourself? Upon hearing Zhou inquiry, Shang-Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Approximately at the pinnacle of the first tier, very close to the second tier standard. Zhou nodded, then handed over the spirit eye fruit along with all the spiritual herbs to Shang-Chen. This item boasts commendable quality and can be used to concoct several potions that enhance the abilities of the spirit eye. From where did you acquire it? Upon seeing the plump spirit eye fruit, even Shang-Chen was taken aback. The resources obtained from a wealthy, foolish individual have been entrusted to you. I shall refrain from giving further instructions. Instead, please proceed with the concoction of the elixir as you deem appropriate. I must venture out for several days. Thus the secret base will rely on your stewardship. Shang-Chen smiled in agreement to his request. The trust bestowed upon him by Zhou invigorated his spirit, and the process of refining the elixir would greatly benefit his pursuit of ancient alchemical arts. Without delay, he ignited the enormous cauldron and busied himself with the task. Observing this, Zhou chose not to disturb him further and turned to leave the chamber, grasping the secret technique of spirit concealment in his hands. Unbeknownst to him, there was an unspoken truth. While the technique of spirit concealment was indeed formidable, it was also notoriously difficult to master. Even those with S-grade talent would require several days to fully comprehend it. Thus, it never crossed her mind that anyone within the reincarnation hall could learn this technique before the initiation of the stellar secret realm. However, she was unaware that Zhou had an extraordinary advantage. He activated the Kaleidoscope Eternal Sharingan, employing its immense ocular prowess to meticulously analyze the essence of the technique. In a brief span, he closed the tome in his hands. Remarkably, Zhou Yi's ability level began to blur, ultimately vanishing entirely. As long as he wished it. Those below the third tier of ability would find it exceedingly difficult to discern his true level. In less than half an hour, he had completely mastered the technique. Chapter 42. I simply observe. A miraculous draw, all that remained was to await the emergence of Shangchen's potion. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Zhou Yi's eyes. Only a few days remain until the opening of the Celestial Secret Realm, and it is now too late to gradually develop one's abilities using spiritual coins. Moreover, he has already drawn all the other exclusive skills associated with the Prison Lord's disguise, with the sole exception of the most crucial and widely recognized ultimate ocular technique, Tsukuyami, which remains unattainable. Consequently, Shoei resolved to utilize his remaining chance at the lottery to take a gamble, hoping to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. However, he refrained from acting recklessly. His experience at the recent Young Talents Conference revealed that the likelihood of drawing something exceptional is contingent upon one's fortune. Unless one possesses extraordinary luck, being in a place of auspicious fate, or having a connection with a destined protagonist significantly increases the chances of success. After all, the protagonists from various families typically have parents who sacrifice themselves, wielding boundless powers. If he were to emulate this and offer up a protagonist, wouldn't he become invincible? After pondering his objective, Shoei concluded that it would be prudent to first ride the wave of fortune, so he hailed a taxi back to the Zhou family manor. At this moment, the celebration for the elder Zhou Mingzhan's birthday had just concluded, and the festive atmosphere lingered in the manor, refusing to dissipate. However, the old man was preoccupied, and his parents had already departed, so he chose not to pay any visits and headed directly to the cottage of his uncle, Zhou Xingyan. At that time, Zhou Xingyan was seated in a breezy pavilion with his wife, sipping beverages while accompanying Zhou Hao in developing his abilities. It was midday, and the little one, despite being drenched in sweat under the scorching sun, maintained an unwavering stance in his horse-riding posture, his small face bearing a remarkably serious expression. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the drinks in his parents' hands, a flicker of longing flashed in his eyes. Yet, the two of them, though secretly amused, feigned enjoyment as they sipped from their shared cup, pretending not to notice Zhou Hao's gaze. Ah, what a delightful couple they make. Little uncle, it seems life has been treating you well during our time apart. At that moment, Zhou Yi's cheerful laughter echoed from outside the door. Zhou Xingyan momentarily paused, his face instantly lighting up with surprise, as the couple hurried to open the door for Zhou Yi. Young Zhou Hao also rushed over, his eyes sparkling with admiration for his older brother. Little Yi, you've got it wrong. This is Hauer's own request. He wishes to endure extraordinary trials to grow swiftly and keep pace with you. We do this for his own good. Mental fortitude is as crucial as physical endurance. Otherwise, who could possibly indulge in such excess daily without suffering? With that, Zhou Xingyan donned an expression of profound hardship, evoking tears of gratitude from Zhou Hao beside him. Father, the trials I spoke of refer to developing our abilities, not this mental torment. If eating and drinking truly cause such distress, why not let the child share some of that burden? After a brief exchange of jest, Zhou Yi finally noticed the little turnip head, Zhou Hao. However, the moment he laid eyes on him, he was taken aback. How long had it been since little Hao began his training? Remarkably, he had already reached the intermediate stage of the first level. Pride radiated from Zhou Xingyan's face as he spoke of his son's abilities. The old man had sent a considerable amount of training resources, but little Hao had also been quite diligent, constantly expressing his desire to match your pace, which accounted for his rapid advancement to the intermediate stage of the first level. Zhou Yi nodded. Even among the chosen ones, Zhou Hao's talent could be deemed exceptionally high, complemented by his diligence and perseverance, paving the way for an illustrious future. However, Zhou Yi refrained from mentioning that it was only during the old man's birthday that he had broken through to the first level. And now he stood at the pinnacle of that realm. Everyone tacitly acknowledged Zhou Yi as a prodigy who transcended the definition of genius, though his cultivation was not visible. It certainly surpassed that of Zhou Hao. Yet, Zhou Yi did not forget the purpose of his journey. He promptly invited Zhou Hao to stand beside him and, amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, settled into a meditative posture, directing his consciousness into the system space. System, let me begin with a tenfold draw, he commanded. No sooner had the words left his lips than 30 blind boxes materialized before him. He casually selected a few appealing numbers, and in an instant, radiant beams of light flickered, revealing tin system notifications. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a rare reward. B-grade water attribute martial technique, water iron cannon technique. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a rare reward, clone technique. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. This time, the tenfold draw yielded 2 rare rewards, both immensely useful, while the remaining rewards, albeit ordinary, were a fortunate rarity devoid of commonplace items. It seemed that the mystical luck associated with the chosen one truly bore fruit. Seizing the moment, he decided to keep 20 chances as a safety net. Using one opportunity for a single draw, then unleash the remainder all at once. Today would determine everything. Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a common reward. 50 thread control hidden weapons. Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a rare reward. One of the 8 gates of body techniques. The opening gate. Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing an extraordinary reward, a special type that can elevate a designated reward to extraordinary status. Zhou Yi stared in astonishment at the flurry of notifications, his mouth agape. Is this what it means to be the child of fortune? Truly terrifying. Although he did not manage to draw his most coveted prize, the moon reading, he was unexpectedly granted a pinnacle of body techniques, one of the 8 gates. According to the system's description, the 8 gates have now been transformed to harness spiritual energy, significantly alleviating physical burdens. Though he only acquired the opening gate, it was sufficient for him to display remarkable prowess. Moreover, the sole extraordinary reward he obtained could elevate any chosen reward to extraordinary status. In a critical moment, this reward could be life-saving. After carefully stowing away the extraordinary reward, Zhou Yi cast one last glance at the opportunity that remained, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately exited the system space. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the Zhou family was puzzled by Zhou Yi's silence, when he suddenly opened his eyes, startling them. Zhou Yi looked at little Zhou Hao and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. His gentle gesture made the little one lean into his palm. Squinting his eyes in delight like a contented puppy, Zhou Yi then inquired, "Little Hao, there is something your brother deeply desires. Do you think I will be able to draw it?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao immediately raised his head, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Brother will surely succeed." After receiving the desired affirmation, Zhou Yi smiled gently, offered a soft apology, and then returned to the system space. This time, not only did he bestow a head pat upon the destined child, but he also received confirmation, which felt like an accumulation of buffs. Thus, he resolutely utilized his final opportunity for a draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the extraordinary reward, exclusive skill, moon reading. Indeed, fortune favored him. Zhou Yi clenched his fist with determination. It was no wonder that, while reading novels, everyone aspired to be the protagonist's little brother. The sensation of having a destined child by one's side was utterly exhilarating. It seemed imperative for Zhou Hao, this little golden leg, to be held close in the future. After exiting the space, Zhou Yi spent some time playing with Zhou Hao's family, when suddenly a commanding voice interrupted. "You return home, yet fail to greet your grandfather first? Sneaking away here to indulge in leisure?" Chapter 43. Inheritance Trial, Advancement of Eye Techniques. As Zhou Yi turned around, he noticed the old man had appeared at the door. Though he wore a serious expression, his eyes sparkled with mirth, indicating he was not genuinely angry. Upon seeing the elder, Zhou Jingyan instantly became as meek as a mouse before an eagle. Zhou Hao obediently stood between Zhou Yi and Zhou Jingyan, but the elder glanced at him, nodded, and revealed a smile. "Not bad. Your strength is advancing rapidly. You shall become Er's right hand in the future. Grandfather, rest assured, I will grow stronger and assist my brother in vanquishing villains." Upon hearing that he would become Zhou Yi's assistant, the little fellow's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even in the presence of his most intimidating grandfather, he exhibited remarkable boldness. His innocent words elicited hearty laughter from everyone present, causing even Zhou Mingzhan's furrowed brow to relax somewhat. Indeed, he should be well guided. With his innate talent and disposition, his future achievements shall undoubtedly be substantial. "And you, young man, come here," Zhou Mingzhan commanded. Upon hearing the elder's admonition, Zhou Yi could only bid farewell to his uncle and his family before following in Zhou Mingzhan's footsteps back to his study. "What have you been up to lately? How is your ability development progressing? What level have you reached?" Zhou Mingzhan had intended to gauge his heir's current strength. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to discern Zhou Yi's true depth at first glance, prompting a look of suspicion. Zhou Yi smirked with pride and then unfurled the hidden spirit technique. unleashing his peak first-tier prowess within the confines of the study. Just as Zhou Mingzhan took a sip of tea, he was caught off guard and ended up spraying it everywhere. Well done, young man. In such a short time, you have already reached the peak of the first tier. Even the most extraordinary prodigies take longer to develop their abilities than you have. Yet, do not let pride overwhelm you. I have heard that several geniuses from neighboring cities have already broken through to the second tier, with merely half a month remaining until the college entrance examination. If you wish to surpass them, the road ahead remains arduous. Zhou Mingzhan, still in shock, meticulously confirmed that Zhou Yi's strength was genuine before bursting into a satisfied, hearty laugh. However, shortly thereafter, he resumed his customary manner of speaking, and Zhou Yi promptly expressed his understanding. Only then did the elder gentleman, satisfied, wave his hand, permitting him to depart from the study. By the way, have you discovered any new elixirs lately? I can arrange for you to contact an alchemist. No need, Grandpa. I have already secured a source for alchemical supplies, so rest assured. Observing Zhou Yi's hasty retreat, Zhou Mingzhan smiled and shook his head. Ever since the last birthday banquet, he had sensed that Zhou Yi had matured. To his astonishment, in terms of cultivation speed, Zhou Yi had even surpassed Zhou Hao, who possessed the supreme heavenly bone. Furthermore, in navigating the complexities of human relationships, this young man had begun to cultivate his own network, truly worthy of being his chosen heir. Zhou Mingzhan immediately resolved that after the college entrance examination, he would send Zhou Yi to the trial grounds of his ancestors to receive significant inheritance as a junior master. Young man, the place is not as simple as the minor secret realms you are accustomed to. If your strength is lacking, even a slight deficiency could lead to utter annihilation. However, should your power be sufficient, it will undoubtedly lead to a radical transformation. If Zhou Yi were aware of the elder's intentions, he would undoubtedly scoff. While he was indeed cultivating relationships, they consisted solely of his alter egos and subordinates from his previous life. After leaving the study, Zhou Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief, just then receiving a message on his phone. Upon opening it, his expression brightened with joy. The potion crafted by Shangchen was finally ready. With that, he exchanged a few pleasantries with the Zhou Jingyan family and offered some words of encouragement to Zhou Hao before driving back to his humble abode. As he pushed open the door to the secret chamber, he discovered that Shangchen had been waiting for him. However, in contrast to the morning, Shangchen had undergone a remarkable transformation. His physique had elongated yet exuded an explosive power. A crystal orb, or rather, a golden elixir, floated in his hand, radiating a series of luminous auras, while the other hand gripped a scepter, presenting the appearance of a sorcerer, his entire demeanor now imbued with an air of mystery. Are you engaging in cosplay? How did you transform like this? Upon hearing Zhou Yi's jest, Shangchen couldn't help but chuckle, then proceeded to elucidate. This is the most suitable posture for refining the Tao. I am now the sole true heir of the Tao of refinement, or to phrase it differently, the only one bestowed with the destiny of this path. The golden elixir in my hand is a manifestation of the medicinal cauldron, symbolizing alchemy. The scepter represents weapon forging, crafted specifically for the Tao of refinement, concealing various trinkets I have concocted in my leisure. Should anyone mistake me for a wizard, I would undoubtedly enlighten them on the essence of surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's gaze towards Shangchen shifted entirely, nearly moved to tears by envy. This was true dedication to the Tao of refinement, consolidating all destinies within Shangchen, unlike the way of heaven, which indiscriminately claimed sons, encircling him while plotting his demise. By the way, the item you requested is placed on the shelf. It is perfectly suited for you. If there are no further matters, I shall continue my cultivation. Shangchen chuckled as he patted Zhou Yi's shoulder, the golden elixir in his hand instantaneously transforming into a colossal cauldron before he dove into it, causing Zhou Yi's eyes to twitch slightly. This method of cultivation invariably reminded him of the peculiar pill that summoned Shangchen. He wondered if the remaining ones were still in the hands of the eminent alchemists. Zhou Yi vigorously shook his head, forcing himself to dismiss these thoughts, and turned his gaze toward the shelf beside him. In addition to the perfect tranquility pill, there was now a small vial on the shelf. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find 2 droplets of potion radiating a soft glow. This was the eye-cleansing spirit liquid, a premier potion exclusive to the spirit eye category, capable of significantly enhancing the power of spirit eye abilities. A peak first-tier ordinary spirit eye user, upon consumption, could contend with a second-tier opponent. And if the quality was sufficiently high, it might even elevate the ability level, making it an exceptionally rare and difficult potion to concoct. Initially, Zhou Yi assumed that Shangchen would produce something akin to the Spirit Eye pill. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Shang-Chen had directly crafted the eye-cleansing spirit liquid, elevating the quality by several tiers. Adhering to the principle that a destined antagonist should not hoard resources, he promptly administered the liquid into both of his eyes without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, Zhou felt a refreshing coolness in his eyes, only to be astonished as the patterns of his kaleidoscopic eternal Sharingan became increasingly intricate, revealing a plethora of exclusive skills: divine might, Susanoo, Tsukuyami. Zhou could only sense the ferocious power of the ocular techniques rampaging within him, as two streams of blood tears slowly trickled from the corners of his eyes, nearly overwhelming his senses. However, he keenly sensed that his kaleidoscopic ocular power had not improved for a long time, yet it began to grow slowly at that moment. Enduring excruciating pain, Zhou extracted a substantial amount of spiritual currency from his spatial realm and fervently absorbed spiritual energy, subsequently channeling it entirely into various exclusive ocular techniques. Instantly, the chamber was illuminated by a blinding radiance. Meanwhile, within the colossal cauldron, Shang-Chen nodded upon witnessing this and closed his eyes, immersing himself in his own refining practice. Time passed unmeasured, and at last, Zhou opened his eyes once more, revealing a look of astonishment. The kaleidoscopic eternal Sharingan had successfully ascended to SSS rank. Chapter 44, The Reappearance of the Infernal Sovereign. Let the Master elevate me. Zhou sensed the transformation of his upgraded kaleidoscopic eternal Sharingan and immediately perceived the distinction. These eyes had seamlessly integrated with him. All ocular techniques and exclusive skills flowed effortlessly, as if an extension of his very being. If previously, he had attained the kaleidoscopic Sharingan merely through chance, now these eyes truly belonged to him, his eternal kaleidoscope. Now, when he deployed the ocular techniques of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he could effortlessly overpower the three versions of himself from before. Having acclimatized to the evolved kaleidoscope, Zhou glanced at the nearby colossal cauldron. At this moment, Shang-Chen was entirely engrossed in his cultivation, so Zhou refrained from disturbing him, silently expressing his gratitude before exiting the chamber. Afterward, Zhou meticulously washed and organized himself, then reclined on his bed for an extended slumber, optimizing his mental state and spiritual energy. Finally, he felt the tremor of the celestial tower. It was time for the infernal sovereign to re-emerge into the world. Zhou chuckled softly as he donned a long robe adorned with red clouds against a black background. Then he centered himself and was absorbed into the celestial tower. This time, he not only acquired numerous formidable combat skills and extraordinary abilities, but also held several trump cards in his possession, along with 20 opportunities for a draw, sufficient to navigate any situation. When vibrant colors reappeared before him, he found himself beside a colossal waterfall at the edge of a precipice. By this time, the other members of the Celestial Council had already arrived, and upon his emergence, they all instinctively turned their gazes towards him, particularly Si-Yun, whose expression was filled with anticipation. However, once they beheld the familiar robe of black and red clouds and the hood that obscured his face, disappointment washed over their features. Yet, they soon realized a pressing question. Was the prison lord merely wearing the uniform of the Reincarnation Palace, or was he genuinely a member of it? Or could it be that the figure before them was not the prison lord at all, but rather a member of the Reincarnation Palace masquerading as him? The countenance of everyone present grew somber, yet they refrained from expressing their discontent. Regardless of whether this individual was indeed the prison lord or merely a member of the Reincarnation Palace, the implications were significant. Any internal discord prior to entering the celestial secret realm would pose a grave threat. At that moment, Long Hua cleared his throat and began to elucidate the rules of this celestial secret realm, successfully diverting the group's attention from their concerns. To enter the celestial secret realm, one merely needed to possess a sufficient number of star jade tokens. Having spoken, Long Hua raised a jade pendant in his hand, shimmering with a faint starlight, appearing exceptionally exquisite. Before the secret realm is unveiled, various factions engage in fierce battles. The victors can seize their opponent's jade tokens. The more jade tokens one possesses, the greater the opportunities available when entering the secret realm. Should a team lose their jade tokens, it signifies the forfeiture of their right to enter the realm. However, they may still strive to capture tokens from other teams. As long as they hold at least one jade token before the secret realm opens, they will gain access. I propose we first seek out several weaker teams to familiarize ourselves with their abilities, and then pursue more suitable targets. What do you think? While the group was deliberating their strategy, several figures suddenly darted past them, swiftly landing atop the branches above, casting a condescending gaze upon the assembly. Long Hua, behold the caliber of those you have gathered. Do they truly believe they can contend with the Shifeng Alliance? They are nothing more than a motley crew of inept individuals. Zhou Yi's kaleidoscopic Sharingan gradually turned, glancing at the group above, particularly noting the young man who bore a striking resemblance to Long Hua. This prompted him to turn his gaze back, evoking a mixture of anger and helplessness in Long Hua. This is Long Ling, the legitimate descendant of another branch of the Long family, also participating in this starry secret realm. It is said that he has received assistance from the Shifeng Alliance, led personally by a prodigious vice leader. It appears to be true. Long Ling is considered one of the favored candidates for this exploration, and it is indeed unfortunate that they have encountered him so soon. At that juncture, Xian thoughtfully elucidated to Shou. The 10 Directions Alliance is a formidable entity spanning 3 Central Plains cities, encompassing numerous prodigies and wielding considerable power. Zhou nodded in comprehension, though a certain thought remained unspoken. Could it be that their misfortune stemmed from his presence as a villainous protagonist? After some contemplation, Zhou, with the intention of facilitating the team's entry into the secret realm and concurrently unveiling his identity to allay any misgivings, turned towards the disconcerted Long Hua and inquired in a deep voice, "As long as we incapacitate them, we can seize their jade tokens, correct?" The unfamiliar timbre of his voice momentarily stunned everyone present. Long Hua, who had been poised for a tactical retreat, was particularly galvanized, his eyes lighting up as he turned towards Zhou. Indeed, with the esteemed senior Hell Sovereign present, why should they fear Long Ling and the cohort from the 10 Directions Alliance? Thus, he bowed reverently towards Zhou, his previous arrogance replaced by the demeanor of a junior in the presence of a senior. "Senior Hell Sovereign, I implore you to lead me to glory and elevate me to new heights." However, the group led by Long Ling, who were observing the spectacle from above, couldn't help but erupt in laughter. "Ha ha, Long Hua, has your sanity deserted you? Who is this fellow? He doesn't even possess any special ability. Does he truly believe he can single-handedly contend with our entire group? His prowess is unremarkable, yet his audacity knows no bounds." Just then, a furtive individual from the 10 Directions Alliance caught sight of Shou and promptly approached his leader, whispering, "Boss, take a look at that person." The two cast a disdainful glance, only to be startled by the sight of a striking black and red cloud that had recently gained considerable notoriety. How had that rascal Long Hua managed to summon the members of the Reincarnation Palace? This group was not to be trifled with. They were not only enigmatic but also exceedingly formidable. Yet, after a fleeting moment of panic, a young man from the Shifeng Alliance boldly spoke up. "What is there to fear? Black and red robes are ubiquitous these days. They may not necessarily belong to the Reincarnation Palace. And even if they do, what of it? With so many of us in the Shifeng Alliance, can we not overpower a single individual?" He continued. "Our best course of action is to take the initiative and eliminate them all, lest we invite further complications. Long Xiao, what do you think?" The young man's words invigorated Long Ling, and the subordinates of the Shifeng Alliance regained their spirits. Nodding in agreement, Long Ling exchanged a glance with his companion, and suddenly, all of their party leapt down from the tree, charging towards the assembly of Tianjiao. It seemed that Long Hua and his group were caught off guard at first, leaving them no time to resist. One by one, they were subdued, with only the troublesome Zhou quickly falling beneath the combined efforts of Long Ling and the young man. Who would have thought it would go so smoothly? "Long Xiao, how should we deal with these individuals?" A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Long Ling's eyes. The only way to ensure Long Hua's group was utterly disqualified was through their demise. The young man promptly grasped his intent, and the members of the Shifeng Alliance exchanged sinister smiles, brandishing their blades in readiness to sever their heads. At that moment, the individuals lying on the ground suddenly began to swell, ultimately transforming into a multitude of crows that ensnared both the alliance of 10 Directions and Long Ling. In the next instant, Long Ling, in terror, discovered that he had been affixed to a cross, while his dear brother, Long Hua, plunged a dagger fiercely into his heart. "What is this, Meanwhile, in the outside world, the moment they locked eyes with Shou, they plummeted from the tree trunks, irresistibly lured and irrevocably entrapped in the illusions of Tsukuyami, unable to extricate themselves. The members of the Celestial Talent Council were utterly astonished by this spectacle. Chapter 45. The Seizing of the Starry Jade Token, the Opening of the Secret Realm. Is this the illusion that the Warden once employed to distort reality? A chill ran through the hearts of all present at the Celestial Talent Council. Was this individual truly the Warden? It was their first time witnessing the Warden in battle up close, and they could hardly believe that merely exchanging glances had rendered this group ensnared in silence under the illusion. Among them were Long Ling and the vice leader of the Alliance of 10 Directions, both formidable experts. The warden did not even need to employ any hypnotic tools or gestures. They had not perceived any fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. This utterly shattered their understanding of illusions. The burly man who had been clamoring at the Celestial Talent Council dared not utter a word, retreating with exaggerated caution, as if to avoid drawing attention, rendering him quite comical. Yet, in the following moment, excitement surged across everyone's faces. With the warden present, was the starry secret realm not assured? Even merely following the esteemed figure and savoring the remnants would be more than sufficient. Si Yun was so overwhelmed with excitement that his entire body trembled. He pulled out a peculiar artifact from seemingly nowhere, fervently documenting the scene while exclaiming in exhilaration. This was the legendary ultimate illusion, Tsukuyami. Today, I finally witnessed it with my own eyes. Let me tell you. Tsukuyami not only ensnares its victims in a web of illusions, but also forces them to relive their deepest fears, experiencing death and rebirth in agony, ultimately leading to eternal despair. The esteemed Elder Yuzun can manipulate the flow of time within it at will, enabling him to cycle through countless lifetimes in an instant or stretch a single second within to an entire year outside. Truly, he is a person chosen by the starry ranking, possessing such formidable abilities yet eschewing fame and fortune, willingly guarding the borders in seclusion, exemplifying both strength and virtue, an absolute role model for us all. Upon hearing Si Yun's words, the crowd displayed expressions of reverence. Zhou Yi initially intended to clarify that it was not solely due to Tsukuyami. The mental fortitude of the adversaries was rather weak, rendering them susceptible to such psychic assaults. However, witnessing their awestruck demeanor, the words caught in his throat, and he merely nodded, adopting an aloof demeanor. This only reinforced the belief among the crowd that he was an unparalleled powerhouse, and even Long Hua, who was leading the team, respectfully relinquished the position of leader to Zhou Yi. Elder Yuzun, here is our team's starry jade token. I fear it may not be safe in my possession, so I shall entrust it to you. Long Ling and the others wondered aloud. If we take the token from this individual now, will it awaken him? Upon hearing Long Hua's concerns, Zhou Yi nodded and succinctly uttered the words not possible. Long Hua immediately dashed over with great enthusiasm. Initially, he tentatively presented a large bag, and upon noticing that Long Ling remained unresponsive, he felt reassured enough to rummage through Long Ling's belongings. Before long, he discovered his objective. Indeed, as a popular team, they had already acquired 3 jade tokens. Elated, Long Hua raised the 3 jade tokens in his hand and joyfully presented them to Zhou Yi, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement. In addition to the jade tokens, they thoroughly searched Long Ling and the elite members of the Shifeng Alliance, leaving no valuable item unturned, and were now satisfied as they prepared to seek their next target. Zhou Yi, still reluctant, glanced back one last time, pondering the immense wealth of these young heirs from the imperial capital and the magical city. Lying on the ground, these individuals not only possessed treasures, but also donned garments woven from exquisite silks. Had he been alone, he would have undoubtedly stripped them bare of all their possessions. Just as Zhou Yi lamented internally, a system notification suddenly appeared. You have replaced Long Hua as the team leader, gaining qualification for the Starry Secret Realm, posing a significant threat to the Chosen One's opportunities and earning 2 chances for a lottery draw. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that this time the Starry Secret Realm also involved the Chosen One. He turned to Long Hua beside him and directly inquired, recently, has any disciple from the Long family exhibited a sudden change from their previous demeanor? For instance, speaking to the heir daily, the rise of the underdog, or returning home with a transformed disposition. Although Long Hua was unaware of why the esteemed senior inquired about this matter, he furrowed his brow in contemplation and suddenly struck his palm. Senior, your words resonate. There is indeed a person who fits this description. His name is Longqin, a disciple of the Branch family, who 3 years ago was expelled for peering at the family head's beloved granddaughter while she bathed. To everyone's surprise, he returned just a few days ago and decisively dealt with those who had reported him, gaining considerable notoriety. Furthermore, he's also participating in the exploration of the Starry Secret Realm. Are you implying that? Zhou Yi nodded, recognizing the script of a hero's return. With a name that epitomizes the archetype of a protagonist, it seems the so-called child of destiny mentioned by the system refers to him. Moreover, as Long Hua indicated, despite Longqin's triumphant return, it is evident that his strength does not render him invincible. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into the Starry Secret Realm, but rather would have effortlessly subdued all who opposed him. Does this not imply that there are new opportunities to seize? How delightful! Thus, Zhou refrained from elaborating further, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Observing this exchange, the others, being astute individuals, chose not to delve deeper. However, following this incident, they all felt a certain liberation. After all, with the formidable presence of the esteemed senior in their midst, it was akin to having a solid backing in such circumstances. Any attempt to conceal one's talents would seem rather petty. After a discussion among the group, they resolved to alter their strategy, opting not to squander time, but to take the initiative in searching for teams possessing the Jade tokens. Upon encountering such teams, the others would strike first, calling upon Zhou Yi only when faced with insurmountable challenges. With Zhou Yi's consent, the atmosphere within the team lightened considerably. Soon, they encountered several competent teams. However, in comparison to the Celestial Heroes Council, their adversaries were evidently lacking, leading to their swift defeat. The burly man, in particular, exerted himself vigorously, delivering punches as if to impress the warden, striving to showcase his prowess. Remarkably, fortune seemed to favor them, as they did not encounter any formidable teams along the way, amassing a total of 28 Star Jade tokens with ease. According to Longhua's calculations, this placed them among the top contenders. Throughout this journey, Zhou Yi had not lifted a finger, instead relishing the attentive service of the stunningly beautiful Siyun. Siyun asserted that it was precisely because they revered the warden as their leader that they were able to intimidate other teams, ensuring the success of their endeavor, thereby expressing gratitude for the warden's contributions. Consequently, the admiration for him intensified among the group, even causing Zhou Yi to feel a twinge of embarrassment, almost prompting him to slap himself for feeling bashful so easily. He resolved to toughen his skin in the future. However, just as they celebrated their latest victory and expressed their gratitude towards Zhou Yi, the entire cliffside of the waterfall suddenly trembled violently. Immediately thereafter, the crowd beheld a colossal rift suddenly tear open in the sky. The starry secret realm had been unveiled. Chapter 46. Stars filling the sky. He is Longchen. Zhou Yi gazed upward at the chasm, within which lay an expanse of darkness, punctuated only by twinkling starlight, resembling an eye that scrutinized all living beings. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed throughout the cliff. All teams still possessing the Starry Jade tokens were to convene at Wang Tian Cliff within 10 minutes. Failure to comply would result in disqualification, rendering their tokens void. Longhua promptly gestured toward the precipice above the waterfall, earnestly explaining to Zhou Yi, Sr. That is Wang Tian Cliff. It is said that the sheer cliff was once a divine mountain connecting heaven and earth, severed by an unmatched warrior with a single stroke of his sword, which is how it came to its current state. There are also rumors that the Starry Secret Realm is a remnant of the ancient celestial court, hence it is replete with countless opportunities. And entry is permitted solely through Wang Tian Cliff. Zhou Yi understood and swiftly led the members of the Tianjiao Council toward Wang Tian Cliff. Soon, upon their arrival, they discovered several teams resting and recuperating. However, their appearance still captured the attention of many. After all, this expedition into the Starry Secret Realm was organized primarily by the Long family and several other prominent clans, making the majority of team leaders members of these esteemed families. In contrast, the Tianjiao Council was led by a mysterious figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, under whom even Longhua, a disciple of the Long family, found himself subordinate. Even upon observing his expression, there was not a hint of shame. Instead, he appeared rather jovial, wholly devoid of any indignation over the loss of authority. Yet, some could not abide this scene and approached directly, admonishing him in a tone laden with disappointment. As if lecturing a younger generation, Longhua, how could you allow an outsider to usurp your power? You have brought disgrace upon the Long family. Zhou Yi could not help but glance at the individual before him. This person was tall, with a pronounced jawline, exuding an aura of cold severity. Longhua initially felt a twinge of apprehension, but upon seeing Zhou Yi, he quickly regained his confidence and retorted without reservation. Longchen, we are of the same generation. What right do you have to lecture me? Furthermore, which rule states that the captain must be a member of the Long family during this secret realm exploration? Even the clan elders have yet to voice their opinions, and you were the first to interject. It was then that Zhou Yi realized the young man before him was none other than the fated child, Longchen, who was highly regarded in the upcoming exploration of the Starry Secret Realm. Upon hearing Longhua's words, a fierce glint flashed in Longchen's eyes, his smile growing increasingly frigid. To become the leader, one must be the strongest within the team, and our Long family has always been synonymous with strength. It is only fitting that we command others. Yet, you have allowed this individual to subdue you. Such a disgraceful display disqualifies you from bearing the Long surname. You and your entire team should kneel and admit your faults, surrendering all the starry jade tokens while there is still time. Otherwise, once you enter the secret realm, both you and this affront to the Long family will pay a grievous price. Zhou Yi was suddenly struck with profound realization. After all the discussion, it ultimately boils down to the jade tokens. So this is the renowned Long family, the masters of rhetoric. I have finally witnessed it today. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's calm mockery, Longshan clenched his fists in fury, nearly succumbing to the urge to strike down those who dared to defy him. Yet, the last remnants of his reason reminded him that they were on the brink of entering the starry secret realm, and it was not the time for recklessness. Thus, he suppressed the anger boiling within him and returned to his position. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and all teams congregated at Wang Tian Cliff, where the leaders of each team stood at the forefront, drawing lots to determine the order of selection. Zhou Yi's black and red cloud robe stood out conspicuously among the dozen leaders, even causing the elder of the Long family to cast a few surprised glances his way. However, no further comments were made, and the rules were promptly announced. During this expedition into the starry secret realm, all teams must bear in mind that each jade token can unlock a star. The more tokens of the same star are inserted, the richer the opportunities that will be unveiled. However, if multiple tokens from different teams are simultaneously infused into the same star, a star contention battle will ensue. The forms of these battles vary. Some rely on innate talent, while others are life and death confrontations. In every instance, the victor shall ultimately seize the opportunity, while the vanquished will gain nothing. Once all the jade tokens have been exhausted, the team will be forcibly expelled from the starry secret realm. Therefore, it is imperative for you to choose wisely and seize the opportunities that lie before you. With a chuckle, I hope fortune favors you in finding suitable celestial bodies, and that several of you return alive. Upon uttering these final words, a mysterious smile flickered across the elder's face from the dragon clan. He then waved his long sleeve, and a celestial ladder extended from the starry secret realm, reaching all the way to the cliff of gazing sky. The nearest group, cautiously testing the ladder, soon found themselves instantaneously transported into the starry secret realm. It dawned upon everyone that the ladder was merely a fade. It was, in fact, a portal to the secret realm. Thus, each group ascended the ladder in accordance with their draw. Before ascending, Longshan and his group turned to glare fiercely at Zhou Yi, their expressions darkening as one made a slashing gesture across the throat before stepping into the secret realm. It's our turn, let us proceed. In the face of the anxious gazes from the other members of the talented council, Zhou Yi remained as reticent as ever. Yet his demeanor seemed to imbue them with immense encouragement, causing a collective sigh of relief. The steadfastness of the esteemed prison sovereign suggested that Long Chun posed no threat in his eyes. Consequently, they resumed their previous determination and ascended the ladder together. In the next instant, Zhou Yi felt the world around him dissolve into utter darkness, only to find himself amidst the void. This was the starry secret realm. The group gazed in awe at their surroundings, though it resembled the cosmos with its boundless darkness, unlike the true universe. Every few steps revealed numerous celestial bodies of varying sizes, each radiating different hues and exhibiting distinct shapes. At that moment, they were suddenly startled by a piercing scream emanating from a nearby location. The group exchanged glances and immediately dashed toward the source of the sound. After running for a few minutes, they discovered a team that had activated a crimson star using a celestial jade token. However, instead of uncovering any fortuitous opportunities, an unsightly demon emerged, resembling an active volcano, instantly melting everything around it. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the team was engulfed by the scalding magma, unable to utter a single cry of despair. The remaining members suffered varying degrees of burns, writhing on the ground in agony. This gruesome scene made Zhou Yi instantly comprehend the true meaning of the last words spoken by the elder of the Long family. Upon activating the celestial jade token, what emerged was not merely fortune, but rather a greater peril. Yet, in this realm of uncertainty, no one could discern which star signified opportunity and which heralded danger. Thus, it became apparent that here, everyone was left to rely solely on chance. Hoping for a stroke of good fortune, the members of the Celestial Talents Council exchanged bewildered glances, when suddenly, CM produced a compass from an enigmatic source and began to softly chant an incantation. Since they were entrusting their hopes to the elusive whims of fate, it seemed prudent to employ the divination techniques of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to ascertain where their fortunes truly lay. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the compass needle began to spin and ultimately pointed in a specific direction. Chapter 47. Follow him closely, then leverage our vast experience to defeat him. Everyone turned to gaze at the direction indicated by the compass, which happened to be the very spot where Zhou Yi was standing. Oh, is it behind me? After speaking, Zhou Yi unobtrusively shifted to the side. However, with his movement, the compass subtly adjusted as well, accurately pointing once more towards Zhou Yi. I realized then that the compass signified our fortune did not lie in any particular direction, but rather in the path chosen by our esteemed elder. Wherever the elder resided, there lay our good fortune. Thus, esteemed elder, in the depths of the secret realm, we are all willing to heed your commands. Si Yun's words enlightened the others, and their gazes towards Zhou Yi grew increasingly reverent, causing the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth to twitch slightly beneath his hood. While such admiration may bestow a significant sense of accomplishment, it need not be so exaggerated. Nevertheless, as the others were eager to follow his lead, Zhou Yi did not decline. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. First, to seek out the individual with the highest fortune in the starry secret realm, leveraging their good luck to pinpoint the area of the finest celestial bodies, and subsequently, utilizing his extensive experience in blind box openings to outmaneuver them. This individual could only be Longchen, the favored child of fortune. With a decisive wave of his hand, Zhou Yi nodded towards the eager crowd. Thus, let us follow my command. Our first task is to locate Longchen's team. The group exchanged glances, uncertain why the elder wished to seek out the one with whom they had previously clashed vigorously, and who was particularly irksome. Yet, they did not dissent, each drawing upon their skills to find him. Soon, Si Yun's compass responded first. Longchen and his companions are here. The Celestial Heroes Council immediately sprang into action. Before long, Zhou Yi spotted a familiar figure leading a formidable team, besieging a colossal beast. It was Longchen. It appeared that fortune had not favored him either, as he had inadvertently triggered a monster trap using a jade token. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of doubt crossed Zhou Yi's eyes. How could Longchen, the child of destiny, falter so early on? Was there a hidden truth behind this? In that fleeting moment, Zhou Yi discerned a hint of mockery curling at the corners of Longchen's mouth. For any other ability user, it would have been impossible to perceive such subtle expressions from such a distance. However, for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, these minor antics were utterly transparent. Consequently, Zhou Yi's suspicions were aroused. Unlike the onlookers who merely indulged in the spectacle, he signaled to the illustrious individuals behind him and stealthily concealed himself behind a nearby star, patiently awaiting Longchen's next move. Indeed, under Longchen's command, the warriors managed to subdue the beast, and then he leaped into the air, unleashing a shadowy dragon from his palm that struck the monster with tremendous force. In the next instant, the beast let out a wail and vanished, leaving behind a gleaming black blade. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened. So this was the case. The emergence of monsters within the stars is not inherently malevolent. Perhaps it serves as a trial, akin to the guardian beast of treasures depicted in novels from his previous life, where only by defeating them could one attain fortune and treasures. After the battle, Longchen and his companions were equally exhilarated. Longchen raised his long blade and delivered a powerful slash, producing a deep, resonant roar akin to that of a beast. The B-grade spiritual treasure, the Blackscale Blade, is indeed a remarkable find. Heavenly soldiers and generals, let us continue our conquest of the stellar secret realm to seek out other treasures. Obey the command of the War King. Zhou Yi and the others exchanged glances, while the robust man surnamed Chu nearly burst into laughter, only to be met with fierce glares from his companions, prompting him to cover his mouth with his hand, his face flushing red, nearly on the verge of fainting. Eventually, Longchen and his heavenly soldiers departed towards another direction, allowing the members of the Tianjiao Council to emerge from behind the stars. The burly man collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, yet he could not suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha, he calls his subordinates heavenly soldiers and generals, and even refers to himself as the War King. Not even my brother would dare. The burly man quickly stifled his words, noticing that those around him were oblivious, and he relaxed. Zhou Yi also bore a smile, recalling tales from his past life of certain war deities returning to find their daughters residing in doghouses, and in a fit of rage, summoning 100,000 heavenly soldiers. However, what surprised Zhou Yi even more was the revelation that the burly man's outburst had inadvertently disclosed. He had speculated that the man might be a friend of Chu Liantian, but he had not anticipated that he was, in fact, the younger brother of Chu Liantian, the only remaining family member in the world. A smile crept onto his face, for now, armed with this knowledge of the man's identity, he could strategize ahead of time, such as through the Tianjiao Council, to severely undermine Chu Liantian's power. Zhou Yi quickly regained his composure. Observing the remaining peculiar stars, he pondered for a couple of seconds. sensing that, based on his experience in unboxing, these would yield nothing of value. Thus, he felt no attachment and, adhering to the plan, led the team in pursuit of Long Chun's direction. Before long, they spotted Long Chun, holding a jade token, hesitating amidst a cluster of stars in the vicinity. At that moment, Zhou Yi approached with the Celestial Talents Council, and the celestial soldiers immediately positioned themselves protectively beside Long Chun, casting vigilant glances at their adversaries. However, Zhou Yi disregarded them entirely, signaling to Long Chun, who then executed the prearranged plan, stepping forward to mockingly point at Long Chun. "Ah, is that not Long Chun? At such a crucial juncture, you exhibit indecision in selecting your opportunity, and yet you dare to call yourself a disciple of the Long family? Indeed, only those within the family could discern each other's vulnerabilities." Long Chun, incensed, waved his hand, prompting the celestial soldiers to raise their weapons instantly. The members of the Celestial Talents Council were likewise eager to engage, and the atmosphere grew tense, charged with hostility. Yet, at that moment, Long Chun suddenly smiled, disregarding everyone around him, and retrieved the starry jade token. "Did you think this could unsettle my resolve? Hindering my ability to meticulously select my target and allowing you to take advantage of the chaos? Allow me to enlighten you. You have misjudged." With a triumphant expression, he cast the jade token into the brightest star at the center of this region. In the next moment, a surge of energy emanated from the star, igniting a sense of exhilaration within Long Chun. My guesses were indeed correct. To be surrounded by the stars signifies that this is undoubtedly the sovereign of this region. However, the members of the Celestial Talents Council, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with a sense of urgency. If Long Chun were to seize the finest opportunity in this area, they would lose yet another chance. Suddenly, Long Hua leaned in and whispered, "Shall we initiate the Star War?" Others were similarly stirred, yet Zhou Yi remained silent, merely gazing up at the vast expanse of stars, his eyes a kaleidoscope of thoughts, meticulously observing the movements of each star. Drawing from his experience with lotteries, he was confident that although the star opportunity Long Chun had just chosen was remarkable, it was by no means the best. When he had drawn various rewards from the Destiny Villain system, there had been no changes at all. It was entirely a blind box. Yet he had amassed a considerable fortune. The stars before him were distinct, and through his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he could discern the trajectories of their movements and the fluctuations of various powers. The hidden information within these clues was abundant and immensely beneficial for selecting a star. He had never engaged in such a prosperous endeavor in his lifetime. After surveying the entire void, Zhou Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. At that moment, his pupils narrowed, and he finally spotted his target. Indeed, this was the star he had been searching for. Chapter 48. Gaining the Power of Devouring. What can be redeemed? Zhou Yi beheld an unassuming star. Its radiance was exceedingly dim, and even with the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, one had to meticulously search to discern its presence. However, upon catching sight of it, Zhou Yi was immediately enveloped by a wave of terrifying energy that surged towards him like an unstoppable tide. Drawing from my extensive experience of unearthing treasures from blind boxes, I confidently asserted that there had to be a star at this location. It was the sovereign of this realm, surprisingly well concealed. When Zhou Yi cast the star jade tablet into this inconspicuous star, an instinctive sensation surged through him. It was akin to discerning between a C and a D with a mere touch. It was nothing but familiarity born from practice. With his wealth of experience in opening blind boxes, he was certain that this star would yield a reward. Without hesitation, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he boldly initiated a tenfold draw on this star. Having confirmed the prize pool, why not seize the opportunity to secure a grand haul? Yet, Zhou Yi's audacity elicited laughter from Long Chun and the others. This fellow must feel the sting of having his Star King snatched away, and now dares not engage in the battle for the stars, thus seeking solace in this manner, claiming misfortune for not seizing the opportunity. Indeed, the star he chose was perplexing. It was remarkable that he even managed to locate it. Were it not for him, I might have failed to notice that there was indeed another star there. The other members of the talented assembly shared a similar bewilderment. "Senior, with so many stars surrounding us, why did you choose this one?" I believe that the venerable Yuzun had his reasons for such actions. Consider the fact that the star, which we have yet to behold, perhaps signifies its extraordinary nature. The elder's choice of him may very well stem from this. Zhou Yi's ardent supporter, Si Yun, was the first to step forward and begin analyzing the situation. Albeit she did not anticipate that her misguided assertions would inadvertently reveal the truth. However, upon hearing Si Yun's words, The others erupted into uncontrollable laughter. This group remains trapped in their self-deception. Once the stars are unveiled, their hopes will surely be dashed. It is a pity that those 10-star jade tokens are wasted. Even one would be of great value to me. Ha ha, their wealth is boundless. They hardly care for such trifles. Amidst the mockery, a sudden beam of light erupted from the star chosen by Long Chun, followed by a surge of genuine celestial warriors charging forth. What a splendid turn of events. Rather than being startled, Long Chun felt exhilarated. He brandished the recently acquired black-scaled blade, transforming it into a streak of light as he led his subordinates into the fray. After incurring significant losses, Long Chun ultimately severed the heads of all his foes. In an instant, these foes morphed into suits of armor, which then soared onto Long Chun and his companions. They had truly transformed into celestial warriors. Long Hua could not help but make a sarcastic remark. Just as the murky star selected by Zhou Yi began to exhibit its own peculiarities, it first coalesced into a petite vortex, leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances, which soon erupted into a chorus of laughter. Ha ha, we can scarcely breathe, my friends. Is this truly what 10 jade tokens have chosen? However, Zhou Yi chose to ignore them, instead calmly observing the diminutive whirlpool that rapidly expanded in all directions. It wasn't long before it devoured a nearby star, expanding violently in a great surge, prompting some to finally sense something amiss. This whirlpool was not merely a vortex, it was a black hole. By the time others grasped the situation, the black hole had already consumed a multitude of stars in the vicinity, and as it continued to spread, panic ensued, causing everyone to scatter like frightened birds. It turned out that this was the true star monarch. How foolish we were to underestimate its power. No, in comparison to us. There was one who was the real fool. Just moments ago, he had mocked others, only to find himself humiliated now. The crowd could not help but cast their gazes toward the recently arrogant Long Chun, whose eyes now glinted with menace, wishing to eliminate Zhou Yi and those who had spoken too freely. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Zhou Yi. You have discovered the star monarch of this region, prompting Long Chun to be ridiculed by the crowd. The balance of fortune has been disrupted, granting you 8 opportunities for a draw. Keep up the good work. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. This time, the system notification included an encouraging remark, indicating that there was much to gain from this plump target, Long Chun. Finally, as the black hole consumed the last star in its vicinity, it seemed to let out a satisfied belch, suddenly contracting and transforming into a dozen black monsters that charged toward the members of the Heavenly Pride Assembly. Judging by their speed, nearly invisible to the naked eye, in their ferocious assaults, it was clear that these black creatures were exponentially more powerful than the celestial soldiers encountered earlier. What is more troublesome is that if one inadvertently comes into contact with these monsters, their own spiritual energy will be siphoned away. In other words, the true star monarch in this region is, in fact, the seemingly inconspicuous star chosen by Zhou Yi. Long Hua's expression darkened considerably, however. Upon witnessing the members of the Tianjiao Council struggling to fend off the attacks of the black creatures, a smug smile crept across his face. Even if they inadvertently selected the star monarch, what of it? Their insatiable greed led them to recklessly deploy 10 jade tokens. Now, it appears that not only is their chance at fortune in jeopardy, but their very lives hang in the balance. Yet, once you all perish, I shall graciously eliminate these monsters to avenge you, and I shall claim the fortune for myself. Ha ha ha. However, while they were engrossed in the spectacle, Zhou Yi slowly extended his right hand, forming it into a pistol shape, and directed it towards several monsters charging at him. In an instant, blue beams of light obliterated the heads of the creatures. Zhou Yi then glanced at the others and noted that they could barely manage to contend with 1 or 2 monsters each. Thus, he continued to stroll leisurely amidst the fierce onslaught, and with each raise of his hand, several monsters were dispatched by water projectiles, leaving the others utterly astonished. What kind of supernatural ability is this? It is utterly bizarre. The creatures that our entire team cannot handle, he has managed to dispatch with a few effortless movements. Compared to the monsters, this fellow is the true beast. Meanwhile, Long Chun furrowed his brow. Although he was confident he could defeat these creatures, it would require the collaboration of his celestial troops, and it would certainly not be as effortless as Zhou Yi's display. In other words, this individual's prowess undoubtedly surpassed his own. Coupled with the previous provocation against Zhou Yi, Long Chun felt a gnawing resentment. However, reflecting on his journey thus far, he realized that he had encountered numerous individuals stronger than himself, yet they ultimately became mere stepping stones for his ascent. Thus, Long Chun regained his confidence, snorted disdainfully, and the celestial beings turned to depart. Before long, the monstrous entities were entirely eradicated. The dark vortexes surged into the bodies of the distinguished members of the Celestial Council, illuminating their faces with expressions of exhilaration. A significant majority of the opportunities flowed into Zhou Yi, who suddenly felt as though he had transformed into an immense black hole, an overwhelming impulse stirring within him to consume everything in his vicinity. Just then, a mechanical voice jolted him back to reality, detected a substantial amount of devouring attributes, along with a trace of reincarnation power. Would you like to exchange for 2 lottery chances and unlock 2 abilities of the reincarnation eye in advance? The Hungry Ghost Path and Spiritual Power Absorption? Chapter 49, Taming the Stars, Supreme Summoning Technique. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. His initial reaction was astonishment at the sheer magnitude of the Star King's devouring energy, which even permitted an exceptional advance exchange for 2 abilities of the reincarnation eye, requiring only 2 lottery chances. However, he quickly realized that this was due to his prior acquisition of a fragment of the reincarnation eye's power through the use of the eye-washing spiritual liquid, unexpectedly proving beneficial at this juncture. Silently, he expressed gratitude to Shangchen in his heart and resolutely whispered his intent to the system to proceed with the exchange. In the next moment, the devouring power within Zhou Yi surged forth like a mouse fleeing from a cat, desperately trying to escape, yet ultimately unable to evade its grasp, swiftly vanishing from his sight. However, Zhou Yi inexplicably mastered 2 even more formidable ocular techniques, Spirit Power Devour, which allowed him to forcibly absorb the spirit energy within another upon contact, and, if his strength was sufficient, to render the opponent's abilities ineffective in an instant. And the Hungry Ghost Path, renowned among the 6 paths of reincarnation, wielding unparalleled might. This technique not only absorbed all surrounding spirit energy, but could also seize the enemy's powers and rebound them with even greater force. Zhou Yi soon assimilated these 2 abilities of the reincarnation eye and gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, he observed the other members beneath him, each wearing expressions of exhilaration. Even the robust Iron Han Shan was unable to contain his joy, seemingly reaping considerable benefits. The crowd around them cast envious and resentful glances toward the Celestial Talent Council, having effortlessly unlocked the opportunity of the Regional Star King and concurrently distributing 10 jade tokens. Such fortune was not merely a puff of smoke from ancestral graves. It was akin to rockets launching from them. Noticing that they had all regained their composure, Zhou Yi continued to issue commands. Locate Long Chen's whereabouts. Let us proceed. Understood. This time, no one dared to question Zhou Yi's decisions. The members of the Celestial Talent Council had already revered him as a deity in their hearts. Now, even if Zhou Yi proclaimed that this world was an illusion, they would harbor no doubts whatsoever. Shortly thereafter, the compass once again indicated Long Chen's location. As Zhou Yi and his companions approached, they discovered that Long Chen had already activated a star, acquiring the Tianhu Talisman, which allowed him to summon divine weapons and heroic spirits to fight on his behalf. Upon seeing Zhou Yi and the others, Long Chen was filled with an overwhelming desire to rend them limb from limb. Yet the presence of the mysterious figure before him compelled him to restrain himself. After all, the most valuable star had already been seized by him. What did it matter if he left behind the scraps for them? It would merely serve to waste one of their jade tokens. Just as Long Chen prepared to relish the spectacle, he observed Zhou Yi scanning the surroundings, then casually producing 7 jade tokens, which he cast to the ground beneath him. Immediately, everyone felt a tremendous tremor, as a belt of planets began to rise majestically from the void below, subsequently entering the minds of Zhou Yi and his entourage. Astonishing! Who would have imagined that the stars beneath their feet could be activated, and that they were star kings? I shall attempt it as well. Alas! The star beneath my feet bears no substance whatsoever, wasting a precious jade token, a grievous loss. Long Chen, witnessing the violent fluctuations emanating from the series of planetary rings, found them no less formidable than the previous black hole. Enraged, he swept away in a fit of pique, fearing that if he continued to observe, he might suffer a heart attack from sheer frustration. At that moment, Zhou Yi comprehended the nature of the trial before them. They were required to defeat this star within the realm of consciousness to obtain various rewards sealed within. Moreover, the more skillful their means of conquest, the more potent the rewards they would receive. Conversely, should they be vanquished by the star, they would meet an instant demise, becoming sustenance for the hatching star beasts. The expressions of the others changed dramatically, and each began to unleash their abilities to attack the star in their minds. However, Zhou Yi, gazing at the rapidly expanding star within his consciousness, remained still, his awareness taking shape as he floated calmly. He then placed his hand upon the star. Immediately, the kaleidoscope within his eyes spun rapidly, transforming into concentric ripples as his spiritual power surged forth, consuming with ferocity. The star, initially oblivious to Zhou Yi's intentions, mistakenly believed he was conceding and pleading for mercy. Yet, it was soon met with an irresistible force that drew all of its spiritual energy through Zhou Yi's palm, nearly draining it in an instant. In a state of panic, the star urgently sought assistance from the star's secret realm, receiving a continuous influx of spiritual energy. Attempting to engage in a tug-of-war with Zhou Yi, unbeknownst to it, its grade was consistently elevating in the process. Despite this, it realized that the energy replenished by the secret realm still paled in comparison to the speed at which Zhou Yi absorbed it, leading to a state of malnourishment, resembling a withered celestial body. Amused, Zhou Yi thought to himself that this was merely the devouring of spiritual energy. He had yet to employ the path of the hungry ghost. Nevertheless, the star's grade had reached its limit, giving rise to a form of sentience, and it resolutely refused to be subdued by Zhou Yi without dignity. Better to be free than to live in servitude. Zhou Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This little entity certainly possessed a spirited temperament. Yet, he also recognized the terrifying potential that lay within. Thus, Zhou Yi retrieved a jade pendant from the depths of the system space and infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to emit a gentle white light. This is a reward that Zhou Yi once drew, an E-grade mystical treasure known as the Spirit Communication Jade, which possesses the ability to communicate with all beings and gain their favor. However, the celestial body emitted a wave of resistance, unmistakably conveying its disdain. You wish to bribe me with such a trinket? Not a chance. Even if it were to remain trapped here for eternity or face annihilation, it would never yield. Yet, before it could finish its retort, it noticed the Spirit Communication Jade in Zhou Yi's hand rapidly ascending in grade, transforming in the blink of an eye into an S-grade, or perhaps even a higher tier. This was a special reward Zhou Yi had drawn. Designed to elevate a particular reward to an extraordinary level, he chose the Spirit Communication Jade. A resounding cheer erupted from the planet, followed by a beam of light that illuminated Zhou Yi's brow, signifying its recognition of him. An S-grade Spirit Communication Jade, indeed delightful. In the next moment, the previously desiccated celestial body began to expand rhythmically. However, due to a lack of spiritual energy, its innate powers struggled to manifest, delaying their emergence. In a moment of urgency, Zhou Yi placed his hand upon it, channeling a surge of spiritual energy back into the celestial body, causing it to erupt in resplendent brilliance. Zhou Yi felt a twinge of curiosity. Taming a celestial body and gaining its acknowledgement was a higher realm than merely defeating it. What fortune might he acquire from this? Just then, the C-grade ability he had once drawn, the power of summoning, unexpectedly activated, soaring forth from the void crystal. Subsequently, Zhou Yi received a notification from the system, detected a top-tier summoning attribute ability. Do you wish to exchange for one opportunity to unlock the Reincarnation Eye ability in advance? Beast Path? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yi immediately opted for the exchange. As the Radiance and the C-class summoning abilities simultaneously vanished, a deeper vortex emerged in Zhou Yi's eyes, hinting at a subtle shade of purple. He comprehended that under the manipulation of the system, the myriad capabilities of the Rinnegan had been dismantled. To awaken the Rinnegan, he realized he not only needed to acquire the perfect grade kaleidoscope, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and Hashirama cells, but also had to piece together the powers of the six paths. One by one, the insatiable system demanding currency had misled him in the past. It was time to confront it. Chapter 50. The battle for the stars begins. The ultimate demon awakens. Despite his grievances, he understood that acquiring the Rinnegan was paramount. Thus, after familiarizing himself with the capabilities of the beast path, Zhou Yi returned his consciousness to reality. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed that others were still contending with the celestial entities in their minds, prompting him to sit down and act as their protector. After a brief interval, they gradually regained consciousness, though their complexions were somewhat pallid. Each of them wore an expression of exhilaration, clearly having reaped numerous benefits. Senior, shall we seek out Longchen? Observing the enthusiasm of his companions, Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had all learned the art of eager responses. Yet, he uttered not a word, merely emitting a soft hum. No one perceived his silence as arrogance. Rather, they admired him for his composure, which radiated the essence of a true sage. However, when they set their sights toward Longchen's direction, they discovered they had ventured deep into the heart of the celestial secret realm. Zhou Yi's heart sank as he realized that Long Chun was on the verge of uncovering the most precious treasures within the realm. Without further ado, he led the members of the Heavenly Pride Council swiftly towards the depths of the secret realm. However, along their journey, they encountered numerous groups converging from all directions, all seemingly sharing the same objective. Brothers, are you also in search of the Fortune Boy? The Fortune Boy? A few familiar faces greeted Zhou Yi and his companions. Exchanging glances, Long Hua immediately stepped forward, engaging in conversation with them, and soon learned the unfolding events. Upon his return, his expression bore an odd mixture of amusement and restraint, leaving everyone puzzled. Esteemed seniors, the Fortune Boy refers to Long Chen, and his moniker is indeed linked to us. The teams outside have been spreading rumors that Long Chen possesses extraordinary luck, consistently locating the Star King's position, yet he relinquishes the Star King to other teams. The first time, he obtained the Celestial Armor set, only to have the power of devouring claimed by another group. The second time, he acquired the Heavenly Tiger Talisman, ultimately allowing others to take the celestial arts. Hence, everyone now seeks to encounter him, hoping to become the fortunate one to seize the Star King. A girl clad in a flowing gown was the first to break into laughter, her mirth infectious, prompting smiles from the other members of the Heavenly Pride Council. The tales recounted were indeed reminiscent of their own experiences. Zhou Yi's lips curled into a smile, yet his pace quickened, and seeing this, the others wasted no time in following suit, soon catching sight of Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen and the celestial soldiers stood under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, their grasp on the jade tokens betraying their mounting agitation. Thus, when he beheld Zhou Yi and his companions reappear once more, his ire reached a boiling point, prompting an outburst of invective. Who bestowed upon me this moniker? Step forth at once. This is nothing short of an affront to both myself and the Long family. And you lot, having already deprived me of 2 opportunities, is it not enough? This enmity is irreconcilable, yet you dare to follow me? Let it be known. Before the stars are unveiled, I shall eradicate you all. The onlookers then grasped the gravity of the situation. Realizing that the previous 2 occasions in which the Star Monarch was activated were indeed orchestrated by the same group, their gazes towards Long Chen turned increasingly sympathetic. For anyone witnessing others attain superior rewards not once but twice before their very eyes would breed resentment, especially when the area designated for the celestial activation was chosen by oneself. However, this time, all present shared a mutual understanding, silently choosing to disregard his outburst. Zhou Yi, ever composed, stood at a distance, observing Long Chen while adhering to 3 principles, neither initiating conflict, nor rejecting engagement, nor distancing himself. Observing this, Long Chen, though tempted to confront Zhou Yi immediately, recognized that opportunities do not wait for the unprepared. Should he step away, the ravenous wolves encircling him would likely strip the area bare upon his return. With a fierce glare directed at Zhou Yi, Long Chen clenched his jaw and resolutely cast all of his jade tokens into the luminous, resplendent star before him. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Yi also took action, sending forth 10 jade tokens that were cast into the same star as Long Chen's. At this sight, Long Chen was initially taken aback, but then elation surged within him. Just moments ago, he lamented not having the opportunity to vanquish Zhou Yi personally. Despite Zhou Yi's formidable strength, he was confident that revealing his hidden powers would be sufficient to outmaneuver him. To his surprise, an opportunity to contest for the star alongside Zhou Yi had arisen. The members of the Celestial Talent Council, although initially taken aback by Zhou Yi's choice to target the same star as Long Chen, quickly regained their composure and began preparing for the battle for the star. Meanwhile, the other teams around them, driven by fervor, frantically hurled their jade tokens into the same star. This was a target certified by the Fortune Child and the ruthless individual who had snatched opportunities from the jaws of danger on 2 occasions. Undoubtedly the greatest fortune within this starry secret realm, although their raw strength might not match that of these 2 teams. Who could claim that the path to contesting for the star lay solely in combat? Should they select a method more suited to their strengths? The benefits of victory would not merely be 10-fold or 100-fold. However, with so many jade tokens simultaneously infused into a single star, even the most precious star within the secret realm could scarcely bear the weight. Thus, before the eyes of the gathered crowd, the star suddenly erupted, blinding radiance transforming the pitch-black secret realm into a momentary day, only to revert to its original state in an instant. Concurrently, the original star vanished, replaced by a colossal figure towering several dozen meters high. This monstrous entity, with 8 formidable arms and a grotesque visage, caused all who beheld it to gasp in shock. The temperature of the scene plummeting significantly. Immediately, all the teams that had deployed the Jade tokens found themselves recalling the rules of this star contest. Only the individual who vanquishes the celestial demon may claim the ultimate reward. This seemingly simple declaration caused the countenances of all present to shift dramatically. The formidable celestial demon before them appeared exceedingly daunting. Defeating it would undoubtedly be no trivial task. Moreover, according to the rules, only one individual could attain the reward, rather than an entire team, significantly heightening the challenge, transforming a team competition into a solitary contest, where opponents included not only rival teams, but also one's own comrades. Many hastily assembled teams swiftly disbanded. Those with ulterior motives cast wary glances at their companions, fearful that they might not fall to the hands of their rivals, but rather be betrayed by their own allies. However, the members of the Celestial Council remained unfazed. Throughout their journey, they had witnessed the advantages of following Shou-Yi, and thus remained impervious to such petty manipulations. Meanwhile, Longchen, leading the Celestial soldiers, stood resolute. At his command, they swiftly formed a formation around the Celestial demon and charged towards the colossal beast. Observing this, others in the vicinity were not to be outdone. They raised their weapons and shouted as they surged towards the Celestial demon, creating a truly spectacular scene. Yet, Zhou Yi raised a hand, halting the actions of the Celestial Council, and slowly activated his kaleidoscope Eternal Sharingan, directing his gaze upon the immense Celestial demon. In the next instant, Zhou Yi's pupils contracted, and he uttered a single word of retreat, prompting all members of the Celestial Talents Council to swiftly withdraw. At that moment, the dormant behemoth of the starry abyss suddenly emanated 10 crimson beams of light, resembling 10 eyes gazing in different directions, followed by an enraged roar that reverberated through the air. Subsequently, its 8 powerful arms swung brutally outward. The crowd instinctively sought to evade, only to be horrified by the realization that the very fabric of space seemed to solidify under the force of its strike. They found themselves utterly immobile, helplessly witnessing the colossal fist descend upon them. A cacophony of screams erupted, and chaos ensued, with a third of the assembly reduced to mere pulp. This creature, slumbering within the confines of the secret realm, unveiled its unparalleled might upon awakening, stirred by the essence of life. Chapter 51, Divine Might, Susanu. Senior Yuzuan. What shall we do now? The nightmarish scene before them caused some with fragile mental fortitude to retch on the spot. Si Yun, Longhua, and others felt an overwhelming sense of unease. This menace could no longer be allowed to wreak havoc. Even Zhou Yi's expression darkened considerably as he finally nodded, prompting the members of the Celestial Talents Council to charge forth with fervor. However, in the eyes of the starry abyss behemoth, they appeared pitifully insignificant. With a mere wave of its hand, it effortlessly deflected all their attacks. Heavenly soldiers, heed the command. Form the demon slaughter formation. Longchen's countenance was dark and foreboding. With a single command, all celestial soldiers brandished their weapons and unleashed their extraordinary abilities, coalescing into a formidable formation that ensnared the starry demon, subsequently erupting with terrifying lethality. This tactic indeed inflicted some measure of harm upon it. In response to the pain, the starry demon extended its 8 arms into the void, retrieving 8 colossal weapons that it grasped with its numerous hands amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers. It then unleashed a thunderous roar that shattered the eardrums of those lacking sufficient strength, causing blood to flow from their ears. Some were even rendered unconscious by the sheer force of its voice. This monstrous entity not only possessed immense power, but also gained various attribute enhancements within the secret realm. Humans were utterly incapable of contending with this starry demon. Ultimately, we relinquish our chance. Allow us to depart from this place. At this juncture, many individuals' psychological defenses crumbled, causing them to cry out in panic and flee in all directions. Only Longchen and the celestial soldiers, forming a demon-slaying array, remained alongside a handful of capable teams engaged in battle against the starry demon. It was then that Zhou Yi stepped forth, finally appearing on the battlefield. The members of the Celestial Talents Council, upon catching sight of him, felt their morale surge, and even Longchen and his companions sensed something amiss. Was it truly this individual who would intervene? Was it reasonable for them to be so exhilarated? Could he alone alter the course of fate? I remain skeptical. If he truly possesses such formidable prowess, I would willingly don women's attire for him upon my survival. You are merely indulging your peculiar proclivities at the expense of our esteemed elder. Meanwhile, Longhua and his companions exhaled a sigh of relief. even engaging in light-hearted banter with those nearby. Yet, at that very moment, the 8 weapons raised high by the hand of the celestial demon descended with a ferocious force, cleaving through countless stars and even rending the void itself with massive gashes. What struck terror into the hearts of all was the fact that Zhou, upon whom they had placed their hopes, stood directly beneath one of the descending axes. Elder, quickly evade. As the urgent shouts echoed around him, Zhou remained composed, merely lifting his gaze to observe the colossal axe above. Slowly, he extended 2 fingers. In the next instant, a resounding crash reverberated, engulfing the surrounding kilometers in a swirling cloud of thick smoke. No one could discern what had transpired, but it was evident that Zhou had been struck by the giant axe. Even the members of the Celestial Council felt a surge of despair. A figure as formidable as Elder Yuzuan had been instantaneously vanquished by the Celestial Demon, with no opportunity for retaliation. What recourse did they have? At that moment, only one person steadfastly believed in Zhou Yi's resilience. Xian clasped her hands instinctively before her chest, for she alone was aware of the extraordinary abilities possessed by Elder Yuzuan, such as Amaterasu's black flames and the Tin-Fist sword. How could he possibly succumb so easily? Just then, the formerly fearsome visage of the celestial demon underwent a transformation, revealing a flicker of doubt for the first time. The colossal axe, once poised to strike, remained suspended, never to rise again. Long Chen was the first to discern this subtle detail, and soon after, they beheld a magnificent purple hand emerging from the dense smoke, unexpectedly seizing the axe firmly, rendering it immovable. Beneath this imposing hand stood Zhou, safely ensconced within its protective grasp. He raised his head, fearlessly meeting the gaze of the 10 eyes belonging to the starry demon, then gently lifted a hand in response to his gesture. The purple hand in the sky exerted a tremendous force, lifting the gigantic axe, and then delivering a powerful punch to the starry demon's face. A resounding crash echoed, as the demon, who had only suffered minor abrasions from their previous efforts, found its head askew, teetering unsteadily upon rising. Nevertheless, this blow incited the starry demon's wrath. It let out a thunderous roar, and all 8 of its arms sprang into action, wildly swinging their weapons toward Zhou. However, at the very moment it raised its weapon, Zhou's hand formed a different seal. In the next heartbeat, a colossal purple skeletal frame materialized before the starry demon, swiftly enveloping itself in veins and flesh. As the 8 massive weapons descended, an additional layer of formidable armor enveloped the Susanoo giant, propelling it into its 3rd stage and granting it extraordinary defensive capabilities. In the face of the starry demon's onslaught, Zhou exhibited no sign of fear. He merely raised his head slowly. The 8 weapons struck in succession against the Susanoo armor, producing a series of resonating shocks. Yet there was no indication of the Susanoo form faltering. The half-giant, in tandem with Zhou Yi's movements, gradually lifted its head. At this moment, the crowd was astonished to discover that this colossal purple figure, despite only being a half-formed entity, was already comparable in size to the celestial demon. It suddenly dawned on me. This was the Susanoo, a power once spoken of by Xiao and revered by the world as divine. As Siyun gazed upon the immense purple hand, she appeared to recall something, and with a surge of excitement, she shouted, drawing all eyes to her. Susanoo, could it be that humanity is truly capable of wielding such an extraordinary ability? Who could this individual be? In response to Long Chen's frenzied inquiries, Long Hua smiled with pride and spoke slowly and deliberately. This esteemed figure is none other than the Lord of the Abyss. I willingly accept him as our leader precisely because his prowess is beyond question. The crowd was instantly taken aback by Long Hua's revelation. Even Long Chen stood in stunned disbelief. Is this truly the Lord of the Abyss, who distorts reality with illusions? To think he possesses such terrifying strength beyond mere illusion. A sense of defeat washed over Long Chen, as within the celestial secret realm, no one could manifest power exceeding the 2nd tier. This meant that even at the same level, the Lord of the Abyss could effortlessly overwhelm him. He found it hard to believe that such formidable beings existed in this world. Why was he born on the same day as Chen yet not in the Abyss? Meanwhile, Zhou, engaged in battle, suddenly received a system notification, exhibit power before Long Chen, inflict upon him a profound sense of defeat, shatter his invincible spirit, and earn 15 chances for a draw. Zhou discreetly glanced at the distant location where the others were hiding, a smile emerging on his face. At last, he had managed to seize the opportunity again, and right from the start, he had acquired so many chances for a draw. The treasure known as Launchen appears to possess immense potential for further exploration. In Chapter 52, titled Majestic Aura, Susanoo would release, attaining the ultimate reward. Zhou Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile as a plethora of strategies for reaping benefits quickly flooded his mind. However, within the gaze of the celestial demon of stars, it became evident that Zhou Yi, during their fierce battle, had the audacity to lose focus. This was the utmost affront to him. Enraged, the celestial demon raised all 8 of its arms towards the void, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the entire celestial secret realm, causing it to tremble. Zhou Yi immediately sensed that the spiritual energy within the realm was converging towards this point, subsequently infusing the celestial demon with newfound strength. Even some weaker stars shattered as a consequence. Yet, the celestial demon paid little heed to such losses. With ample power at its disposal, it ascended once more, transforming into a monstrous entity nearly 100 meters tall, towering over the battlefield by an additional 30 to 40 meters, casting a daunting gaze upon its opponent. Then, the creature wielded its 8 weapons, striking down with tremendous force. The previously invulnerable Susanoo armor was instantly dinted, its color dimming considerably. The onlookers in the distance were engulfed by despair. The once invincible Susanoo, which had just moments ago seemed unstoppable, was now on the verge of disintegration. Were they not merely destined to perish upon entering the fray? How could they possibly contend with such odds? Longshun, filled with reluctance, watched the titanic clash unfold while remaining a mere spectator from afar. What a mockery of his return as the king of battles! Had not his opportunities and glory been snatched away by another? Yet, the destruction wrought by the celestial demon was far from over. The classic novel website is filled with a furious strike, which leaves the entire starry secret realm severely injured, and amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, it begins to collapse. The endless void above descends like a ceiling, while the darkness beneath starts to cave in and contract. With every passing moment, countless stars are obliterated. Some, in a moment of carelessness, step into the abyss, vanishing in an instant, swallowed by the shattered void before even a scream can escape their lips. Witnessing this scene, everyone is struck with horror, abandoning any thoughts of opportunity and turning to flee in search of an exit from the starry secret realm. Suddenly, the attack from the star demon has torn open a rift in space-time leading to the outside world. Not long after, an exclamation of excitement pierces the air, causing everyone to turn and gaze at the 2-person high rift. Through the opening, they can even glimpse the towering cliff of hope, along with the anxious faces of the clan elders standing upon it. We are saved. Let us escape. Instantly, a surge of people rushes towards the rift, desperately squeezing through in a rather disheveled manner. Meanwhile, Long Chun, accompanied by a host of celestial warriors, experiences a whirlwind of emotions. He is unwilling to flee like a defeated dog, tail between legs, missing out on both himself and the ultimate reward. Yet, he finds himself powerless against the boss of this final star battle, casting a resentful glance at Zhou Yi and the other members of the Celestial Council, before letting out a cry. I am not afraid of fleeing. Rather, I cannot bear to see the celestial warriors suffer further harm. Therefore, my fellow commanders, this is not a retreat, but a strategic withdrawal. Long Chun's declaration moved the celestial troops profoundly, prompting them to stand tall and escape through the rift in time and space. This left the members of the Celestial Heroes Council and all those outside the rift momentarily speechless. If you had truly fought to the last drop of blood, perhaps you would have earned some respect, yet you never even approached the battlefield. What pretense is this? At that moment, a system notification echoed in Zhou Yi's mind. Long Chun voluntarily relinquishes the ultimate reward of the secret realm, forfeiting a significant amount of destiny and fortune, and gains 11 chances for a draw. This severely undermines Long Chun's image, rendering him a laughingstock in the eyes of many, and grants him 17 chances for a draw. Why don't you join them in leaving? The starry secret realm is on the verge of collapse. Remaining here is perilous. At last, only Zhou Yi and the other members of the Celestial Heroes Council remained in the starry secret realm. Zhou Yi cast a puzzled glance at them. Senior, although we know it is nearly impossible, we wish to take you with us. Siyun and Long Hua were the first to step forward, and the others nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhou Yi felt a warmth in his heart, a slight smile gracing his lips. I have yet to claim the ultimate reward. Fear not, I shall not perish so easily. Moreover, with you by my side, I cannot fully unleash my potential. Rest assured, at the next Celestial Heroes Council, as soon as you see this black robe adorned with red clouds, you will know I have returned. For the first time, Zhou Yi spoke extensively in his role as the prison sovereign. Ultimately, under his insistence, the gathered individuals exchanged glances. The elder was indeed correct. Our presence here is burdensome. Everyone, let us depart. With a firm resolve, Longhua led the others to the exit of the space-time rift, glancing back at Zhou Yi with a profound gaze before turning and leaping into the secret realm. Elder, we await your good news. Zhou Yi's smile widened as he directed his Susanoo to swiftly move towards another direction within the secret realm until the space-time rift was out of sight. The starry demon, believing Zhou Yi intended to flee, pursued relentlessly. However, upon reaching the opposite side of the secret realm, Zhou Yi suddenly turned back, stretching comfortably and channeling all his spiritual energy. At last, he could unleash his full power without any reservations. In the next moment, his half-formed Susanoo rose majestically, transforming into a complete giant clad in armor, only slightly shorter than the monstrous adversary across from him. The starry demon immediately sensed impending doom and lunged forward, wildly wielding its weapon in a frenzied assault. Yet, while the attacks inflicted damage upon the fourth-stage Susanoo, the impact was far less pronounced than before. However, Zhou Yi's extraordinary abilities were far from over. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, and astonishingly, the Susanoo outside mirrored his every gesture. Suddenly, a colossal tree erupted from the void, transforming into a towering arboreal figure. Simultaneously, the Susanoo morphed into armor, encasing the wooden warrior, who then became a formidable giant, embodying overwhelming strength and nearly impenetrable defense. Vigorous Susanoo. Zhou Yi stood atop the wooden figure, serenely observing the starry demon retreating in fear before him. He extended a finger, and the giant warrior below opened its palm, channeling spiritual energy into a series of swirling jewels, which it hurled forcefully towards the starry demon. A violent explosion ensued, severing 4 of the demon's 8 arms and leaving its body battered and bruised. For the first time, fear flickered in its gaze as it instinctively sought to flee, only to find its feet ensnared by the unyielding wooden vines, rendering it immobile. Thus, the starry demon could only watch helplessly as the formidable giant warrior advanced steadily, raising its colossal sword to strike down. With a thunderous crash, the terrifying force surpassed even the demon's vengeful blow, cleaving its head cleanly in two. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Zhou Yi's mind, proclaiming that he had single-handedly defeated the starry demon, exceeding the mission's requirements and earning the ultimate reward. A beam of white light shot forth from within the starry demon, landing squarely upon Zhou Yi. Upon discovering the nature of the reward, astonishment washed over his features. What is this? Chapter 53. The Path of the Stars? Whatever it is, I wish to exchange it. Ultimate Reward. The Ancient Path of the Stars Legacy. 1. Acquire the methods of cultivating stellar power, becoming one of the ancient 3,600 left paths, the sole inheritor of the Path of the Stars. 2. Unlock the Stellar Eye Technique, activating the extraordinary ability to draw strength from the cosmos. 3. Awaken a stellar attribute with an A grade or above, and gain control over the stellar demon. Requirements: abandon all current abilities and solely cultivate the Path of the Stars. Before Zhou Yi could fully comprehend the offer, the voice in his ear transformed into a series of muffled sounds, swiftly replaced by a system notification. Detected the ancient Path of the Stars Legacy, as well as the power of the Stellar Eye Technique. Would you like to exchange for 25 lottery chances, activate the Reincarnation Eye, and the remaining powers of the 4 Paths of Reincarnation? Reward level: current system authority unable to ascertain, detected control over the stellar demon. Would you like to exchange for 15 lottery chances to summon the Ten Tails, infant form? Reward level: current system authority unable to ascertain. Zhou Yi did not hesitate in the slightest. He directly confirmed the exchange for both prompts. The so-called ultimate reward of the stars required him to relinquish everything in favor of cultivating the Path of the Stars. While an ordinary ability user might eagerly accept the inheritance, for Zhou Yi, it was utterly superfluous. It was ludicrous. He possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Hashirama's cells, along with lightning and water attribute abilities, and the 8 gates of Duanjia, among others. What could possibly compare to this so-called Path of the Stars Legacy? Thus, upon realizing that this could be exchanged for the ultimate ocular technique, the Reincarnation Eye, he did not hesitate to proceed with the exchange. The classic novel website merely reminded Zhou Yi that he needed to add another 25 chances for the lottery, which caused him a pang of regret. This indicated that, in the system's perspective, the so-called Star Path inheritance was far from impressive. Fortunately, Zhou Yi had accumulated a considerable number of lottery opportunities. Otherwise, he would have been left with nothing. Being able to let go of it now felt like a tremendous gain. From the system's text, Zhou Yi could sense that his own Destiny Villain system was also harboring a surge of energy. The Star Path? What a worthless thing. How could it possibly compare to the rewards produced by this system? It would soon be replaced, so it would understand who truly reigns supreme. Upon Zhou Yi's selection, the previously swirling star path inheritance abruptly ceased, replaced instead by the evolution of his ocular technique. The kaleidoscopic pattern within his pupils began to rotate, ultimately transforming into ripples symbolizing reincarnation, and the color of his eyes shifted from a blood-red hue to a soft lavender. The supreme ocular technique from another realm. The reincarnation eye finally manifested in this world. Immediately thereafter, the body of the star path demon, which Zhou Yi had cleaved, began to contort, as if something was striving to break free from its shell. Gradually, a more terrifying figure took shape, with 10 tails suddenly extending fiercely from its back. Was this the 10 tails? Zhou Yi instantly felt a connection with this colossal beast, realizing he could command the 10 tails unconditionally to perform any task. Thus, he concentrated. And on the 10 tails' forehead, a reincarnation eye slowly opened. With just a slight movement, the overwhelming power unleashed a fierce storm within the star-secret realm. Zhou Yi could not help but marvel at the fact that this mere juvenile 10 tails possessed a power more terrifying than that of the celestial demon. If it were to fully mature, the implications would be unimaginable. It was no wonder that even the current system could not assign it a specific rank. Most astonishingly, unlike the 10 tails depicted in the original narrative, this juvenile manifestation not only retained the innate powers of the 10 tails but also inherited a fragment of the celestial force, gaining dominion over the entire celestial secret realm. This implied that the celestial path inheritance, which Zhou Yi had discarded, had not vanished. Instead, it had transferred to the 10 tails. Yet, the 10 tails complied completely with his commands, meaning he had effectively acquired everything within the celestial secret realm. He had not merely escaped loss, he had profited immensely. However, upon observing the notifications within the system, Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow and quickly deduced its implications. According to the initial system prompts, the highest level of rewards visible to him at present was that of the legendary tier, and the inability to see beyond that indicated that both the reincarnation eye and the juvenile 10 tails surpassed the legendary classification. Thus, once the system underwent an upgrade, he would be able to ascertain their true levels and access rewards of an even higher grade. Wouldn't that be so, system? The system remained silent but soon displayed a special notification before Zhou Yi. A smirk tugged at the corners of Zhou Yi's mouth as he grasped its meaning. However, what lay ahead was the impending collapse of the celestial secret realm, along with the multitude of stars scattered across the sky. As Zhou Yi gazed upon these stars, witnessing them vanish in great swathes due to the spatial disintegration, he felt a pang of regret. Each of these stars represented immense opportunities. To be swept away into the chaotic currents of space was nothing short of a travesty. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck him, and he raised his hand to point at the sky. The colossal 10 tails immediately sprang into action, elevating its form and supporting the void above with its arms, successfully halting the collapse of the starry secret realm. Indeed, it proved effective. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up, and he chuckled to himself, gazing at the multitude of remaining stars. Now, all of you shall belong to me. He retrieved the last star jade plate from his pocket, initially pondering how to deal with it, but was instantly struck by the overwhelming desire of the 10 tails for the object. Soon, he received a thought from the 10 tails. If he were to feed the jade plate to it, immense benefits would ensue. Thus, Zhou Yi nonchalantly tossed the plate to the 10 tails and issued 2 commands. With a resounding roar, all spatial tunnels leading to the outside world were completely sealed. Henceforth, the starry secret realm would become his sole possession. Shortly thereafter, 6 large stars, each differing in color yet brimming with terrifying power, emerged from the celestial expanse. Hovering before Zhou Yi, he nodded, and the power of reincarnation flickered in his eyes. In no time, the 6 stars collapsed inward, transforming into 6 peculiar coffins within mere breaths. With a soft click, the lids of the coffins opened automatically, and from within emerged 6 humanoid puppets, each radiating distinct waves of extraordinary abilities, yet all possessed the same reincarnation eyes. To craft the 6 paths of reincarnation from planets with unique powers within the starry secret realm, it seems only I could indulge in such extravagance. Zhou Yi smiled proudly, then arranged several matters concerning the starry secret realm before donning his black robe adorned with crimson clouds once more. He nodded to the figure behind him. The rinnegan on the forehead of the 10 tails emanated waves of ocular power, causing the space surrounding Zhou Yi to distort rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the real world at Wang Tian Cliff. However, Zhou Yi had already communicated with the 10 tails. As long as he set coordinates elsewhere in the future, he would no longer need to enter the secret realm from Wang Tian Cliff. This meant that it was his final visit to Wang Tian Cliff. Just as he prepared to leave, several figures suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Your skills are commendable. You managed to escape from the already collapsed Starry Secret Realm. I, Long Xingyun, am impressed. However, I must ask you to divulge the events that transpired after the collapse of the Secret Realm and surrender the ultimate opportunity, lest the Long family become unfriendly. Zhou Yi gazed at the elder before him, radiating powerful and extraordinary energy. He slowly lifted his head, and beneath the hood, his blood-red eyes met those of several prominent families. Chapter 54. Sole possession of the Starry Secret Realm. Special demands desiring a legacy? Then come and claim it yourself. Zhou Yi's gaze remained tranquil as his form instantaneously vanished from the spot, causing the entire Wang Tian Cliff to begin swirling and distorting. However, the old fellows opposite him seemed to have anticipated Zhou Yi's illusionary technique. They all bit down on the special pills concealed in their mouths and struck their companion's chest with powerful blows. The surrounding scenery swiftly reverted to its original state, and the previously vanished demon lord reappeared before them. He appeared equally astonished that individuals from various esteemed families could so effortlessly dismantle his illusion, to the extent that they forgot to flee. Consequently, a middle-aged man wielding wind-based abilities seized him, followed by an onslaught of various powers from the opposing side, which left his black robe adorned with crimson clouds and tatters. Once Long Chen emerged, he had already divulged your identity to us. So how could we not be wary of your illusions? Now, let us first unveil the true visage of the recently renowned Demon Lord before we seek out the legacy of the Celestial Secret Realm. Long Xingyun was the first to grasp the hood and, with a sinister grin, yanked it forcefully, only to be startled to discover a vast black void beneath it. It was not long before he regained his composure, only to find himself amidst a starry expanse, with every star surrounding him resembling an array of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, fixated upon him intently. Damn it, why has I fallen victim to an illusion once more? Long Xingyun's expression darkened as he exerted every ounce of his strength to break free from the enchantment. However, he soon realized that each of these kaleidoscopic eyes was simultaneously casting illusions upon him. Instantly, a myriad of tortures and psychological torment began to rain down upon him, sealing him layer upon layer beneath the ocean of his own mind, plunging him into utter despair. Upon emerging from the Celestial Secret Realm, Zhou Yi found himself amidst a multitude of prominent families, all of whom had collapsed before him, their medicinal pills still intact beneath their tongues. The unraveling of the moon reading was no simple feat. With a glance at the fallen, he noted the absence of any outsiders, allowing him to proceed without restraint. Half an hour later, a group of elderly men, stripped bare, lay sprawled across Wang Tian Cliff, soon discovered by their respective families. This incident would become a lifelong taboo for them. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Zhou Yi, had already utilized the teleportation space within the Celestial Tower to return to a large city in close proximity to his home, where he procured a luxurious train seat and indulged in a rejuvenating slumber. Despite having consumed spirit ascension pills and possessing the remarkable regenerative abilities of the Sinja cells, he felt an overwhelming fatigue from the recent battles. However, upon returning to his villa and preparing to organize the spoils from his journey through the Celestial Secret Realm, he was startled to find several settlement notifications from the system interface that had appeared while he slept. Successfully seized the greatest opportunity within the Celestial Secret Realm, usurping the fate of the destined protagonist, Long Chun, and earning 11 lottery chances, claimed the Celestial Secret Realm as his own, depriving the Long family of further opportunities, thus making it exceedingly difficult for Long Chun to ascend with their aid, and earned 17 lottery chances. Supported Long Hua in becoming a new noble of the Long family, posing a threat to Long Chen's status, and acquired 3 lottery chances. Zhou Yi could not help but smile, nearly forgetting this paramount reward. The lottery chances not only held immense potential but were also intrinsically linked to Zhou Yi's fundamental pursuits. Thus, the sudden influx of numerous lottery opportunities allowed Zhou Yi to exhale in relief. He then stepped into the secret chamber and unceremoniously piled before Shang Chun various materials imbued with stellar attributes, leaving Shang Chun wide-eyed in astonishment. "Have you truly brought forth a treasure trove of stellar attributes?" he inquired, his tone laced with jest. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was met with Zhou Yi's expression of "How did you know?" which gradually solidified his countenance. "You cannot possibly have claimed an entire treasure trove of stellar attributes, can you?" Zhou Yi offered a slight smile and shook his head, prompting Shang Chun to breathe a sigh of relief. "You nearly frightened me. I was just thinking, With your prowess, it would be implausible for you to seize an entire expanse of treasure at once. I've laid claim to a stellar secret realm. Huh? Shang Chen nearly lost his breath, staring at him in disbelief. Boss, you cannot be jesting. This is a secret realm, far surpassing the standard of a mere treasure trove. Do you realize that a single secret realm is sufficient to elevate a medium-sized family? Not to mention the rarity of a stellar attribute secret realm. And you assert that you have monopolized it all by yourself? Seeing the astonishment etched on Shang Chen's face, Zhou Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since he summoned Shang Chen using the art of reincarnation, this prodigious talent had remained unfazed in the face of adversity. Witnessing his reaction for the first time brought a secret delight to Zhou Yi's heart. Following that, Zhou Yi established coordinates within the secret chamber and, leveraging the power of the beast path, facilitated a spiritual connection for both himself and Shang Chen to the stellar secret realm. Shang Chen gazed at the countless stars before him, momentarily taken aback. It was only when he was dazzled by the array of rare materials that he exuberantly cheered. Now, not only can I forge more practical elixirs and weapons, but my own cultivation in the path of alchemy is also assured. Moreover, I have resolved to establish the starry secret realm as the base for the reincarnation pavilion. Once I discover a means of unrestricted teleportation, I will be able to leverage the name of the reincarnation pavilion to accomplish even more endeavors. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Shang Chen nodded in agreement. The two spent half a day renovating the starry secret realm, ultimately crafting a comfortable and functional base. It was only then that Zhou Yi returned alone to the villa and took a cab back to the Zhou Mountain Manor, preparing to capitalize on the fortune of young Zhou Hao. However, before he could step through the door, he was halted by the butler stationed at the entrance. Young master, the old master has instructed that upon your return, you should immediately proceed to his study, as he has matters to discuss with you. Grandfather seeks me for something? Zhou Yi was puzzled but did not decline. He followed the butler to the threshold of the elder's study, taking a deep breath and adjusting his collar. He knocked and entered the room. To his astonishment, he found not only the elder inside but also a familiar figure. Principal, what brings you here? Zhou Yi exclaimed, bewildered at the sight of the two elderly gentlemen in the study. The principal, seated opposite the elder, regarded him with an appreciative gaze before articulating the purpose of their gathering. Zhou Yi, it is rumored that this generation has witnessed a plethora of prodigies emerging across the nation, leading to reforms in the college entrance examination. In order to ensure that the Southwest region does not lag behind others, it has been decided that, starting the day after tomorrow until just days before the exam, each school will select its most outstanding student for intensive training. The student chosen from our institution is you. I have come here to discuss this matter with the venerable Mr. Zhou Mingzhan. Zhou Mingzhan also nodded in acknowledgement. Yet Zhou Yi could distinctly perceive a flicker of brilliance in his eyes, instantly invoking an unsettling premonition. Every time the old gentleman exhibits such an expression, it signifies that he has already laid a trap for him. It appears this time is no exception. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Zhou Mingzhan's voice resonated. I have already consented to this intensive training. However, to uphold the dignity of the Zhou family, you must remain at home until the day after tomorrow and elevate your abilities to the second tier. Chapter 55, System Upgrade, Monumental Changes. What? Breakthrough to the second tier? Upon hearing the elder's request, Zhou Yi was not taken aback. He had sensed that the elder had already discerned his level upon entering. However, the principal was rendered speechless by Zhou Mingzhan's words, unable to contain his astonishment. Zhou Yi has only just awakened his extraordinary abilities. Do you not think this demand is excessively burdensome for him? He is merely a pinnacle first-tier child. Huh? As he spoke, he instinctively cast an appraisal towards Zhou Yi, only to be met with results that left him incredulous. With both S and A rank dual abilities, I reached the pinnacle of the first tier in just half a month. Is this even human? Huh. Our school is finally producing a genius. My retirement funds are secure. Observing the ecstatic principal, Zhou Yi's lips twitched slightly. After exchanging pleasantries with the old man, he returned to his small courtyard. He then retrieved the elixirs crafted by Shang Chen over the past few days and the cultivation resources prepared by the old man, embarking on a 2-day seclusion. After a day and a night, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from the room. Zhou Yi slowly opened his eyes, sensing the transformation in his power following the breakthrough to a higher realm. The second tier is a pivotal stage in the development of abilities, often referred to as the foundation of the strong. During this period, the control and ability user has over their capabilities significantly increases. Thus, the higher the ability level, the more pronounced the disparity in strength begins at the second tier. However, There exists a unique circumstance. Individuals possessing multiple abilities will gradually begin to shine from the second tier onwards. Moreover, the greater the number of abilities, the stronger one becomes within the same realm. Yet, correspondingly, the resources required to elevate one's level multiply with the number of abilities possessed. Therefore, unless one hails from a wealthy background, it is nearly impossible to afford the resources necessary for developing their abilities. For instance, having multiple top-tier abilities myself, this recent advancement consumed nearly a third of my spiritual coins, sufficient for an average person to elevate to the mid-second tier. However, the change in my strength compared to before is nothing short of transformative, placing me several celestial destinies above others in the same realm. Moreover, I possess the Void Sphere Crystal, a remarkable enhancement. Thus, if feasible, at this juncture, I aspire to extract as many diverse special attributes as possible, elevating my innate potential to greater heights. Joey quietly set his forthcoming objectives and familiarized himself with his newfound power before basking leisurely in the warm sunlight, indulging in a languid stretch. Yet, at that moment, a series of system notifications materialized before his eyes. Detected host has ascended to the second tier. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. The Destiny Villain system has been refreshed. Update details. 1. Unlocking the 6th tier of lottery with epic rewards. 2. Adjusting lottery probabilities. Common, 20. Uncommon, 35. Rare, 24. Extraordinary, 15. Legendary, 5. Epic, 1. 3. Successfully connected to a second parallel world, providing opportunities to obtain various rewards from this realm. 4. Received a breakthrough gift package, guaranteed to yield an epic reward from another world. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. It appeared that upon his significant breakthrough, the system too would undergo an upgrade. He gazed at the breakthrough gift package bestowed by the system, feeling a moment of internal conflict before ultimately restraining his impulse to draw, opting instead to visit Zhou Hao in hopes of sharing a stroke of luck. After all, there exists a disparity even among epic rewards. This time, Zhou Jingyan and his spouse were not at home. Only Zhou Hao remained, diligently working in the courtyard to harness the capabilities of the supreme heavenly bone. Zhou cast a glance and was instantly taken aback. The little fellow had surprisingly not fallen behind too much, having also ascended to the advanced first tier, and his mastery of the supreme heavenly bone was evidently more proficient than before. Zhou Hao's ears twitched slightly. He immediately recognized who had arrived, and thus, he dashed into Zhou Yi's embrace, eagerly seeking his luck. Zhou, not one to stand on ceremony, playfully pinched the little one's cheeks and tousled his hair into a disheveled mess, ensuring that his hands were thoroughly imbued with the essence of destiny before entering the system space. He first opted to draw from the breakthrough gift package, fully aware of his status as a villain destined by fate. Naturally, he aimed to extract the epic items during his most fortuitous moments. As he beheld the 3 identical boxes before him, he swiftly employed both hands and selected the one in the middle. In the next moment, an oddly shaped fruit flickered before his eyes, only to transform into a vial of liquid right in front of Zhou Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully drawing the epic reward, the power of the tremor fruit. Zhou Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, his visage radiant with delight. It turned out that the second alternate world he had chosen was the world of pirates. Considering the myriad of devil fruits possessing diverse abilities within, which perfectly aligned with his ambitions, Zhou Yi felt an insatiable craving, eager to exhaust all his drawing opportunities in one go. Fortunately, he had benefited from the luck bestowed by the Child of Destiny. Most importantly, he had drawn the ace, celebrated as the mightiest of the Paramecia-type fruits, from the epic gift package. However, he couldn't help but wonder why the devil fruit had transformed into a vial of liquid. Given the unique nature of the second world fruit, the system has transformed the devil fruit into a juice that is not only delectable but also devoid of any adverse effects, allowing for repeated consumption. Moreover, the degree of power derived from the devil fruit varies according to the reward level, with the remaining aspects left for the host to explore. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Zhou Yi, filled with skepticism, downed the mysterious liquid from the test tube. In the next instant, he felt as though he had endured all the agony of life in the blink of an eye. Only after desperately swallowing the potion did he manage to gasp for breath. System, come out here. This nearly killed me, and you dare claim it is delicious? The concentrated juice of the devil fruit encapsulated the essence of an entire fruit within that single sip. Zhou Yi was momentarily speechless, but soon, he sensed an extraordinary power awakening within him, and a ripple representing vibration appeared within the void crystal. The epic power of the tremor fruit. while not fully realizable as in the original narrative, could still provoke substantial vibrations, inflict considerable damage, and even induce minor fissures, massive waves, and spatial rifts. With a mere thought, Shou-Yi extended his hand and pointed forward. Zhou Hao, who was in the midst of developing the supreme celestial bone and intended to use his abilities to shatter a specially crafted steel mannequin, was caught off guard. Before he could make a move, the mannequin trembled several times and then shattered into a multitude of small metal fragments. Zhou Hao? As the little fellow remained perplexed, Zhou-Yi had already left their home with a sense of satisfaction, proceeding to the study to greet the old patriarch. Zhou Mingzhan observed the fluctuating second-tier aura surrounding Zhou-Yi, nodding subtly in approval. Indeed, he had accomplished my task. Your principal has been awaiting your arrival at the school. You should hasten there. Rest assured, old man. Upon my triumphant return, I shall ensure the Zhou family gains renown throughout the southwest region, Zhou-Yi replied, nodding affirmatively. Before departing, he could not resist a playful jest, prompting Zhou Mingzhan to humorously raise his bamboo staff as if to strike. At this, Zhou-Yi swiftly sidestepped and dashed off, hailing a cab to leave Zhou Tianshan Manor. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingzhan remained seated in the study, watching Zhou-Yi's distant silhouette as his smile gradually faded, replaced by an expression imbued with an air of inscrutable contemplation. This lad always manages to surprise me with something novel. The extent of his power S enhancement has astonished even me. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, or else my authority would have been thoroughly undermined. Additionally, beyond the two abilities he exhibited during his talent awakening, I sense other extraordinary energies emanating from him. During this training session in the southwest region, this young man might just bring me considerable surprises. Perhaps he even stands a chance to enter the top 10. I hope I am not merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. On another note, Zhou-Yi had arrived at the school gates. At that moment, the principal, accompanied by a host of teachers, had been waiting anxiously. Upon spotting Zhou-Yi, they immediately approached him, their expressions a mix of eagerness and concern. How did it go? Did you succeed? They inquired with palpable intensity. Zhou-Yi was aware of the inquiry posed to him, and thus, with a smile, he nodded in affirmation. The principal, immediately invigorated by this response, inhaled deeply, and an expression of profound astonishment spread across his aged visage. He had not anticipated that within the span of merely one day, Zhou-Yi had indeed managed to break through to the second tier. Such rapid progress, even within the annals of their school's history, was unparalleled in talent. This training camp in the southwest region might genuinely present an opportunity for an impressive ranking. The prospect of securing not only his retirement fund but also a reliable pension began to glimmer in the principal's mind. With this thought, his gaze toward Zhou-Yi grew increasingly fervent. Just as Zhou-Yi began to suspect that the principal might harbor some peculiar inclination and prepared to offer him a tailed beast orb, he witnessed the principal extracting a yellow amber from his bosom. Gritting his teeth, the principal firmly pressed it into Zhou-Yi's hand. Zhou-Yi, he declared, I recall that you have awakened an affinity for B-grade lightning attributes. This is a treasured relic of mine. By absorbing the spiritual energy within, your lightning attribute abilities can be elevated beyond A-grade. Consider this my personal sponsorship for you. During this training camp, you must bring glory to our school. Furthermore, starting today, you will be transferred from your original class to the genius class, under my direct supervision. You will enjoy preferential access to all resources and the guidance of the finest teachers in the school. Zhou-Yi exhaled a sigh of relief as he accepted the amber from the principal. However, the moment his fingers made contact with the amber, a system notification abruptly appeared before his eyes. Detected an extraordinary level sealed thunder amber. Would you like to exchange it for 5 lottery chances to acquire the extraordinary level thunder fruit elixir? Zhou-Yi's pupils instinctively contracted slightly. The thunder fruit is an exceptionally formidable devil fruit, its powers deemed nearly invincible. Although its development level does not reach the epic tier of the tremor fruit, when fused with the B-level affinity for lightning, it certainly should not be underestimated. If combined with the A-level Chidori, it could serve as a lethal technique. However, what truly astonished him was that this seemingly unremarkable amber could be rated as extraordinary by the system. It shares the same tier as the undeveloped kaleidoscope Sharingan and Hashirama cells. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that the principal had occupied this position for decades, amassing a terrifyingly rich heritage. It did not seem implausible for a treasure that could cause even him to feel pain to attain an extraordinary rating. Thus, Zhou-Yi discreetly secured the sealed thunder amber and, under the fervent gaze of numerous teachers, boarded the bus heading to the training base. Unbeknownst to him, Among the line of teachers bidding farewell, a pair of complex eyes remained fixated on Zhou until the bus departed. Oshan never anticipated that Zhou, whom she had always looked down upon as a mere second-generation heir destined for a life of mediocrity, would suddenly emerge as a beacon of hope in the eyes of the principal. He was now regarded as the most gifted student in the entire senior class, and was even selected to represent the school in the intensive training camp for the Southwest region. Meanwhile, her beloved disciple, whom she had nurtured for 3 long years, not only displayed a disgraceful performance during the awakening ceremony, but also seemed to lose his sanity overnight. He frequently exchanged secretive laughter with Zhuang Wei by the restroom and boasted of having befriended a senior, claiming he no longer required her guidance and awaited the opportune moment to bring ruin upon the Zhou family. Fearing that this madness might be contagious or that the wrath of the Zhou family might befall her, leading to the blood of Guan Tianming staining her own face, she hastily relegated him to the last row of the classroom, only to earn his resentment in return. Each day, she was haunted by the venomous gaze he cast upon her, living in a state of confusion, barely registering the reason she was summoned by the principal. It was only when she witnessed her student being warmly embraced by the principal that she realized the depth of her misjudgment. However, it was too late. The principal was well aware of Zhou Yi's previous standing in the class and promptly transferred him to the gifted program. Oshan found herself bereft of any opportunity for redemption, left to watch the bus's exhaust fumes in regret, wishing she could drag her former self back in time for a reprimand. Her dwindling patience towards Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei was utterly exhausted, and she even transferred the blame for her failure to recognize Zhou Yi's brilliance onto them. It was evident that their future days would be anything but pleasant. Zhou Yi, however, remained oblivious to her inner turmoil, scarcely affording her a glance. At this moment, he had immersed his consciousness into the system's realm, gazing at the thunder amber in his hand and silently reciting the word exchange in his mind. In the blink of an eye, the yellow amber vanished quietly, replaced by a familiar reagent that materialized in his grasp. Zhou Yi wore a mask of anguish, grappling with his decision for several seconds before steeling himself and tilting his head back to consume the reagent in one swift motion. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the infernal taste tortured him, causing his entire body to tremble until he finally swallowed it down, regaining his senses. However, after enduring such hardship, the reagent's effects were remarkably pronounced. The once inconspicuous purple lightning pattern within the void crystal surged dramatically, transforming into a soaring thunderbird, rivaling the shock waves of the tremor fruit in potency. Simultaneously, a flash of lightning flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed. It was then he noticed that during his brief respite, several new students had boarded the bus, all heading for the training camp. Zhou Yi cast a glance at them, unable to suppress a slight smile. Remarkably, none of them appeared to be ordinary individuals. Unfortunately, he only recognized one of them, a boy with striking red hair, who hailed from the same institution he did, a prodigious student from Second High named Wu Zhuo. Not only had he awakened an A-level fire attribute ability, but his innate talent was also extraordinary. The principal often cited him as an example, lamenting that their cohort was the weakest he had ever mentored. Outshone by Wu Zhuo from Second High, had Guan Tianming developed as per the original narrative, he would have been capable of surpassing Wu Zhuo during the college entrance examination. However, it seems that even the task of providing footwear for Wu Zhuo has become quite arduous. Chapter 57. The Gathering of Talents, each displaying their unique abilities. Although the other individuals concealed their respective realms, their prowess was equally remarkable. Zhou even sensed the presence of another at the second tier and couldn't help but marvel. Having barely departed the city, such a multitude of prodigies had already emerged, highlighting the substantial value of this regional training camp. What thrilled Zhou even more was the prospect of gathering several chosen ones during this training, which would enable him to reap significant rewards. Esteemed talents from various schools. I am your guide, Teacher Tsongping. Our team of students has nearly assembled, yet we still have a considerable distance to travel to the training site. Why not engage in a little game? As the vehicle was nearing 10 occupants, the teacher seated at the front suddenly rose, clapping his hands with a cheerful demeanor. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. All the senior students in the vehicle perked up, turning their attention toward him. Zhou Yi squinted slightly, acknowledging the exceptional caliber of the leading instructor for this regional training. Observing that everyone was focused on him, Songping nodded in satisfaction and then retrieved a small die from his pocket, tossing it playfully. There was but a single rule: within half an hour, everyone was free to showcase their abilities as long as the vehicle remained upright. When I call stop, The individual holding the die will be declared the victor. Instantly, expressions among the group varied, with a few individuals even displaying disdainful looks. However, Song Ping merely smiled and then retrieved a peculiar watch from his pocket. The victorious captain would be rewarded with this timepiece, which granted special privileges during the training camp, along with 100 points that could procure numerous precious items throughout the experience. Without further ado, the game commenced. With that, he casually tossed the dice into the air once more. Yet this time, before the dice could touch the ground, a gust of wind whisked them away, propelling them towards one of the students. Just as the dice were about to land in his grasp, a sudden flare of fire erupted, obstructing the path between him and the dice. Wu Zhua, with a smirk, flicked his finger, and the flames transformed into a colossal hand, which gently encased the dice without imparting a trace of heat. Joey nodded in acknowledgement. Such a feat was unparalleled in this cohort. Nevertheless, the others were unwilling to simply stand by and allow Wu Zhua to claim the dice. In an instant, a pair of twins exchanged glances and simultaneously extended their hands, unleashing invisible ripples that rendered Wu Zhua's flames uncontrollable, scattering sparks across the sky. Wu Zhua and the wind-affiliated youth raised their brows, preparing to unleash their powers again, only to discover a peculiar magnetic field surrounding the twins that nullified all abilities. The twins, grinning mischievously, stood up, intent on seizing the dice. However, another individual preempted their move, placing his foot upon the dice. The twins looked up, locking eyes with a towering man nearly 2 meters tall. The other party grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Hee hee, my awakened physical superpower cannot be influenced by your magnetic field." The twins, infuriated and gritting their teeth, found themselves powerless against the burly man, forced to watch as he bent down to retrieve the dice. Just then, they unexpectedly released the magnetic field, causing a flurry of superpowered individuals within the carriage to launch their abilities. Most of these attacks struck the muscular man, who, despite his formidable physique, was knocked back repeatedly. As a result, he lost his footing, sending the dice soaring once more. At this moment, even the other onlookers, who had remained aloof, could no longer contain themselves, each displaying their prowess in an attempt to seize the dice suspended in midair. All were prodigies, each refusing to yield to the others, and they were astute enough to recognize that the game aimed to identify the most capable among them. After a period of fierce contention, the intensity escalated, and they held nothing back. The windows shattered under the onslaught of various powers, intense heat, raging winds, and icy blasts, leaving the vehicle riddled with damage. However, amidst the chaos, a soft sound was heard, and the dice, caught in the fierce competition of numerous abilities, could not withstand the onslaught and vaporized, leaving not even a trace of ash. In that instant, the contenders were left dumbfounded. Though they were all exceptional talents, brimming with pride, they remained high school seniors at heart, and expressions of helplessness spread across their faces as they instinctively looked towards teacher Song Ping. Yet, this instructor seemed oblivious to the disappearance of the dice. Continuing the countdown unabated, the bus fell into a profound silence until Song Ping finally clapped his hands and declared, "All right, the game is over. The victor is Class Zhou from the first high school." On what grounds? The dice have been vaporized and are no longer in his possession. How can it be claimed that he has triumphed? Is it merely because he did not partake in the contest? The burly man was the first to step forward, his expression one of palpable discontent as he glared at Song Ping, with others sharing in his indignation. Indeed, we all recognize that this is not simply a game, but a matter of power distribution among all of us on this bus. The captain must earn the respect and acceptance of us all. If you fail to clarify this, we shall vehemently oppose it. As Uzi spoke, he turned to point at Joey, yet in that moment of turning, his face betrayed a look of shock. The once dilapidated bus now appeared as if nothing had transpired, restored to its pristine condition. The dice, which had been vaporized, reappeared, casually held between Zhou Yi's fingers. It is an illusion. We have all fallen prey to this fellow's trickery. This is blatant cheating. The twins were the first to react, incisively identifying Zhou Yi's method. The others soon grasped the situation, yet none felt any respect for Zhou Yi. The burly man was the first to charge forward, raising his fist in anger as he shouted at him, "You are being dishonest. Unless you can withstand this punch, I shall never acknowledge you." Song Ping, witnessing this scene, did not intervene. As others had just stated, this game was indeed intended to determine the strongest among them. However, he did not anticipate that Zhou Yi had, from the very beginning, employed an illusion to exert control over everyone, effortlessly securing victory. Naturally, this left many dissatisfied, provoking discontent among the onlookers. At that moment, seeing a brash youth preparing to personally test Zhou Yi's prowess piqued his curiosity. Just how formidable was this young man's raw strength? Zhou Yi calmly observed the rapidly enlarging fist before him, then silently activated one of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the life gate. In that instant, immense physical power surged forth from the life gate, coursing through Zhou Yi's limbs and bones. He then extended a single finger. What on earth was he doing? Did he truly believe that a mere finger could withstand this punch? This individual was the strongest from the neighboring school, possessing not only an awakened A-grade physical ability, but also hailing from a family that ran a martial arts school, renowned for their explosive strength. If he thought that this punch would be so easily received, he was in for a rude awakening. As the spectators looked on in anticipation, the brawny man's fist struck Zhou Yi's finger with tremendous force. However, to their astonishment, the massive fist halted just before Zhou Yi's finger, unable to advance even an inch. Zhou Yi had indeed caught this punch, and astonishingly, he had done so with nothing but a single finger. Chapter 58. Overwhelming Suppression. A sword to the throat, how could this be possible? The sight before them caused the pupils of the onlookers to widen in disbelief, even diminishing the smile on Song Ping's face. The muscular man appeared utterly bewildered, although he had not exerted his full strength with that punch. It was still a feat that even a peak-level first-tier ability user would find difficult to withstand, let alone with just a finger. Could it be that this fellow possessed both physical prowess and illusionary abilities? The individuals present were far from foolish. They immediately deduced the underlying reason, and their gazes toward Zhou Yi underwent a profound transformation. Typically, individuals endowed with dual abilities possess one or both that are rather ineffectual. However, there exists a contrasting scenario where both abilities are exceptionally potent. Should such a person mature, their prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of their peers. The remarkably handsome young man before them, having been selected as a member of the training group, could only belong to the latter category. A sense of impending crisis surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Although they were all prodigies dispatched from their respective schools and would never concede superiority to others, the sudden manifestation of extraordinary talent in one person prompted them to unite against this formidable threat. Consequently, the 7 or 8 individuals who had been previously vying for the dice abruptly turned their collective focus towards Zhou Yi, unleashing a barrage of abilities from all directions. The pair of twins once again activated their magnetic field, yet this time, only Zhou Yi felt the brunt of its influence, causing his spiritual energy to spiral into chaos, while the others retained their capacity to wield their powers. Among the various assaults, the most formidable came in the form of a bolt of lightnings. Akin to a hawk soaring through the heavens, its blinding brilliance slicing through the air as it hurtled toward Zhou Yi. The young man seated at the back, who had previously regarded the unfolding spectacle with derision, now felt compelled to intervene, seemingly unable to resist the urge to join the fray. Even Song Ping couldn't suppress a note of admiration. To be targeted by all upon merely stepping onto the scene was a feat worthy of pride, even in defeat. I recall having undergone a similar training session in the past, where there was a certain individual who had once engaged in such endeavors. However, that person subdued all opponents with sheer strength, and under his guidance, the college entrance examination scores in the southwestern region reached an unprecedented high that year. I wonder whether this young man before me is merely a fearless rookie, or if he has the potential to deliver yet another surprise. Before Song Ping could fully emerge from his reverie, a subtle smile had already graced Zhou Yi's lips. The interference magnetic field indeed has the capacity to affect supernatural abilities. Yet under the weight of absolute power, such trivial antics are rendered utterly futile. With a mere flick of his finger, the force of the thunder fruit effortlessly shattered the twins' magnetic field, transforming into a wave of air that enveloped him in a protective barrier. Every supernatural attack that struck the shield disintegrated into an array of colorful fragments, failing to approach Zhou Yi even slightly, instead scattering around him and creating an exquisite visual spectacle that was accentuated by his striking appearance. Nevertheless, none of the onlookers found the leisure to admire this breathtaking sight. Not only were the other prodigies left in stunned disbelief, but even Song Ping's pupils constricted, revealing an expression of incredulity. Yet, this was not the conclusion. After resolving the crisis, Zhou Yi instantly transformed into a streak of lightning, darting past all others and coming to a halt before the young man with lightning attributes, gazing down at him from a commanding height. "Do not move, or I cannot guarantee that your arteries will remain intact." At some unknown moment, a long sword appeared in Zhou Yi's hand, poised menacingly against his neck. The blade, crackling with electricity, felt like countless fine needles piercing his throat, rendering him unable even to swallow. The others, witnessing this, instinctively prepared to turn back for assistance, yet a chilling voice halted them. "Cease your movements. If this were a battle, you would all be dead by now. Sir, you must be jesting. It was merely an oversight as he passed through. We have yet to suffer any harm. How could it be that we—" Before Wu Zhuo could finish his sentence, a sudden chill enveloped his neck. He instinctively reached up and found his hand stained with blood. Glancing sideways in shock, he discovered that the others bore identical slender cuts across their throats, capable of severing arteries or, if tended to swiftly, could heal with relative ease. Even the burly man endowed with physical prowess was not spared. At that moment, they comprehended the gravity of Changping's words. It became clear that the instant Shou Yi had made his move, they had irrevocably succumbed, oblivious even to when their throats had been slit. As they collectively acknowledged their defeat, Zhou Yi smiled gently, slowly sheathing the Kusanagi sword at his waist before stowing it within the celestial tower. While it served well for showmanship, carrying it with him proved exceedingly cumbersome. Once the tension subsided, the gazes directed at Zhou Yi transformed from mere astonishment to reverent awe. Among those present, who had not been accustomed to standing at the pinnacle since childhood, harboring aspirations to shine before others, as they participated in this training session in the southwest region. Little did they expect that even before alighting from the vehicle, they would be met with a stern lesson, resulting in a palpable sense of frustration. Could it be that this training session was populated solely by such formidable individuals? Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Song Ping promptly clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back to himself. "I have witnessed each of your capabilities. Indeed, you are all remarkably talented. While you may not match Zhou's prowess, you are far from ordinary. From this point onward, if you approach the training with diligence, you will undoubtedly experience significant growth before the college entrance examination." After offering words of encouragement, Song Ping noted that the expressions of the others had improved somewhat. Before turning his gaze towards Zhou Yi, his eyes shimmering with admiration. As for Zhou Yi, he was indeed exceptional. He could not be regarded as an ordinary individual. "Ah, Zhou Yi, this is your reward. Be certain to wear it well. For a time, this will signify your status within the training." With that, Song Ping presented a watch to Zhou Yi and instructed the doctor on the vehicle to assist a few with their bandaging. He then retreated to the front seat, feigning slumber to mask his astonishment. He had not anticipated that, after several years, someone could once again decisively dominate all their competitors single-handedly. And the caliber of this group of students was certainly commendable. Was the Southwest region poised to unveil another prodigious talent? Subsequently, everyone harbored their own thoughts until the bus ventured deep into the mountains, arriving at a clandestine base. "Dear students, we have reached our destination. After disembarking, do not wander off. Await the commencement of the focused training session." Heeding Song Ping's admonition, the group nodded in unison and, following Zhou Yi's exit from the vehicle, formed an orderly line to descend one by one, then stood still and obediently in place. Ever since Zhou Yi had showcased his extraordinary prowess, they had all become particularly compliant, allowing Song Ping to experience, for the first time, the ease of guiding students, silently expressing gratitude towards Zhou Yi in his heart. However, it was not long before several more buses arrived at the base. A group of haughty youths spilled forth from the vehicles, their expressions a mix of curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. The instructors accompanying those buses, alighting with cheerful demeanors, observed the seemingly dispirited assembly of Song Ping's group and immediately drew erroneous conclusions. One female teacher could not restrain herself from commenting, "Teacher Song, I did not expect you to be the first to arrive this time. In previous years, you often ranked among the top in various training sessions. I wonder how your experience has been this year. Who received your watch? We did not anticipate that this bus would yield such promising talents. Perhaps this time the training results may surpass yours." Upon hearing the subtle jabs from these teachers, Song Ping wore an expression of perplexity. Did his students appear to be lacking in potential? Turning to glance at the line behind him, he noted that aside from Zhou Yi's calm demeanor, the others appeared disheartened and timid. Indeed, it seemed quite easy to misinterpret the situation. However, Song Ping was equally cunning. Thus he refrained from offering explanations to others. Instead, he wore a grin so wide that his eyes narrowed into mere slits, eliciting disdainful glances from the others. It was perplexing why he remained so jovial, even as he seemed destined to fall from grace. Zhou Yi, having overheard the gossip, held a perspective distinct from the rest, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Where there are green tea personalities, there is a high likelihood of encountering the fated child, and judging by this teacher's adeptness in the art of green tea, The quantity was likely substantial. It appeared that this training session would yield abundant returns, and how could he not feel exhilarated? After exchanging a few words, the training instructors busied themselves with their own affairs, yet they collectively left the students in this open space. Meanwhile, as the teachers conversed, the students from different buses were already scrutinizing one another. However, Zhou Yi and his group found themselves entirely overlooked by the others, observing their obedient demeanor. No one would suspect that just hours prior, they had all possessed lofty pride and formidable prowess. At that moment, a less capable team, eager to assert dominance by picking on a soft target, chose them. As the other students noticed their approach towards Zhou Yi's group, expressions of amusement surfaced, and they even kindly cleared a space for them. Such an opportunity to use others as a means to gauge a rival's strength was too tempting for anyone to resist. The members behind Zhou Yi felt a wave of anxiety as they saw the other group drawing closer, fearful that aside from themselves, the other students might be of equal caliber to Zhou Yi. Would they not be mercilessly slaughtered? However, the more they displayed their fear, the more emboldened their opponents became. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the battlefield. Although Zhou Yi's side possessed considerable strength, they were overwhelmingly suppressed by the intimidating presence of their adversaries. Only Zhou Yi discerned the underlying truth of the situation, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Were they, in fact, rendered self-defeated by their own trepidation? Consequently, Zhou Yi resolved to extend a helping hand. After all, he was the captain of this team, a role he embraced with a spirit of camaraderie. As the opposing team continued their advance, Zhou Yi flicked his finger, sending a stone hurtling toward the knee of the imposing figure leading the charge. The impact caused the giant to lose his balance, instinctively propelling him forward. Yet, this seemingly minor shift shattered the equilibrium between the two sides. The burly man behind Zhou Yi was startled, letting out a cry as he swiftly struck down the opponent, nearly incapacitating him. Witnessing this, the others on the opposing team thought to themselves, how dare they strike our comrades? Under their captain's command, they retaliated with a barrage of diverse abilities. Initially, Wu Zhuo and his companions were taken aback by the overwhelming display of powers, mistakenly believing them to be of the same caliber as Zhou Yi's. The twins, in particular, were so frightened that they tightly shut their eyes and instinctively activated their magnetic field. Yet, what good was that? The opponent effortlessly dismantled the field. They exchanged silent, bitter smiles, but mere moments later, they felt no pain whatsoever. They cautiously opened their eyes slightly, only to discover that the once formidable abilities had been rendered chaotic by the magnetic field, affecting several other teams as well. The opposing group wore expressions of disbelief. As if to say, you are so impressive, why pretend to be something you're not? The members exchanged glances, and it was Uzuo who spoke first. It seems we misjudged the situation. The others are not nearly as terrifying as our captain. Indeed, looking at the group before them, I felt I could take on 2 of them single-handedly. I could take on 3. The youth with lightning attributes chimed in, nodding in agreement. Mr. Tsong is right. The captain is simply extraordinary and cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Beyond him, our own strengths are quite commendable. We have been defeated by our own inner fears. Upon uttering this, confidence and pride rekindled within them, and they turned their gazes back to the opposing group. Uzuo was the first to snort disdainfully, extending his hand to grip the air forcefully. A searing flame transformed into a colossal hand that enveloped the opponents entirely. The lightning youth, in a dazzling display, engaged the enemy captain in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for several rounds. In a final move, a thunderstorm cleaved the ground, nearly reducing the opponent to cinders. Terrified, the captain shouted for surrender, leading his team to a hasty retreat. Goodness, is this the same obedient team from earlier? They seem entirely transformed. A realization dawned upon them. This was the true embodiment of playing the pig to eat the tiger. The lightning attributability user is not much inferior to our captain. Furthermore, the twin duo possesses an astonishing magnetic field ability that leaves one utterly perplexed on how to counter it. Upon hearing the discussions around them, they exchanged knowing smiles, suddenly feeling a renewed sense of capability. Under the dominion of that formidable overlord, where initially none were willing to yield to another, they had to endure considerable hardship at the onset of their training. Yet now, they appeared as the closest of comrades, exhibiting a seamless synergy. However, before their spirits could fully rise, they turned to see Zhou Yi's enigmatic smile, instantly recalling the dread they had felt under his command. Consequently, they were swiftly reduced to a state of trepidation, resembling weary warriors who had fought for 3 days and nights without sustenance, leaving those around them utterly astonished. What was happening? Was it merely a glance that turned them all into timid quails? Could it be that over a dozen individuals could not contend with just one? I observed that the individual wearing the captain's watch was indeed the leader of this group. Nevertheless, he is undeniably handsome. I meant to say. It is hard to fathom the extent of inhumane trials that a group of proud geniuses must have endured to be rendered thus. Where is the morality? Where is the dignity? What of his name and contact information? While some slow-witted individuals and infatuated admirers continued to chatter, the expressions of the captain shifted dramatically. Their gazes toward Zhou Yi now brimming with astonishment and caution. The caliber of this team is undoubtedly among the upper echelons of all groups, particularly the lightning attribute youth, whose talent rivals that of a captain. Yet, it is precisely this group of individuals who, upon receiving a mere glance from Zhou Yi, feel compelled to bow and admit their faults, leaving one to ponder the true extent of Zhou Yi's formidable prowess. An immediate silence enveloped the gathering, as no one dared to provoke him further. Subsequently, several vehicles arrived one after another, and as the sun began its descent, all participants in the training finally assembled. The instructors, having completed their reports, returned to the training ground, only to swiftly recognize that the atmosphere had shifted significantly from before. It was then that one of the instructors suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Who has brought such calamity upon my team? Chapter 60. The Three Trials, the Tiger's Den, the Dragon's Lair, and the Beast Tide. Upon hearing this furious outcry, all eyes were immediately drawn in that direction. They then beheld that, in less than half an hour, the team led by the corpulent instructor was left battered and bruised. The captain trembling in fear as if he had stumbled upon a dozen slippery soaps. Meanwhile, Chongping discreetly signaled Zhou Yi with his eyes. And upon receiving an affirmative response, he bit down hard on his ulcer to stifle a laugh. However, the others lacked such restraint, and a muffled chuckle escaped, turning the instructor's face crimson with fury, were it not for the otherworldly nature of their surroundings. Zhou Yi might have thought the instructor was on the verge of awakening a Sharingan. Just then, a cacophony drowned out the instructor's muted curses, prompting everyone to look up and behold an armed helicopter hovering above. What on earth was happening? Wasn't this supposed to be an intensive training session? Why were there secret bases and helicopters involved? Numerous students voiced their grievances, expressing a desire for clearer visibility, yet the helicopter showed no intention of descending, leaving them with merely a vague black dot. Zhou Yi similarly squinted, but within his pupils emerged a violet wave of reincarnation, effortlessly revealing the helicopter's form. However, in the next moment, he witnessed the cabin door being forcefully kicked open, and a defiant figure emerged, unprotected, leaping directly from the helicopter. Zhou Yi's pupils immediately constricted. This was a height of over 100 meters. Even the most formidable physical enhancers would likely be reduced to a mere pulp upon impact. Yet this formidable man transformed into a bolt from the blue, hurtling toward the ground, irrespective of the man's fate. His landing would undoubtedly unleash a force far surpassing that of an explosive, quickly disperse and clear the center of the playground. Zhou Yi suddenly bellowed, capturing the attention of everyone present. However, no one heeded his warning. Instead, they appeared puzzled. This individual had maintained a demeanor of calmness until now. So why did he suddenly exhibit the same frantic behavior as the others? Only Chongping took Zhou Yi's words seriously. Casting a glance at Zhou Yi's grave expression, he promptly decided to trust him and retreated swiftly. Meanwhile, the other passengers, having already clasped their heads in panic, unconditionally followed Zhou Yi's orders. Their peculiar actions immediately drew the attention of the crowd, yet upon realizing that they were fleeing in a frenzy merely due to Zhou Yi's utterance, the onlookers erupted into laughter. Ha ha, do these fellows not resemble a pack of dogs? How dare they treat my students in such a manner? They deserve to lose their minds over it. Wait a moment, do you see something descending from the helicopter? At last, one student inadvertently spotted a small black dot falling from the sky and curiously pointed above, inquiring. Upon hearing his words, several captains of the elite team furrowed their brows and squinted against the sun to gaze into the heavens. It was then that they noticed a dark spot rapidly enlarging in the sky, and upon closer inspection, they realized it was indeed a man. Alarmed, everyone swiftly scattered to avoid the blast radius. It was only then that the others snapped back to reality and hurriedly fled. Yet, in the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed, rendering even those at a distance, like Zhou Yi, momentarily deafened. As for the others, they had been forewarned, thus avoiding casualties. But they emerged from the explosion disheveled and covered in debris, each one in a state of utter disarray. Soon, as the smoke cleared, the crowd was astonished to see a robust man, clad in camouflage and sporting sunglasses, standing in the large crater at the center of the playground. He had plummeted from such a great height, yet bore no injuries, instead standing confidently with his hands on his hips and a radiant smile upon his face. Remarkably, none were hurt this time. You all are the finest group of students I have trained in recent years, and I shall cherish you dearly. Now, commence in an orderly fashion. Within 20 seconds, the captain shall stand at the forefront, and all must line up accordingly. Upon finishing his words, he parted his lips to reveal a cruel expression. All those who failed to meet the time limit would lose their qualification for training. No sooner had his words left his mouth than the stopwatch in his hand began to emit a persistent ticking sound, prompting the previously startled youths to frantically seek their respective teams, causing an immediate uproar. However, there were also some troublemakers intentionally causing chaos on the playground, even interfering with others' attempts to return to their teams. The man did not intervene. Instead, he simply watched the scene unfold with a smile. Yet, in one corner, the atmosphere was markedly different. Joey strolled leisurely, swiftly positioning himself at the nearest spot, taking the remaining moments to smooth out the slightly wrinkled hem of his attire. Behind him, a line of team members followed suit, aligning perfectly within 10 seconds. The man displayed a look of intrigue. Indeed, managing to discipline one's subordinates in such a brief span is no small feat. Joey reciprocated with a gentle smile, reverting to his previous calm demeanor. Soon, a shrill bell echoed, causing all those still unaligned to panic. Time was up. Those who disobeyed military orders and failed to follow commands would merely hinder the team, resulting in their elimination. Before any could argue, the man waved his hand, and a group of guards surged forth, apprehending all those present. The earlier troublemaker, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to use his abilities to break free, but was met with a resounding slap to the face from the man, rendering him unconscious, his face swelling grotesquely like that of a pig. As others experienced an involuntary twitch at the corners of their eyes, no one dared to create further disturbances, being promptly escorted away. The vast expanse of the playground was instantaneously reduced to a mere tenth of its former self. Witnessing this scene, the remaining individuals felt a chill in their hearts, unable to suppress their relief at having refrained from recklessly confronting the situation. Now, the true training begins. In the lead-up to the college entrance examination, you will face a total of 3 challenges, namely Tiger's Den, Dragon's Lair, and Beast Tide. Each of these trials will be meticulously observed by teachers who will subsequently tailor specialized training based on your performances. Ultimately, those who are selected will form a seed team for intensive training, becoming this year's Phantom Team of the Southwest region, competing against prominent teams from other regions for the title of National Champion in the college entrance examination. Now, all of you shall head to the rear of the base to prepare for the first challenge. Energize yourselves and let me witness your true potential. These next 10 days will undoubtedly facilitate your magnificent transformation. The man's voice resonated through the air, igniting a fervor within all who heard it. Under the guidance of their respective captains, they proceeded toward the back of the base. At that moment, the bus that had brought them there had been waiting for quite some time. Under the direction of the teachers, they reboarded the vehicle, which then set off into the mountains in various directions. Joey gazed at the increasingly dense forest before him, silently adjusting his mindset. Finally, as the bus halted before a colossal cave entrance, a sudden roar of a tiger erupted from within, nearly toppling the bus and causing everyone to rise from their seats in shock. Joey unfurled his Rennigan, casting a cold gaze out the window at the pairs of glimmering tiger eyes lurking within the dense forest. They had arrived at the Tiger's Den, where the first challenge was deceptively simple: to infiltrate this lair as a team and seize a cub from the pack of Chien fierce tigers. Chapter 61, Guardian Beasts. The Annals of War reawakened. Upon hearing the rules explained by Tsang Ping, even Joey felt a pang of discomfort in his jaw. The Chien fierce tiger was already a formidable beast, with each adult awakening a unique flame upon maturation, reaching the pinnacle of first-tier strength, and if a Tiger King emerged, possibly ascending to the second tier. What was even more troubling was their nature as social creatures. Thus, once a Chien fierce tiger inhabited a forest, it swiftly established dominance over the area. In stark contrast, the group of students, lacking any combat experience against such ferocious beasts, Joey included, felt as if they were being thrust into the fray unprepared. To face such a daunting trial right from the outset was indeed a testament to the intensity of the regional training. Yet, they did not falter. As Tsang Ping concluded, they resolutely followed Joey out of the vehicle. As prodigies, each bore their own pride, refusing to admit defeat at the very inception of their trainings. The thought of returning home in disgrace was unbearable. However, as they descended and barely steadied themselves, a figure engulfed in blazing crimson flames lunged from the nearby thicket, charging towards them. Taken by surprise, they were momentarily scattered by the feral beast. Stay calm. We can encircle this Qian fierce tiger. Let us attack from all directions and take it down together. Upon hearing Yujua's words, everyone nodded in agreement. However, Zhou Yi recalled the eyes he had glimpsed among the thickets, a wave of unease washing over him. Indeed, before they could make a move, a rustling sound emanated from the surrounding woods. To their horror, 5 or 6 fiery red tigers, each engulfed in flames of varying hues, emerged slowly from the shadows. The group was momentarily dumbfounded. They had intended to encircle a single red tiger, only to find themselves ensnared in a perilous situation, besieged from all sides. Damn it. These wretched beasts are far too clever, muttered the burly man. Yet Zhou Yi instantly grasped the true purpose of this trial. It was designed to thrust them into a life-or-death crisis, compelling them to learn the essence of teamwork. Zhou Yi swiftly assessed the situation. Identifying the greatest threat as the initial red tiger, he resolved to eliminate it first. Thus, he swiftly communicated a plan to the others. Having already been swayed by Zhou Yi's prowess, they had no choice but to comply in this dire moment, and soon, a tactical consensus was reached. With a hushed command from Zhou Yi, the group pivoted, forming a circle that enclosed both him and the first red tiger, while they focused on confronting the other tigers. Zhou Yi, no longer holding back, summoned blinding bolts of lightning that surged through his body, endowing him with remarkable speed. In an instant, he leaped forward, finding himself atop the red tiger, and with a forceful strike directed at its head, unleashed a brilliant thunderous blow. The crimson flame tiger reacted swiftly, emitting a furious roar as its fiery red fur transformed into a torrent of flames, surging towards Zhou Yi, only to be entirely absorbed by the gaping black void in his left palm. Subsequently, Zhou Yi's right hand made contact with the tiger's forehead, unleashing bolts of lightning that pierced like steel needles into its crown, rendering the beast instantly rigid before it collapsed to the ground. Observing this, the other crimson flame tigers could no longer contain themselves and lunged towards the group. However, lacking any experience in battling ferocious beasts, they became disoriented and chaotic. The twins instinctively unleashed a magnetic field, causing all flames to spiral out of control. Yet, for the tigers, despite the loss of their extraordinary abilities, their instinct to hunt remained intact. Without hesitation, they intensified their ferocity, baring their claws and viciously lunging at the group. In a moment of desperation, Wu Zhuo and the others unleashed their powers as flames and thunder clashed chaotically, while a burly man delivered a powerful punch to a tiger's face, slamming it forcefully into the ground. Ultimately, the crimson flame tigers, recognizing the formidable nature of their opponents, reluctantly roared in anger before retreating back to their cave. The group remained vigilant for a while, ensuring that the tigers would not launch a surprise attack, before collectively exhaling in relief, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. It was my first encounter with such a ferocious beast, and I had not anticipated the peril it entailed. Leaning against a tree, Wu Zhuo gasped for breath. While only Zhou Yi maintained his composure, his gaze fixed solemnly on the immense cave in the distance. I had just assessed the strengths of both sides. As long as we coordinated effectively, there remained a chance to fulfill our mission. The group nodded in agreement, and once their emotions had settled, they quickly formed a formation, placing the pivotal Zhou Yi and the controlling twin guardians at the center. With newfound courage, they ventured into the lair of the crimson flame tiger. Meanwhile, on the bus, Song Ping smiled as he meticulously noted each individual's strengths. Kong Qian and Kong Kuan exhibited exceptional crowd control abilities. Wu Zhuo showcased powerful area of effect attacks, while Bai Luo's lightning strikes and Shibang's formidable physical prowess were remarkable for single-target engagements. As for Zhou Yi, he hesitated momentarily before ultimately marking his name with a designation. He was undoubtedly qualified to join the elite team. Unbeknownst to them, during the initial skirmish, Song Ping had already discerned the unique characteristics of each member. At present, they delved deeper into the tiger's lair, having endured several ambushes from the crimson flame tiger, their coordination becoming increasingly harmonious. When peril arose, they could now communicate their intentions with merely a glance, swiftly reaching the innermost depths of the cave. Finally, when the sturdy Tang Shibang forcefully pushed open a boulder-blocked entrance, the group was greeted with a dazzling sight. Within this concealed cavern lay a thick layer of black bear fur, and a recently born tiger cub rested atop it, its eyes still closed, sleeping with its tiny tongue protruding. One of the girls cautiously cradled the cub in her arms. But just as they believed they had completed their task and were ready to depart, a sudden system notification popped up before Zhou Yi's eyes. Zhou Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the second time he had encountered the name of the War Chronicle, and to learn from the system notification that its master was also one of the chosen ones left him astounded. However, what captured Zhou Yi's attention even more was the so-called guardian beast. He activated his Rinnegan, and violet ripples emanated from his eyes, allowing him to discern the truth. Within the pitch-black cave resided a being pulsating with an intense surge of spiritual energy, and it was alarmingly close to them. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the group. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, suddenly, a pair of eyes the size of copper bells snapped open from the darkness, fixating intently on the unwelcome visitors. Gradually, it emerged from the shadows, causing everyone to hold their breath in trepidation. Chapter 62, Outnumbered? The 6 paths of reincarnation unveiled before them stood a colossal tiger, towering at 3 meters in height. Its fur gleamed brilliantly, and flames of deep crimson danced around its neck, emanating an aura of fierce malevolence that left the group momentarily breathless. Could this be the evolved form of the Crimson Flame Tiger, the Crimson Flame Tiger King? Impossible. If such a ferocious beast were present, they would never have been assigned this task. It was a Tier 2 creature, and confronting it would surely spell their demise. The others stifled their breaths in fear of provoking it, yet Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This fellow is the guardian beast left by the enigmatic Destined One. If we were to vanquish it, would it not significantly diminish the opponent's power, while simultaneously allowing us to pluck a feather from the tiger? Thus, he fixed his gaze upon the blazing flame Tiger King and gestured behind him. I will hold it off. You all must take the young tiger and promptly return to relay the mission, informing Mr. Song of the Tiger King's emergence in the den. I will keep it occupied. Upon hearing his words, the group was deeply moved, with Wu Zhu nearly shedding tears, struggling to articulate a response. But we are a team. We cannot leave you behind. What nonsense. Hurry. Only by swiftly summoning the rescue team could they save everyone. Listening to Zhou Yi's command, the others reluctantly obeyed, clutching the young tiger as they dashed toward the cave entrance. However, the blazing flame Tiger King observed the movements of these human children with a hint of anthropomorphic mockery on its face, then let out a deep growl, its piercing eyes opening from the shadows in all directions. In that moment, despair washed over the group as they realized that this entire brood of blazing flame tigers had congregated within the depths of this cave, as if guarding something precious. No wonder they had encountered little danger along the way. Now, however, they found themselves ensnared once more. The intelligence of this Tiger King rivaled that of humans, demonstrating a cunning ability to lure foes deeper into a trap, effectively teaching them a harsh lesson. Immediately following, the Scarlet Flame Tiger King roared once more, and the 2 Scarlet Flame Tigers nearest the cavern entrance leaped forth from the shadows, extending their razor-sharp claws to attack. However, these favored individuals, when faced with a genuine life-or-death situation, were instantly petrified, even forgetting to dive for cover, with only terror and despair reflected in their eyes. Just then, a sudden shout of "down" resonated in their ears, causing everyone to instinctively prostrate themselves on the ground. Immediately after, they heard an ear-splitting sound of electricity, akin to 1,000 chirping birds, and then a dazzling golden flash streaked past them, colliding with the 2 tigers. The fierce lightning caused the 2 tigers to roar incessantly in agony, yet they were utterly unable to resist, until finally they were electrocuted to a charred state, lying motionless on the ground, leaving everyone in utter shock. What are you waiting for? Run. They then awoke as if from a dream, clutching the tiger cubs. And with gritted teeth, they dashed out as if their lives depended on it, sprinting towards the cave entrance. Several more Scarlet Flame Tigers attempted to give chase, but were intercepted by Zhou Yi, who had anticipated this and appeared at the cave entrance. However, the Scarlet Flame Tiger King failed to notice that Zhou Yi's expression and demeanor were now entirely different from when others were present, becoming exceptionally composed. Yet, it still wore a cat-and-mouse expression, and then it let out a low growl, as if mocking Zhou Yi's overestimation of his abilities, while also conveying the message, "Your companions have abandoned you, yet you still cover their retreat. How pathetic." It attempted to crush him psychologically. Yet, Zhou Yi broke into a broad grin, gripping the already drawn Kusanagi sword, which he slowly extracted from his waist. "It was I who allowed them to depart, for only in this manner can I unleash my full strength without restraint." No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying thunder erupted from within Zhou Yi, his pupils transforming into a brilliant gold in an instant. The Kusanagi sword in his grasp became enveloped in lightning, shimmering with layers of electric arcs, rendering it even more formidable and razor-sharp. A palpable pressure emanated from him, causing all the blazing red flame tigers nearby to stagger back in unease, emitting low growls of discontent. Ultimately, the red flame tiger king could no longer contain itself, letting out a furious roar as it lunged toward Zhou. A scorching wave of heat threatening to melt even the rock wall behind him. Zhou, however, regarded it with cold indifference, and with a slight movement, he repelled all the searing heat, preventing it from encroaching within a meter of him. Instead, the Kusanagi sword intercepted the tiger's razor-sharp claws, while the thunder surged through, leaving the red flame tiger king momentarily numb. The tiger king roared in rage, unleashing its full fiery might, transforming into a blazing tiger. And within the blink of an eye, it engaged Zhou in several fierce clashes. Yet, it not only failed to gain the upper hand but was also wounded by the Kusanagi sword, which sliced through its thick fur, causing only a slight trickle of blood to emerge. For the Tiger King, this was undeniably a provocation to its dignity. The red flame Tiger King's eyes widened in fury, its orbits tinged with a hint of red, its muscles tensing as it unleashed a surge of second-tier spiritual power, manifesting as waves of scorching energy seeping through its fur. The terrifying spiritual fire enveloped the crimson flame Tiger King, transforming it into a true embodiment of the fiery beast, which lunged at Zhou with a furious roar. Meanwhile, all the surrounding crimson flame tigers trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, as if bowing in submission to their sovereign. Should this attack connect, even a mere graze would likely reduce them to ashes. Yet, Zhou remained utterly unfazed. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly. Though he too was of the second tier, his spiritual power coalesced with a more formidable intensity in his punch. With a tremendous exertion, he struck. The air was rent asunder by the force of his blow, creating a vast void, while the opponent's prideful flames proved alarmingly fragile in the face of such shockwaves, shattering effortlessly and revealing the Tiger King's own body beneath. The Crimson Flame Tiger King, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, wore a look of bewilderment on its face. It felt an intangible force collide with it, sending every organ into violent disarray. The sheer agony caused it to lose control instantly, hurling it backward to crash heavily against the rocky wall, leaving a sizable dent in its wake. With a roar, a dozen Crimson Flame Tigers, witnessing this spectacle, immediately assumed predatory stances, glaring fiercely at Zhou. The moment he exhibited any weakness, they would pounce and tear him to shreds. Meanwhile, the Tiger King, regaining its composure, "Do you have subordinates? Am I without?" With this, Zhou gradually lifted his head, his eyes transforming into the violet hues of the Rinnegan. An enigmatic spiritual power began to permeate the cave, and in the next moment, 6 immense coffins descended from the heavens, embedding themselves into the ground. Chapter 63, The Powerful Shockwave. Bloodshed against strong foes. The sudden appearance of these 6 wooden stakes startled the group of Crimson Flame Tigers. However, after a few moments, they realized that these were merely ordinary stakes, allowing them to exhale in relief and prepare to bare their teeth in defiance. Yet, at that instant, a tremendous crash echoed as the coffin lids were slowly pushed open, revealing 6 figures cloaked in red cloud-patterned robes. They emerged from the coffins, their eyes opening to reveal that each possessed the same Rinnegan as Zhou. The Rinnegan 6 paths, formed from the unique stellar puppets of the celestial secret realm, had finally manifested in this world for the first time. This eerie yet sacred scene caused the Crimson Flame Tigers to retreat, unable to suppress their vigilant growls. However, the Rinnegan 6 paths puppets remained expressionless, coldly observing the tigers. At Zhou's command, they charged forward without fear. Witnessing this, the tiger pack roared in fury, brandishing their sharp claws and formidable teeth as they lunged at the figures. Yet, before they could close the distance, the celestial path extended his hand, effortlessly creating an invisible barrier that sent them flying back, rendering them unable to approach the 6 paths puppets. Immediately, in midair, before the Crimson Flame Tigers could touch the ground, dozens of black rods flew out from the sleeves of the Azura robe, pinning them to the rock wall and the ground, instantly slaying 5 or 6 of the tigers. However, amidst the chaos of the scene, they failed to notice that the lifeless eyes of the fallen Crimson Flame Tigers had transformed into the violet reincarnation eyes. Through these black rods, they gradually established a bond of servitude with the beast realm, only to be reborn in death. The remaining Crimson Flame Tigers, witnessing their comrades falling at a mere glance, became even more frenzied, roaring wildly as they charged towards the 6 paths from all directions. Such numbers would undoubtedly overwhelm even a typical second-tier warrior, leaving them with no option but to flee. Yet, the Six Paths puppets merely adjusted their formation. The hungry ghost path extended its arms, and an invisible seal of light radiated outward. All the crimson flame tigers, including the Tiger King, felt their flames being swiftly absorbed by the adversary from that very moment. Within moments, their bodies grew exceedingly frail, as if spring had arrived and they had battled a mother tiger for countless rounds, their forelegs trembling uncontrollably, nearly unable to stand. At that critical juncture, however, Zhou Yi's lethal move was unleashed. The heavenly path slowly ascended into the air, arms outstretched. The violet reincarnation eyes gazing down upon all the crimson flame tigers below, speaking softly as if the gods themselves were rendering judgment. Divine Realm's heavenly punishment. The formidable repulsion caused all the ferocious tigers to scatter without a chance for resistance, even reducing the cave to a scene of utter devastation. Zhou Yi, in his true form, joined the fray, channeling his spiritual energy into his fist, and then struck the ground with tremendous force. The hard rock cracked in all directions from his center, while the air erupted in an explosive manner. The ground was littered with the crimson flame tigers, who were left severely injured and battered. This overwhelming destructive power astonished even Zhou Yi himself. Was this the might of the only epic reward he had drawn? The tremor fruit? The crimson flame tiger king struggled to rise from the ground, witnessing the chaos before it, and let out a reluctant roar, attempting to flee with its tail tucked. However, several figures suddenly descended from the heavens, pinning it down with formidable strength, rendering it immobile. The Tiger King, filled with fury, lifted its head only to be taken aback. Its captors were the very subordinates who had previously been slain by that peculiar black rod. How could they have returned to life? Yet, Zhou Yi had no time for idle conversation. The rescue team was on its way, and he needed to obtain intelligence as swiftly as possible while seizing the utmost advantage. Thus, the path of the human realm advanced, placing a hand upon the head of the Crimson Flame Tiger King, effortlessly extracting its memories. Zhou Yi, in that instant, comprehended the truth of the matter. The records of war commanded them to protect the Beast of Calamity infant, stating that this young tiger possessed no abilities but was the catalyst for the next phase of a sinister plot. To this end, they had dispatched a member who was currently engaged in some clandestine activities within the mountain. Immediately thereafter, he discovered a page inscribed with unique symbols from the body of the Crimson Flame Tiger King, a rare artifact belonging to the annals of warfare. However, the Crimson Flame Tiger King possessed limited knowledge, and seeing that no further information could be extracted, Zhou Yi nodded in acknowledgement. The cycle of rebirth promptly acted in unison, driving black rods into the entire swarm of crimson flame tigers, transforming them into summoned beasts of the beast path. As Zhou Yi displayed his true prowess, effortlessly slaughtering the crimson flame tiger horde, the others desperately fled from the tiger's den and rushed towards the bus. Song Ping, who was savoring instant noodles, was taken aback by the frantic expressions on their faces, especially as one of them cradled a young tiger in their arms. I didn't expect you all to return so soon. By the way, where is Zhou Yi? Teacher, a second-tier Crimson Flame Tiger King has appeared in the tiger's den. Zhou Yi instructed us to seek help from the rescue team. He is holding off the enemy alone. What? Song Ping spat out his noodles in shock, disregarding his demeanor as he immediately contacted the rescue team. Zhou Yi was his most promising candidate, and he could not allow him to fall within the tiger's den. Soon, a group rushed back into the tiger's lair, but when they pushed aside the heavy stone door, the sight that greeted them left everyone utterly astounded. Within the cavern lay a pile of several crimson flame tiger corpses, while Zhou Yi, leaning on his Kusanagi sword, sat injured upon a throne crafted from the skin of a bear, exuding an aura of sovereignty. The impact of this scene would remain etched in their memories for decades to come. Did you truly slay all of these alone? The several second-tier powerhouses who came to the rescue trembled with fear, faced with such a multitude of crimson flame tigers, not to mention a Tiger King. It was utterly impossible for them to annihilate their foes. However, Zhou Yi weakly lifted his gaze, and the others followed suit, looking up at the cave ceiling. To their astonishment, they beheld a figure clad in a black uniform adorned with red clouds, hovering in midair, surveying everything from an elevated position. This was the attire of the Reincarnation Hall. This individual was a member of the Reincarnation Hall. Recently, the name of the Reincarnation Hall had become exceedingly well known online. Yet, upon seeing him, the crowd was struck with alarm. Why was a member of the Reincarnation Hall present here? Did this not imply that the training session in the Southwest District had been infiltrated by this enigmatic organization? The celestial puppet, however, paid no heed to the crowd's expressions. Instead, it pointed upward. A terrifying wave of shock transformed into a blast of air, shattering the cave's rocky walls and surging skyward. A beam of light penetrated from above, illuminating both the celestial puppet and Zhou-Yi, rendering them both extraordinarily divine. Immediately thereafter, the celestial puppet waved its hand, collecting all the corpses of the crimson flame tigers, then casually discarded a page of text before soaring away, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Zhou-Yi, are you all right? Song Ping was the first to regain his composure, rushing forward with the medical team to Zhou-Yi's side. Meanwhile, members of the rescue team picked up the page that the celestial puppet had cast aside and, upon examining it, their pupils dilated in shock. This was the emblem of the War Chronicles. Chapter 64, the first 10 consecutive wins after the system upgrade. Upon hearing his exclamation, an immediate silence enveloped the gathering, with even Song Ping staring blankly at the page before him. While the name War Chronicles may not resonate with the average individual, for them, this organization was utterly deafening. Consequently, Song Ping hastily inquired of Zhou-Yi what had transpired. Upon learning that, in a moment of peril, the members of the Reincarnation Hall had suddenly appeared and, in concert with Zhou-Yi, vanquished the Crimson Flame Tiger horde. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow, his gaze towards Zhou-Yi filled with astonishment. He had thought he had already placed great expectations on this student, yet Zhou-Yi surpassed even those lofty anticipations. After grasping the unfolding events, he speculated that the willingness of the Reincarnation Hall to assist Zhou-Yi likely stemmed from their recognition of his innate talent. After all, this was the Reincarnation Hall. Rumors suggested that each member possessed an enigmatic prowess rivaling that of celestial pillars. However, even if he stretched his imagination to its limits, he would never have conceived that the illustrious and fervently sought-after Reincarnation Hall was, in fact, comprised entirely of Zhou-Yi's avatars. Who would have thought that all members were, in essence, Zhou himself? Yet, as he then learned that the emblem of the War Chronicles had been acquired from the Crimson Flame Tiger King, and that they had already dispatched agents into the depths of the mountains, his expression shifted dramatically. The emergence of the War Chronicles at the training site was exponentially more grave than that of the Reincarnation Hall. Quickly, the medical team should take Zhou-Yi and everyone else. Follow me back to the base immediately. The classic novel website, along with the admonition to maintain strict confidentiality about what you hear and see today, resonates ominously. Failure to comply could endanger not only yourselves but also the families behind you. Do you understand? Upon finishing his statement, Song Ping, rarely seen without a smile, assumed a serious demeanor as he transported a group back to the training base. Seated in the vehicle, Zhou-Yi appeared to rest on the stretcher with his eyes closed. But in truth, he had immersed his consciousness into the system space. Before him, several system notifications materialized. You have mastered the cycle of reincarnation, vanquished the entire Crimson Flame Tiger pack, and transformed them into summoned beasts, successfully diminishing the power of the War Chronicles, earning 6 lottery opportunities. You informed Song Ping of the War Chronicles intelligence, allowing the training base to prepare in advance, thus partially unraveling their conspiracy and earning 9 lottery opportunities. Zhou-Yi's face brightened. He had not anticipated that a handful of Crimson Flame Tigers would yield him over 10 lottery chances. As for the potential repercussions from the War Chronicles, the actions of the Hall of Reincarnation were of no concern to him. At most, he merely assisted from the sidelines. All actions were executed by the agents of the Hall of Reincarnation. The thrill of operating under a guise was exhilarating. Gazing at his amassed lottery chances, Zhou-Yi felt a surge of satisfaction akin to a mouse bursting with anticipation. He was eager to celebrate with a few draws. However, noticing that everyone in the vehicle seemed far from heroic, he suppressed his inner urges and firmly restrained his right hand, which longed to initiate the lottery. However, this action, in the eyes of those nearby, appeared as if Zhou-Yi was desperately attempting to staunch a wound, rendering them profoundly moved. From their perspective, Zhou-Yi had risked his life to save them, nearly falling prey to the jaws of a ferocious beast. Fortunately, he encountered a formidable figure from the Hall of Reincarnation, which allowed him to escape with his life, albeit gravely injured. A wave of shame washed over them. Instantly, they all silently vowed to acknowledge Zhou-Yi as their captain. Naturally, Zhou-Yi remained oblivious to their thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been unable to suppress a sarcastic remark, wondering if everyone had lost their senses. Just then, A small head suddenly drooped down from a plush cushion, capturing Zhou Yi's attention. If the intelligence regarding the Crimson Flame Tiger King was accurate, then this little tiger was a crucial element in the annals of war history. It undoubtedly bore a significant portion of celestial destiny. Thus, Zhou Yi eagerly extended his hand, relentlessly rubbing the tiger's head, eliciting a series of delighted yelps from the little creature, which in turn caused those around to burst into hearty laughter. Satisfied, Zhou Yi returned to the system space. System, let me try my luck with the tenfold draw. With that, a familiar blind box materialized before him. Following the winning numbers from the previous lottery, he selected 10 at once, and immediately, flashes of light danced before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a common reward. 1 bounty worth 10,000 spirit coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a rare reward. The 6 styles of the Navy Basic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an extraordinary reward. The Space-Time Secret Technique. Flying Thunder God. Zhou Yi was initially taken aback, but soon he was overwhelmed by the astonishing rewards he had just received, to the point that he nearly toppled off the stretcher. However, he dismissed such trivial matters and eagerly focused on the system interface. To draw the 6 styles of the Navy in 10 consecutive pulls was already a stroke of luck. These 6 techniques transcended the limits of the human body. With the potential development of the 8 gates of Duanjia, they could enable him to contend against second-tier ferocious beasts using solely physical prowess. Yet, the ultimate draw, the Flying Thunder God, was the legendary skill of a certain yellow flash, allowing instantaneous movement to any location marked with the Flying Thunder God symbol. Of course, the extraordinary level Flying Thunder God might not permit such vast distances initially, but Zhou Yi was confident that with continuous development of this ability, he could one day disregard distance and appear instantaneously in any corner of the world. Could this little tiger truly be so effective? With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but pinch the little creature's chin, prompting a series of contented purrs. However, during the subsequent draws, he found himself without any further remarkable rewards. Leaving him somewhat regretful, it seemed that relying on luck was only fruitful the first time around. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi noticed that after the system upgrade, the quality of the rewards had indeed improved significantly. Moreover, the probability of drawing items from either the pirate world or the Naruto world is entirely random. He further examined the system until the bus safely returned to the base, at which point he finally relaxed and succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Meanwhile, the formidable man remained on the playground, gazing into the mountains where bursts of supernatural energy ignited and the relentless roars of tigers mingled with cries of anguish. A broad grin spreading across his face. Indeed, he was in high spirits. How splendid it is to be young. Just then, a bus hastily sped back to the base, causing him to pause momentarily. Which team is this? Have they completed their mission so swiftly? Chief Instructor, a significant event has transpired. Song Ping rushed off the bus, directing the medical team to carry Zhou Yi down, while whispering a few urgent words into his ear, instantly transforming the man's expression into one of grave seriousness. The War Chronicles? So they have indeed arrived. As for the reincarnation hall, goodness, this situation is becoming increasingly murky. Song Ping, inform the other instructors that the Tiger's Den trial is proceeding as planned, and summon the senior officials to the conference room immediately. Upon hearing the man's sardonic remarks, Song Ping displayed a hint of surprise. It appeared that the chief instructor had been aware of the War Chronicles' intentions all along. However, he did not dwell on it and promptly set off to execute the man's orders. Chapter 65, The Point Store, Seed Group Rankings. It was not until dusk that all the buses had returned, despite the evident fatigue etched on the faces of the students participating in the training. Their demeanor and gazes reflected a remarkable transformation compared to just half a day prior, embodying a newfound maturity and determination. The camaraderie among the members of each team had deepened, forged through the trials of battling ferocious beasts, resulting in an unbreakable bond. Meanwhile, in the infirmary of the base, the beautiful physician had already skillfully bandaged Zhou Yi's wounds, observing the injuries beneath the gauze healing at a visibly accelerated rate. She couldn't help but utter a gasp of astonishment. Though your injuries appear severe, they are merely superficial. More astonishing is your self-healing ability, which surpasses that of an ordinary person by several multiples. Had you arrived a moment later, your wounds would have been nearly healed. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Could this doctor not articulate her thoughts more clearly? Yet, she continued to marvel, her gaze fixated on his physique. sparkling as if she were beholding a rare treasure. By the way, may I inquire if you have any interest in participating in research? It wouldn't require much from you, just lying in bed while we handle the rest. If we achieve results, would you consider being a co-author? Upon hearing this, Joey sprang from the bed in a fit of rejection and dashed for the door. As he glanced back at the physician's look of regret, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Goodness, was she attempting to use him as a subject for experimentation? It wasn't that the prospect of co-authorship was unappealing. Rather, if he agreed, wouldn't that expose the secret of his cells? As he gazed at the departing figure of Shoei, the physician's face was etched with regret. Before he resumed his duties with the other injured. However, his touch was no longer as gentle as it had been with Zhou-Yi. And soon the hospital was filled with the anguished cries of the wounded. When Zhou-Yi returned to the ranks, he noticed that the chief instructor appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, in stark contrast to his usual demeanor, he cradled a still-blind cub in his arms, a juxtaposition that astonished onlookers. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged as he continued to announce the results of the first trial. In this round of the Tiger Den Challenge, 23 teams had participated, with 17 successfully acquiring a cub. Each member of the victorious teams received 50 points, while the top 3 earned an additional 10 points each. Conversely, those teams that failed to pass the trial not only received no points but also faced restrictions on the formulation of subsequent training plans and the privileges of redeeming items with points. To catch up with their peers, they would need to excel in the following 2 trials. Subsequently, the distribution of training tasks was announced, categorizing participants into auxiliary, control, special operations, and seed groups based on their varying abilities. As each name was called, individuals moved to their respective teams. Zhou-Yi glanced at the captain's watch in his hand, noting that they had accumulated 180 points. The other members of their team were equally exhilarated, their gazes toward Zhou-Yi brimming with gratitude. Thanks to our captain, we unexpectedly earned 80 points on the very first day of training. By the way, Captain, have you checked the redemption list in the points store? Uzu gazed at the points displayed on his watch, a gleeful expression gracing his features as he inquired of Zhou-Yi, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Indeed, he had heard from Tsang Ping that points could be exchanged for a plethora of items, yet he had not paid heed to any particular point store. Why not open the shop option on your watch and take a look? With your points, you could already redeem a significant number of valuable items. This was yet another benefit afforded to us by the training base. As long as one demonstrated talent and capability, points could be earned. These points could be exchanged for numerous items unavailable elsewhere, aimed at enhancing one's strength, thus creating a cycle where the strong become ever stronger, culminating in the desired phantom team by the end of the training. Upon hearing Uzu's explanation, Zhou-Yi nodded in understanding. He then noticed that Uzu's spiritual energy had indeed become notably more robust compared to earlier in the day, clearly having utilized his points to gain some advantage. Just then, Uzu suddenly heard his name called and waved vigorously at Zhou-Yi. The control team is summoning me. I must take my leave. Captain, your strength will surely secure you a place in the seed group. Best of luck. Let our Donglan city gain renown through you. Zhou-Yi reciprocated with a smile and a wave of farewell. Soon after, members of various teams dispersed into their respective groups. The twins joined the support team, while Bai Luo and the burly Sherbang headed to the Special Operations Group. Before long, only a handful of individuals remained on the training field, and Zhou-Yi surveyed the scene, noting that the vast majority were captains from various teams. However, his attention was particularly drawn to 2 individuals. One was a young man clad in the attire of an ancient swordsman, his countenance austere, and the long sword at his waist, though still sheathed, emanated a formidable aura that deterred direct gazes. Zhou-Yi surmised that Guan Tianming's 8-direction swordplay would merely be a child's toy in his presence. The other was a girl adorned in a black Lolita dress. Her skin was almost translucent, and a black veil obscured her eyes, rendering her exquisite features indiscernible. She sat in a wheelchair, her hands clasped before her chest as if in prayer. Zhou-Yi sensed an extraordinary mental force emanating from her, surpassing that of ordinary individuals by several-fold, leading him to conjecture that she possessed abilities related to the mental or spiritual realm. Such powers are rarer and more potent than others. Once awakened, one would inevitably ascend to prominence among their peers. At that moment, the formidable commandant approached, his broad smile illuminating the gathering of exceptionally gifted youths before him. The remaining individuals, through your prowess and talent, not only excelled in the initial trial but also garnered the recommendation of Teacher Chen, becoming the seed candidates for this training session, personally led by me. Commandant Guling. From this moment forth, you shall receive the full allocation of all resources from the base. Your provisions and accommodations will be individually tailored, and access to the point store will be granted with elevated privileges. However, be forewarned, your training will be exceedingly rigorous. Failure to meet the standards will result in the loss of your seed status. Rest well tonight, tomorrow at 4 a.m. Gather punctually beside the red bus at the main gate of the base. All right, the meeting is adjourned. With a single command from Guling, everyone promptly dispersed. Zhou returned to his assigned quarters and eagerly opened the point store. Soon, a lengthy list materialized before his eyes, overwhelming him with its abundance. The first items that caught his attention were on the first page of the list, showcasing several invaluable treasures. Fragments of the origin stone, points. It is said that this stone is the very source of extraordinary abilities, rendering it immensely precious. Even the tiniest shard holds immeasurable worth. To my dismay, my current privileges do not even allow me to view the exchange points. The 12th grade Azure Lotus, 300 billion points. A celestial flower believed to be linked to the primordial legends of the ancient wilderness remains untamed even by the Azure Emperor, its functions still shrouded in mystery. Heavenly Blood, 298. 8 billion points, 3 drops of unknown divine blood descended before the cataclysm of the ancient heavenly court. Once tamed, it bestows the power of the gods. The previous leader of the heavenly pillar managed to tame 1 drop, becoming the mightiest among humankind for millennia, while the other 2 remain unclaimed. Note: choose wisely. Failure to tame will result in explosive demise. Gazing at these rewards, Zhou could only feel envious, yet even the smallest fraction was beyond his means. Thus, he opted to disregard the opulence and scrolled down to the final pages of the list until a particular item caught his eye, causing him to focus intently. Could this be? Chapter 66. Exchange for magma fruit and acquire new abilities. Volcanic crystal elixir, originally priced at 1,500 points, first-time seed privilege, offered at a 90 discount. Harnesses the entire energy of an impending volcanic eruption. If a fire attribute ability user can absorb it completely, they will enhance the intensity of their flames and have the chance to acquire the power of lava. However, caution is advised when exchanging for abilities of other attributes. Successful absorption may grant a new ability, yet failure will result in a violent backlash of fiery energy. In mild cases, the ability may degrade, while in severe instances, one may be rendered incapacitated. Zhou gazed at the list, his attention drawn to a vial gleaming with a crimson hue. A sudden recollection of the thunder-sealing amber gifted by the principal before his departure flickered in his mind. This substance, while exceptionally valuable to fire attribute users, is essentially a double-edged sword. Its exorbitant price notwithstanding, it does not directly enhance one's strength, and the possibility of acquiring the power of lava hinges solely on fortune. For users of other attributes, the risks involved are substantial, rendering it an unworthy exchange. However, based on my understanding of the system, this particular potion has a high probability of yielding that coveted reward. In that case, I shall possess an additional formidable ability. With this thought, Zhou hesitated not, promptly tapping his watch to purchase the volcanic crystal potion. Under the shroud of night, he hurried to the exchange center, retrieving the potion without delay. The staff at the exchange center regarded him with astonishment. "We can deliver the potion to your residence," they remarked, "and considering the late hour, your presence here is unnecessary. This item has been here for quite some time, and no one has chosen to exchange for it." However, Zhou merely smiled and expressed his gratitude before grasping the potion and hastily returning to his residence. Although he had the support of a fated antagonist system, he remained acutely aware of his role as the destined villain. He understood that if he were to acquire anything, it would inevitably fall into the hands of a certain protagonist. Therefore, upon identifying an object of desire, he knew he must seize it swiftly and utilize it immediately, leaving no opportunity for fate to intervene. Despite its seemingly inconsequential nature, the potion had been stored for so long without being claimed, clearly intended for a specific chosen one. Indeed, shortly after Zhou Yi's departure, another individual rushed breathlessly to the exchange point, clutching their points and exclaiming, "Excuse me. I wish to exchange for the volcanic crystal potion and am willing to pay a premium." According to the regulations of the base, if a particular item was down to its last piece and had already caught someone's interest, it could indeed be reacquired through a premium payment. At this realization, a glimmer of resentment flashed in the young man's eyes. His participation in this training camp was motivated, in part, by the desire to obtain the long-stored volcanic crystal potion. However, just as he had finally amassed enough points, he was informed that it had just been purchased by someone else. Consequently, he immediately contemplated this method, hoping to preemptively secure the potion. His abilities were perfectly suited to the potion, and upon absorption, he would swiftly elevate from a moderately gifted esper to one of seed-level prowess. At that moment, he could proceed with the next phase of his plan and join the elusive team, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of his life. However, the staff at the exchange counter looked at him with astonishment, followed by an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, but the individual who just purchased the volcanic crystal elixir has already collected it." After saying this, he mumbled to himself, "It's quite strange. This item sat in the base for so long without anyone interested in exchanging it, and now that the training session has just begun, several people are eager to obtain it." This remark struck the young man like a thunderclap, leaving him dazed and reeling for several minutes. "Excuse me. Could you please tell me in which direction the person who just exchanged for the elixir went? I am in urgent need of finding him." Seeing the young man in a state of distress, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, the staff promptly pointed behind him. The young man expressed his gratitude and hurried off in pursuit of Shou-Yi. Without acquiring the volcanic crystal elixir, all his plans would be rendered futile. Thus, he was determined to secure the elixir by any means necessary. However, as he chased after Shou-Yi, the latter had not ventured far before finding a seat and accessing the system interface. Indeed, as he had surmised, a notification appeared before him that he longed to see. Extraordinary level spirit item detected, volcanic crystal elixir. Would you like to exchange for 5 lottery chances to obtain the extraordinary level magma fruit elixir? Yet, he was taken aback to find another message displayed beneath it. You have seized the volcanic crystal potion ahead of time, depriving a fated child of the chance to alter his destiny, thus losing the favor of the heavens and becoming an inconspicuous passerby. You have gained 15 opportunities for the lottery. Zhou-Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, confirming his suspicion that the treasures he coveted would undoubtedly attract the attention of fate. Had he been a tad less vigilant, that passerby might have claimed the volcanic crystal potion. However, even with the potion now in his possession, Zhou-Yi remained on high alert. He tilted his head back, feigning a gulp of the potion, while secretly depositing it into the system space, subsequently opting for an exchange. In the next moment, the volcanic crystal potion transformed into a magma fruit potion, and an indescribable flavor surged through him, causing his entire body to tremble. After a desperate swallow, he finally caught his breath. Yet, this scene was fortuitously witnessed by the arriving young man, who mistook Zhou-Yi's trembling as a sign of absorbing the volcanic crystal potion. Struck as if by lightning, he collapsed to the ground, lamenting his misfortune. "Why did you consume such a precious potion so quickly? If only you had taken a few more minutes, I would have had my chance. You have ruined everything for me." His passionate cries swiftly drew the attention of many, especially when the patrolling guards arrived, witnessing Zhou-Yi lying on the bench, seemingly in agony as he absorbed the power of the magma fruit. The guards frowned deeply, as if he were enduring immense suffering, while the young man seethed with rage, preparing to seize Zhou-Yi by the collar. "Stop this at once." Several individuals rushed forward to intervene, subsequently dragging him away under the pretext of endangering his colleagues. Particularly, when Songping and Guling learned of the situation, the narrative had morphed into one where an ordinary training participant sought vengeance against Zhou-Yi, who had inadvertently claimed a cross-species potion, his beloved elixir. Enraged and humiliated, he allegedly plotted to murder Zhou-Yi, only to be thwarted by the arriving guards. The group was taken aback, and that very evening, the youth was expelled, his story extinguished before it could even begin, condemned to a lifetime of resentment. Of course, had the young man realized that within the training camp, even the experience points had assumed such peculiarities, he might have been engulfed by a myriad of emotions. Meanwhile, Zhou-Yi was returned to his quarters, continuing to absorb the power of the magma fruit. Upon learning that Zhou-Yi had exchanged the vast majority of his points for a potion that was utterly incompatible with his attributes, and one that was rather ineffective, Guling too furrowed his brow in concern. Songping, filled with exasperation, lamented the folly of the situation. What on earth did this fool intend to achieve? Did he not fear that consuming a potion of differing attributes would jeopardize the training scheduled for the following morning? Alas, a promising talent was on the verge of being squandered. Yet, unbeknownst to them, mere hours later, Zhou-Yi slowly opened his eyes, feeling a potent surge of magma energy coursing through him, his pupils glinting with a crimson hue. Additionally, within the void sphere crystal inside him, a new symbol representing magma had emerged. Chapter 67. The Second Trial, The Legend of the Dragon's Pool. Is this the power of the magma fruit? Zhou Yi felt a surge of power within him that erupted like a volcanic explosion. Despite having battled a horde of blazing crimson tigers during the day, and having scarcely rested since, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he was brimming with boundless energy that yearned for an outlet. The magma fruit, even in the world of pirates, is regarded as one of the most formidable devil fruits. Merely being extraordinary does not suffice to unleash its full potential as depicted in the original work. Yet its destructive capability is already terrifying. It is unfathomable to consider the heights that could be reached with further development. Zhou Yi smiled with satisfaction, aware that he had yet to reveal two of his abilities, the Tremor fruit and the power of the magma fruit. Either of these would be more than adequate for the upcoming regional training camp. However, he did not anticipate that another mysterious organization, the War Chronicles, would also intervene in this training. More importantly, they had ties to the Child of Destiny. This necessitated the emergence of a new guise for the Reincarnation Hall. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi defined the Reincarnation Hall as enigmatic and powerful. While the strength of the magma fruit is significant, the Tremor fruit, with its profound mystery and epic-level might, evidently aligns more closely with his intentions. Moreover, given the commotion caused by the young man earlier, many would surely have deduced that he had consumed the volcanic crystal elixir. Should he adopt a new guise based on the magma fruit, it would inevitably draw suspicion towards him. He was not one of those mindless antagonists and would never allow any risk of exposing his true identity. Thus, Zhou Yi ultimately resolved to reserve the power of the magma fruit for his true self, intending to wield the epic might of the Tremor fruit upon his next appearance as a member of the Reincarnation Hall. The combination of lightning and magma, two formidable abilities manifesting simultaneously within him, would likely plunge all his adversaries into despair. Before long, the clock struck 4 in the morning, and Zhou Yi was well prepared, arriving punctually at the designated location. However, upon witnessing Zhou Yi, the expressions of the others were filled with astonishment, including that of Gu Ling. Aren't you supposed to be absorbing the energy of the potion, diligently developing your fire attribute abilities? I had even arranged for you to take a leave of absence. Yet here you are instead. Did you forsake the potion's power in order to catch up with the training session? How foolish. Awakening the power of lava would undoubtedly yield far greater results than mere training. You truly move me deeply, Gu Ling exclaimed, his face a portrait of heartfelt concern. Yet, Zhou Yi could only find humor in Gu Ling's dramatization and his tearful expression. Commander, actually enough. You need not elaborate further. Rest assured, I shall arrange the most rigorous training for you, ensuring that even if you forego the potion, you will not harbor any regrets. Everyone, follow the bus from here on, running to the special training site, Longqingtan, without the use of abilities. Oh, and this training session is optional for classmate Ling Jing. Please accompany me to the bus. Yet, when Zhou Yi attempted to explain, he was abruptly interrupted by Gu Ling. With a commanding gesture, everyone followed closely behind the bus, while he leisurely perched on the edge, a cigarette in his mouth, grinning as he observed the students panting behind. Hurry up, or you'll be left inhaling exhaust fumes. Moreover, the last 3 to arrive will each forfeit 10 points to the top 3. Upon hearing his words, the crowd intensified their pursuit, though some of the physically weaker abilities soon fell behind. What is happening? Is this so-called special training merely an arduous cross-country run? As Zhou Yi listened to the grumbles around him, he silently quickened his pace, positioning himself among the top 3. Ever since he drew the 8 gates of Duanjia and the 6 styles of the Navy, his physical condition had vastly improved, heightening his awareness of his own transformation. Thus, halfway through the run, he discerned that this cross-country exercise could enhance endurance, allowing for prolonged use of his abilities. Finally, as the sun rose, they arrived at their destination, Longqing Pool. The last 3 to arrive were already exhausted, sprawled on the ground, yet they still wore grim expressions as they glanced at their watches, which had automatically deducted 10 points, transferring them to Zhou Yi and the other top finishers. Meanwhile, the remaining participants were captivated by the shimmering green-scaled surface of the lake before them. This was Longqing Pool, a crucial part of your special training in the second trial. Known as Dragon Pool, the clear pool descends to depths of 3,000 meters, shrouded in legend as the dwelling of a hidden dragon. It is said that many formidable beings relocated to this mountain to suppress the dragon, preventing it from unleashing havoc. This very reason has imbued the waters of the pool with a unique energy, perhaps the fabled dragon chi. This energy creates formidable barriers that hinder one's descent into the abyss, yet, akin to spiritual power, it elevates the realm of supernatural abilities, infusing them with a hint of dragon's might, thus amplifying their potency. Moreover, the deeper one ventures, the purer the dragon chi absorbed, leading to increasingly pronounced effects. Your task during this special training is to plunge as deeply as possible into the clear pool over the next 3 days, absorbing more and purer dragon chi. Upon the conclusion of this period, I will evaluate your depths as recorded by your watches, selecting only the top 10 individuals to join the ranks of the illusionary team for the ultimate mission. Upon hearing Gu Ling's explanation, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with excitement at the sight of the shimmering waters, even Zhou Yi displaying a look of astonishment. Little did he expect that this pool would harbor such a tale, or perhaps there truly is a dragon beneath. Before Zhou Yi could ponder further, Gu Ling suddenly shouted for the training to commence, prompting several swift individuals to leap into the water. Yet, in the next moment, a chorus of anguished cries echoed, halting the others in their tracks. There's something in the water. It's biting my backside. Over there, it's not safe. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention. Given the presence of dragon energy nourishing the waters, it naturally harbors creatures endowed with draconic attributes, all of which are remarkably fierce, and a single bite can inflict considerable pain. Moreover, the deeper one ventures, the more ferocious these beings become, so one must exercise caution to avoid their bites. However, there is a silver lining. Should one succeed in vanquishing these creatures, there exists a probability of obtaining scale elixirs formed from condensed dragon energy, which are far more beneficial than directly absorbing the dragon energy from the water. Though he feigned apologies, Gu Ling bore no trace of regret upon his countenance. Instead, he grinned widely, seemingly eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, much to the chagrin of the other students. Yet, with the acquisition of further hints, the others steeled themselves and leaped into the depths. Zhou Yi, having found his resolve, followed suit and submerged himself into the dragon-clear pool. In that instant, a formidable resistance surged from all directions, and to make matters worse, a swarm of piranhas, drawn by the scent, bared their sharp teeth and lunged towards him. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have been grievously injured in an instant. However, Zhou Yi merely shifted slightly, his robust physique countering the pool's repulsion. Moreover, the power of the thunder fruit enveloped him, forming a vast net of lightning around his being, striking all nearby creatures with searing bolts, leaving them no time to react before they were reduced to charred remains. Yet, soon Zhou Yi discerned an issue. The once rampant power of his lightning abilities, which had seemed unstoppable in the water, appeared to encounter an unexpected hindrance within the dragon-clear pool. Here, the lightning could only diffuse within a few meters. Beyond that distance, it was nearly ineffective against these creatures. This appeared to be the effect of the dragon's aura. Zhou Yi understood this, and thus concentrated the lightning within a 2-meter radius, continuing his descent deeper into the abyss. Eventually, with the 2 extraordinary abilities he had manifested, he could no longer proceed. Glancing at his watch, he realized he had ventured nearly 1,000 meters down. Nearby, there were 3 or 4 others who, after several attempts, acknowledged that with their talent and strength, they could not delve any further. They decided to remain and cultivate at this depth. Observing Zhou Yi's relentless determination through their watches, they secretly chuckled to themselves. Clearly, 1,000 meters marked a boundary. Perhaps only the most exceptional prodigies could penetrate such depths. If one could not perceive this limitation, it would reflect a lack of self-awareness, thereby squandering precious training time. As for the rumored depths of 3,000 meters, or even the bottom of the dragon's pool where the serpentine beasts were sealed, that was undoubtedly beyond the reach of mere second-tier practitioners. However, just as they were about to concede defeat, Zhou Yi gazed into the unfathomable depths of the dragon's pool and, with a sudden spark of inspiration, unleashed the power of the magma fruit. Indeed, while the effectiveness of magma was diminished underwater, the scalding crimson liquid swiftly evaporated all the surrounding water, allowing Zhou Yi to shatter the 1,000-meter threshold and plunge into even deeper waters. The 2 individuals who had been lingering 1,000 meters away were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Zhou Yi had truly managed to delve into the depths beneath the surface. Consequently, they too began to entertain various thoughts, employing every conceivable method, only to realize that they could not descend even half an inch further and had wasted considerable time, leading to profound regret. It became evident that Zhou Yi was indeed the prodigious talent he claimed to be, while they were but foolish jesters, overestimating their own abilities. Meanwhile, upon submerging 1,000 meters below, Zhou Yi immediately discerned the stark contrasts with the surface. The water pressure here was more than double that above, and the surrounding aquatic predators were far more formidable. As he descended, he found himself encircled by a dozen grotesquely scaled piranhas. However, ensconced beneath the protective barriers of magma and electricity, they were reduced to charred fish, unable to breach the 2-meter radius around him. Just as Zhou Yi prepared to continue his descent, he caught a glimpse of something shimmering in his peripheral vision. With a flick of his finger, he discovered it to be an inner elixir adorned with layers of scales. Although this elixir was smaller than a fingernail, it harbored an extraordinarily potent energy, equivalent to 5 spirit coins, which left him astounded. Was this what they referred to as a scale elixir? Zhou Yi chose not to absorb it immediately. Instead, he secured the elixir within his storage ring and proceeded to descend further. Glancing at his watch, he noted that on the very first day, fewer than 10 individuals had managed to reach depths below 1,000 meters. Among them were the swordsman he had particularly regarded and the girl in the black dress, both of whom had descended to depths ranking among the top 3. I must not fall behind. Zhou Yi let out a light chuckle, unleashing the full power of his magma fruit, thunder fruit, and physical abilities, transforming into a radiant beam of red gold light that dove straight down to the depths of the pond, startling those who crossed his path. Where did this formidable individual come from to play in a place 1,000 meters deep like this? Indeed, the talents of each generation are extraordinary. Yet I shall not lag behind. Zhou Yi's movement unexpectedly ignited the competitive spirit of several top-tier prodigies, prompting everyone to dive deeper, surpassing their intended depths significantly. On the shore, Guling observed the descent of all participants, feeling a wave of satisfaction at this scene. Quite impressive, this cohort boasts numerous promising talents, especially Zhou Yi, who resembles a catfish, invigorating all the lethargic students. It was indeed wise to summon him for specialized training. Next, it would be time to ensnare those wretched war profiteers who dwell in the annals of war history. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had also reached his limit after unleashing the full force of his 3 abilities. Glancing at his watch, he noted he had descended over 1,800 meters. Aligning with the other 3 in depth, the surrounding dragon aura was so dense it resembled jelly, and various creatures had grown increasingly formidable, their strength comparable to intermediate-level ability users. Noticing several oddly shaped fish attempting to feast upon him, Zhou Yi merely shrugged his shoulder, incinerating a large swath, and retrieved 3 sizable scale pills from the remains. At this rate, it was likely that within a few days, he would elevate his rank to intermediate level 2. At that moment, a violent tremor suddenly emanated from the depths of the pool, accompanied by a sound akin to a dragon's roar, leaving everyone in a state of shock. What could this be? I sensed that the concentration of dragon energy surrounding us had significantly increased. Even the yield of scale elixirs had risen, proving beneficial for cultivation. However, Zhou Yi was struck by a sudden inspiration as he gazed into the abyss. If he were to activate the reincarnation eye, what depths could he explore? Perhaps he could glimpse the so-called dragon dwelling at the very bottom. Once this thought took root, it began to proliferate uncontrollably in Zhou Yi's mind. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed that he was quite distant from the others, unable to see one another. Consequently, he communicated with the 10 Tails, summoning a 6 Paths puppet, entrusted his wristwatch to it, and instructed it to act as the situation warranted. He then donned a black robe adorned with red clouds and activated the reincarnation eye. Instantly, it felt as though the water pressure below had dissipated entirely, presenting no obstacles to him. Zhou Yi even experienced a peculiar sensation. It seemed as if the depths of the pool were eagerly beckoning him, as though a graceful figure was waving and calling out, urging him to come and play. He twitched at the corner of his mouth. But recalling the hidden cards he held, he steeled his resolve and boldly plunged through the 2,000-meter threshold, transforming into a shadow as he descended into the deepest part of the pool. At that moment, a young man who had likewise awakened a spiritual vision turned his head just in time to witness a figure plunging deeper with astonishing speed, surpassing even the native creatures of the pool. He could not help but rub his eyes. Could it be that he had been sleeping too late recently? It must be an illusion. He was certainly mistaken. Soon, Zhou Yi reached a depth of 2,999 meters. As he was on the verge of breaking through the 3,000-meter limit, he finally discerned what lay beneath the dragon spring. It was a vast cavern, emanating an overwhelming pressure that would terrify any ordinary person. Just as Zhou Yi prepared to breach the 3,000-meter mark and delve deeper into the cave, a surge of terrifying energy erupted from within, manifesting as a colossal shockwave rushing toward him. Chapter 69. A gathering of forces, observing in secret if this pressure were to strike him directly. Even a formidable second-tier expert would find it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. Yet, Zhou Yi remained unfazed. Instead, he concentrated his spiritual energy in the palms of his hands and pushed forward. The force of the impact coalesced before him, forming an invisible barrier that effortlessly deflected the violent shockwave, dispersing it in all directions. Zhou Yi emerged unscathed, and, harnessing the recoil from the blast, he propelled himself deeper into the heart of the spring, reaching the 3,000-meter mark, and then swam into the vast, enigmatic cavern. To his surprise, the water within the cave did not possess the stagnation he had encountered outside. Rather, it exuded a gentle warmth. More astonishingly, after only a short distance, he felt the air thick with dragon energy, so dense that it was almost suffocating. It was then that he realized, to his astonishment, that all the liquid within the cave was, in fact, a pure form of liquefied dragon energy. The 3,000-meter dragon spring outside was merely a diluted version of this energy, reduced countless times to form a deep pool. Zhou Yi could not help but hold his breath, quickening his pace. Although the dragon energy here was sufficiently rich for his cultivation, he found himself intrigued by the secrets concealed within the launching pool. Perhaps it truly harbored a Jiao dragon or some other creature. Moreover, he had a premonition that the conspiracies chronicled in the annals of war were somehow linked to the existence at the end of the dragon pool. What, after all, did Guling intend by bringing the beast of calamity? If he were Zhou Yi, he would undoubtedly have turned on his heel without a second thought, utilizing the dragon energy within the pool to elevate his own realm first. Yet, he must not forget that he was now a member of the Reincarnation Hall. This moment presented a splendid opportunity for him to reap the benefits. Before long, Zhou Yi discovered that the end of the pool revealed a hidden paradise, a vast cavern carved within the mountains. The source of this pool was, in fact, merely a moderately sized puddle within the cavern. Just as Zhou Yi prepared to swim upward for a closer inspection, a grand voice suddenly halted his movements. "Help me escape? How intriguing. Do share your plans. I have been trapped here for centuries and have tried nearly every method imaginable. What makes you think you can assure my release? Moreover, I am bound by humans, and you too are human. Why should I trust you?" In an instant, Zhou Yi's thoughts shifted. He utilized the power of vibration to isolate all surrounding forces, then activated the concealed spirit secret technique, rendering himself undetectable. His eyes shimmered with concentric circles of purple reincarnation ripples as he quietly observed from beneath the water's surface. The voice was aged and arrogant, seemingly disdainful of the interlocutor. Could the rumors spoken by Guling truly hold weight, that within this mountain lies a suppressed dragon? And might this voice belong to it? Yet, Zhou Yi astutely sensed the cunning of this entity. With just that single remark, it had turned the tables. Had it possessed a less profound stratagem, it would likely have hastened to reveal its cards, yet it offered no assurances. Unfortunately, the individual opposite had evidently seen through the old dragon's verbal ruse, merely chuckling softly before a chilling female voice reached Zhou Yi's ears. "Believe it or not, you may have heard of our name, the Chronicles of War." Roaring. Upon hearing the woman's words, the old dragon's breath quickened significantly, and even its tone shifted. "So it is you. That indeed seems plausible. Enough of the pleasantries. What do you require of me?" "Quite simple," she replied, her voice momentarily pausing before taking on an ominous tone. "First, wreak havoc in the southwest and incite war. Second, serve us for a decade." She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "However, wait a moment. There are some petty thieves lurking nearby. It would be prudent to eliminate them and retrieve that valuable item." With that, she suddenly summoned her spiritual energy, producing an enormous scythe from seemingly nowhere, and with a fierce swing, unleashed a razor-sharp crimson blade. Zhou Yi's heart jolted. It was inconceivable. The abilities of the tremor fruit were inherently enigmatic, and coupled with the concealed spirit secret technique, it provided a dual layer of protection. Even a third-tier powerhouse, unless equipped with reconnaissance abilities, would be utterly incapable of detecting him. However, he soon realized that the woman's blood-edged blade was aimed at the side of the rock wall. A sudden shattering of stone echoed, followed by a familiar roar filled with rage. It was then that Zhou Yi discerned he was not the sole observer. Guling, Song Ping, and other formidable figures from the base had also concealed themselves in this vicinity. Their methods of cloaking their presence were evidently inferior to Zhou Yi's, as they were effortlessly discovered by the woman. The old dragon, wearing an expression of amusement, had clearly recognized their presence long before. Gu Ling, unperturbed by the revelation, stepped forward with confidence, encircling the woman. To his astonishment, he had inadvertently ensnared a significant catch, one of the 10 principal members chronicled in the annals of war. The bloodied 9 pages. Upon Gu Ling exposing her identity, the bloodied 9 pages displayed no surprise. Instead, she waved her scythe, lifted her skirt, and graciously bowed to the assembly with a smile. I never anticipated that as a mere woman, I would be fortunate enough to receive the personal attention of Lord Gu Ling, captain of the Southwest Region's Tiger Battle Team. I am truly flattered. Gu Ling, however, merely scoffed, his spiritual energy rippling as he forcefully stomped the ground, shattering the blood-colored steel needles protruding from the earth. You are the bloodied 9 pages, who slaughtered 3 cities to absorb their blood and instigated 2 wars against other races. Whoever comes for you is justified. Having spoken, he clenched his fist tightly and, with a swift motion, appeared before his opponent. He unleashed a punch, only to shatter a blood clone, while the true form of his adversary had already materialized elsewhere. Observing the fierce battle, the old dragon did not come to the aid of the bloodthirsty 9 pages. Instead, it leisurely lowered itself, half closing its eyes in contentment. In that moment, Zhou Yi comprehended that the old dragon and Gu Ling had evidently forged some sort of agreement, explaining how they successfully lured out the bloodthirsty 9 pages. He silently mused. Indeed, they were cunning and shrewd, and even a dragon was not exempt from such traits. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, the dragon would incur no loss, and without expending any effort. However, after several exchanges, although Gu Ling and his cadre of teachers had managed to corner the bloodthirsty 9 pages, they could not completely subdue her. Yet, she remained unfazed, seemingly brimming with energy. Finally, after narrowly evading Gu Ling's punch once more, she unexpectedly spoke up. Lord Gu, I wonder if you recall that your pretext for coming to this base was the Southwest District's college entrance examination training, the final phase of which is called Beast Tide? Upon hearing her words, Gu Ling's expression shifted dramatically. What are you scheming? With a chuckle, she continued, if the Beast Tide were to be triggered prematurely, I wonder whether you would choose to continue pursuing me to prevent the Azure Black Dragon from lifting its suppression, or would you instead rush to rescue those students? Then, a smile flickered across her face as she snapped her fingers. In the next instant, the entire mountain quaked violently, unleashing a cacophony of beastly roars, reverberating even within the cavern. The Beast Tide has come. Chapter 70. The bloodthirsty 9 pages utilizing the 3rd-tier experience card. Zhou Yi's thoughts coalesced around the name of the ancient dragon. Qing Tsang He Long. Hadn't Gu Ling referred to this creature as merely a flood dragon? It was no wonder he had insisted it was merely a legend. The truth revealed a genuine dragon had been suppressed. In the cavern, Gu Ling found himself facing a dilemma, his expression markedly grim. Suddenly, he let out a low growl, his dark spiritual energy transforming into gauntlets. A terrifying aura erupted from his being, and he calmly addressed the gathered instructors. You must return immediately to lead the students to safety. I shall confront the bloodthirsty 9 pages. But Commander, activating your potential recklessly like this will damage your foundation in the long run. There is no time for hesitation. I command you to execute this order at once. Seeing the resolve in his eyes, the others gritted their teeth and turned to leave, leaving only Gu Ling and the bloodthirsty 9 pages to lock eyes. In stark contrast to Gu Ling's furrowed brow, the corners of the bloodthirsty 9 pages' mouth curled into a mocking smile, a thick aura of bloodlust enveloping her, staining the massive scythe in her grasp crimson. Well, Gu Ling, it seems you are left alone now. Let us see how you shall proceed. Before her words had settled, she raised her scythe and struck down upon Gu Ling with ferocity, clashing with his gauntlets and unleashing a tremor that shook the very ground. Yet in the next instant, Gu Ling felt his strength wane. The bloodthirsty 9 pages morphed into a pool of blood, vanishing from sight. Her true form materialized beside the stone pillar that contained the Qing Tsang He Long, clutching the nape of a young tiger in her hand. Clearly, the prowess of the bloodthirsty 9 pages surpassed that of Gu Ling by a considerable margin. It is likely that even the Southwestern Governor's office did not anticipate the personal arrival of the bloodstained 9 pages, which is why only Gu Ling, a single high-level combatant, was present, leaving them caught off guard. A century ago, human warriors forged 5 dragon lock chains to subdue the Azure Tsang Black Dragon. sealing them upon its four claws and neck, rendering it utterly powerless. Consequently, the requirements to unlock these chains are exceedingly stringent. One must taint the 5 chains with the blood of 5 different calamity beasts to nullify their effects. Our war chronicles have meticulously cultivated 4 distinct calamity beasts of various races at 4 separate locations. While the last one was birthed from the resentment of the Azure Song Black Dragon itself, manifesting as a calamity red flame tiger. Yet this rare opportunity is fleeting, and we cannot await the maturation of this young tiger. With the convergence of the 5 beasts, it is time to liberate you from your shackles and once again unleash chaos and disaster upon the world. The voice of the bloodstained 9 pages crescendoed, culminating in a ruthless application of the 4 blood vials and the blood of the young tiger onto the 5 dragon lock pillars. At this moment, even the Azure Song Black Dragon stood in exhilaration, its dragon eyes widened as it beheld the colossal pillars. However, a trace of derision flickered in Gu Ling's gaze. In the next instant, for sharp cracks echoed through the air as the massive chains restraining the Azure Song Black Dragon's limbs shattered into countless fragments, exploding dramatically. Yet the iron chain binding its neck seemed to encounter some error, as while it bore numerous fissures, it remained firmly affixed. Damn it, what is happening? Did you not claim to deliver me from my dire predicament? At this spectacle, Gu Ling could no longer suppress his laughter. We have long been aware of the calamity beast. How could we not be prepared? This young tiger has been meticulously cultivated by our base, possessing but a trace of diluted bloodline, sufficient to lure you out, yet inadequate to liberate the ancient dragon. What follows will be a definitive resolution, as we entomb you eternally within these mountains. With that, a glint of determination flashed in Gu Ling's eyes as he concentrated all his strength, including the very essence of his life, into his fists, charging fiercely towards the bloody 9 pages. The 3 individuals and the dragon present discerned Gu Ling's intent. Should he strike the bloody 9 pages, she would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. Yet, if she evaded his blow, Gu Ling would collide with the rock wall behind, instigating a landslide that would bury them all within the mountain's embrace. Faced with this dilemma, bloody 9 pages displayed no hesitation but rather a frenzied smile, raising her crimson scythe to meet Gu Ling's fist. However, Zhou Yi and the Azure Black Dragon, observing from the sidelines, noted that she had inadvertently shifted her stance just enough to align herself with the last dragon lock pillar. Zhou Yi immediately grasped her intention to have Gu Ling's life-risking strike impact the dragon lock pillar, thereby aiding the Azure Black Dragon's escape. His eyes narrowed. Should this ancient dragon be freed, the entire southwest region would face immense calamity. He could not bear to witness Gu Ling sacrifice himself so readily, becoming a mere pawn for their adversary. Moreover, as a destined antagonist, it is only natural for oneself to disrupt the plans of those who seek to alter fate. Thus, Zhou Yi bestowed a faint smile, casually retrieving a scale elixir from his spatial ring, awaiting the opportune moment. The Azure Song Black Dragon naturally deduced this, yet its cunning nature prompted it to remain silent, retreating slightly while observing Gu Ling, whose eyes were bloodshot with reckless determination as he charged forward, anticipation gleaming within his gaze. Just as both combatants entered each other's striking range, on the verge of collision, an unexpected scale elixir flew in from an unknown direction, landing precisely between them, momentarily bewildering both. In the next instant, a figure clad in a black robe adorned with crimson clouds materialized between them, arms outstretched as he pressed his palms against their foreheads, followed by a resounding explosion. The combined force of the shockwave and the divine retribution surged outward, propelling Gu Ling and the bloodthirsty 9 pages apart before they could unleash their full might. Gu Ling, jolted by the backlash, felt his vital energy surge uncontrollably, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, compared to the loss of life, he deemed it a favorable outcome. In that moment, he regained his composure, recognizing the positions of bloodthirsty 9 pages and the Azure Song Black Dragon, and immediately grasped the near-catastrophic implications of that punch, a shiver of dread coursing through him. Yet, his gaze shifted to Zhou Yi, who had prevented his demise. Perhaps he was conveying a message, indicating that the Hall of Reincarnation leaned more towards their side? Conversely, bloodthirsty 9 pages merely staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing, yet the smile that once graced his lips had vanished, replaced by a particularly grim expression directed at Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, the Azure Song Black Dragon was the most exhilarated, rising abruptly, its enormous eyes brimming with murderous intent. To my astonishment, a small insect was concealed within the water, an entity I had failed to perceive, Indeed, age has dulled my senses. However, it has disrupted my grand endeavors. And it shall pay dearly for this transgression. Its voice resonated like a tempest within the frozen depths of hell, capable of ensnaring a soul in ice. Suddenly, it unleashed a chilling breath that enveloped the cavern in frost. Yet, Zhou Yi remained composed as the icy dragon's breath surged towards him with a powerful strike. He dispersed both the frigid air and the malevolent dragon energy. The ensuing shockwave surged forward, striking the head of the azure-black dragon, eliciting a pained roar, igniting fury within its once cold vertical pupils. How dare this insignificant creature affront me? It seethed. Nevertheless, that punch of yours was merely of second-tier prowess. While one iron chain remains unbroken, I have already liberated my third-tier strength, sufficient to vanquish you. As for the young maiden chronicler of warfare, prior to your encounter with the final calamity beast, I require your servitude for a few days. Once I have ensnared this insect and subjected it to torment beyond its endurance, we shall join forces to obliterate the southwestern realm of humanity. With a sinister smile, the bloodstained 9 pages positioned herself beside the azure-black dragon, tacitly acquiescing to its demands. Meanwhile, Gu Ling, limping, stood before Zhou Yi and whispered, "Though I am now but a shadow of my former self, I can still buy you some time. Seize this opportunity to summon other formidable members from your organization or reach out to the governor's office." Zhou Yi observed his resolute profile, a flicker of a smile gracing his lips, yet his heart brimmed with warmth. He gently tapped Gu Ling's shoulder, stepping forward amidst his perplexed gaze, positioning himself before him, and silently intoned within his heart, "System, activate the Tier 3 experience card." As the words left his lips, Zhou Yi felt a magnificent surge of power flood into his being, swiftly awakening within him an array of profound and esoteric abilities. The third tier represents a critical juncture. If the second tier signifies the accumulation of strength, the third tier marks the initial explosion of power. At this level, various supernatural abilities gradually unveil their might, with higher ranks bestowing ever more extraordinary powers. There are those of SSS rank whose mere gestures can transform mountains and rivers into cascading torrents, defying the heavens. Elite practitioners of divine retribution can summon celestial thunder, wielding its awe-inspiring force to eradicate malevolence. And there exist even more formidable powers capable of summoning legions of spirits, metamorphosing into azure dragons and fiery phoenixes, or even commanding the very souls of others. In numerous lesser realms, a third-tier practitioner is already deemed the most formidable force. Thus, it is often referred to as the tier of the strong. However, to ascend to the third tier requires not only resources but also the comprehension of one's unique path to harnessing their supernatural abilities. The more abilities one possesses, the more challenging it becomes to discern this path. Yet, once one transcends into the third tier, a transformative shift occurs, endowing them with exponentially superior strength compared to others of the same rank. Consequently, without fortunate opportunities or familial legacies, the vast majority of individuals find it exceedingly difficult to reach this realm within their lifetimes. However, Zhou Yi has been granted a remarkable opportunity to experience the third tier in advance, uniquely crafted by the system to amalgamate all supernatural abilities, unveiling the most optimal and potent path tailored specifically for him. This implies that in the future, as long as he possesses sufficient resources, he can directly break through without the need for any profound insights. Moreover, even after the experience time concludes, his comprehension of the Tao will remain etched in his memory, allowing him to manifest it even at the second tier with a potency that far surpasses others of the same rank. At this moment, although Zhou Yi's exterior exhibited no discernible change, the tumultuous energy of the third tier surged within him, capable of instigating earthquakes, tsunamis, and aerial disturbances with a mere flick of his hand. However, the azure-black dragon and the bloodied scythe-wielding figure across from him remained oblivious, mistakenly perceiving Zhou Yi as merely an ordinary and feeble second-tier individual. Thus, both the man and the dragon launched their attacks simultaneously, their razor-sharp claws and blood-red scythe appearing before Zhou Yi in an instant. Yet, Zhou Yi appeared as though he were paralyzed with fear, making no attempt to evade, not even blinking an eye. Gu Ling, in a state of alarm, realized that the boy's realm was far too low, unable to keep pace with his adversaries. Be cautious. No matter how extraordinary you are in the reincarnation hall, or how mysterious your powers, you cannot transcend the chasm between the second and third tiers, he shouted, striving to rouse Zhou Yi, while gritting his teeth, prepared to summon the last vestige of his strength to push Zhou Yi out of harm's way in this critical moment. Just then, Zhou Yi finally moved, but contrary to Gu Ling's expectations of him deftly evading the incoming attacks, he instead stepped forward, raising a simple yet unassuming fist, which collided directly with the dragon's claw and the scythe. Gu Ling could hardly bear to witness the impending calamity that awaited this member of the Reincarnation Hall. Meanwhile, the azure black dragon and the bloodied 9 pages exchanged crooked smiles, seemingly mocking Zhou Yi's audacity and challenging the inevitable. However, in the next heartbeat, their expressions solidified in disbelief as their eyes widened in astonishment. At the intersection of the 3 forces clashing, a series of intricate spiderweb-like fissures suddenly erupted. Almost instantaneously, the very fabric of space shattered into countless minuscule fragments, along with the claws of the azure black dragon and the scythe of the bloodied 9 pages, which too splintered and turned against them. Caught off guard, both the dragon and the man were left with numerous tiny lacerations, the overwhelming force driving them back several steps before they could regain their footing. The bloodied 9 pages wiped away the droplets of blood cascading down his face, and rather than seething with rage, he crossed his arms and gasped in exhilaration, seemingly invigorated by the sight of his own blood. In stark contrast, the azure black dragon exhibited a more pragmatic disposition. It wrinkled its nose, tensed its muscles, and swiftly sealed all its wounds, halting the bleeding within mere seconds. With the formidable physique of a dragon, these minor injuries healed at an observable pace. Yet, as it turned its furious gaze back towards Zhou Yi, it was met with an unsettling realization. Zhou Yi, who had previously stood within close proximity, had vanished without a trace. Only upon lowering its head did it discern a shadow reflected in the distance, while Gu Ling stared, dumbfounded, at the top of its head. The azure black dragon was suddenly gripped by a foreboding intuition. It jerked its head upward, immediately spotting the loathed figure clad in the black robe adorned with crimson clouds. Zhou Yi unexpectedly floated in midair, gazing down from a lofty height upon the creature beneath him. This scene stirred a tumultuous wave in the hearts of not only Gu Ling, but also the bloodthirsty 9 pages. For a human to stand suspended in the void, one must possess an extraordinary mastery of their abilities, as only a select few with SS-grade powers or higher, developed beyond the 3rd tier, could achieve such a feat. Thus, it became evident that the individual from the Hall of Rebirth before them was not merely at the 2nd tier, but had indeed reached the 3rd. Upon realizing that the azure black dragon had finally located him, a fleeting smile graced Zhou Yi's visage concealed beneath his hood. He then extended a finger, pressing it against the dragon's brow. You yearn to escape the dragon-binding pillar, do you not? Allow me to assist you. With that, he flicked his finger, unleashing a surge of vibrational force. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. Even the bloodthirsty 9 pages and Gu Ling were petrified in place. Given the dragon's pride, they dared not fathom the extent of its impending wrath. However, instead of a roar of fury, they were met with a wail of despair. Suddenly, torrents of dragon blood erupted from every part of its body, as previously sealed wounds burst open, expanding several-fold. The organs within were grievously shaken, and the azure black dragon found itself grievously injured in an instant. Remarkably, the final iron chain binding it was also drawn taut by the force of the shockwave, eventually snapping with a resounding crack. The azure black dragon was finally liberated, feeling an unprecedented lightness coursing through its form, unable to believe it had truly escaped its confinement. Could this being truly possess such benevolence? It lowered its head sharply, preparing to repay Zhou Yi with the most excruciating of tortures. However, at that moment, it became apparent that the last iron chain, which had once been locked around its neck, remained intact, albeit severed. Thus, its power was still confined to the 3rd tier. Yet, the 3rd tier was sufficient. Lowly reptile, do you presume that the 3rd tier of the dragon clan is akin to yours? Naive. What if you were hailed as a prodigy among the human race? Allow me to elucidate why the dragon clan is exalted as the supreme race. Its once coiled form finally unfurled for the first time, its wings unable to fully spread within the confines of the cavern, leaving Gu Ling in sheer astonishment. It was unimaginable that the seemingly destitute azure black dragon moments ago could possess such immense size. Subsequently, it raised its head high and let out a roar. The exhilaration of newfound freedom rendered it oblivious to its injuries, as it summoned its physical strength to shatter the stones above and burst forth from the cave. Before departing, it delicately hooked its claws, taking with it the bloody 9 pages, prompting Zhou Yi to furrow his brow as he too harnessed the power of vibration, preparing to pursue the pair of one man and one dragon. Just then, Gu Ling called out to him. Although I am unaware of the true intentions of your reincarnation hall, I am willing to place my trust in you. Furthermore, I implore you to prevent the azure black dragon from wreaking havoc in the southwest. Consider it my plea. Henceforth, should the reincarnation hall require my assistance, Gu Ling shall undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Zhou Yi fell silent for 2 seconds, nodded in acknowledgement, and with a surge of energy, propelled himself like a cannonball towards the direction of the azure black dragon. Chapter 72. The Alliance of Heroes. The dragon emerges from the abyss at this moment. The students participating in the training were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. They had each been assigned specialized training tasks based on their unique talents and abilities. However, barely 2 days had passed before they were jolted by a tremendous upheaval, followed by a cacophony of terrifying beast roars echoing through the air. A few among them inadvertently stumbled into a beast tide, their screams cut short as they were mercilessly trampled, leaving no trace behind. What was happening? Was the beast tide supposed to be our final trial? Why had it arrived so soon? As the other students were enveloped in panic, unsure of how to respond, the instructors from the base finally emerged from their various hiding spots, guiding them through the dense forest in a desperate attempt to return to safety. Yet, no matter which direction they fled, they were met with a throng of frenzied beasts, forcing them back to their original positions. Were they truly destined to remain stationary and await their demise? One individual could not suppress his pessimism, but before he could voice his despair, a nearby youth shot him a fierce glare, compelling him to swallow his words. If breaking free led to death and remaining idle also resulted in death, then why not take a chance? Moreover, since the beast tide was the ultimate trial they must face, what harm was there in confronting it now? Those with courage, follow me, let us challenge the beast tide. Should Zhou Yi be present, he would recognize that this impassioned youth was indeed one of his fellow seeds. Upon hearing his words, many individuals instinctively recoiled, enveloped in a profound silence. However, it was not long before a young man, bearing a sword, stepped forward, accompanied by a blindfolded girl who also raised her hand. Those chosen as seeds had all risen, a total of more than 10 individuals. They exchanged knowing smiles, and without hesitation, dashed forth amidst the complicated gazes of the onlookers. In an instant, their figures vanished into the surging tide of beasts. Yet, soon after, a flash of sword light cleaved through the chaos, effortlessly severing several ferocious creatures in half. A multitude of these beasts abruptly seemed to be under some form of control, turning back as they rushed against the tide, only to be trampled into a bloody pulp within mere seconds. Each one of them showcased their unique abilities, astonishingly carving out a minuscule safe zone amidst the onslaught of beasts, gradually pushing forward. Could they truly succeed? What a naive thought. This was a tide of beasts. Their spiritual energy was finite, while the onslaught was virtually endless. As anticipated by some, the extraordinary powers of the group began to wane, while the ferocity of the beast tide intensified. In this ebb and flow, the safe zone shrank dramatically, leaving the 10 or so individuals cramped within that diminutive space, devoid of any room to maneuver. This meant that a single misstep would lead to their engulfment by the tide of beasts. Yet, even the mightiest among them, the sword-wielding youth, now felt his arm grow exceedingly heavy. The sword he had wielded since birth was now nearly beyond his capacity to lift. Beside them, the girl in the black dress tightly shut her eyes, 2 streams of blood tears cascading from the corners of her eyes, her breath becoming exceedingly feeble. Were we truly destined to perish here? The hearts of the group sank to the depths of despair, and they could not help but close their eyes in hopelessness. Yet, at that moment, a sudden resounding roar of a dragon echoed throughout the mountains, and to their astonishment, the tide of beasts came to an abrupt halt. The ferocious creatures, once rampant across the hills, now lay prostrate upon the ground, trembling incessantly towards the mountain peak, as if confronted by their most dreaded fear. Following this, the entire mountain experienced a violent tremor. Then, before their astonished eyes, the peak erupted with a thunderous explosion, and a colossal dragon soared forth from within. Upon sighting it, the beasts trembled even more violently, with some of the weaker animals fainting outright from terror. The students, who had been undergoing rigorous training in the mountains, were expressions of disbelief. The rumors spoken by the chief instructor were indeed true. However, they were also granted a brief respite due to the dragon's appearance. Thus, they quickly supported each other and moved to a safer location, adjusting their states while gazing up at the dragon in the sky, unable to suppress their relief. Fortunately, the dragon appeared at this moment. Had it arrived even a minute later, we would have been nothing more than a heap of mangled flesh, utterly beyond repair. Hearing one of them jest, the others could not help but roll their eyes in response. At that moment, Guling finally emerged from the partially collapsed cave. Upon confirming that the vast majority of students and teachers were safe and sound, he released a long sigh of relief. Casting a respectful glance towards Zhou Yi in the sky, it became clear that he had deliberately set the Azure Song Black Dragon free for this very reason. How shameful it was. I had been solely focused on the consequences of releasing the Azure Song Black Dragon, while he had even considered the students training in the mountains. I fall short in comparison to him. The Reincarnation Hall possesses such noble intentions. I had previously harbored doubts about them, and for that, I feel truly ashamed. Had Zhou been aware of Guling's musings, he would undoubtedly have been left speechless. The act of deliberately breaking the chains to release the Azure Song Black Dragon stemmed not only from his confidence in being able to subdue the currently third-tier dragon, but also from his covetous desire for its formidable physique and the invaluable dragon soul. To put it simply, he was enticed by its form. Should he have slain the Azure Song Black Dragon within the cave, the Dragon Lock Pillar would have immediately detected it, summoning the true powers of the governor's office, leaving him with naught from the dragon. However, if he allowed the Azure Song Black Dragon to soar out of the cave, the possibilities would expand significantly. With his abilities, he could devour the dragon entirely and take it away before the governor's office could react. The Azure Song Black Dragon, blissfully unaware of Zhou Yi's intentions, had just freed itself and was reveling in the joy of newfound freedom, stretching its wings in delight. It wasn't until it perched atop a mountain peak and looked down to see the gathering of teachers and students that a glimmer of cruelty flashed in its vertical pupils. Perfect, these little ants shall serve as a delightful treat to celebrate my regained freedom. In the annals of war, the young maiden declared that once I had indulged myself sufficiently, I would fulfill my first promise and wreak havoc upon the realm of humanity, to vent the pent-up resentment that had festered within me for a century. However, just as it prepared to unleash its fury, a shadow suddenly emerged from the cave, stepping into the void and calmly standing before it. Observing the audacious demeanor of the Azure Black Dragon, Zhou Yi discerned its intentions without hesitation and charged forth with a clenched fist. The Azure Black Dragon, its countenance twisted in rage, had previously been confined within the cave, unable to unleash its full potential. Yet now, soaring high above the earth, it was at last free to exhibit its true might. Let me bestow upon you, this ignorant little creature, a taste of dragonkind's awe. As the words fell from its lips, the surrounding air began to coalesce into a vortex. Hovering above the dragoness head, with a thunderous roar, a beam of terrifying icy brilliance surged towards Zhou Yi, freezing everything in its path. Even the air succumbed to the chill, and a hailstorm rained down upon the mountain, claiming the lives of numerous ferocious beasts amidst the onslaught. Yet Zhou Yi remained unfazed, gradually extending his hand, causing the icy radiance to shatter mere meters from him. Without waiting for the Azure Black Dragon to strike again, he forcefully stepped into the void, the rebound propelling him like a streak of black light towards the colossal dragon, instantly appearing at its rear. The force of the impact gathered once more in his fist, and then, with a single punch, he created a vast void in the atmosphere. Chapter 73. The Name, the Seat of Tranquility. This singular blow resonated through the air, leaving a monumental void in its wake. The Azure Black Dragon suddenly felt an overwhelming chill enveloping its entire being, as if a formidable crisis was imminent. Instinctively, it gathered all its muscles upon its back, its scales adhering closely to its skin, while various ancestral dragon buffs layered upon one another, effectively arming itself to the teeth. Yet, beneath the might of a single punch, all its defenses shattered effortlessly, resembling mere parchment, and struck against its back. The force of the impact transformed into a radiant sphere of energy, causing a web-like array of spatial fractures to emerge around it, accompanied by the sound of shattering. As the Azure Black Dragon was directly pierced through, the overwhelming shockwave rendered it unable to sustain itself, and it crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. Thus, in the eyes of the onlookers, a vivid scene unfolded. The dragon, emerging from the mountains, bore a fearsome visage, clearly intent on wreaking havoc, instantly igniting a sense of dread among the crowd. This was a genuine dragon, whose mere presence could compel a tide of beasts to kneel in submission. Could they withstand such a force? However, just as despair gripped the hearts of the spectators, a nearly imperceptible black that zipped past, followed by a mournful wail from the dragon as it plummeted from the sky. Only a handful of psychics with spiritual sight discerned the entire spectacle, unable to suppress their exclamations of astonishment. Someone had struck down the great dragon from above with a single punch. I too witnessed it, the black background with crimson clouds. It was the Hall of Reincarnation. Could it be that after the emergence of the prison sovereign and the Wood King, yet another formidable figure had arisen? Upon hearing their exclamations, the others quickly regained their composure from the shock and gathered around, incessantly inquiring about their situation. Even the group of elite candidates, who were on the verge of rushing out, returned upon hearing the news. Zhao Fuguei, isn't your ability to project distant scenes? Please, let us have a glimpse. Under the eager insistence of the crowd, Zhao Fuguei felt as though he were basking in the spotlight of his life, surrounded by everyone. Even the most gifted candidates and the chief instructor gazed at him with palpable anticipation. He nodded, channeling his spiritual energy, and a shimmering screen materialized before the onlookers. At last, they beheld the figures of the members of the Reincarnation Palace engaged in battle. Incredible! The Reincarnation Palace is my idol. I've finally seen them in action. My goodness, did you notice? He stands in the void without any wings or beasts. What level of mastery must that require? Be careful. The dragon is about to launch an attack. Zhou Yi, of course, also observed the azure black dragon rising once again, a faint green light converging upon its chest. Immediately, he noticed countless ferocious beasts in the surrounding forest beginning to wither and age. Their life force was being forcibly siphoned by the azure black dragon, not only healing its injuries in an instant, but also causing its body to swell significantly, amplifying its terrifying strength. However, Zhou Yi would not allow the adversary to grow stronger like those villains. He once again summoned a tremendous force, then forcefully struck the void beneath him, propelling his body like a bolt from a bow, crashing down upon the crown of the azure black dragon. The terrifying power transmitted from the dragon's form caused the entire mountain to fracture, revealing several unfathomable chasms. This was followed by a violent tremor that left all onlookers utterly astounded. This singular punch had triggered a landslide. The ferocious beasts, terrified, gazed at the massive boulders tumbling down the mountain, abandoning their reverence for the dragon and hastily seeking refuge in safer ground. In agony, the azure black dragon, despite its grievous wounds, unleashed a faint green radiance towards Zhou Yi, only to have it repelled entirely, scattering in all directions and withering every tree in its wake. Zhou Yi understood. The name Azure Black Dragon signified 3 distinct abilities it possessed. He had already witnessed the chilling frost and the dragon's physical prowess, and this green light appeared to be its 3rd power, seemingly an extraordinarily rare force of life. Far from being dismayed, he felt exhilarated. Such a revelation only heightened the dragon's worth. Consequently, Zhou Yi stamped his foot with great force, causing the ground to crack rapidly around him. The ensuing earthquake rendered the azure black dragon unstable, causing half of its body to sink into the earth. Yet, at that moment, it cracked a sinister smile, and a blood-red figure leapt forth from its being, wielding a scythe that, having been tainted with dragon's blood, had grown even larger and more menacing. The blade suddenly manifesting directly above Zhou Yi's head. A mere graze from this blade would subject one to the corrosive wrath of dragon's blood, leading to either servitude under the azure black dragon or a demise marked by the erosion of one's very essence. Yet, Zhou Yi remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering as he summoned a sphere of vibrational energy to intercept the scythe of the bloodstained 9 pages. In the midst of her incredulity, he seized the hilt of the weapon and yanked it with force. However, her form abruptly lost its weight, transforming into a ghastly crimson dragon head that lunged towards Zhou Yi with its maw agape, while the true essence of the bloodstained 9 pages lurked within, casting a sinister glance at him. Yet, Zhou Yi regarded her sanguine sorcery with utter disdain. He merely extended a finger, sending a tremor that pierced through the blood dragon, striking her unimpeded in the abdomen. The technique, known as the Naval 6 Styles finger gun, was further amplified by the vibrational force crashing into her very being. The ferocity of the assault rendered the bloodstained 9 pages utterly incapacitated, as she coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, the azure black dragon internally cursed the chronicles of warfare, recognizing their inadequacy, before exerting itself to emerge from the depths, transforming into a colossal war machine. In an instant, it engaged Zhou Yi in a flurry of encounters. With the might of a black dragon, it would invariably dominate any adversary under equivalent conditions. Yet, faced with the extraordinary powers of the Tremor fruit, despite possessing claws, a tail, and fangs as weapons, and being 100 times larger than its opponent. It found itself overwhelmed, sustaining injuries throughout its formidable form. The other party, however, remained unfazed, standing resolutely in the void, their long robe billowing dramatically in the wind. Leaving the distant onlookers, a group of students, utterly astonished. Is this still a mere human? To confront the Dragon Clan with sheer physicality. I would deem them the mightiest combatant among all supernatural beings. The previous contenders were all known by their monikers. I believe this individual deserves a resounding title as well. Indeed, with an invincible physique and the ability to traverse the void, perhaps we should christen them Superman. It is rather amusing. Although they engage in battle with their corporeal form against the colossal dragon, I perceive their true power lies not in the flesh, but in some formidable force capable of shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. Moreover, this figure stands defiantly in the void, akin to a monumental pillar, suppressing the dragon from wreaking havoc and rescuing us amidst the tide of beasts. I propose we call them the Seed of Heaven's Suppression. Chapter 74. Fist of Fury Against Mighty Foes. Seizing all his words rendered the crowd momentarily silent, yet they soon erupted in a chorus of admiration. The Seed of Heaven's Suppression, this title is undoubtedly well-deserved. Guling nodded in agreement upon hearing the moniker they had bestowed. The students, witnessing the fierce clash between Zhou Yi and the Azure Black Dragon, were filled with reverence. My apologies, Lord Yuzuan and Lord Muang, but from this day forth, I shall be an ardent admirer of the Seed of Heaven's Suppression. I see you are captivated by the esteemed figure's robust physique, unlike me, who can only empathize with the trials of the Great One in grappling with the dragon. How about joining me instead? Halt. Otherwise, this book may face closure. What, I wonder, occupies the minds of each of you? In the realm of adulthood, choices are seldom abundant. I desire them all. The young swordsman gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor, yearning to join the fray. Alas, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Meanwhile, the girl in the black dress, her eyes shrouded once more in a veil of darkness, flushed with a hint of crimson, produced a sheet of paper and a pen from an unknown source, hastily sketching something. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yi had unwittingly acquired a new moniker among the onlookers. At that moment, he was weaving through the mountains, engaged in battle with the Azure Black Dragon. Each clash resulted in a tremendous explosion. Ultimately, unable to contain itself any longer, the Azure Black Dragon unfurled its massive wings and roared into the sky. Zhou Yi, equally determined, propelled himself upward with a powerful leap, employing both the moonwalk and the force of the void, surpassing the dragon in speed. The man and the dragon commenced a renewed chase in the air, their forces colliding in a symphony of thunderous roars, leaving the spectators in awe. At last, Zhou Yi landed a decisive blow on the Azure Black Dragon, inflicting excruciating pain that turned its eyes crimson. Seizing the opportunity, the dragon clasped Zhou Yi and plunged into a vast lake below. This is perilous. I recall that this lake is another outlet of the dragon pool, essentially the lair of the Azure Black Dragon. Moreover, the underwater combat could prove detrimental to the position of the stronghold. Guling furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Although his interactions with the members of the Reincarnation Hall were limited, their actions, luring the dragon out of its lair to rescue students, and one individual bravely confronting the ferocious dragon in the bloodthirsty 9 pages, had earned his admiration. Observing his solemn expression, the surrounding students and teachers instinctively held their breath, anxious not to disrupt the battle and risk their idol's downfall. Just as tension thickened in the air, the water's surface was suddenly parted by an unseen force, revealing Zhou Yi's figure. With a powerful tug of his hands, towering waves surged forth, crashing relentlessly against the Azure Black Dragon. This was supposed to be its domain. Yet the colossal waves summoned by Zhou Yi transformed the lake into an impediment against it. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yi leaped atop the dragon's head just as it prepared to unleash its frozen breath, poised to freeze the water's surface. Channeling all his strength into his right fist, he delivered a formidable blow to the top of the dragon's head. A resounding thud echoed through the mountains. Upon being struck, the Azure Black Dragon momentarily froze, its eyes dimming. It was unable to release its icy breath, instead sealing its own mouth in frost. Its body sank silently into the depths of the lake, leaving no trace. Had it perished? It was uncertain. The waters of this lake were imbued with dragon energy, rendering our spiritual sight incapable of discerning the scene within. Look! The master has also descended. As the opportune moment arrived, Zhou Yi swiftly turned and submerged himself once more into the water, quickly locating the unconscious Azure Song Black Dragon. Remarkably, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, this creature had not yet perished. The resilience of the Dragon Clan, particularly that of the Black Dragons, left Zhou Yi in awe. Yet, It also intensified his covetous desire for this corporeal form. This was merely the combat prowess of the Azure Song Black Dragon sealed at the 3rd tier. One could scarcely fathom the sheer power it would unleash at full strength. As he gazed upon the creature's immense physique, contemplating how to transport it back to the celestial secret realm, he suddenly sensed a yearning emanating from the 10 tails. What, do you desire this creature's spiritual essence? Zhou-Yi promptly received information from the system, and understanding dawned upon him. The 10 tails he summoned was merely a foundational version, requiring the spiritual energies of 10 formidable beings to activate its complete form. Moreover, the greater the strength, potential, and lineage of these 9 targets, the loftier the status and terrifying might of the fully realized 10 tails would be. With this knowledge, Zhou-Yi hesitated not, promptly opening the spatial gateway to the celestial secret realm as directed by the system. Astonishingly, the sealing technique, which typically necessitated the simultaneous casting of 10 individuals, was executed solely by the 10 tails. 9 ethereal dragons of spiritual energy lunged toward the Azure Song Black Dragon, which offered no resistance. All its spiritual energy was swiftly siphoned away and sealed within one of the 10 tails' appendages. Its aura instantly weakened, and even if it were to awaken, escape from Zhou-Yi's grasp would be an impossibility. At that moment, several notifications sprang forth before Zhou-Yi, but he scarcely had time to glance at them. He commanded the 10 tails, extending a colossal hand to drag the massive form of the Azure Song Black Dragon entirely into the celestial realm. As the temporal tunnel sealed, it was as if the Azure Song Black Dragon had never graced this world. Subsequently, Zhou-Yi glided to the lakeside, taking a moment to steady his breath. However, a figure clad in a blood-red gown, wielding a dagger, silently appeared behind him, raising the weapon with the intent to plunge it into the back of his skull. Alas! At the very instant the bloodstained 9 pages made her move, an invisible repulsive force deflected her dagger. Realizing the danger, she instinctively recoiled, attempting to flee. But a hand swiftly grasped her forehead from behind. In that moment, she felt as though her soul was being extracted from her body, utterly defenseless. In the next heartbeat, the once infamous blood-stained 9 pages, who had incited countless upheavals, wars, and bloodshed, was enveloped in darkness, forever losing consciousness. After the human path extracted her soul, the 6 paths of reincarnation emerged from behind Zhou-Yi. In no time, her memories were completely absorbed by the human path, revealing to Zhou-Yi a wealth of knowledge regarding the annals of war. To his astonishment, besides the dragon, he had also acquired a member from the records of war. Take her body back to the celestial realm first. Once I have concluded the remaining matters, we shall assess the spoils of this venture. Chapter 75. First place. Exchange for the mysterious statue. The cycle of 6 paths nodded, then hoisted the bloody body of the 9 pages and once again vanished into the forest. Zhou-Yi adjusted his watch and followed the trail of the others. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing towards the main force. Meanwhile, the rest remained captivated by the recent clash of the formidable figures until a thunderous roar from a beast jolted them back to reality, directing their gaze towards the oncoming tide of beasts. With the control of the Azure Black Dragon now absent, the ferocious creatures returned to their instinctual nature, scattering in various directions. Everyone, heed my command. The Dragon Pool assessment has concluded. We shall now commence the final trial, the Beast Tide. The ferocious beasts within this mountain are imbued with dragon energy. Thus, as long as you possess your watches, you can absorb dragon energy from the slain beasts, enhancing the potency of your abilities. Therefore, by sunset, your watches will record the number of kills. The 10 individuals with the highest count will be rewarded. Let the assessment begin. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the beasts. The talents displayed by the students caught the attention of the teachers, who quickly took notes. Indeed, after this Beast Tide, all students exhibited noticeable growth in their strength, and their abilities had developed significantly. Notably, members of the elite teams, such as Jianxin and Ming Han, underwent transformative changes following their life and death trials. With just a bit more refinement, one could undoubtedly shine brilliantly in the college entrance examination. Guling observed the fierce battle before him, occasionally nodding. Yet soon his expression would shift to one of regret. It was a pity that the one he had high hopes for had gone missing, and he had yet to locate him. Surviving alone amidst the Beast Tide seemed an insurmountable challenge. He pondered how to explain this to the family. However, before he could dwell on this troubling matter, a blinding bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly incinerating dozens of hungry wolves gathered together. Following this, a barrage of blazing boulders came hurtling forth, each capable of crushing several large, ferocious beasts. The crowd was stirred by these two formidable displays of power, and they instinctively turned their gazes towards the depths of the forest, where they beheld a familiar figure standing atop a large tree not far away. One hand commanded the lightning while the other manipulated the seething magma. Terrifying spiritual energy surged around Shou-Yi, causing Gu Ling's eyes to involuntarily widen. This young man, clearly only at the second tier, emanated a pressure that felt as if it could suppress even him. Yet, in the next moment, his face broke into a broad smile. Joey, aha, you are still alive. The others, upon hearing Gu Ling's laughter, seemed to awaken from a dream, their expressions turning to one of shock as they gazed at Shou-Yi. Was this person also from their training camp? And he had survived alone amidst the beast tide? Just how powerful was he? The expressions of several members of the seed group also shifted dramatically. Having previously endeavored to break through the beast tide as a team, they possessed a keener understanding of its terrors than most. Consequently, upon learning that Shou-Yi had navigated the ordeal unscathed and alone, their astonishment surpassed that of others. Shou-Yi, sensing their gazes, merely offered a subtle smile, as bolts of lightning transformed into a myriad of golden arrows, scattering in all directions and felling a multitude of beasts. The chasm between these savage creatures and the azure-black dragon was greater than that between man and ant. Thus, for Shou-Yi, fresh from his draconic triumph, it was akin to child's play. Though he had begun later than the others, he swiftly ascended to the top, his kill count far surpassing that of Jianchen, the second-ranked swordsman. Gazing at his watch, which displayed Shou-Yi's staggering tally, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, even unleashing his most formidable sword techniques, he remained unable to even approach Shou-Yi's level. Yet, he quickly rekindled his burning ambition. What did it matter if Shou-Yi was stronger now? With his innate talent for swordsmanship, he might one day rival him. Observing the unfolding events from a distance, Gu Ling adjusted his sunglasses, concealing the astonishment in his eyes. As an impartial observer with a superior vantage point, he perceived the situation with greater clarity than anyone else. Shou-Yi, despite already displaying overwhelming power, was undoubtedly concealing something earth-shattering. The others, far from catching up, were likely to find the gulf between them widening. The boy was not merely an anomaly. He was a monster of terrifying proportions. Not far away, the girl in the black dress, ranked third, wore a mysterious smile at the corner of her lips, as she wielded her extraordinary powers to command the fierce beasts to tear at one another. She deftly retrieved a pen, swiftly sketching two figures on her notebook, one depicting a fleeing figure, the other a relentless pursuer, both seemingly trapped in an inescapable chase. One of the figures bore a resemblance to Jianchen, while the other shared a striking similarity with Shou-Yi. At last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Gu Ling bellowed that the assessment had concluded. Instantly, everyone ceased their activities and, under the guidance of their instructors, boarded their respective buses to return to the base. Soon after, the results of the assessments in Longtan and the Beast Tide were unveiled. To everyone's astonishment, Shou-Yi emerged not only as the individual with the highest number of beast kills, but also as the one who ventured the deepest into Long'an. Even Gu Ling's gaze sharpened, laden with profound meaning as he regarded Shou-Yi. When considering his swift completion of the Tiger's Den task, Shou-Yi had remarkably secured first place in all three assessments. This lad was undoubtedly adept at masquerading as a simpleton while concealing his true prowess. Only those who had shared the same bus with Shou-Yi from the outset remained unfazed by this outcome. After all, how could the one who had so thoroughly overwhelmed them from the very beginning be anything less than formidable? These two first-place finishes revitalized Shou-Yi's nearly depleted points, propelling them to a substantial total of 500. That evening, as he scrutinized the list in the point shop, he pondered for a considerable time, ultimately seizing the opportunity afforded by a 50 discount for achieving dual firsts, purchasing a treasure valued at 10,000 points, a revered ancestral artifact from a mysterious alien race, the divine statue of light and darkness. It is said that this deity serves as the totemic god of this race, simultaneously governing both light and darkness. Thus, the statue embodies the utmost powers of these opposing forces. However, in stark contrast, the statue also emanates an array of ominous signs. All who attempt to harness the energies of light and darkness from it swiftly encounter misfortune. Upon their demise, the powers they once possessed are believed to manifest within the statue, giving rise to rumors of a curse left by this race. Over the years, the accumulation of light and dark spiritual energy within the statue has become truly terrifying, yet no one dares to approach it, fearing the curse it bestows. Nonetheless, Shou-Yi showed no hesitation this time. As soon as he placed his order, He hurried to the exchange point to retrieve the statue. Shortly thereafter, a scream echoed from the exchange point, someone lamenting their desire to gaze upon the statue, questioning who possessed such wealth to claim it. Meanwhile, upon returning to his residence, Zhou Yi noticed an additional 10 lottery chances in his system, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he never failed to seize opportunities ahead of others. However, when he looked at the statue, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was grinning at him maliciously, a voice incessantly whispering in his mind, "Come. If you follow my guidance, you shall acquire dual SSS level light and dark abilities and become an unparalleled prodigy." Zhou Yi instantly comprehended the nature of the statue. It was indeed malevolent, capable of seducing hearts. Yet, the allure of dual SSS level abilities was a temptation few could resist. He chuckled softly, and under the statue's expectant gaze, he plunged his consciousness into the system. Chapter 76. The new vesture emerges, ascending to the pinnacle of trending searches. Indeed, at this moment, a notification had appeared within the system regarding the statue. Detected? Level Spiritual Object. Light Dark Evil Seed Demon Statue. Do you wish to exchange for 80 lottery chances to obtain the power of the legendary tier Shimmering Fruit and the epic tier Dark Fruit? Zhou Yi was astounded. This statue possessed an extraordinary significance, to the extent that even the current system could not ascertain its classification as a spiritual object. Moreover, it offered the possibility of exchanging for both a legendary and an epic reward at once. However, upon seeing the number of exchange opportunities required, Zhou Yi felt a wave of relief. Although the demon statue was of high caliber, it was still deemed inconsequential by the system, as evidenced by the abundance of lottery chances available for exchange. Regrettably, Zhou Yi could not muster the requisite lottery opportunities at that moment. Thus, he withdrew to the confines of the system space. The statue, noticing that Zhou Yi had been staring at it in rapture, assumed he had succumbed to its allure and was poised to infiltrate his being with the light dark evil seed. Yet, to its astonishment, Zhou Yi seized the statue and cast it into the system space, clapping his hands in anticipation of accumulating sufficient lottery chances in the future to redeem both of those formidable fruit abilities. In the ensuing period, the individuals at the base underwent rigorous training tailored to their needs, akin to hellish trials, leaving even Zhou Yi feeling utterly fatigued each day. However, the results were unmistakable. Zhou Yi had previously believed that upon acquiring the third-tier power, he had fully maximized his supernatural abilities. Classic Novel Network revealed a profound truth to him. The development of your extraordinary abilities still has a long way to go. During this period, Zhou Yi discovered that his proficiency in various extraordinary abilities had remarkably advanced once again, particularly the Thunder Fruit and Magma Fruit, which were initially merely at the extraordinary level upon exchange, had surprisingly ascended to the threshold of legendary through rigorous training. As this intensive training was nearing its conclusion, all of them stood before the bus, transformed as if they were entirely different individuals, each brimming with vitality and possessing piercing gazes. Especially the 10 individuals designated as the seed group, who were utterly inscrutable, emanating an aura of immense power within them. At that moment, someone suddenly inquired, "Chief Instructor, may we post a video of this individual online? I implore you, we absolutely promise not to disclose any information regarding the base or this training session. But I am simply too eager for others to witness our idol's charismatic presence." After careful consideration, Guling ultimately acquiesced to their request. Recently, the Hall of Rebirth had indeed become the most discussed topic across the internet. If the footage of the Hall of Rebirth members vanquishing the evil dragon were to be seen by others, it would convey a message. The Hall of Rebirth is not a nefarious organization, but rather a hidden force dedicated to safeguarding humanity. This could effectively leverage their influence to enhance societal security. Furthermore, their presence in this location is primarily to guard the cave that houses the Azure Black Dragon. After the recent battle, the Qing Tsang Black Dragon was dealt with, and even the mountain itself was on the verge of collapse. There was no longer any significance in remaining here, and they planned to withdraw immediately after the training concluded, rendering any potential exposure inconsequential. With Guling's permission, the group erupted in cheers as they uploaded their meticulously edited clips online, deliberately placing the striking close-up of the black and red cloud ensemble at the forefront. Indeed, these videos swiftly garnered significant attention. "Is there yet another member of the Reincarnation Hall emerging?" someone exclaimed. "Let me take a look." It was amusing to note that this marked the 10th individual donned in a black and red cloud robe that I had encountered recently. However, the previous 9 were mere attention-seeking imposters, and I suspected this one was no different. Alas, yet again, it was the Glitch D setting of an obscure mountain forest. I could already predict the ensuing plot. The blogger would inadvertently encounter a mysterious individual clad in the Reincarnation Hall uniform. During their conversation, the enigmatic figure would proclaim the blogger's exceptional talent, suggesting that with such a gift, he could easily become a member of the Reincarnation Hall. Yet, he would need to gather the collective will of the masses, urging every viewer of the video to vote for him, thereby assisting his entry into the hall. In return, he would promise to reward them with photographs of several prominent figures. As the video had barely been uploaded, the screen was already flooded with mocking comments. The group, however, was not the least bit offended. Instead, they wore expressions of eager anticipation. After all, it is not lies that inflict harm, but rather the truth that cuts like a knife. The greater the jest, the more precise the posture of submission would be when the time came. They are eagerly anticipating the moment when these individuals will astound everyone with their prowess in slaying dragons from the throne of tranquility, followed by the grand scene of their triumphant welcome at the throne of heaven. Indeed, just moments later, when the highest peak erupted and the azure-black dragon soared forth, the sight of countless beasts bowing in submission immediately sent the crowd into a frenzy. Could this be mere special effects, or is it truly a dragon? Is there anyone nearby, perhaps a brave soul, to investigate whether dragons have recently been sighted in your vicinity? I showed the video to my 10-year-old cousin, who has been critiquing films for 12 years, and he declared it genuine. This thread concludes here. Locals have personally attested to the truth of the matter. Not long ago, they indeed heard the roar of a dragon, and a horde of beasts emerged from the mountains, only to vanish swiftly. Initially, we were puzzled, only to discover that a formidable figure from the Hall of Rebirth was present. However, it remains uncertain how this newly emerged member intends to combat the dragon, which leaves us filled with anticipation. As the scene progressed, the crowd witnessed a shadow clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds soaring into the heavens, delivering a single punch that drove the colossal dragon into the ground, causing a cataclysmic upheaval. Instantly, silence enveloped the assembly. Yet, in the following moment, a torrent of comments flooded the screen, completely obscuring the view. Goodness, is it truly this straightforward and brutal? This is indeed beyond my expectations. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a dragon using human strength embodies an aesthetic of violence that is undeniably magnificent. Crafting a narrative requires logic, but reality does not adhere to such constraints. I am now convinced that this is not fabricated, for the power displayed transcends the bounds of human imagination. Subsequently, a remaining segment of the video showcases a member of the Reincarnation Hall engaged in combat with a colossal dragon, where a single strike instigates an earthquake. In the skies above, the fierce clash between man and dragon unfolds, culminating in a breathtaking moment where he rips through the lake's surface, delivering a devastating blow that shatters the dragon's forehead. The screen fades to black only after he submerges into the water, yet the fervor of online discussions remains unabated. One cannot help but imagine the bliss of having the esteemed Lord of the Heavenly Throne as a partner. Curiosity abounds regarding the number of abdominal muscles he possesses, eliciting eager anticipation. The noise from above is quite distracting. Greetings to all. Soon, the Reincarnation Hall's entry ascended once again to the top of trending searches. The name of the Lord of the Heavenly Throne has firmly entrenched itself in public consciousness, igniting countless debates. His formidable prowess, exemplified by his iron fists that slay dragons, has significantly elevated the status of physical abilities, sparking a new trend. Moreover, the mountain where he battled the Azure Song Black Dragon has been unearthed by netizens. However, when curious individuals sought to pay homage to the site, they were informed that it had been sealed off by the authorities, adding an air of mystery to his exploits. Yet, the protagonist remains blissfully unaware of these developments. Zhou Yi sits in a vehicle heading home, eyes closed, as his consciousness delves into the system space, delighting in the cascade of system notifications that previously appeared. Chapter 77. Inventory of enormous gains in exchange for soul fruits. You have accomplished the Dragon Slayer achievement, shattering the schemes chronicled in the annals of war, and earned 18 lottery chances. You have slain the bloody 9 pages, significantly diminishing the power and fortune of the war chronicles, and acquired 22 lottery chances. You have secured the top score in the Southwestern Training Zone, trouncing numerous yet-to-mature prodigies, and amassed a total of 31 lottery chances. At last, under Zhou Yi's exhilarated gaze, the lottery opportunities have surpassed the remarkable threshold of 100 for the first time. Yet, contemplating the statue he still wishes to exchange, and the plethora of rewards he longs to draw, he sighed again. No matter how many lottery chances he possesses, They always seem insufficient. However, he quickly rallied his spirits, directing his attention to the other notifications. Following his vanquishing of the Azure Song Black Dragon, the system presented several additional messages. It was only natural, given the immense value of this dragon, that the system would not forego its involvement. Zhou strongly suspected it was akin to the exchange notification for the statue. Indeed, he soon encountered the conditions for exchange provided by the system. Detection of level spiritual object, the body of the Azure Song Black Dragon. Would you like to exchange for 30 lottery chances, as well as a portion of the Azure Song Black Dragon's body, to acquire a legendary grade development fish fruit, mythical beast species? The power of the Azure Dragon, abbreviated as Azure Dragon Power, detected the presence of the dragon soul of the Azure Black Dragon. Would you like to exchange for 10 lottery chances to obtain the legendary soul fruit? The detection of the Azure Black Dragon's bones also offers the opportunity to exchange for 10 lottery chances to acquire the legendary ability to slay the Grey Bones. The body of the Azure Black Dragon is replete with treasures, to the extent that the system presents an extensive list of exchange options, all of which are legendary rewards. Leaving Zhou utterly astounded. Is this not a dragon that has lived for over a century? Can it truly be worth so much? However, in response to Zhou Yi's confusion, the system displayed a series of question marks. For the Dragon Clan, a century of existence is merely the stage of youth. And for certain long-lived dragon species, it is akin to infancy. Moreover, the Azure Black Dragon possesses 3 elemental abilities. Having cultivated to the 4th tier in such a short span of time, yet its true power is sealed, limiting it to only demonstrating 3rd tier strength. Upon receiving the system's elucidation, Zhou Yi experienced an epiphany. The Azure Black Dragon is not an aged and frail creature, but rather a young prodigy among dragons. Thus, his ability to slay dragons and claim its entirety is akin to discovering a treasure trove, an immense fortune indeed. Soon, Zhou Yi deduced the crux of the matter. The Azure Black Dragon had been sealed for over a century, yet no formidable beings had come to slay it, which evidently indicates a hidden agenda. It is even possible that it was reserved as a mount by someone. It is estimated that now, whether it be the Southwestern Governor's Office, the Annals of War, or even various nefarious organizations, all are in pursuit of the dragon hidden within that mountainous forest. Among them, there may even be certain children of destiny. Yet, they would never fathom that Zhou Yi would leave them not even a mere scrap. Oh, perhaps they might collect a few drops of dragon blood spilled during the battle from the ground. At the mere thought of this, Zhou Yi felt a surge of delight. Even the complimentary meal served on the long journey tasted remarkably better. After the departure of this group of students, as Zhou Yi had anticipated, the mountain forest became inundated with countless powerful officials and various individuals with ulterior motives. Particularly, the vast lake where the Azure Song Black Dragon had plummeted was thoroughly excavated. However, they unearthed nothing of significance, merely gathering some dragon blood. No one could fathom how the Hall of Reincarnation managed to entirely remove a colossal dragon in such a brief span of time. A feat that even drew the attention of a celestial pillar. Meanwhile, the governor's office seized this opportunity to sweep through the surrounding factions, apprehending numerous wanted criminals, thereby elevating the security level of the entire southwestern region. In the imperial capital, the head of a powerful family furiously shattered a priceless cup made from the skull of a young dragon. Scalding spirit tea splattered across him, yet he remained oblivious, fixated solely on the information relayed to him. An opportunity that had taken a century of familial strategy to secure, to subdue a dragon guardian, was lost just like that? Investigate this. Uncover the origins of the Hall of Reincarnation. Amidst the towering mountains, a youth with dark skin, possessing dragon-like vertical pupils and faint signs of scales upon his body, swiftly navigated through the woods, ultimately burrowing into a familiar cave through a subterranean passage. However, upon re-entering this well-known cavern, poised to indulge in the various treasures expelled by the dragons as he had done countless times before, he was met with an unsettling void. The once abundant treasures imbued with draconic energy, which had fortified him, had vanished without a trace. Panic surged within the boy. Where could such a colossal creature, as immense as the mountain itself, have gone? He was oblivious to the events that had transpired, yet acutely aware that without those precious artifacts, he could no longer attain the strength he so desperately sought. He was tantalizingly close to acquiring greater power. In a fit of rage, the boy leaped and bounded within the cave, his commotion swiftly attracting the attention of several onlookers. Their astonishment turned to awe as they beheld this peculiar wildling, and their eyes widened further at the sight of his nearly draconic physique. although the dragon itself eluded capture. The prospect of seizing a human tainted by dragon energy held significant research potential. Thus, this destined child of the mountains met his untimely end before his fate could unfold. Yet, none of this bore any relevance to Zhou Yi. As he pondered the situation, he noted the eyelids of the azure-black dragon fluttering slightly, as if on the verge of awakening. In a flurry of urgency, he swiftly converted its soul into the essence of soul fruits, ensuring the demise of the seemingly indestructible dragon once and for all. A fleeting flash of white light appeared, and the faint soul fluctuations of the azure-black dragon completely vanished. In their place, a new vial of potion manifested before Zhou Yi. After enduring the torment that felt worse than death, Zhou Yi, in a daze, seemed to glimpse the visage of his great-grandfather, only to be promptly kicked back to reality. Ultimately, he acquired the power of the soul fruit. Under the nurturing influence of this legendary soul fruit, his soul power began to ascend rapidly, soon rivaling other extraordinary abilities. Zhou Yi estimated that it would at least match the prowess of the black-skirted girl from his training sessions. Naturally, having gained a new ability, he was eager to experiment with it. Conveniently, he possessed a soul that had undergone memory extraction, so he decided to target the soul of the bloody 9 pages from the realm of humanity. However, just as he hesitated over what vessel the first Homai should inhabit, Shang Chun, who was cultivating within the starry secret realm, was roused by the soul energy Zhou Yi emanated. Upon learning of Zhou Yi's newfound ability, even he was astonished by the formidable and enigmatic nature of this soul-related power. Immediately after, he retrieved a paper package from behind a massive cauldron and handed it to Zhou Yi. You mentioned this woman's soul is powerful and could be refined into a decent homais, correct? I happen to have a set of spiritual treasures here. If it can be infused with a soul, it will undoubtedly provide you with immense assistance. Chapter 78. The Ancient 8 Trigrams and Mysterious Gates. Explosion of heavenly Tao gold coins. Curiously, Zhou Yi opened the paper package in his hand, revealing a stack of yellowed talismans within. This treasure, passed down through generations in my family, contains the mystical runes of the Chiman Bagua, comprising a total of 64 cards. Originally crafted for the purpose of arranging the ancient Chiman formations, the knowledge of such formations has long been lost, relegating these artifacts to gather dust within my coffin. A few days ago, I unearthed them once more, initially believing they would serve only as mementos. Little did I anticipate their potential utility. If one were to create a Huamiz, I can hardly think of a more fitting object than this. Upon hearing Shang Chen's analysis, Zhou Yi couldn't help but nod in agreement. Resolutely, he summoned the power of the soul fruit, gripping the blinding light of the soul with his right hand, and forcefully infused it into a stack of yellow talismans. Astonishingly, the bloodstained soul of the 9 pages was divided into 64 fragments, each entering a separate yellow talisman. In an instant, 36 sheets of talisman paper stirred without wind, swirling around Zhou Yi and effortlessly arranging themselves into a complex Chiman formation, thus recreating the long-lost ancient Chiman Bagua array. Even more formidable is the fact that, within this world of extraordinary powers, the Chiman Bagua now possesses an even more enigmatic force. Once unfurled, with but a thought or movement, Zhou Yi can freely alter the hexagrams, patterns, and all other aspects within the array, even manipulating time and space. The ancient mystical forces of the Xianmen have finally re-emerged in the mortal realm. Zhou Yi felt an overwhelming awe at the power of the Bagua formation beneath his feet. Just then, a voice unexpectedly resonated within the Chiman Bagua. Hee. What does my master think of my abilities? Zhou Yi and Shangchen were taken aback simultaneously, and then the mysterious 8 trigrams began to move autonomously. An image of a jovial old man with a beard materialized within the formation. This was Homie Z? The two exchanged glances, and the old man, perceiving their confusion, performed a courteous bow to Zhou Yi and declared in a resonant voice, I am Tong Xian, the embodiment of the ancient 8 trigrams formation talisman. Today, with the assistance of my master, not only have I been anthropomorphized, but I also have the opportunity to revive the mystical formation in this world. I pledge to devote my entire life to support my master. Zhou Yi nodded in acknowledgement, and the two soon engaged in a profound conversation. They quickly realized that Tong Xian was not only extraordinarily powerful but also akin to a living encyclopedia, effortlessly drawing upon vast ancient knowledge. Shangchen was elated, for to him, the path of cultivation was not a matter of insufficient talent, but rather a lack of any viable methods for practice. Tong Xian swiftly addressed all his concerns and presented him with several ancient pathways for cultivation, along with a few premier medicinal formulas that nearly drove him to ecstasy. Without even pausing to greet Shou-Yi, he ignited a fire and enclosed himself within a colossal cauldron, leaving even Tong Xin in awe. This subordinate of my master possessed not only unparalleled talent, but also, more importantly, an earnest desire for enlightenment. Had he lived in ancient times, he would undoubtedly have become a revered master of the way of refinement. Now, he was favored in the realm of cultivation, and it was unfathomable to consider the limitless potential that lay ahead. With such a person assisting him, my master was destined to achieve great feats. Zhou-Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. While Tong Xin had many admirable qualities, his manner of speech was rather peculiar. After exchanging the dragon soul, he cast a glance at the remaining system notifications and pondered for a moment. Despite possessing life-related abilities, the Azure Song Black Dragon, having lost its soul, could only exist as a lifeless shell, which inadvertently became a boon for Zhou-Yi. He could continuously extract various top-tier materials from it. Undoubtedly a treasure that would drive even the celestial pillar into a frenzy. If he were outside, Zhou-Yi would have unhesitatingly opted to redeem everything at once, claiming all the benefits without reservation. However, the system space remained one of the few places where he felt secure. He meticulously separated the dragon's blood, dragon saliva, and other materials that could be extracted without compromising the integrity of the Azure Song Black Dragon, then promptly placed them all into the colossal cauldron. Soon, he heard the astonished exclamations of Shangchen. So many dragon-grade materials. Just in time to acquire numerous alchemical formulas. Prepare to savor my top-tier elixirs. Observing the increasingly vigorous azure spirit flame within the cauldron, Zhou-Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. By entrusting the materials to Shangchen, Zhou-Yi felt completely at ease. After all, even the Chosen One could not contend with the soul scion of the alchemy way. Yet, he remained uneasy about the remaining body of the Azure Song Black Dragon, even though he had dragged it into the starry secret realm. He feared that such a colossal fortune might inadvertently fall into the hands of some protagonist. Thus, with a determined heart, Zhou-Yi gradually stuffed the entire dragon into the system space. Just as he completed this endeavor, a sudden temporal disturbance erupted within the starry secret realm, sweeping numerous stars into its chaotic embrace, causing Zhou-Yi considerable distress. These were all his assets. He wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved by his own cleverness. Otherwise, the tumultuous currents of time and space could have easily fragmented the body of the Azure Song Black Dragon into mere morsels, ripe for collection. The devious Tao of Heaven always sought to abscond with his precious treasures. Yet, he pondered, to whom would those stars ultimately descend? Soon, however, a smile graced Zhou-Yi's face. It turned out that these chaotic currents, having siphoned away a vast array of stars, had entirely overlooked anything related to the Azure Song Black Dragon. In their frustration, they ultimately targeted a colossal cauldron brimming with dragon materials and Shangchen. Before the swirling vortex could manifest, it was decisively suppressed. Zhou even faintly heard a cry of despair, as if an unfortunate soul had inadvertently found themselves ensnared in the tumult, only to be struck upon the head by the cauldron. Subsequently, all the chaotic currents erupted, regurgitating the stars they had previously consumed, while simultaneously presenting Zhou-Yi with a system notification, foreseeing the Tao of Heaven scheme, preserving the Azure Song Black Dragon's corpse, and injuring the destined child. You have gained 11 lottery opportunities. Moreover, following the explosion of these chaotic currents, the items they had previously drawn from around the world also burst forth, revealing a plethora of treasures. Zhou-Yi casually glanced over the bounty and beheld spiritual pearls formed from the heavenly punishment, the extreme cold ice birth in the depths of a towering iceberg, and the leaves of the phoenix wudong, among other wonders. Tao of Heaven, I never anticipated you two would be showered with gold coins. Yet, most of these treasures held little utility for him before refinement. Thus he passed them all to Shangchen. After completing these tasks, he once again perused the sanguine pages of memory and was taken aback. Despite her youthful appearance, this woman had evidently traversed a wealth of experiences. Through her recollections, Zhou-Yi gleaned numerous postures and insights, deepening his understanding of the organization known as the War Chronicles. This group comprised exceptionally gifted lunatics who, under the guidance of a mysterious individual self-styled as the Fallen Page, spread war and terror among various races to harvest power and fortify themselves. Zhou even harbored doubts as to whether such individuals could truly be considered the chosen ones. However, recalling the more bizarre protagonists he had encountered in his previous life through various narratives, he found solace in the thought. Chapter 79, Training concluded. Return to campus. In comparison to them, the War Chronicles seemed to blend seamlessly into the chaos. Yet, when Zhou sought to explore further details regarding the War Chronicles. The memories associated with the sanguine pages appeared to vanish as if expunged. His brow furrowed slightly, surprised by the peculiar methods employed by the War Chronicles, which were nearly on par with his own. Nonetheless, he soon found peace, recognizing that the Soul Fruit's abilities were primarily supportive, leaving him with deficiencies in direct confrontation. Moreover, being merely at the initial stage of the second tier, he was far removed from the deeply rooted strengths of the War Chronicles. With this realization, Zhou Yi's spirits lifted. Although they had erased the memories of the sanguine pages, her corporeal form remained in his possession, and he had yet to devise a strategy for her utilization. However, her rare ability to manipulate blood would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Thus, Zhou Yi tidied up a few other items before severing his connection to the starry secret realm. Withdrawing his consciousness from the system space, the journey was adorned with splendid scenery, allowing Zhou Yi to savor a rare moment of tranquility, which he thoroughly appreciated. When it came time to part ways, the group exchanged knowing smiles. It was predictable that the upcoming college entrance examination would be nothing short of spectacular. Zhou Yi then took a taxi back to his villa, but before he could step through the door, he sensed a faint aura. Who could it be? His gaze sharpened. And in an instant, the Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand, transforming into a streak of lightning that darted before the uninvited guest, engaging in a direct confrontation. The sharp clang of metal echoed, illuminating the visage of the person before him. Yet, upon recognizing the figure, Zhou Yi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Old master, what brings you here? The face of the opposing Zhou Mingzhan also flickered with surprise, seemingly taken aback by Zhou Yi's unexpected method of breaching his carefully laid defenses. It was crucial to note that had he not been prepared, Zhou Yi's sword strike might have very well penetrated his defenses and rested against his throat. Furthermore, Zhou Yi's indicated that such a move posed no significant challenge for him. Additionally, why did Zhou Yi emanate a power typically associated with the third tier? Although this energy only manifested at the moment he struck, there was no mistaking it. He recalled the rumors he had once heard, suggesting that in places like the Imperial Capital and the Demon City, certain elite families cultivated their heirs whose innate talents were so extraordinarily exceptional that they had already discovered their own paths by the pinnacle of the second stage. Consequently, when they broke through to the third stage, they encountered virtually no obstacles, and could even wield their Dao power while still in the second stage. Could it be that his own grandson had awakened such power? Yet he was merely at the initial level of the second stage. Or perhaps his talents surpassed that of those top-tier prodigies. As Zhou Mingzhan contemplated this, a sense of alarm grew within him, and he found himself genuinely startled by his own thoughts. Nevertheless, recalling his dignity as the patriarch, he quickly concealed the astonishment in his eyes, replacing it with his customary calm smile. Indeed, this training session had yielded significant progress, but he must not forget that while he was growing, others were also advancing, especially his competitors. He had heard that other districts were organizing specialized training as well, and a multitude of formidable talents had emerged this time. Even Lord Tianju remarked that this year marked a great contest, heralding the rise of humanity. I heard you achieved first place in the training? Splendid. Yet you must continue to strive, particularly regarding your ability level. After so many days, you remain at the initial stage of the second level. I assign you a task: break through to the intermediate level before the college entrance examination. With that, the elder tossed Zhou Yi a storage ring and departed in a flurry. Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhou Yi sheepishly scratched his head, then delved into the storage space, instantly dazzled by the sight of a vast array of spirit coins. Although the elder had always been stern with him, it was undeniably for his own good, and he even went to great lengths to provide him with resources. Coincidentally, the first batch of exquisite elixirs crafted by Shangchen for cultivation had just been completed. Thus, Zhou Yi resolutely secluded himself for another 3 days, dedicating his efforts to the development of his extraordinary abilities. On the third night, a terrifying aura erupted from the villa, only to vanish almost instantly. Had the elder witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly have been astonished at Zhou Yi's mastery over his own power, which had reached a level of effortless control, capable of suppressing even the commotion of a breakthrough. The fourth day happened to be a Monday, marking the final week before the college entrance examination, and the atmosphere at school was charged with tension. However, when Zhou Yi appeared at the school gate, many were taken aback. "Zhou Yi, weren't you expelled?" they exclaimed. "How did you return?" Indeed, it was rumored that he had been expelled due to poor grades, prompting the teachers to collectively organize tutoring sessions for him. Yet, this fellow had simply taken a bus and left, leaving the teachers and principal behind. It was said that one of his former classmates had witnessed the entire episode. It seemed he had decided to return after realizing the impending exams, leveraging his connections as a wealthy individual, free to act as he pleased. Upon hearing the whispers of his classmates, Zhou was utterly baffled. Hadn't he merely attended a training camp? How had it transformed into an expulsion? Before he could articulate his explanation, a figure suddenly blocked his path, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Zhou, you've already been expelled. What are you doing back here? Are you trying to lower the school's acceptance rate? Upon observing the gaunt visage of Guan Tianming, marred by bruises yet adorned with an expression of righteous indignation, Zhou could scarcely suppress a chuckle. Devoid of the protective shield provided by their homeroom teacher, Oshan, Guan Tianming appeared to be enduring an exceptionally dismal existence. However, the spectacle was far from over. Suddenly, another voice infiltrated the crowd, surreptitiously reaching Zhou's ears. Indeed. Igij, you have been absent from school for so many days that you are surely unaware of the recent intensive training organized by the school. We have ascended to a level far beyond yours. Thus, your struggles are merely self-degradation. Instead, why not relinquish your resources to us? Once I secure admission to a prestigious university for extraordinary abilities, I shall return and marry you. What do you think? Did you not once proclaim that this was your lifelong dream of companionship? Guan Tianming and Ling Wanru, in a harmonious interplay of light and shadow, truly astonished Zhou this time. When had these two joined forces? Had his destiny as the ultimate antagonist grown potent enough to compel their alliance? Furthermore, their eagerness to divert the conversation left Zhou utterly convinced that the myriad rumors circulating within the school were undoubtedly of their making. Regrettably, Zhou found their petty schemes beneath his notice. He merely scoffed, raised an eyebrow, and watched their performance with keen interest. However, just as he was about to disregard them entirely, he suddenly noticed the principal, brimming with indignation, hastening towards them from the teaching building. Oblivious to the onlookers and Guan Tianming, Zhou could not help but smile slightly, a clever idea forming in his mind. Chapter 80, with a casual strike. How did you fall? Thus, Zhou leisurely ceased his actions and fixed his gaze upon Guan Tianming's eyes. You claim I've been expelled from school? Surely, you must present some evidence, such as whether the principal expressly stated that I should be dismissed. Upon hearing Zhou's words, while everyone sensed an unsettling discrepancy, Guan Tianming still held his head high, sporting a victorious grin. Indeed, we did not hear the principal explicitly declare your expulsion. However, that day when you fled in the vehicle, you managed to shake off not only the subject teachers but also the principal. Ling Wanro also smiled brightly, for she had witnessed this firsthand when she followed Zhou, and there was no mistake about it. Yet, her words caused the crowd to collectively gasp in shock. To publicly leave the principal behind in a vehicle was akin to trampling upon the principal's dignity. It was common knowledge that the principal valued their reputation above all else. Furthermore, considering that Zhou had not returned to school since then, it was no wonder Guan Tianming believed Zhou had indeed been expelled. However, there was no need for Zhou to speak further, for a commanding voice sent a shiver through the entire assembly, rendering Guan Tianming's face as pale as a sheet. Silence. And you too, who claim that student Zhou has been expelled. Allow me to clarify. Zhou has not withdrawn from school, rather. He is bringing honor to our institution. Surely, you were curious about the events of that day. Very well, I shall elucidate. I, accompanied by the faculty, was present at the entrance to bid farewell to Zhou, who was representing our school at the training camp in the southwest region. Upon hearing the principal's words, the other students became aware of the truth, and their gazes turned toward Guan Tianming, laden with disdain. It was evident to all that the rumors of Zhou's expulsion were fabrications concocted by Guan Tianming to undermine his peers. Such individuals are universally held in contempt. Furthermore, if this scoundrel dares to spread falsehoods about Zhou's dismissal today, who knows what he will claim tomorrow? Who would still trust him? Guan Tianming's complexion darkened considerably. This scheme had been orchestrated by Ling Wanru, who had assured him that there would be no repercussions and that Zhou would be utterly discredited, leading him to reluctantly play along. Yet, the one facing disgrace turned out to be himself. Instinctively, Guan Tianming glanced towards the spot where Ling Wanru had concealed herself, only to realize that this duplicitous individual had already vanished at the first sign of trouble. Infuriated, he contemplated dragging her out to reveal the truth to everyone. However, before he could act, the principal seized him firmly, lifting him as one would a chick. Where do you think you're going? Spreading lies to malign your classmates and defaming the school's distinguished students, and now you wish to flee in fear of your own misdeeds? Such behavior is unbecoming and detrimental to the school's reputation. You must accompany me to the principal's office at once." The principal was genuinely infuriated this time. He had originally intended to host a welcome gathering for Zhou Yi upon his return, but unexpectedly, Guan Tianming had seized the opportunity first, resulting in this debacle. He had heard that Zhou Yi had achieved the top rank in the recent training session. One could only imagine the remarkable results Zhou Yi would attain in the upcoming college entrance examination. Even if he didn't claim the top spot in Southwest China, he would certainly be among the top 10, and as for the national rankings, he dared not even dream. However, for their school, which could hardly be considered the absolute best in Donglan City, this achievement was akin to installing rocket boosters on a foundation. Yet this foolish individual was intent on ruining it all. With this thought, the principal's actions grew increasingly forceful as he yanked Guan Tianming by the collar, dragging him into the teaching building like a wild dog, his icy demeanor silencing anyone who dared to speak. Only when he passed by Zhou Yi did a faint smile emerge on the principal's face, which, to onlookers, appeared tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. The surrounding individuals were immediately taken aback. It was only after he slammed the door of the principal's office shut, followed by the anguished cries of Guan Tianming from within, that the others collectively exhaled in relief, their gazes towards Zhou Yi shifting dramatically. Given the principal's usual composure, his explosive anger for Zhou Yi suggested that this individual had perhaps placed within the top 50 during the training, breaking the school's record. Currently, the results of the training remained confidential, known only to a select few. Zhou Yi, however, seemed utterly indifferent, as if swatting a fly, disregarding this clown entirely. Meanwhile, the system had not forgotten, promptly presenting a notification before Zhou Yi's eyes. Let Guan Tianming be utterly deprived of power, granting one opportunity for a draw. It was then that he remembered Guan Tianming was the chosen one. However, this weakling posed little threat to Zhou Yi, as seizing his fortune would yield scarce chances for a draw. Thus, Zhou Yi chose to disregard the matter, biding his time until the college entrance examination to deliver a decisive blow, robbing Guan Tianming of all his luck. Yet, as he prepared to head towards the talented class, Ling Wanru emerged from another direction in the crowd, her smile radiant as she attempted to link arms with Zhou Yi, only to be deftly evaded by him. The smile on Ling Wanru's face faltered momentarily, but upon reflecting on Zhou Yi's potential as an extraordinary talent, his connections to the Zhou family, and his striking appearance, she recognized him as her only chance at a quality partner. Consequently, she feigned ignorance of Zhou Yi's evasive maneuver and approached him anew, sweetly declaring, "Zhou Yi Gich, I didn't expect you to be this impressive, unlike me, who can only feel pity for my Gich. By the way, are you heading back to the classroom? Let us walk together. Our classrooms are conveniently next to each other." Hee. Hearing Ling Wanru's flirtatious tone sent shivers down Zhou Yi's spine. Meanwhile, a group of girls outside regarded her with eyes that burned with jealousy. Everyone knew that Zhou Yi had once been Ling Wanru's devoted admirer, yet previously, they had mocked him as a talentless fool, never imagining he would rise again. Had they known earlier, when Ling Wanru repeatedly cast aside Zhou Yi, they would have enveloped him in warmth during his most desolate moments, offering solace throughout the night. How could Ling Wanru now strut before them with such arrogance? Yet, as all the girls lamented their choices, Zhou Yi merely bestowed a quiet smile upon Ling Wanru before turning away, walking in the opposite direction. "Forgive me, but the day you witnessed me dismiss the principal while boarding my ride, I had already entered the gifted class. Thus, my classroom lies this way, which is not along your route. If you wish to avoid the fate of Guan Tianming, it would be prudent to keep your distance from me. Otherwise, I fear I may not restrain myself from striking you." Upon hearing Zhou Yi's icy tone, Ling Wanru's expression froze instantly, and she could only watch in silence as he departed, unable to utter a single word. After extricating himself from this minor altercation, Zhou Yi proceeded into the new class assigned by the principal. Unlike his previous class, even during breaks, every student was diligently preparing for the college entrance examination. Nevertheless, his arrival sparked a ripple of excitement. The events that had just transpired at the school gate were already common knowledge, and the students of the gifted class were particularly curious about this individual upon whom the principal had pinned such hopes. Zhou Yi, however, simply smiled at those around him before settling into the last row, intent on savoring his remaining days of high school. Attending classes was far more leisurely compared to the various training sessions, and after a brief respite, the time for the college entrance examination arrived as scheduled. Chapter 81. The examination commences at dawn. All candidates from number 1 high school boarded the bus destined for the examination hall. Zhou Yi occupied the most comfortable seat in the foremost vehicle, gazing at the imposing structure in the distance, a surge of emotions welling within him. This monumental assessment would determine the fates of countless individuals, and for him, it represented a significant turning point in his life. Since his arrival in this realm, every experience had been a preparation for this pivotal examination, and the moment to evaluate his efforts had finally arrived. He felt an exhilarating premonition that once he surmounted this challenge, the world would open up before him. Vast as the ocean for fish to leap and high as the sky for birds to soar. At last, the bus came to a gentle stop at the Seoul examination base in Dongwon City. Alongside number 1 high school's convoy, the transport vehicles for number 2 and no. 3 high schools were also present. As Zhou Yi disembarked, he spotted Wu Zhua, proudly leading the team from number 2 high school towards the base. Adjacent to him, the students from number 3 high school were preparing to enter the examination hall, only to be met with Wu Zhua's furrowed brow, which instantly caused them to retract their steps in trepidation. The teachers from number 3 high school were left exasperated, feeling a mix of frustration and admiration for Wu Zhua, who undeniably commanded respect. Upon witnessing Wu Zhua, the students from number 1 high school momentarily paused. Even the gifted class hesitated, their gazes filled with uncertainty. After all, Wu Zhua from number 2 high school was renowned, consistently praised by teachers as an exemplary student, and it was widely believed that he would secure the top spot in Dongwon City this year. Observing this scene, Wu Zhua let out a snort, ready to walk into the base first, basking in the adoring glances of his fellow classmates. Upon turning his head, he was met with the sight of Zhou Yi, nestled within a squat. The previously arrogant demeanor of Wu Zhua was abruptly extinguished, causing him to bend slightly at the waist, instinctively offering a smile that sought to placate. "Boss, what's wrong? Have you been too fatigued these past few days and hurt your back?" A perplexed junior inquired, only to be met with a fierce glare from Wu Zhua, which sent him retreating in fright. At that moment, they observed Wu Zhua hastening towards the first team, startling many candidates who promptly summoned their spiritual energy, adopting defensive stances. However, Wu Zhua paid them no heed. He simply pushed through the group and halted before Zhou Yi, bowing respectfully and gesturing with a smile to invite him forward. "Esteemed one, please, after you." All present were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Was this truly the same Wu Zhua who had just moments ago exuded such confidence and arrogance? What had Zhou Yi done to evoke such a transformation? The members of the first team stared in shock at the calm figure among them. Since returning to school, Zhou Yi had maintained a low profile, never revealing any extraordinary abilities. Moreover, he had been employing the concealed spirit secret technique to obscure his true level, leaving his peers utterly unaware of his capabilities. Only the supervising teacher harbored a vague inkling. Perhaps there had been an encounter between Zhou Yi and Wu Zhua during training, leaving an indelible impression. Upon this realization, even the supervising teacher found the notion amusing. Indeed, Wu Zhua's illustrious reputation precedes him. Even if Zhou Yi were to suddenly exhibit extraordinary prowess, it would be implausible for him to catch up in such a brief span. Perhaps it is a wariness of the Zhou family's influence? Yes, it must be so. Guan Tianming and Ling Wanru clenched their fists tightly, their faces etched with dissatisfaction. Guan Tianming felt a sense of indignation upon witnessing Zhou Yi, the very opponent he revered, being accorded respect by Wu Zhua. He believed that defeating Wu Zhua in this college entrance examination would bestow upon him unparalleled glory. Conversely, Ling Wanru's regret grew with Zhou Yi's every accomplishment. The once-cooked duck had flown away. Had Wu Zhua been privy to the thoughts swirling within this group, he would certainly scoff in derision. It is laughable. These individuals could scarcely fathom the formidable nature of Zhou Yi. This is a person who, amidst a gathering of prodigies from the southwestern region, consistently dominated every assessment with unyielding prowess. In comparison, Wu Zhua stands as a mere firefly next to a radiant moon, entirely incommensurable. Yet, Zhou Yi himself merely chuckled at the absurdity, offering no further explanations to those around him. He simply patted Wu Zhua on the shoulder, and together they entered the examination base. Upon witnessing this interaction, the others finally exhaled with relief. It turned out they were acquainted with each other. They had genuinely believed that Zhou Yi had managed to impress Wu Zhua in some regard. Soon, the crowd traversed the examinee tunnel and entered the examination hall. Despite being mentally prepared, the sight that greeted them was astonishing. Even Zhou Yi, with his extensive experience, found himself taken aback. At the heart of the examination base lay a colossal playground capable of accommodating all examinees, adorned with an array of unique teleportation arrays. numbered precisely to match the examinee count. Above the playground, a colossal screen broadcasts the thrilling moments of the college entrance examination live, alongside the status of prominent candidates. Surrounding the examination hall is an expansive area filled with spectators, all seats occupied, as parents eager to witness this extraordinary examination event have already settled into their places. Zhou Yi's parents are no exception. Xiao Yi, we are here. With a swift glance, Zhou Yi locates his parents' seats. Observing his mother excitedly waving a sign in support of him, and his father's affectionate expression coupled with encouraging eyes, Zhou Yi can't help but smile knowingly. He waves back at them and then proceeds to step into his designated teleportation array according to his examination number. Soon, a grand voice resonates from above the examination hall, announcing the rules of the test. Attention, candidates. This examination will follow a national unified testing format. All candidates will be transported to a distinct otherworld. Whether vanquishing evil entities, exploring the unknown, or uncovering hidden treasures, you may earn corresponding scores. In the event of danger, please promptly crush the watch in your possession to teleport back to the examination hall within 5 seconds, where your results will be immediately calculated. Substitutes are not permitted, nor is the elimination of fellow candidates allowed. All candidates, please prepare yourselves. The teleportation system will commence in 3 minutes. Upon hearing the detailed examination rules, Zhou Yi gazes at the teleportation array beneath his feet, his eyes glinting with a hint of astonishment. He had once heard of this college entrance examination transmission system, reputedly forged by the celestial pillars of an invincible era, specifically designed as a remarkable artifact for selecting talent among humanity. Subsequently, it had been enhanced and modified by successive celestial pillars, ultimately taking on its current form, and is now regarded as one of the paramount artifacts of human fortune. The 3-minute preparation time was swiftly approaching its end, and he could already sense the aura emanating from the otherworldly transmission array. However, at that moment, the dark and light aberrant magical statue, which had remained dormant within the system's space, suddenly began to tremble violently, its expression morphing into something even more sinister and grotesque. Soon, a brazen voice echoed in Zhou Yi's mind. I can sense the essence of the territory. You are about to be transported to my domain. There, I shall not only regain my divine stature, but my dark magic will also amplify 100-fold. Even with this peculiar barrier, I can easily dominate you. Thus, be wise and open your heart, become my devotee, and surrender all that you possess. Otherwise, do not blame me if even death becomes a luxury. Zhou Yi was genuinely taken aback to discover that the chosen otherworld for this examination was, in fact, the native realm of the dark and light aberrant magical statue. He pondered for half a second. Allowing it to enter the examination venue could indeed pose a significant threat. Moreover, since he had amassed sufficient lottery chances, many at the training base were already aware of his exchange for this statue. Failing to exhibit the dual attributes of light and dark would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, Zhou Yi chose to disregard the cacophony of the dark and light aberrant magical statue, silently uttering a thought in his mind. The system, initiate the exchange. Chapter 82. Exchange for the power of light and darkness. I intend to be arrogant. Exchange. To whom are you addressing? Do not attempt any trickery. I assure you, once you are transported to my divine kingdom, not even the pillar of the human race can rescue you. Wait, what is this power? No, do not consume me. I was mistaken. I am willing to submit. All the opportunities of that world, the exotic beauties of other races, whatever you desire, I shall provide. Initially, the statue brazenly threatened Zhou Yi, but in the subsequent moment, upon sensing the irresistible devouring power within the system space, it panicked. Regardless of its pleas, Zhou Yi remained indifferent, merely submerging his consciousness into the system space, coldly watching the statue being drawn into the system, as if he would spare its life after expending 80 chances at the lottery, who would compensate him for the lost opportunities. Finally, the statue's voice vanished entirely within the system space, replaced by 2 peculiar potions of distinct colors. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of the Glimmer fruit, legendary, and the Dark fruit, epic. Zhou Yi, grimacing, gritted his teeth and poured both potions into his mouth, swallowing them in one gulp. At that instant, his ancestors, through countless supplications, managed to return him. Upon opening his eyes once more, Zhou Yi immediately perceived the power of these 2 fruits. The glimmering fruit belongs to an unequivocally offensive class of supernatural abilities, capable not only of manipulating light, but also of harnessing its speed and power, rendering it exceedingly formidable. In contrast, the dark fruit, as his second epic-level fruit of development, possesses even more terrifying capabilities. It can command darkness and even conjure black holes to devour all in their path. Most significantly, for Zhou Yi, these two abilities represent the pinnacle of his acquired powers, far surpassing the developmental stages of the thunder fruit and the magma fruit. Consequently, these powers serve as additional trump cards in his upcoming examinations, a delightful surprise indeed. Upon completely absorbing the forces of the two luminary fruits, Zhou Yi's consciousness returned to his corporeal form. A few moments later, he perceived the scenery before him stretching infinitely until it transformed into a realm of pure whiteness. When he beheld colors once more, he discovered himself in an environment starkly distinct from the human world, with a specially crafted watch adorning his wrist. He sensed an unknown gaze intently fixed upon him, and an understanding dawned upon him. Given his performance during training, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a key subject for observation. Moreover, contemplating that the impending examinations would serve as a watershed moment in his life, a mischievous thought struck him. As a destined antagonist, if he were to overshadow numerous fated protagonists at such a critical juncture, how much fortune could he potentially seize? Therefore, Zhou Yi resolved to shed his previous reservations. He would embrace boldness and deliver a slight shock to the heavenly order and the multitude of protagonists in this world. The system was indeed taken aback by his notion. Indeed, for any child of destiny, the college entrance examination represents the most pivotal opportunity to harness their fated fortune. Should one's examination results be overshadowed by the malevolent forces of destiny, what hope remains for seizing one's fortune? It is likely that even the heavens would be incensed enough to abandon their designs entirely. Thus, Zhou Yi smiled faintly, contemplating the 5 divergent paths before him. After a moment of reflection, he resolved, "System, grant me a quintuple draw." To the observers, Zhou Yi appeared to be lost in thought, yet in reality, several rows of blind boxes materialized before him. He proceeded to draw one from each of the 5 paths, and immediately, 5 rays of light illuminated the scene. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a common reward, 1 waterproof hat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an extraordinary reward, armed color hockey. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he confidently strode towards the forest. Meanwhile, in the audience, the large screen began broadcasting the situations of numerous examinees. Many of them, upon being teleported, were met with assaults from the so-called evil entities, resulting in a significant number of students being eliminated with a score of 0, which sent a chill through the onlookers. Concurrently, a live stream of the examination was also set up online, where numerous past candidates and spectators expressed their astonishment in the comments. This year's examination is far more severe than ever before. Indeed, I recall that even the weakest candidates from last year were awarded some points. I have never heard of anyone being eliminated with a score of 0. Are you not aware? It is said that this year marks a grand competition among humanity, hence the upcoming college entrance examination aims to select genuine talents. On the uppermost screens, several perspectives are consistently displayed. The first row showcases the live broadcast of the top 10 examinees nationwide. The second row features the live broadcast of the 10 seed candidates from the training sessions. Initially, Zhou Yi's parents did not notice their son's presence until his mother instinctively glanced upward, prompting her to rub her eyes in disbelief. "Dear, take a look at the first screen in the second row. Is that not our little E?" Zhou Yi's father followed his wife's, scrutinizing the image until Zhou Yi inadvertently turned his head, at which point he nodded in astonishment. Indeed, it was little E. But how did he end up there? Could it be that he made it into the seeded team during the last training session? No wonder the old man has been so cheerful lately. It all makes sense now. However, his mother, unconcerned with these musings, beamed with an even brighter smile upon receiving confirmation, her joyous laughter eliciting envious glances from those around them. Our little E truly deserves recognition, ranking among the top 10 in the entire Southwest region. Although his father shared the same pride in his eyes, he maintained a sense of decorum, clearing his throat and remarking, "While he has achieved some success, we must not allow pride to take hold. Just look at his demeanor. It is utterly inappropriate for someone exploring another world to be so careless in his gait. Is he not inviting others to see him as an easy target? Furthermore, why can I not sense any fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from this child? Nor can I discern the extent of his current development?" Unlike the concerns of Zhou Yi's parents, the comments in the live stream were filled with excitement. You should check out the live streams from the southwestern region. One of the top contenders there is exceptionally arrogant, entirely unlike the others. I am currently watching. And individuals like him would typically face severe consequences here. I wonder how he will be greeted in this otherworldly realm. Moreover, have you noticed that he exhibits no fluctuations of spiritual energy? Such a person is either extraordinarily formidable or utterly foolish. Which one do you think he is? Amidst the chaotic barrage of comments, a colossal claw suddenly parted the thicket before Joey. A gigantic lizard, towering over 3 meters even while crouching, thrust its head forward, casting a malevolent gaze upon Joey. Goodness, this must be the most formidable evil creature encountered thus far. This could spell trouble. It seems this young man might be the first to be eliminated among the top contenders nationwide. Alas, pride often invites calamity. Joey also lifted his gaze to the monstrous lizard, and unbeknownst to him, he had already drawn the Kusanagi sword. In that instant, as the lizard's tongue lunged towards him in a swift attack, terrifying lightning coiled around the blade, and with a forceful swing, he unleashed his strike. Chapter 83. Sword strikes the evil, gaining divine authority. A colossal blade of lightning, standing 2 meters tall, cleaved the monstrous lizard in two, continuing onward to carve a profound fissure into the ground. At this moment, the lizard's tongue had only just reached Joe-E. An invisible armor shielded Joe-E at its core, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught. Not only did it fail to injure him, but it did not even leave a scratch. Good heavens, that lightning strike possessed at least second-tier strength. This implies that he himself is of second-tier caliber. No wonder he is so audacious. In our time, second tier could contend for a top 3 national ranking. If during my college entrance examination I had reached even the pinnacle of the first tier, I would have been even more ostentatious. Moreover, did you observe that the demon lizard's tongue could not breach his defenses? This indicates he possesses at least one additional form of high-grade protection or a physical anomaly. Joe-E nodded in satisfaction. The armed color hockey he had just acquired was put to use far sooner than expected, and with remarkable efficacy. He then noticed an increase of 10 points on his wristwatch, and his ranking leaped from the bottom to the middle, prompting an arrogant smile to grace his face. This expression was broadcasted live, allowing all viewers to witness it in its entirety. What a madman, yet I find it appealing. My goodness. That smile is incredibly handsome and exudes aggression. Let me just wipe my hands. What is the big deal about slaying a lizard? There are countless prodigies far superior to him. Such a person is destined for misfortune. The barrage of comments became a cacophony, yet Joey remained oblivious, hands still tucked in his pockets as he continued in the same direction. However, it soon became apparent to the onlookers that, with the exception of Joe-E, the others had encountered various malevolent entities multiple times. Those among the top ranks nationwide had already vanquished countless fiends, accumulating scores in the hundreds. Even within the top 10 of the southwestern region, all but Joe-E had surpassed 3 digits, with Jianshin particularly excelling, securing a position within the national top 10. Yet, when they turned their gaze back to Joey, they realized that aside from the colossal lizard-like demon he initially faced, he had encountered no adversaries along his journey. Consequently, his score remained stagnant, consisting solely of the initial 10 points for slaying a demon and 20 points for exploring uncharted territories, with no further points to be gained. For an ordinary individual, a lack of encounters with demons might be deemed fortunate. However, for a contender of his caliber, such a situation hindered the demonstration of his prowess, widening the gap in scores compared to his peers. Did they genuinely believe that an absence of foes was a boon? Were they unaware of the law of conservation of fortune, which suggests that a prolonged lack of adversaries could culminate in facing formidable challenges later on? Even Joe-E himself sensed something amiss. Yet, concurrently, he discovered that as he ventured deeper into the other world, a peculiar authority became increasingly discernible. He harbored a premonition that should he encounter opportunities within this realm, he could acquire its most precious treasures without any cost. Soon, he realized that this was a privilege possessed by the light and dark evil seed demon statue in the other world, one of the very elements the statue initially sought to negotiate with him. However, upon exchanging the statue, he unexpectedly claimed this privilege for himself. It is precisely due to this ability that he exudes an air of ominous authority, deterring even the most feeble of malevolent beings from approaching. However, as he traversed the dense thicket, an expanse of parched earth unfolded before him. At the very heart of this cracked terrain stood a solitary mountain, adorned with a colossal gate embedded halfway up its slope. Surrounding this entrance were over 100 towering giants, each exceeding 3 meters in height, their robust forms and fearsome visages serving as formidable sentinels. Beneath their feet lay a heap of belongings abandoned by candidates, and one giant was even seen feasting on a severed arm, a grim testament to the many who had perished in this place. Upon the arrival of Zhou, these giants did not flee like other malevolent creatures. Rather, they brandished their weapons with fervor, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although the reason for the inexplicable disappearance of previous captives remained a mystery, they were driven by the singular desire to rend this man apart before he could vanish. Hoping to indulge in a feast of human flesh akin to their kin, the bloodthirsty gazes of these giants startled the onlookers, many of whom recognized their identities. Indeed, were these the Devourer giants? Indeed, it was they, a fact I initially failed to perceive. It is said that the Devourer giants possess immense strength, surpassing even their peers in ability. They once treated the living as mere sustenance, slaughtering 5 entire cities, which ultimately incited the wrath of a multitude of clans that united to vanquish them. This lineage had been shrouded in obscurity for over a decade, and it was astonishing to discover that remnants had preserved their essence and migrated to this obscure realm. Alas, it seems that the arrogant one is destined for trouble. As they noticed someone explaining in the barrage, Zhou Yi's parents immediately turned their anxious gazes toward the screen. While they harbored hopes for Zhou Yi's academic success, their primary concern lay in his safety. However, in the alternate realm, Zhou Yi maintained an air of tranquility as he beheld hundreds of towering behemoths charging toward him. With a resolute motion, he raised his sword, which transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing the chest of the foremost behemoth. The ferocious power of the thunder erupted. Yet the behemoth merely emitted a pained howl, astonishingly remaining alive. Such resilience left all witnesses in utter disbelief. Was this truly the reputed defensive prowess of the behemoths? The force of the lightning was potent enough to turn a person to ash, yet it had only scorched a small mark upon its chest. In agony, the behemoth's eyes glinted with malice as it reached out to seize Zhou Yi, but it grasped at nothingness, unable to even catch a fleeting shadow. Zhou Yi had already withdrawn the Kusanagi sword from its chest and returned to his original position. The behemoths, believing that the recent display of lightning was Zhou Yi's sole ability and sensing his apparent helplessness, contemplated retreat. The expressions on their faces grew increasingly sinister as they quickened their pace, charging relentlessly toward Zhou Yi, causing the very ground beneath them to crack further. Yet, Zhou Yi wore a faint smile. Though that strike had not inflicted a fatal wound upon the behemoth, it was far from fruitless. Through the power of thunder, he had uncovered the formidable secret behind the behemoth's extraordinary defenses. Upon the surface of the colossal devouring creature, there lay not only an exceedingly thick layer of skin and keratin, but also a formidable coating of magma rock. With 3 layers of protection, its defensive capabilities were astonishing, particularly its heightened resistance to thunderous attributes. However, when he discerned that the rocky exterior was indeed composed of magma rock, a thought struck him. Did this imply that beneath the vast expanse of crimson earth, magma surged forth? Chapter 84. The terrifying power of the magma fruit, submerging the crimson expanse. Mastering the land of magma. With this realization, Zhou Yi swiftly harnessed the power of the magma fruit, directing his consciousness deep beneath the ground for investigation. As anticipated, he sensed a copious flow of magma just beneath the layers of rock. It was no wonder that beyond the extensive forest, there existed a vast expanse of crimson earth. This place was essentially a live volcano. At that moment, he stood atop a prominent elevation. Upon confirming his hypothesis, Zhou Yi beheld the horde of colossal devouring creatures that had surged forward, vying for his flesh and blood, a cruel smile gracing his lips. This expression was simultaneously captured clearly by the live broadcast. Truly, the audacious brother, even in such dire circumstances, managed to smile so captivatingly that I was nearly swayed to become his admirer. No, I rather believed he had undoubtedly discovered a method to escape the grasp of the colossal devouring monsters. Yet, I could hardly fathom the means by which he would execute it. Perhaps he was contemplating forfeiting? If Zhou Yi could perceive these comments, he would undoubtedly chuckle and inform them. The solution to the predicament is rather straightforward. One need only eliminate all the colossal devouring creatures. Thus, Zhou Yi forcefully stamped his foot, and the power of the magma fruit erupted with ferocity. The fissures in the earth gradually filled with the seething magma from below, emanating a blinding crimson glow, while the surrounding temperature soared several degrees. Yet, the horde of voracious beasts, intoxicated by the tantalizing aroma of human flesh, remained oblivious to the anomalies beneath their feet. Salivating, they gaped hungrily, eager to sink their teeth into Zhou Yi. However, in the next moment, a surge of magma erupted from the depths, engulfing the first of the advancing monsters entirely. Before the others could comprehend the peril, The ground beneath Shoei transformed into a miniature volcano, with torrents of magma spewing forth, submerging the land beneath him. The onrushing beasts were caught in the deluge of molten rock, overwhelmed by the relentless flow. A cacophony of black smoke billowed forth, accompanied by the acrid stench reminiscent of scorched rubber, prompting the creatures to emit a series of agonizing wails. Their formidable triple-layered defenses might have offered substantial protection against various supernatural abilities, yet against magma, they were akin to facing their nemesis. Even if they could withstand the molten substance, they could not endure its searing heat, and should they be fortunate enough to survive the magma's temperature, they would ultimately succumb to suffocation when doused from above. Finally, fear gripped these monsters. The remaining giants, in a panic, attempted to flee. But those behind could not halt their momentum in time, leading to a catastrophic collision. One by one, they plunged into the magma, reduced to mere ashes. The tremors caused by the colossal beasts collapsing summoned more magma to erupt from the depths, swiftly transforming half of the scorched earth into a lake of molten rock. All under Zhou Yi's command. Outside the examination hall, spectators watched the live broadcast, witnessing Zhou Yi, akin to a demigod, treading upon the lava as he strolled leisurely across the desolate terrain. Yet, in his wake, several giant beasts were consumed by the magma every second, silenced forever. His score ascended like a rocket, swiftly surpassing his peers and soaring into the top 5 nationally, claiming the foremost position in the Southwest. However, the live stream was soon inundated with an overwhelming barrage of comments that nearly brought it to a standstill. Controlling magma. How did I not think of that? The power of magma is indeed the nemesis of the colossal beasts. This is nothing short of a miraculous turnaround. Even if you had guessed. Do you possess the power of magma? Can you simultaneously summon such a vast expanse of molten rock? Wait a moment. Have you all noticed that the power of magma is already the third extraordinary ability Zhou Yi has demonstrated? The final comment sent a chill through everyone's hearts. 3 extraordinary abilities, all developed to the second tier, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary prodigies. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's parents, seated in the audience, were equally mesmerized by the scene unfolding before them. Is this really our child? Zhou Yi's father asked, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the familiar face on the screen. It should be. The couple's exchange elicited both laughter and tears from those around them, their gazes filled with envy. From this day forth, even if their son fails to secure a position among the national elite, his reputation will undoubtedly soar. In the Zhou family's estate, the elder sat in his study, engrossed in the live broadcast. Yet, as he witnessed the unfolding scene, he was so astounded that he inadvertently tugged at several strands of his beard, oblivious to his actions. This power should only be wielded upon breaking through to the third tier and grasping the essence of Tao. How could this young man harness such power at the second tier? Could it be that he truly is a rare prodigy of a millennium? Beside him, the old steward widened his eyes, murmuring instinctively, "Master, with the young lord in the family, prosperity is assured." This remark jolted Zhou Mingzhan from his reverie. He gazed at the screen, where Zhou Yi appeared utterly at ease, a smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, with this young rascal, how could the family not flourish? Zhou Yi, blissfully unaware of the reactions around him, was currently commanding the molten lava, ascending the central mountain in the crimson expanse, standing before the colossal gate. It was then that he noticed the intricate patterns carved upon the bronze door, and the otherworldly authority within him began to radiate warmth, as if it were sealing something extraordinary within. Thus, amid the eager gazes of the onlookers, Zhou Yi turned and departed from the gate. All were left bewildered. How could one not act according to reason in the face of a door that potentially held great fortune? Yet, Zhou Yi secretly chuckled to himself. As the fated antagonist, his survival thus far hinged upon knowing when to be audacious and when to exercise caution, especially when faced with an opportunity. Failing to make thorough preparations is tantamount to being entirely unprepared. Thus, he traversed every corner of the barren land around him until all the magma was drawn forth, transforming the area into a realm of molten rock that engulfed half the mountainside. Only then did he approach the imposing bronze door, without a moment's hesitation, and forcefully pushed it open. Beyond the door lay a pitch-black tunnel, narrow enough for only one person to pass through. However, Zhou Yi merely chuckled, opting not to enter immediately. Instead, he commanded a vast quantity of magma to coalesce beneath his feet before stepping into the tunnel. Behind him, the remaining magma morphed into a searing river, flowing into the tunnel, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. One individual wielding dominion over an entire kingdom of magma, surely. Even if there were third-tier beings lurking beyond the door, Their only option would be to flee. This is simply outrageous, yet I find it delightful. I can hardly contain my eagerness to witness the expressions of those facing the trial when they behold the magma surging in. Oh, how wicked you are. I wager the examiner responsible for orchestrating this trial could never fathom that someone would approach it in such a manner. Soon enough, as Joey descended the layers of steps and arrived at the first chamber, a pair of bloodshot eyes suddenly opened wide in the darkness, fixed on him with a predatory gaze. After countless years, how could a living soul slip past those little brats? What the hell? Chapter 85. The Key to Opportunity and the Three Great Guardians. As Joey drew closer, he finally discerned the true form of his adversary. Before him stood an imposing elder giant devourer, towering at an impressive 4 meters, its form sheathed in a formidable layer of rocky armor. Despite its advanced age, it exuded an aura of remarkable strength. However, its shoulder blades were pierced by 2 chains, restraining its breath to a mere second-tier level. More ominously, a massive wound marred its chest. Despite the giant devourer's renowned defense and regenerative capabilities, it was unable to staunch the bleeding, rendering the ancient creature exceedingly feeble. Thus, when it beheld Joey approaching from around the corner, a glimmer of gluttonous desire ignited in its eyes, akin to a long-starved beast yearning for flesh, itching to devour Joey whole. Ah, at last, a 2-legged lamb has wandered into my snare. Yet, almost immediately, a dazzling red light reflected off the rocky wall behind Joey. Initially, the dim-witted giant devourer mistook this for some peculiar ability of Joey, erupting into a scornful cackle. What can the human race achieve with their powers? With our impenetrable defenses, unless a true powerhouse intervenes, you, mere child, are destined to toil in vain. However, as torrents of lava began to surge from behind Joey, the expression of the giant devourer shifted drastically. Instinctively, it recoiled several steps, pressing itself against the wall, its face contorted in despair as it gazed up at Joey. I acknowledge my folly. I am willing to submit to the might of the formidable human warriors. Please, do not entomb me in the lava. I wish to escape the suffocating grasp of death. Joey was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly grasped the situation. This ancient giant food demon had evidently been sealed away by formidable human warriors using magma, before being imprisoned here as the first question of the college entrance examination. Little did the question setter anticipate that Joey could command all the magma beneath the ground, resulting in the immediate submission of the old giant food demon. Consequently, Joey casually inquired a couple of questions, and the demon, akin to a bamboo tube pouring out beans, divulged everything. It was then that Joey learned this creature was indeed one of the once notorious giant food demons. However, its powers were shackled by the chains binding it, rendering it incapable of death, but limited to a mere second-tier strength. The other giant food demons outside were its descendants, similarly deprived of their powers, doomed to a life as inferior beings. Even this elder demon looked down upon them with disdain. Regarding the opportunity it guarded, the old giant food demon, with a pained expression, plunged its hand into the wound on its chest and forcibly extracted a box, which it reverently presented to Joey. It then informed him that deeper within this tunnel resided 2 entities even more formidable than itself, and that the 3 of them each possessed a key. The more keys one held when unlocking the final door, the greater the fortune one could attain. After extracting all the intelligence he sought from the old giant food demon, Joey waved his hand dismissively. The old creature understood his intent and eagerly climbed up the rock wall. Watching Joey tread upon the flowing magma below with a glint of ferocity in its eyes. Do not forget, he is the sole surviving entity among that fearsome group of giant devourers who once laid waste to cities. Bloodlust and cannibalism are merely instinctual for him. Yet now, he finds himself threatened by a mere juvenile of the human race. How can he possibly endure such indignity? Moreover, should he capture this youth, he could coerce him into removing 2 iron chains, thus restoring his once formidable power. The advantages are boundless. As he gazes at Joey's retreating figure, the ancient giant devourer suddenly lunges towards him, startling the onlookers into gasps of alarm. However, Joey remains oblivious to their warnings, still facing away from the old giant. Unbeknownst to the audience, a smile similarly graces his lips. The age-old adage rings true. Old thieves do not perish easily. Although this ancient creature may be a dim-witted giant devourer, his longevity suggests that he is not to be underestimated. Suddenly, the old giant devourer senses a significant rise in temperature within the cavern, accompanied by a subtle tremor. Before his sluggish senses can comprehend the unfolding situation, torrents of molten lava cascade from above, offering him no chance to plead for mercy. swallowing him whole in midair and sealing him within the endless sea of magma. In his final moments, the terror and despair reflected in his eyes were broadcasted for all to witness. Initially, the crowd was startled by the sight of the ancient giant devourer. After several moments of tension, they erupted into laughter at the spectacle. Did you witness the expression on that old giant devourer's face? It was utterly hilarious, reminiscent of a certain meme. However, did you catch his words? He merely claimed to be the first guardian. I can scarcely fathom the level of difficulty that lies ahead. Joey no longer conceals his formidable prowess as he once did. Having acquired the intelligence necessary, he commands the molten lava, surging rapidly into the depths of the tunnel, swiftly arriving at the second chamber. However, unlike the initial chamber that imprisoned the ancient giant, Joey perceives an immediate change in the atmosphere. The air has become markedly more humid, as if a vast source of water lies ahead. Yet, he does not falter. He directs the torrent of lava to pour into the room. In the next moment, a hissing sound resonates, accompanied by a thick mist. As the lava is instantaneously cooled and solidified, transforming into a colossal rock, Joey finds himself standing atop it, and upon surveying the scene, he comprehends the situation. This chamber has been hollowed out, forming a vast lake, remarkably comparable in size to the lake from his training sessions. Such craftsmanship is commendable. It is no wonder that the Gaokao can accommodate the construction of such an expansive lake underground. Truly a marvel. Nevertheless, this implies that the so-called second challenge is concealed within this very lake? Joey stands with his hands clasped behind his back, soon catching a fleeting shadow skimming across the water's surface. Yet, despite his keen eyesight, he is unable to discern the figure, highlighting its astonishing speed beneath the surface. However, this is not insurmountable. Joey murmurs softly, and then an overwhelming surge of thunder erupts from his palm. Just as he prepares to plunge his hand into the water, he suddenly hears a resounding roar, followed by the rapid gathering of ominous clouds overhead. Immediately, a torrential downpour began within the confines of the chamber, accompanied by a tempestuous wind that stirred the vast lake into tumultuous waves. Had it not been for Zhou Yi's timely dispelling of the thunderous energy in his grasp, he too might have fallen victim to the rampant lightning. However, he soon discerned the reappearance of the shadow that had vanished moments before. Leaping from the water's surface and standing poised upon a cresting wave, locking eyes with Zhou Yi, the onlookers in the live stream could not contain their gasps upon witnessing the figure before them. A member of the merfolk? The legends were indeed true. Chapter 86. The sword divides the giant waves, the rain falls upside down. Facing Zhou Yi was a mermaid maiden, possessing a beguiling visage and gracefully standing upon the waves, captivating many with her beauty. In the live stream, a chorus of voices erupted, calling for Zhou Yi's defeat, proclaiming victory for the mermaid maiden. Even Zhou Yi's mother gazed at the girl with starry eyes, unable to suppress her daydreams. What a stunning daughter! If only she could be brought home as a bride for my son. Being a mermaid would be no issue. Perhaps for the youth of today, a mermaid might even be preferable? Zhou Yi's father, overhearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Why did it sound as if our family were turning into bandits seeking to capture a lady for our lair? Unbeknownst to Zhou Yi, who remained focused on the mermaid maiden before him, he was the only one who could sense the vast reservoir of water elemental energy within her. He had already discerned her cultivation level, which astonishingly matched his own, both at the intermediate second tier. However, when considering human potential, the water attribute ability of this mermaid girl undoubtedly surpasses that of so-called prodigies. Moreover, her combat awareness is commendable. She realizes that Zhou Yi intends to force her out with lightning and cleverly employs rainwater to deter him from recklessly deploying such a devastating weapon. Yet, does she truly believe this could thwart me? Zhou Yi smiled subtly, then with a swift movement, he appeared before the mermaid girl and reached for her neck. The girl, struck with fear, transformed into a puddle of water, flowing back into the Great Lake. Simultaneously, the downpour from the heavens intensified abruptly, with the falling droplets gaining an increasingly formidable force, resembling a shower of knives. If one's physical prowess were insufficient, the raindrops would undoubtedly leave gaping wounds upon impact. Such a torrential downpour could instantly reduce a living being to a mere pool of blood. However, as the rain struck Zhou Yi, it seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, causing him no harm whatsoever. Instead, it glided off the edges of his garments, indistinguishable from ordinary rain. This unseen battle left the onlookers in a state of trepidation. Is there anyone who believes they can withstand this rain of blades? Please raise a hand. I, for one, must admit defeat. At this moment, it is evident that the arrogant one possesses ample justification for his hubris. If this were the real world, I would shout praises for the arrogant one, but in this online realm, I can only say his performance falls just short. However, after Zhou Yi's sudden assault, the mermaid girl appeared to be startled, vanishing without a trace, which left Zhou Yi somewhat perturbed. With no other recourse, he resorted to harnessing the power of the soul. With a mere thought, he released the realm of the human world in a place unseen by the camera, subsequently manipulating the magma to harvest a wave of souls from the ancient giant demon. He then extended his arms, forcefully pressing the luminous souls in his palms into the waters beneath him. What is Zhou Yi doing, you ask? I am uncertain. Yet I surmise it may be some sort of mystical artifact designed to break the impasse. I too am unsure, but I suspect the assertions made above are indeed correct. Before the barrage of comments could cease, the waters surrounding Zhou Yi began to undergo a transformation. The previously tranquil depths suddenly birthed a vortex, culminating in the emergence of a whale composed entirely of water, which leapt from the depths and affectionately nuzzled Zhou Yi's hand, resembling a puppy craving affection. Many spectators found themselves amused by the creature's innocuous demeanor. How delightful! I wish to possess one as well. Could this be the secret weapon of the audacious brother? However, as Zhou Yi gestured towards the torrential rain pouring from the sky and the mermaid girl lurking beneath the surface, the whale's expression shifted to one of ferocity. In an instant, it dove back into the water, and within mere moments, the surface began to boil violently. In the midst of the astonished gazes of all onlookers, droplets of lake water defied the laws of gravity, soaring upwards and colliding with the descending raindrops, creating a cascade of splashes in midair. Yet, an even greater volume of lake water continued to ascend against the current, transforming into an extraordinary spectacle of inverted rain, shattering the overhead storm clouds into fragments that ultimately dissipated. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the once docile orca, akin to a mere pet, could unleash such terrifying might. Meanwhile, in the lake, witnessing her tactics thwarted, the mermaid maiden could no longer contain her fury. She re-emerged before Zhou Yi, her hands outstretched, summoning towering waves that surged towards him. Unfortunately for her, Zhou Yi's objective was to compel her to reveal herself. In the face of the colossal waves, he merely chuckled softly and whistled. The little orca leapt from the water once more, transforming into a unique form of water-based spiritual energy that enveloped Zhou Yi's hand. With a swift motion, he wielded his hand as a sword against the immense waves, executing the calm sea slash. The gigantic wave was cleaved apart by this strike, and the tumultuous tide appeared to be frozen in time, instantly transforming into a tranquil sea. The sheer magnitude of such power filled the mermaid maiden with dread. She resolved that even if the lake were to be drained, she would not dare to reveal her form before this formidable entity. However, as she attempted to escape once more by transforming into water, Zhou Yi reached out, his armed haki coiling around his palm as he seized the mermaid maiden by the neck, nullifying her ability to shift into her watery form. The girl's eyes were filled with terror. However, Zhou Yi chose not to say much to her. Instead, he instructed the little orca to first retrieve the second key from the depths of the lake. Only after that did he transform into a water sphere, confining the mermaid girl within. The girl was so frightened that she had completely lost her composure, pleading for mercy within the water sphere, even voluntarily offering her source blood, vowing to serve as a slave for life. Source blood, a single drop of blood from the heart, was the only pledge of loyalty for the mermaid clan. Once shattered, it would render the mermaid nearly unable to survive, even if she did not perish on the spot. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment. Considering the mermaid girl's innate talent, having her as an ally would indeed be a significant advantage. He nodded, accepting the source blood into his possession, and discreetly sent it into the starry secret realm, where it would be guarded by 10 tails. Only then did he feel at ease and release the mermaid girl from the water sphere. As soon as she was freed, she immediately dove into the water, resurfacing after several seconds with her small head peeking out, seemingly shy as she gazed at Zhou Yi. After all, although he had been fighting her previously, he had now become her master. It was said that once a mermaid was captured, they would be subjected to various treatments. Would her master make her do such things too? She felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, upon closer inspection, even by the aesthetic standards of the mermaid clan, her master was undeniably handsome. Perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. Chapter 87. The mermaid Pearl, offspring of divine beast Zhou Yi, of course, was unaware of the thoughts swirling in the mermaid girl's mind. He was contemplating that the vast majority of her abilities were related to water, and the more water she controlled, the stronger her power became. Thus, the second secret chamber housed an entire lake, bestowing upon her the power to summon the winds and rain. However, in the face of extraordinary circumstances, such as arid deserts or vast skies, the mermaid maiden would find herself not only incapable of aiding, but perhaps even struggling for her own survival. Tentatively, Zhou-Yi inquired, "How much of this water can you carry away?" Upon hearing this, the maiden immediately extended her hand, revealing a gem-like treasure resembling a pearl nestled in her palm. To Zhou-Yi's astonishment, the entire lake was drawn into the pearl and subsequently swallowed by her. After consuming it, the mermaid maiden displayed a bashful expression, covering her mouth and casting a sweet, demure glance at Zhou-Yi. Initially taken aback, Zhou-Yi quickly regained his composure. This was fortuitous, even in a waterless environment. This lake would suffice to handle any predicament. However, the onlookers, who had already envied Zhou-Yi for capturing such an exquisite mermaid, now felt a surge of jealousy. Could this be the legendary mermaid pearl, said to possess the capacity to contain an entire ocean? It was rumored that only the most gifted royal mermaids could forge such pearls, yet this maiden possessed one. Cursed be it. Witnessing the adventurer seizing opportunities was more disheartening than experiencing the loss of my own chance. Zhou-Yi affectionately ruffled the maiden's hair, captivated by her bashful demeanor, and gently called out, "You shall be named Lingyu. From now on, let this little one accompany you. With your combined water attributes, the synergy will unleash formidable powers." The little orca immediately uttered a sound of understanding, then lifted the young girl and soared into the air. When Lingyu first encountered the water element orca, a flicker of fear crossed her face. This very orca not only reversed the torrential rain, but also severed the colossal wave she had summoned, demonstrating a mastery over water that was no less than her own. There was another aspect that perplexed her. Although she had felt no presence of living beings since being confined here, how had it materialized seemingly out of thin air? Surely it must be the illustrious, valiant, and handsome master who unleashed such remarkable divine power. Before Lingyu could ponder this further, she was irresistibly drawn to the little orca, casting her thoughts aside. The affinity between the water element orca and herself was so profound after it had obtained a soul that she even entertained the illusion that, with the little orca's assistance, she could surpass her master. Yet, upon witnessing Zhou-Yi beckoning and torrents of magma gushing forth from the cave, instantly engulfing the surroundings, she vigorously shook her head. Indeed, it was merely an illusion. How could her master ever be defeated? Zhou-Yi cast a curious glance her way, but upon considering their differing races, he attributed it to a peculiarity of the merfolk and chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he inquired, "Lingyu, do you know what the final challenge is?" A glimmer of terror flashed in the girl's eyes, and she promptly divulged all she knew to Zhou-Yi. The endless wind domain? The city of 1,000 blades? The ancient legends? The descendants of divine beasts? Zhou-Yi was astonished by Lingyu's account. Indeed, this was an extraordinary revelation. Unexpectedly, for the sake of this college entrance examination, even the descendants of divine beasts have been summoned, marking a significant investment. However, Zhou-Yi suddenly realized that if he connected the magma at the entrance, the colossal eater in the first chamber, and the spiritual rain in the second chamber, along with the impending encounter with the wind attribute divine beast, it would encompass the four fundamental elements of fire, earth, water, and wind. It is unimaginable what invaluable spiritual treasures lie hidden behind this door, safeguarded by the four elements. Moreover, even if he does not attain the coveted rewards, the thought of several vacancies awaiting him at the 10-tail spurred Zhou-Yi to navigate the magma towards the innermost chamber behind the door. Indeed, before he had ventured too far, he began to feel a prickling sensation on his skin. This was the impact of the wind moving at high speed. And the closer he got to the final chamber, the faster the wind became. Had Zhou-Yi not been shielded by his armed color hockey, he would likely have sustained numerous fine wounds. Meanwhile, the spiritual rain was already encased within a water sphere, protected by the little killer whale. While the girl inside could only tremble in fear, clutching the little whale tightly, as she watched the surface of the water sphere being slashed repeatedly. Had it not been for her master's presence, she would never have dared to venture into such a terrifying place. Zhou-Yi perceived their predicament and instructed the shark and the whale to wait there while he forcefully pushed open the great door of the final chamber. In that instant, a fierce gust nearly swept him out of the subterranean tunnel. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, he commanded the magma to form a molten door that shielded him from the tempest, allowing him to enter the chamber. Immediately, Zhou-Yi felt a disorienting shift, as if he had been transported to a chaotic realm of white. In this chamber, the wind had taken on a tangible form, coalescing into slender white lines that wreaked havoc as they swirled throughout the space. Thus, when Zhou Yi, an unexpected intruder, suddenly materialized in this domain of wind, he was instantly besieged by an onslaught of relentless wind blades. If caught unawares, even an adult could be sliced into ribbons within seconds. However, confronting the barrage of wind from all directions, Zhou Yi enveloped himself in layers of molten lava. No matter how fiercely the wind blades sliced, breaching the viscous lava in a short span was a formidable challenge, safeguarding Zhou Yi within. Seizing this moment, he swiftly scoured the hidden chamber and ultimately discerned the trace of his objective. It was a creature resembling a dog, entirely white in hue. Lounging deep within the wind domain, gazing at Zhou Yi with an air of indolence, as if his displayed power was insufficient to provoke its action. Only when more molten lava surged from beneath Zhou Yi's feet, gradually filling a corner of the chamber, did it rise languidly and emit a furious roar. A tempestuous gale howled forth, shattering and scattering all the lava, instantly obliterating the slight advantage Zhou Yi had just established, leaving even half of his body exposed. Yet, in that moment, he finally beheld the full form of this creature. It stood approximately 2 meters tall, adorned with a magnificent pure white mane, exuding an imposing presence. Though a hefty chain restrained its neck and limbs, rendering it nearly immobile, Zhou Yi immediately associated this creature with the Azure Song Black Dragon. If both were to be regarded equally, it suggested that the being before him posed a threat comparable to that of a dragon. Chapter 88, The Windhound. Capturing the second tail beast. While astonishment flickered across Zhou Yi's visage, a resolute determination surged within him. This terrifying entity was more than adequate to serve as the second candidate for the sealing of the 10 tails. However, within the livestream, many viewers displayed expressions of sheer shock upon witnessing this creature. What was happening? Could this possibly be the legendary being? How could it be summoned for the college entrance examination? It seemed they truly wished to thwart this year's candidates. Mysterious Person 4000. Could you kindly articulate what this enormous white dog is? Please do not compel me to beg you. Allow me to clarify, someone interjected. This is a legendary creature known as the Windhound. It is said to be a descendant of the wind god and the mythical hound, possessing not only the powers of the wind element but also immense strength. In times past, this creature wreaked havoc across the land, committing acts of destruction against cities and nations, severing vast forests until only stumps remained, and generating tumultuous waves that submerged an entire island nation. Eventually, several formidable human warriors united to subdue it in a forbidden domain of winds, sealing it away. Yet, it is astonishing that it has been transported to this otherworldly realm to serve as a guardian for the college entrance examination. As the audience absorbed this enlightening commentary, their trepidation mingled with a sense of schadenfreude. Brother Madman had finally encountered a rival even more audacious than himself. Haha. It appeared that his prospects for the examination were bleak indeed. Regrettably, had he not been so reckless, he might have collaborated with other prodigies to navigate the challenges ahead, and perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope. However, at this moment, as the barrage of comments surged, Zhou Yi's fingers twitched, causing the entire chamber to quake violently. Torrents of molten lava surged in from all directions, swiftly melting and corroding numerous wind blades. Yet, the pure white creature merely raised its head, displaying a disdainful expression, and then forcefully stamped its foot. Under its command, the winds instantaneously shredded the lava, rendering Zhou Yi's arrangements futile and even more tragic than before. All the protective lava surrounding him was obliterated, and even the intangible defenses bolstered by his armed color were breached. In an act of humiliation, the wind beast deliberately created a minuscule safe zone, just large enough for one, where any slight movement from Zhou Yi would result in him being sliced by the wind blades. Consequently, those who had been mocking him grew increasingly boisterous. I stand by my words. The reckless one is destined to fail. If even the offspring of divine beasts cannot withstand him, I shall broadcast a public apology. A screenshot was taken. Zhou Yi's mother, infuriated, nearly seized her keyboard to engage in a verbal duel with that group. Wait, why does Zhou Yi appear utterly unfazed? Don't frighten me. He must be feigning calmness. Meanwhile, at Shou Tian Mountain Villa, the elder watched as Zhou Yi strolled leisurely towards the wind beast, seemingly oblivious to the lethal wind blades around him. As if he were merely taking a stroll in a park, his countenance reflecting confusion. This young man never ceases to surprise. What scheme does he have in store this time? Immediately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Yi stepped beyond the safety zone. In an instant, an endless torrent of white wind blades engulfed him, rendering his figure invisible even to the live broadcast cameras. For a moment, The barrage of comments fell silent. Would he truly be slain? Who could he blame for his reckless demise? If only his skills were sufficient, it would be one thing. But lacking in strength and refusing to utilize the life-saving watch while daring to venture into the wind domain is nothing short of folly. To those above, life extinguishes like a candle, and one should always leave a measure of grace. However, it wasn't long before someone noted that the camera specifically tracking Zhou Yi had begun to move again. Furthermore, the wind-paw beast had not resumed its previous position but instead shook its fur, its expression now tinged with seriousness. Confusion swept through the crowd. Wasn't Zhou Yi already dead? I distinctly saw him enveloped by the wind blades. His silhouette vanished. Could it be that another had intruded upon this space? I entertained a bold thought. Perhaps Zhou Yi had triumphed in the resurrection match and returned anew. If he had indeed survived, I would undoubtedly refer to him with the utmost respect as the madman. Yet, before the comments could conclude, a flash of light danced across the screen, colliding with the claws of the wind-paw beast. No one could discern what transpired, but the wind-paw let out a low growl before suddenly collapsing to the ground. Zhou Yi's figure re-emerged within the wind domain, and this time, despite the fierce gales swirling around him, he seemed inexplicably unharmed, leaving the audience in the live stream utterly astonished. All rise to warmly welcome the return of the formidable Quang Tu. Hail to Quang Tu! Hail to Quang Tu! What just transpired? Can anyone elucidate the events? Wait, I am currently replaying the recording at 1,000 times slower speed. Goodness. Just now, Quang Tu unleashed a flurry of swift kicks, delivering over a dozen strikes to the Windhound, propelling it away with each blow landing squarely on its midsection. Concurrently, this skilled individual has shared an analysis of his movements online, swiftly garnering over 1 million views. Hold on, do you perceive a slight blurriness in the footage? Is my screen malfunctioning, or is there an issue with the lens? At this moment, a query arises, but it is promptly addressed by a knowledgeable figure. It is utterly astonishing. Quang Tu is executing ultra-high-speed movements akin to a gentle breeze at a close distance, rendering the wind effectively still and devoid of any lethality. I was terrified, believing my screen was at fault, but it turns out it was Quang Tu's doing. A speed surpassing the wind? What new ability is this? How many extraordinary powers does he possess? This statement sent a chill through many hearts. For those of lower-tier ability, possessing multiple powers complicates breakthroughs. However, for the powerful and heirs of prominent families, their vast resources enable them to ascend to lofty realms regardless. Consequently, their greater concern shifts to innate talent. The more abilities one possesses, the higher the potential for innate gifts. Observing the video, the composed Zhou Yi stood with hands behind his back amidst the tempest, stirring the curiosity of many. Consequently, the influx of trains heading to Donglin City surged dramatically from various parts of the nation. Although the Zhou family, a relatively obscure clan on a national scale, held considerable sway in Donglin, they suddenly found themselves in high demand among the elite families. However, these developments bore no significance to Zhou Yi. At that moment, he merely revealed a fraction of the power of the shining fruit, which fortuitously countered the Windfang Hound. This descendant of a divine beast evidently possessed remarkable intelligence, for it refrained from showcasing its true strength. After being subdued by Zhou Yi, it simply lay down, nonchalantly tossing him a key before closing its eyes once more. Zhou Yi was momentarily speechless. This creature was indeed quite lazy. He wondered if it would maintain such a leisurely demeanor when the cycle of 6 paths came to claim its life. Without further ado, Zhou Yi retrieved the key and discreetly left behind a flying thunder god mark out of the camera's view. Shortly thereafter, his true self, accompanied by Spirit Rain, traversed the tempestuous domain toward the gate of opportunity. Meanwhile, 6 coffins silently materialized at the location of the flying thunder god mark. Chapter 89, The Cycle of 6 Paths. Reclaiming the power of divine beasts. No cameras captured these 6 coffins, yet the Windfang Hound was quick to detect their peculiar presence. Nonetheless, it was unwilling to expend even the slightest effort on threats that posed no danger to it. To the Hound, matters such as the human examination or any other schemes were of little concern. It quietly amassed all its strength, waiting for a moment of crisis when the human race would be in peril and the powerful would be too preoccupied to heed its presence. Only then would it break free from its chains and reclaim its freedom. Thus, the Wind Master merely lifted its eyelids to cast a fleeting glance at the 6 coffins, then casually summoned a tempest before resuming its repose, intending to disregard these sarcophagi. However, in the next moment, all gusts of wind were repelled by an invisible force. and the 6 coffins were simultaneously pushed open, allowing the 6 paths of reincarnation to once again manifest in the mortal realm. The power emanating from them compelled the Wind Master to rise, its gaze brimming with vigilance. Unlike the youth it encountered moments ago, it sensed a life-threatening power radiating from these 6 peculiar figures. These 6 strange beings were here to claim its life. Several names flickered through the Wind Master's mind. Were they powerful beings of the human race, or survivors from the races it had obliterated? Or perhaps schemers seeking to usurp its might? While its mind raced with thoughts, its movements were swift and decisive. The instant the 6 paths of reincarnation emerged from their coffins, its attack was already in motion. A furious gale coalesced into the form of a colossal Wind Master, opening its maw to viciously bite down upon the 6. Should this strike connect, even a newly ascended third-tier powerhouse would be shredded to oblivion by the relentless winds. Yet, this was not the end. For added security, the Wind Master conjured a multitude of wind elements, shaping them into pure white entities that surged forth from all directions, wielding the storm against them. However, the 6 enigmatic figures clad in black and red robes, their hoods drawn low, remained unfazed by the unfolding events. Only the leader slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of mysterious, cyclical eyes. Subsequently, he gradually extended his arms. The power of the heavenly way erupted forth, obliterating the immense wind creature before them. In unison, the 6 individuals sprang into action, each unleashing their unique abilities. The heavenly way stood as a colossal pillar of stability, repelling any ferocious wind elemental beast that dared to charge at it. The realm of hungry ghosts simply remained stationary, akin to a spiritual energy absorber, drawing in all approaching winds. Meanwhile, the realm of beasts summoned forth numerous celestial beasts bound by contract. Their formidable physical strength rendered the wind blades ineffective against their skin. Instead, the celestial beasts dispatched the wind elements with a mere swat, reducing them to fragments that reverted to their ethereal form. The other realms extended dark rods from their palms, pinning their adversaries to the ground. Within mere moments, all wind elemental creatures were vanquished. The wind creature, known as the Wind Howler, erupted with intense malice. Years of pent-up rage, confined by human constraints, finally ignited in response to the presence of these individuals. It let out a furious roar, causing the wind elements within the chamber to spiral into chaos, while the 5 chains binding it began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of snapping. The Wind Howler, having amassed power over such a prolonged period, could no longer contain its fury. Although still shackled by iron chains, its fur bristled with ferocity. The chamber's ambient wind elements converged into its form, transforming it into a colossal divine beast. It then concentrated the tempestuous energy in its palm and prepared to strike down upon the 6 figures below. Meanwhile, in the distant imperial capital, an elderly man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of perplexity. How peculiar it is! Who could possibly compel the Wind Guardian to unleash its clandestine powers? Yet, he swiftly closed his eyes again, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Perhaps this is for the best. Once it exhausts its strength, it shall never escape the grasp of our family again. It is said that an old fellow had his eye on a young dragon, only to have it stolen by an unknown descendant. Truly pathetic, unable to safeguard one's own possessions. Unlike me, who has cleverly integrated the Wind Guardian into this upcoming examination, not only allowing these young individuals to deplete its stamina, but also to keep a vigilant watch over it. I harbor no doubts that no one can circumvent the examination and enter that otherworldly realm. However, faced with the terrifying might of the Wind Guardian, the cycle of reincarnation remained unperturbed. The heavenly Tao opened its arms, employing the divine force of Shinra Tensei to forcibly pry open the claws of the Wind Guardian, while the realm of hungry ghosts activated a sealing technique to absorb all of that wind attribute energy. Yet, this wild tempest blew their hoods away, revealing their concealed visages. Upon this revelation, the Wind Guardian's pupils constricted in shock, its canine visage filled with astonishment. All 6 individuals bore identical eyes, and the faint trace of reincarnation energy sent tremors through its very soul. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? Before the Wind Guardian could fathom the implications, the beastly figure from the realm of animals, who had remained hidden during the previous battle, finally surged to the forefront. It had cloaked itself all this time, diligently preparing for the summoning ritual. At this moment, everything was finally in place. He swiftly executed a summoning technique, opening a colossal temporal and spatial black hole within the secret chamber. Almost instantaneously, a massive tail shot forth from within, piercing through the chest of the Windmaster Hound. Although it sensed the heart-stopping power emanating from the other side of the black hole, No amount of defensive measures it could muster would suffice to withstand the overwhelming force of the Tin Tails, which had absorbed the might of the azure black dragon. Then, an enormous hand emerged from the black hole, grasping the Windmaster Hound as if it were merely a diminutive hamster. Following this, a series of chains erupted from the black hole, shattering the original seals and forcibly dragging the Windmaster Hound inside. The cycle of 6 paths also followed suit, traversing the black hole back into the starry secret realm. In the next moment, the black hole sealed shut, and the world reverted to its previous state. However, the once pristine secret chamber was now irreparably marred, its original appearance lost to devastation. Just as the black hole closed, a peculiar camera suddenly zipped into the chamber, scanning its surroundings. The elderly man, who moments ago had been in high spirits, now wore a countenance as grim as that of someone who had just swallowed a dead fly. The Windmaster Hound he had nurtured for over a decade had vanished right beneath his nose. Damn it! Who has stolen my Windmaster Hound that I've painstakingly raised for so many years? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was making his way toward the door that held the fates of fortune. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, accompanied by a series of explosions that grew closer, startling all those watching the live broadcast. What on earth is happening? Even the camera shook. The intensity of this disturbance must be tremendous. I heard a sound emanating from behind. Could it be the wind? Has someone intruded upon this secret chamber once again? Hee hee, if anyone dares to trail behind the reckless brother to reap the fruits of his labor, they will undoubtedly be startled by the gale of the wind beast. Zhou Yi also sensed the tremor, yet rather than turning to investigate, he quickened his pace, prompting many to jest. A true man never looks back. However, from an angle unseen by the camera, a subtle smile crept upon Zhou Yi's lips. Chapter 90. The Evolution of the Tin Tails, the Exchange of Yin and Yang Escape. The wind beast has been successfully captured. Zhou Yi received the message from his reincarnation almost immediately. Yet, he soon witnessed the scene within the celestial secret realm, where the wind beast, ensnared by the Tin Tails, was wreaking havoc. Watching the stars being shredded by the wind blades, Zhou Yi's heart ached. This destruction was his property. Thus, he resolved to seal the wind beast without delay. With a mere thought, a seed fell from his fingertips, vanishing into the air, transported into the celestial secret realm. Upon landing, the seed began to sprout, swiftly transforming into Zhou Yi's likeness. Immortal technique. Would release. Would clone. After invoking the celestial art, the life force within the wood clone surged, sufficiently enabling it to manifest a portion of Zhou Yi's abilities. When the wood clone materialized, the wind beast paused momentarily, its eyes flashing with surprise. It had never anticipated that the formidable and mysterious figures it had been wary of were waiting for none other than this striking young man before it. Moreover, this youth was familiar to him. He was the very first individual who had passed by, delivering several kicks before being allowed to leave. In that moment, Zhang Fenghong was engulfed by a surge of indignation, desperately struggling to free himself from the chains of the Tin Tails, intent on exacting vengeance upon Zhou Yi. You deceived me, he seethed. Yet, the wooden clone merely smiled, forming a hand seal. Celestial technique, divine gate. A multitude of divine gates descended from the heavens, pinning Zhang Fenghong's limbs, head, and body to the ground, rendering him incapable of escape for the time being. Subsequently, the wooden clone and the 6 paths of reincarnation positioned themselves upon 7 of the Tin Tails' tails, causing Zhang Fenghong's spiritual energy to be swiftly siphoned into the maw of the Tin Tails via the chains. Damn it! What kind of monstrous entity is this that it can drain my spiritual energy? Get away from me. Return my power. Initially, Zhang Fenghong struggled and raged. But as his energy was depleted, his body grew increasingly frail, until ultimately, he lay beside the azure song black dragon as if in slumber. Following the absorption of the second divine beast's power, the Tin Tails underwent yet another transformation. Its form expanded by more than double. With the 2 tails that bound the azure song black dragon and Zhang Fenghong becoming notably more agile and powerful, its strength multiplied several times over. Acquiring wind elemental abilities and the legacy of the divine beast, Hound. Witnessing this spectacle, the wooden clone nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Zhou Yi stood at the threshold of a tunnel, before the door to fortune, while numerous onlookers began to engage in spirited discussion. The 4 extraordinary abilities alone allow him to combat the Wind Hound. Complemented by an array of ever-evolving techniques, Zhou Yi truly deserves the moniker of the madman. Were I to possess his remarkable talent and prowess, I would surpass him in audacity. In previous years, the madman's strength was sufficient to dominate the rankings. However, this year with such formidable beings present, there remains a chance for the top 3, yet claiming the national championship seems rather implausible. Upon reading this barrage of comments, some attempted to retort, only to be silenced by a few edited clips presented by the opposing party. In one of the videos, a young man, with movements that exuded grace, was enveloped by dragon and phoenix shadows. His terrifying combat power was such that he could shatter half a mountain with a mere punch. Meanwhile, in another clip, a stunningly beautiful woman wielded a folding fan, her every gesture imbued with allure. Wherever she ventured, not only did all her foes succumb to her as slaves, but even the flora around her erupted into frenzied growth, ensnaring her enemies with lethal tenacity. Observing these top-tier prodigies from various regions, Zhou Yi's fans fell into a momentary silence, only to quickly counter. Some may surpass Zhou Yi in strength, yet none possesses charm. As for others, I have yet to encounter anyone more handsome than Zhou Yi, let alone someone who is both strong and handsome. Moreover, considering the speed ability recently demonstrated by the madman, it is quite likely that he has been concealing his true strength. If he were to become serious, it is truly uncertain who would emerge as the stronger contender. Indeed, he is on the verge of embarking on this opportunity. While the majority of others are exploring in teams, the madman is undertaking the entire opportunity alone. Upon his return, he may very well acquire even greater power. Amidst the clamor of opinions online, Zhou Yi remained inwardly tranquil. He held 3 keys, each inserted into its corresponding lock. A series of mechanical sounds resonated, and the door creaked open slightly, allowing Zhou Yi to step inside, eliciting envious glances from those outside. Yet, the focus lingered at the entrance, awaiting Zhou Yi's emergence, igniting a profound curiosity among the spectators. The opportunities gained during the college entrance examination are akin to the secrets of the candidates, thus they are not broadcasted live. However, based on the experiences of past examinees, the various rewards obtained during the examination have significantly aided these prodigies in shaping their futures. At this moment, Zhou Yi stood within the door, confronted by an expanse of nothingness. It was devoid of substance, yet paradoxically seemed to encompass everything. Initially bewildered, he soon received a revelation that clarified the true nature of the so-called opportunity. The 4 fundamental elements of earth, water, fire, and wind stood sentinel, with the ultimate opportunity manifesting as the power of chaos. Following the guidance, he executed a flawless performance in confronting the Guardians. Consequently, the power of chaos would grant him the ability to acquire any one of the formidable SS-level abilities, perfectly aligned with his existing powers, and without any cost. A look of astonishment crossed Zhou Yi's face. For anyone, this was an irresistible reward, and he was no exception. However, as he contemplated which ability to select, an unexpected system prompt appeared before him. Detected chaos attribute power. Would you like to exchange for 20 lottery chances to obtain the Yin-Yang attribute power and the art of Yin-Yang evasion? Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to the system's explanation, the power of Yin and Yang exists independently from other attributes, representing 2 profoundly mysterious abilities. Yin corresponds to the spiritual realm, while Yang pertains to the physical. By simultaneously acquiring both Yin and Yang attributes, one could enhance all capabilities significantly, establishing a vital means to ultimately master the 10 tails. With that last assertion alone, Zhou Yi would unhesitatingly choose to exchange for it. Moreover, the system stipulated an exchange cost of 20 lottery chances. This implied that, in the system's perspective, the so-called chaos power was inferior to that of Yin and Yang. So why wait any longer? System, initiate the exchange. In the next moment, the chaotic options in his mind vanished, replaced swiftly by the spiritual energy of Yin and Yang, which began to rapidly differentiate within him. Subsequently, Zhou Yi felt a remarkable enhancement in his spiritual energy, perception, physical form, and supernatural abilities, an overwhelming elevation across the board. To his astonishment, this evolution did not solely encompass powers from the Naruto realm. Even the myriad abilities derived from the One Piece universe underwent a transformative upheaval. Chapter 91. Breaking Limits. Mysterious light pillar. Since utilizing the 3rd-tier experience card and gaining the boon of Dao power, Zhou Yi's abilities had nearly reached the pinnacle of human genius. To achieve further advancement, he would need to transcend his realm or adopt a different race to acquire innate attributes. Otherwise, options were exceedingly limited. However, the Yin-Yang escape shattered this impossibility, allowing Zhou Yi's talents and supernatural powers to surpass even human limits, rivaling those of inherently gifted beings from other races. For instance, in the frigid northern lands, there exists the Frostwolf clan, masters of snow and wind. The Nikomata clan, capable of wielding thunder and lightning from birth, and the magma sprites, born from molten lava. Even in this year's college entrance examination, among over 100 million students, only a select few from prestigious families with a legacy spanning generations possess such prodigious talents. Furthermore, there are mythical races like the Azure Dragon, the Phoenix, and the Qilin. Soon, as Zhou Yi fully absorbed the power of Yin and Yang, another benefit emerged. He felt a deeper connection with the Ten Tails, to the extent that he could even command this fearsome entity. Let us not forget that the Ten Tails is already immensely powerful and has absorbed the strength of two top-tier divine beasts. Even a fraction of its abilities could serve as a formidable trump card. Zhou Yi eagerly anticipated the day when he could flawlessly control the Ten Tails, transforming into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki depicted in the manga, and the unparalleled strength that would accompany it. Having familiarized himself with Yin-Yang ninjutsu, Zhou Yi turned and exited the realm of opportunity. Upon his reemergence, a flood of viewers surged into his exclusive live streaming room. However, they quickly realized that Zhou Yi appeared unchanged, maintaining the same calm demeanor as before. Oh no, does it seem like Brother Quantu has not gained any fortune? Meanwhile, the Liu family's imperial scion discovered the emperor's chi atop a mountain, now exuding an aura of regal authority. The Yuxian princess from Huadu reportedly stumbled into the sacred palace of Yunding and obtained a miraculous herbal elixir, experiencing a surge in power. It seems that the chance to contend for the national top spot has truly slipped away. Perched atop the diminutive orca, Lingyu awaited the emergence of Zhou Yi, acutely aware of the transformations within him. As a prodigy of the merfolk, she possessed an exceptional sensitivity to the fluctuations of elemental attributes. To her astonishment, she discerned that her master's innate talents had surged significantly compared to before, particularly in the realms of lightning, magma, light, and darkness. His prowess was now on par with her own water element. The young mermaid gasped in disbelief. Unlike other races, humanity had never held an advantage in innate attributes. Even the most elite SSS-grade water abilities were merely considered above average among the merfolk, rendering them paltry in comparison to Lingyu's capabilities. The true strength of humanity lay in their ability to cultivate their abilities postnatally. Even the weakest powers, through relentless development, could evolve into cataclysmic forces. It was this very potential that allowed humans to vanquish myriad mythical creatures, establishing themselves as the most formidable race. Now, her master not only exhibited unparalleled talent in the cultivation of his abilities, but had also acquired innate attributes that rivaled those of the other races. It was unfathomable to contemplate the extent of his strength at this moment. A flicker of joy crossed Lingyu's face, but she quickly masked her expression, as if uncovering a secret, though the delight in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Having recognized her bond with Zhou Yi, their fates were now inextricably linked. Thus, the greater his strength, the safer she felt. As for the other powerful beings her master had mentioned, she remained skeptical. There could be none more formidable than her master among the second-tier humans. Zhou Yi naturally noticed Ling Yu's subtle movements and realized she had surely discovered something. A slight smile graced his lips as he gathered the light of the soul in his palm and casually patted the little orca beneath Ling Yu. The power of the soul fruit was activated, causing the orca to become remarkably agile, its water manipulation abilities swiftly enhanced, and it awakened a new power, telepathic connection. This allowed it to connect with Ling Yu's thoughts, instantly comprehending her intentions, thereby facilitating seamless cooperation. This extraordinary skill brought a gleam of joy to Ling Yu's face. Her strength would ascend to new heights, enabling her to assist her master more effectively. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yi casually stamped his foot. The once surging magma landscape of the scorching land responded as if receiving a command, retreating back underground, coalescing into a crimson orb that silently slipped into Zhou Yi's pocket. Only Ling Yu witnessed this spectacle, her petite lips forming an astonished O shape. This magma orb bore a striking resemblance to her innate treasure, the Siren Pearl. Did this not imply that her master's command over the power of magma had reached an almost transcendent level? Observant onlookers also detected Ling Yu's expression, speculating that she had uncovered something significant. However, lacking her innate talent, and without a glimpse of the magma's trajectory, they could not discern the changes within Zhou Yi, leaving them anxious and perplexed. It was clear that Zhou Yi had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, yet its nature remained elusive. He seemed to be too reticent. Perhaps it would only be revealed when he faced other top-tier prodigies. I am eager to witness the breathtaking scenes of battle involving the likes of Madman, Imperial Prince, and Fairy Princess. The crowd was swiftly inundated with comments, and thus few noticed that as Joey made his way back through the tunnel, the domain holding the wind-controlling hound had inexplicably vanished. Even those who did take note could hardly fathom that the very moment Joey departed the secret chamber, the wind-controlling hound, along with the entire domain, had been whisked away. Only an old man, far away in the imperial capital, was left heartbroken. When Joey finally returned to the surface safely, his watch emitted a sudden chime. Having successfully navigated the challenges alone and gained a fortuitous opportunity, he now faced the reckoning of points. To his astonishment, his ranking surged from the teens to a remarkable 5th place nationally, and he stood proudly as the foremost in the Southwest, leaving many in disbelief. Numerous individuals, previously unaware of Joey, found themselves questioning his identity. Who is Joey? It was only upon glimpsing the clips shared by his fans that they began to fervently cheer for Madman's prowess. Joey's striking appearance captivated women at first glance, while men were drawn to explore further, discovering that he was on par with the likes of Repairing Hoof, Forging Blade, and the renowned Oddbiao. Moreover, he was accompanied by a stunning mermaid, and his formidable strength belied his unassuming exterior, rendering him utterly irresistible. Joey had not anticipated that this examination would propel his true self into the online limelight, rivaling the numerous aliases of the Reincarnation Hall. Yet, at this moment, he was poised to seek another opportunity, eager to test his fortune, when an astonishing beam of light erupted from the eastern horizon, shooting skyward. The mere eruption of spiritual energy from the radiant pillar was so intense that Joey could not help but squint his eyes. Master, that place is. Ling Yu's face flashed with a hint of seriousness. However, Joey chuckled lightly, standing at the highest point nearby, gazing distantly at the luminous column. It seemed that the college entrance examination was about to reach its most fervent stage. Come, let us join the excitement. Chapter 92, Vanquishing the Initial Adversary. A glimpse of epic rewards with that, Joey transformed into a streak of lightning, his speed so swift that it left a long trail of afterimages, vanishing from sight in an instant. Ling Yu's expression was one of astonishment. Joey's velocity had surpassed that of his earlier battle with the wind-handling hound by a considerable margin. This was the result of the simultaneous enhancement of the Thunder Fruit and the Glimmering Fruit, marking a breakthrough for him. Moreover, for the current Joey, this speed was far from his limit. Thus, Ling Yu hastily patted the little orca, and the small creature, carrying the mermaid girl, deftly flipped and hurried after Joey's retreating figure. Yet, Joey was not the only one who noticed the radiant pillar. Those observing the college entrance examination suddenly realized that the prodigies were collectively turning their gazes toward the light source,